which is completely unusual. It is apparently 57 degrees Fahrenheit in San Francisco on a clear night. We have some local warnings. Of course, San Francisco is on the map for a couple of things. Let's see now. Where are we in terms of the latest warnings? Okay, it says I have to sign in to Microsoft Rewards to see whatever those warnings are. Fuck that. Okay, and with that, our lovely Amy Como in Vermont says that San Francisco was on a map to do what? Or for something. Well, here we are. Oh, okay, great. She says, "Are you ready or still in recovery?" Yeah, no, not ready. I'm never really ready. But let's see. We are going to go over to the live and see how people are hearing us. And let's go live stream. Okay, so we're going to see if everything's connecting. It says excellent connection. Acid Kick 96 is with us and gives us 3 dragons. So here's a bunch of hearts in response. And let us know, Acid Kick, if you can hear myself, Peter and Aristides, both gentlemen, I will ask to start saying hello to our listeners. El Nemo says, I sound good. Let's see if our Australia, where El Nemo is, can hear the rest of our team. So both you gentlemen say hello.
Say hello.
Delightful.
Hello, Peter.
Delightful. RB says sound is good so far. I'm sure it's good for everyone. Acid Kick says hi on Nemo. Okay, so nice when the chat's talking to each other. Always appreciate it. And other than that, I think we're about ready to start. My usual admonishments while we gather the numbers. We've already got a good number for having started a minute early, and that's positive. Acid Kick 96 says sounds great, and El Nemo says can hear them, meaning Peter and our man Aristides. Medusoid Humanoid says meow. Oh, thank God. Okay, I was worried about her because she was driving the other day when I called, and I was so afraid that I might have caused some kind of an accident. So I, she didn't respond after an initial response. And then I'm always concerned, she responded that she was driving. And then, at that point, a response ceased. And so I'm glad she is alive. As a matter of fact, she did respond. She did respond later, now that I remember, because I woke up in the middle of my sleep to talk to Aristides for a second. And that's when I saw her response. So thank you so much to our dear Victoria, as well as Aristides, of course. He sent me something else I haven't had a chance to look at yet. So with that, we are going to just remind everyone, hit those upvotes, hit them on every IP address you've got. We're hit by downvotes the moment we start. These are automated, and this is to prevent us from appearing on searches. So the only way we can fight back guerrilla warfare style is to hit back, and that's to hit an upvote on this program, this live stream right now via your your laptop, your tablet, your PC, your cell phone, everything you got, and that way we reappear on searches and balance out their downvotes, which get filtered out by YouTube because they're Autobots, but it takes them 1 or 2 hours to do that, and by that time they've accomplished their purpose. So we've already got a large number of people listening, and we've got some incoming questions already about the photographic image in thumbnail of live stream. Today is Transgender Day of Remembrance, EVEDy. It's the end of Transgender Week, APEC week between the powers on either side of the Pacific, the economic powers that are cooperative in terms of mutual prosperity, as the Japanese had intended with their co-prosperity sphere via the World War II. That dream was realized because they won the fucking war, as we explain in our book, The Roswell Deception and the Mystification of World War II, or demythification, I can't remember which. At any rate, I do want everyone to buy that book, spread the word. Numbers are going up, so we'll have a good amount by the time Peter starts talking. And so just remember that APEC was taking place in San Francisco that weekend. I will bring up what I can in terms of any economic developments. There really wasn't much to report. The biggest news was both Joe Biden and Xi Jinping came here to meet, and so they cleared up as much as they could of San Francisco of the homeless and the just the people who were camping throughout the streets. It took the appearance of some would argue two dictators. Well, certainly one from across the Pacific, and the other kind of a puppet for interests that are deep state, I suppose. And these two gentlemen, well, we can't call them that. I found, of all things, in my files the other day, looking around, a photograph of Joe Biden kissing this young blonde chick who's underage, and kissing her on the forehead, basically on the scalp, kissing her on the scalp, just basically inhaling her hair. And I could not find that forever. They scrubbed that from the internet. That's only from my files. I discovered it while looking around. And in this case, surprisingly enough, no, I wasn't rooting for porn. But at any rate, when that cropped up, I'll have to download that and then display that someday for redistribution. I'm not too interested in looking for it now, but maybe I should, and then I can put it in our text box here, and Aristides can download it or something for whatever reason for just future reference. At any rate, I do want people to know that these two men met and nothing really came of it. Nothing was really expected from myself. And what did happen, of course...
Excuse me.
Sure.
That sounds like Salma Sheikh and Jameson Reese meeting. Nothing came of it.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, it's like that.
Okay, I'm sorry. Carry on.
No, it's perfect. It's a good comparison. Honestly, it's plenty of differences, but some parallels. And at any rate, both these guys are warped. And what happened was that, of course, today, Transgender Awareness Week comes to a close, and intentionally comes to a close as Transgender Day of Remembrance comes upon us. So for that reason, a photograph of my son, because I do want people to understand transgender people are the targets of astronomical proportions of violence compared to the rest of any population in the world. They're far more targeted than any population on Earth. Very important to remember that almost none of them ever really transition. They can't afford the surgery. The surgery is astronomical. So you cannot, most of these people are simply cross-dressing or presenting themselves as a different gender, but they do identify wholeheartedly as the opposite gender due to gender dysphoria. This is a phenomenon that apparently the public is uneducated about, and there are multiple reasons behind it that the public is unaware of, including the fact that many of them are actually born with either genitalia of both sexes or elements of both sexes, such as hormonal balance and chemistry, etc. Multiple reasons for all of it. My son was one of those few fortunate enough to make that transition. But transitioned or no, transgenders are overwhelmingly targeted. So their murders as well are never investigated. And to add insult to injury, their bodies are misgendered on death. So they're not gendered in the way they recognize themselves. So all of that can be gone into later. That's just a brief coverage of that. Conspiracy Kitty says, hope you're well, Douglas. Must have been banned on Facebook. Hugs. Yes, I was. That's Shauna Shauna, hello. Mwah. Kisses to you. Yes, banned on Facebook. RB says, would you consider the transgender identity? Would I consider, like you mean me? I don't...
You'll have a stupid question.
No, I cross-dress, but just before I transition, in another sense, to Peter, transition the stage over to him, I do want people to understand my cross-dressing is not drag. I often use that term myself just because it's convenient, because it's cute, because it's funny, and I'm usually saying that in a humorous bent. But it is, my cross-dressing comes from a historical background where I was trained to cross-dress as an assassin. This is ninja training of a very specific sort, and it developed shall I say, it developed to its height in terms of perfection. It was perfected during the time of the floating world, that when Yedo was the capital of Japan. Now, for those of you who don't know, the ancient capital of Japan was Kyoto. And Kyoto is like a world of difference from Tokyo. You like enter a different world with a different mindset. Heavy on the Shinto shrines in Kyoto. Tokyo, it was once Yedo. Now, for reasons that would take hours to explain, Yedo was exactly where Tokyo is today, the core of what Tokyo is built around. Tokyo is, of course, so enormous. It's the only city in the world that's so large as a megalopolis that they can't even have a mayor. It's too big for a mayor. They have a governor. Tokyo has a governor like it's a state. And the thing was that it used to be known as Yedo. But if you were to ask Japanese about, okay, would you ever consider yourselves Yedoite? They would say no, adamantly. Has nothing to do with Yedo being offensive. It's simply that the period was so different for them that it's literally a different world. You can look this term up. It's called the floating world. And at that time, Yedo represented a Japan that was completely isolated from the world and held their own. All foreigners were restricted to islands the Japanese fucking built. They wouldn't allow foreigners as a population, only as individuals, but not as a community. Like, we have Chinatowns, think of that, or Harlem, Spanish Harlem, something like that. You know, no ethnic enclaves were allowed on Japanese soil. They built entire fucking artificial islands to put foreigners on. So their communities were on completely separate islands the Japanese built artificially to house foreigners. This was hundreds of years ago. So these foreigners could only trade with Japan from these enclaves for hundreds of years. And the outcasts of Japanese society, or the poor or the peripheral, could actually be sold into slavery to these foreigners. So the shogun ultimately stopped this and made that, he outlawed that. But it was during that time that Japan was so different that their culture had three genders. Officially. It just, everybody universally knew there were men, there were women, and there was a third gender for all those that your culture has not matured enough to even accommodate. So this gender was like for gender neutrals that were often what we would call transgender or transsexed today. This includes hermaphroditics, medical hermaphrodites, who were born with both pairs of genitalia, etc. So this third gender was...
It wouldn't be just hermaphrodites. It would be nuances.
Yes, absolutely.
Beyond that. Okay.
Yeah, nuances beyond that as well. Behavior patterns, people who would suffer what we today or experience, I wouldn't use the term suffer necessarily, though they do suffer in this culture because this culture does not accommodate them. They didn't suffer in Japan because they were recognized. This would be people with gender dysphoria. But amidst that venue, that milieu, what developed was the fact that foreigners who were allowed as individuals into Japan for the sake of trade, etc., even to a degree, though it was outlawed for Christians later, religious freedom, they outlawed it because, of course, the Christians were proselytizing and trying to get the Japanese to eat meat. Later on, the shogunate outlawed the Christians. But in terms of the people who were in Japan who were allowed to trade without proselytizing, and certain religious people who were allowed to travel without proselytizing, what the Japanese did to service them was oftentimes, for whatever reason, these foreigners were attracted to young boys. So what developed in the ninja community was that the Japanese found that the best way to develop a blackmail system to keep these foreigners in line, and that's why it worked for hundreds of years, was they would get them involved with young boys who would ultimately compromise them and blackmail them. And this enabled these foreign communities to be basically enthralled to Japan for hundreds of years because so many of the foreign men who were representing foreign interests were blackmailed because of their relationships with young male prostitutes. And these young male prostitutes, if given the orders, could kill them. So they had a 007 license to kill foreigners, whereas any other Japanese who killed a foreigner, this would be a serious diplomatic issue. Obviously, the sensitivities of a young male prostitute killing a foreigner would be such a scandal to the foreigners they wouldn't pursue it. They would never pursue it. So it made for the perfect, this was the culture that I was raised in the legacy of in terms of my cross-dressing. So if anyone wonders about these bizarre kind of costumes as they would interpret them, that's the dress of like a male prostitute from that era that would be trained to kill his clients if given the order. And so hopefully that answers a lot of questions. Of course, my son is a completely different issue and was a child prostitute I purchased off the streets when he was a girl. And of course, I do want people to understand that I certainly value his life and wouldn't want him to be the target of violence. As a matter of fact, because Peter alluded to Xi and Joe Biden in a humorous sense, Peter was alluding it to be like Jambo and Salman Sheikh getting together. I do want people to understand those two clowns got together on a video with Miguel Andahar and a bunch of other crazies involved with the cult of the kings of Edom. And by the way, this isn't like my imposing that on them. We're talking about people who are openly cultic, as Brendan Zogit can testify. Miguel Andahar, Salman Sheikh, and Jamson Reese have all been open with motifs and with what you would call fetishes or totems, various statuary and regalia, all very Cthulhuoid, all very Adamic, very openly so. And these Adamic cultists got on videos, which they uploaded on YouTube, targeting my son. And, saying they were on the lookout for him. I mean, good fucking luck considering the security we've placed around him and the fact that he lives his life on these estates that are highly guarded. But all such being said, the fact that they say that, understand, just another manifestation of anti-transgender violence and stalking. So now we've got a good 250 people viewing us. I'm turning it over to Peter Moon. Thank him for his patience. And thank Aristides, of course, for always being a backup here. And with that, I'm just going to, play wingman, just kind of be Ed McMahon here and just kind of sit back and talk with Peter for the next, for the opening hours. Just glad he's with us. Glad I've got it semi-together somewhat and for a change. And, of course, my love to Shauna Bando, Victoria, Lauren Hobbs, so many of the other ladies out there. And all the men, of course, hugs to all of you. As for RB, I have no hostility for your question, but I need you to be more specific. And with that, of course, to Peter Moon. All right. All our best.
Well, yeah. Thank you for addressing that. There is so much, I don't know, and I guess it's most accurately labeled ignorant response. And I think sometimes when people ask about your gender, whether it be your gender or your attire, it's what is it? It's carping jibe.
Yeah,
they're jibing at you.
Yeah, probably.
And I'm not saying he was.
Understood.
But because I really don't know. But I don't know that this is such. It's actually very distracting. It's informative when you give an answer like that. To the whole circuitous, strange culture, strange to Westerners of Japan.
Yes.
And they're look at the culture of Japan is distinctly different from the Western world. It's distinctly different from the Chinese culture.
Yes.
It's distinctly different from the European culture. I have some familiarity with it from, the fourth grade when I studied, and also in the 10th grade. And we took trips into Chinatown and Japantown, but in San Francisco. But the thing is, Douglas not only knows both cultures, Chinese and Japanese, but also there's a whole occult culture that he knows about in Japan, which a lot of Japanese don't even know. Yes. So, this is what we're dealing with, and we're dealing with a lot of hidden secrets here. Yes. So, it's best to just, be informed. And if you have questions, ask the questions. We want your questions. Yes. But try and it really behooves people to be respectful and intelligent. And I even had some dialogue with Jennifer today.
Oh, great. Excellent.
Because Jennifer Hawkins.
Yes.
Because she says, tell me about these photos you sent. And I had sent her photos of Rat Girl and your bedroom.
Yes. Delightful. Delightful.
I had sent her those during the transmission, and she apparently received them. So I thought she was listening.
Okay.
She says, "What's the story?"
Yeah.
So I gave her a brief, few sentences and kind of filled the vacuum a little bit.
That's got to be one of the biggest challenges in the world. How do you summarize that in a few sentences?
It wasn't that hard.
That's why you're a writer.
It was very summary, summary. And then she said, how did you meet Douglas? So I excerpted some paragraphs from my book, L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity, and which talks about how I actually met you. Oh, interesting. She praised Mae Brussel. I'm surprised she even knew who Mae Brussel is. Not because I underestimate Jennifer, but because most people don't even know who she is.
That's right. Jennifer knows quite a bit. She knew about Russian cosmism, their postmodern ideology. Go on. She knows quite a bit. It's impressive. Yes, go on.
I mean, I've just heard, a few videos of hers, which she goes into very specific, arcane knowledge, and I said, well, if you're on the round table tonight, you might want to bring these things up with him. I'm sure he'll talk to you about them. So be prepared if she does. So, that's a subject which never gets tired. Rat Girl, and it expands into so many things. I mean, you could have a whole book on Rat Girl and the ramifications.
God, she deserves one. From. Poor dear. Yes, go on.
I don't think it would be a bestseller.
True enough, sadly.
Because it would be repugnant to, the hygienic consciousness of humanity that wants to think they're hygienic.
Right.
And they're living in a hygienic world.
Right.
And I just learned today, I didn't really know this, that all of this stuff about green beds or the purple mattress, whatever they call it, they have all these beds that are like, good beds. But I thought most of beds, because I put up a post on Facebook, I said, is it more difficult to buy a car or a mattress? Most people said bed. I mean a bed, not a mattress. More difficult to buy a bed or a mattress. Most people said bed. Some people said car, but it was much more in the minority.
Interesting.
Now, a car is challenging because there's so many different options. And then at the end of it, they hit you with the post sales, like, well, do you want tire protection? Do you want dent protection? Do you want, do you want, insurance for your grandmother, and that's where the salesmen actually make money. Aaron taught me this, when he would get me cars at cost.
Excellent. Makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
For those of you who don't know, Aaron took the place of Peter Moon as co-host for the time that Peter was in Romania. Back to Peter.
Yes. And he's very familiar with cults and occult knowledge, and he also studied Tai Chi and the martial arts for a long time.
Absolutely.
So anyway, the beds. What I learned is like, okay, I was thinking, I bought a futon when I got married the first time, and I don't even remember buying a bed. I inherited certain mattresses, or they came with me, or one way or another. I had some tenants, and they left a mattress behind. I used that for a long time, and then I remember buying a frame for it. I don't The only bed I can remember buying was for my daughter when she went to school.
Mm-hmm.
And we brought that back and she put it in her room and then she moved out and that's, the bed. And I'm, I'm going to be getting, but anytime I've gone to buy a bed or whatever, it's like, there's all these different parts. Well, okay, but you think you're buying something. Well, yeah, but you didn't get the frame. Oh, but you didn't get the box spring. Oh, but you didn't get this. And it's like you don't know what you're buying. So you set your mind on this and say, okay, I got but you need this, 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 and this. So if you think you're paying $500, you've got to pay $700. If you think you're paying $700, you got to pay $1,000. It's just a really weird process.
Wow.
And people agreed, but what I learned was that. So, but I always think like you're going to sit on a mattress because it's comfortable.
Yeah.
But I never really cared because I've slept on all sorts of mattresses, and I seldom, if ever, remembered complaining. The most challenging mattress I ever slept on was a futon, but I got used to that.
Mm-hmm.
It's supposedly healthier for you. I've slept on couches, and I've just never been one to complain about mattresses. Yet, I know people have gone into, they have all sorts of problems, and of course the cheap gong helps me even more.
Yes.
So, you sleep. The best thing to sleep on is a flat board, actually. And I knew one girl, she's a Chinese girl from the Bay Area. She had to sleep on the floor because her back was so messed up.
Oh.
It was like, God, it was horrible.
Yeah.
What a back.
I've heard of conditions like that, and yeah, definitely. I do want people to know that it's also a sign of economics. I can tell you just briefly before turning it back to Peter again that when it comes to the economics in San Francisco, I'm sure it's similar in New York City and various other places, but especially in New York City and San Francisco. The only other places that would compare would be some places in Hawaii in terms of expenses. There's basically no other cities as expensive as those three areas in the United States. When it came to what I had to familiarize myself with or get used to was the fact that people who were young are coming to the city to work, try to find some degree of success. They're extremely limited in everything by finances, and everyone sleeps on mattresses on the floor. It's so sad, and it's not healthy, and it's just not hygienic either.
I'm not talking about mattresses on the floor. I'm talking about sleeping on the floor itself.
Oh, no, I appreciate it. I appreciate what you're saying, especially with that Chinese girl.
Yeah, this is a different thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Help. Yeah.
But the only reason I bring this up is, before turning it back to Peter, is that I remember there was this one disgusting individual that I knew who was young and basically involved with some kind of basically human trafficking trade of children, and I was following up on investigating this individual. He's someone I've never mentioned on air before. I'd have to struggle to remember his name, honestly. I'd have to I bleached it from my mind. It was from a period in time when I was dealing with a number of sub issues that was after my mother's death, or after my father's death, maybe before my mother died. After my father's death, between my father's death and my mother's death, there was a number of things going down as I was trying to adapt and find a way out of the nightmare of homelessness, which I was very much threatened with by circumstance. And the one thing that immediately stood out to me with this son of a bitch was he had a bed with a frame. He had a mattress on a frame. And he was like one of the few young people I've ever run into in my fucking life who had that. So it was the wages of sin, so to speak, the wages of his human child trafficking he was involved with. And it just goes to show you the difference in terms of somebody living an honest life and even honest crime, and someone like that. So with that, I turn it back to Peter.
Well, yeah, and as they say, I slept on a different. What I slept on a lot in the Sea organization, we had foam. What's it? Foam rubber.
Wow.
On bunk beds.
Wow.
Very comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
And very cheap.
Wow.
Like I actually was looking for one. It is hard to buy them. I think you might be able to buy them on the internet now. But I mean, at one point, it's what I wanted for the. I was in a crazy situation where I had to. Things were very chaotic. I think, my daughter was in the bedroom upstairs. She had a friend of hers that was being a tenant. And then I was sleeping. I think there'd been a flood or something in the back room. And then I was sleeping in one bedroom was my office and my bedroom. And I would have the mattress against the wall. And at night I'd pull the mattress down and sleep.
Wow.
It was crazy. You know, it was for a short period of time.
Yeah.
And there was different construction going on. It was bizarre. You know, I had a huge house, but I had like everything was crammed into one room. And but anyway, what I was getting down to is that I learned that these mattresses, green mattresses or whatever, are so important, or people consider them so important, is that because the mattresses they're making today, primarily from China, are toxic, and they are actually dangerous to the human body. Like you're taking in toxicity.
Wow.
I don't know how bad this is, but I never even heard this. I was completely out of the loop because I thought people were way too fussy about mattresses. Just like I think people are way too fussy about cars. To me, a car has always been one place to get from A to B. If it's got niceties that come at an affordable price, great. But people, and some people are really, picky about this, that, and the other thing, about everything. But that's just me. So anyway, that's something I learned about mattresses. But with regards to Kyoto, I would like you to explain to me. I don't know if the audience will be interested. There is and this is what I learned in school. There is an more ancient capital than Kyoto, which is Nara.
Yes.
And what is the cultural time period and significance of Nara as opposed to Kyoto? You're saying is mostly Shinto, and I know it's got its own culture. It's the more senior culture. It's the money area where the old money is in Japan. But what about Nara?
Well, it's so old that there's not much that is remembered about it. I mean, at that point, we're talking almost like we're talking about after the Jomon period, but it's old enough where it almost borders on the mythical in terms of its cultural influence or legacy in Japan. But I do want people to understand something here, that if they don't get it, I want them to understand that the Japanese, all of Japan, if you go to the Jomon period, which you can look up, and it's an important period, which basically very few Japanese could even tell you much about, unless they were a professional archaeologist or anthropologist or historian and academician. But Nara is definitely a very special place, just basically a treasury of ancient Japanese culture, where you can experience all that's missing from postmodern Japan, which is very electronic or electrified, I would say. This is a descriptive that comes to my mind. You've got these historic monuments. Basically, maybe it was around 710 to 784 that Nara was really at its most active as the capital. And during this period, the framework of national government, it was consolidated. That's when it was the center of prosperity. It's in southern Honshu, one of the major four islands of Japan. It's on the edge of what's the Nara Basin. And so maybe about 710 to 794, but we're talking about not that long a period of time, comparatively speaking. But I think the reason that most Japanese don't know so much about it is because it is characterized by the maturing of the Ritsuryu system of government. That means that the Nara period nurtured Chinese culture. The Ritsuryu period of government was inspired by the Chinese model. So it was the first permanent capital of Japan. It's got its own impressive list of temples and shrines. So this would be, shall we say, Shinto as well. It's I know that it's recognized by the United Nations as one of the world cultural heritage sites. So it's definitely closely believed or closely tied to the Japanese belief systems, both Shinto, the local kami or Japanese gods, and Buddhism. But when I use that term Jomon, this is the most important thing to remember about it, is that during the Jomon period, all of the Japanese archipelago was white. And I mean ethnically Caucasian. These were all white people.
What time period again?
Jomon. 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 And
I said, what time period is that?
Oh Jesus, that's like all prehistory before Nara. Let's just put it that way, kind of. It's like basically all of Japan's early period before people began to record its history, because at that time the Caucasian tribes, you're talking about Jomon was 14,000 years. I mean, that's I'd say that they've subdivided it into something like several phases. I'd have to look it up, but you're talking about a 14,000 year period, the time between about 14,000 years before Christ to about 300 years before Christ. So when you've got 300 years before Christ was about the time of the sinking of Lemuria. And for those of you who don't get it, just like they think at this point I'm like fading into fantasy or some kind of historical mythography. Okay, just to put this into reality to you without taking a long period of time, just to make it all short and sweet, understand that all of New Zealand is a part of a continent that every scientist, every conventional scientist concurs is like the 7th or 8th continent of planet Earth. They count it as a continent. Scientists count it as a continent. They want the general public to ultimately accept this reality as well. That all of New Zealand's a lot bigger than it looks. All of New Zealand that you see now today is only the mountains of what was a continent that sank so recently geographically that scientists have no explanation. They say that something happened where the continent was submerged instantly, and it has nothing to do with the ice ages, which otherwise all these continents raise and submerge because of ice ages. Some, like Doggerland, have catastrophic endings. That's Britain and Germany's Atlantis. It's in the German Sea, what they call the North Sea today. And Doggerland, people can look up, like dog, Dogger, Dogger, that sank in an enormous tsunami. So that ended catastrophically. But scientists at least have certain explanations for that. The reality is the Zealandia, as the scientists call the greater New Zealand continent that's submerged, and it has many other names as well. The Maori name for it as well is something the Maori gave it, but understand this much. The Maori discovered New Zealand yesterday. It's like they've got barely more legitimate claim to it than the whites do. I mean, by 1,000 years. to their credit, or at least, half a thousand at the least, it took maybe like between 1,000 and 500 years before the white man, the Maori, landed on New Zealand. But it was the last continent on Earth populated by modern man. The Maori will tell you, they got there and exterminated all the local fauna, which were giant birds and various animals that were just driven to extinction by their hunting. But the Maori, they colonized New Zealand as colonizers. They're not native to New Zealand. They'll tell you that. They're Polynesians. They're Polynesians who ultimately came from Taiwan. So if you ever take a look at the out of Taiwan migration of anthropology, basically the Taiwan was one of the first empires on Earth that conquered Malaysia, the island of Madagascar, and all of this Polynesian area from the Indian Ocean to the Pacific. It all came out of Taiwan. You can look that up. It's called Out of Taiwan, and some people may append the word theory to it, but it's concurred by anthropologists that this is the case. So when it comes to this sinking of Zealandia, that is when the Caucasoid peoples of Japan were overrun by the refugees, the evacuees from the sinking continent of ancient New Zealand. None of them stayed on New Zealand or Zealandia because all that was left was the mountaintops, which were uninhabitable at that time. So the mountaintops it would be like living on mountaintops in the Rockies. There's nothing there. People may live around the Rockies, but aside from maybe mad hermits or crazy people or isolationists, no one lives on the Rocky Mountains themselves, on the mountains, like the mountaintops. That would be, so that's what New Zealand's mountains were like. They were uninhabitable. So basically what happened was that the entire continent was evacuated. The survivors went to Japan. That's when Japan became, quote unquote, Asian. Now, Nara was a result of the ancient Fuzhou alchemist, and he was the alchemist of the first emperor of China. And the first emperor of China asked his alchemist for the secret to immortality, and he gave him 3,000 children to experiment on, 1,500 girls, 1,500 boys, and we're talking about young kids between infantile to maybe the age of 7, 8, 9. And he said, take these children, you turn them inside out, you vivisect them, dissect them, rip them apart, whatever it takes, but you secrete out of them the secret of immortality for me. And Fuzhou said in order to do that, he had to go to the land of Wa, which was the land of balance, equilibrium. That was what the ancient Chinese called Japan. And the emperor gave him permission to do so and take all the kids with them so that he could conduct his experiments there. He said he had to do that because the local flora there, the herbs, the apothecary was such that he would harvest these herbs to blend with the ingredients of the children to develop the elixir. The elixir, that's Arabic for where we get the term elixir, the elixir of immortality from. And when Fuzhou left for Japan, he took all the kids with him and he never came back. And he established the Kyushu dynasty in what became Nara. So Nara was the Kyushu dynasty, the southern dynasty.
This is what your mother's from.
That's where my mother's from. And so when it comes to that, that was the original dynasty. And then the Yamato dynasty is derived from these people from Lemuria, sunk in Zealandia. And again, anybody can look up Zealandia. This is all conventional scientists of the most, shall we say, accepted conventional wisdom, the agreed upon reality, say this is real. This is all real. This is nothing to do with anything fantastical or notional. So when it came to when that continent sank, how did all of these immigrants get to Japan? This is where, of course, most people become offended. It offends their sensibilities. They didn't get there by ships. They got there from a technologically advanced culture that basically sank its own continent in the midst of a catastrophic war. And that war used scalar technology. And these scalar weapons just altered the molecular structure of the ground itself. So it became like viscous. We see that happen during earthquakes in San Francisco where you've got landfill. San Francisco has an enormous amount of territory that is artificial, built from impacting sand and various other gravels to create extended territory for San Francisco to expand on. When, as Aristides, a material science engineer, would know, and Brendan Zoget, as an herbalist, would know, both of these men are throwing out pertinent facts about this. Brendan Zoget is bringing up the fact that Fuzhou, the alchemist to the first emperor of China, the Emperor Qing, claimed that the herb of immortality was in Japan, and its translations call it a mushroom. Okay, very important. He's provided some photographs and some text that I'll share with people later, hopefully, or he can hopefully get something. Brendan, if you could put that into the chat and into our text box here on the call. Okay, you can't do that. So put it into the chat room, and I'll put it into the text box on call later. But at any rate, he's got that. And Aristides brings up the term for San Francisco's earthquakes, where the landfill basically turns into jelly. So when you've got this landfill that many houses and schools and facilities are built upon in San Francisco, mostly towards the Marina district of San Francisco, where it's the most sensitively populated. Other parts are in warehouse areas or areas that are not so impacted in a disastrous sense. But during a major earthquake, they experience a phenomenon, as Aristides says, it's called liquefaction. Liquefaction is what happened to the entire continent of Zealandia through the abuse of scalar weapons during wartime. So these scalar weapons turned all of that ground beneath the feet of the original Lemurians into quicksand. And they fled using their technology, teleportation. And this is why all the Shinto shrines, or rather the most, shall we say, iconic architecture. These are very skilled architectural pieces, so you can use that term. The gates you see all over Japan that are gates to nowhere. These are like they're shaped like the Greek mathematical symbol pi. If you ever take a look at
the Tori.
Thank you, the Tori, and thank you. See, Peter knows. Peter's very good at
a little bit.
Yeah. So these Tori, people have no idea. Foreigners, they think, what's this about? And they'll interpret it in some shamanistic sense. Oh, portals, gateways to the other world, the other realm. Well, they represent the ancient teleportation gates by which all of the Japanese refugees, the evacuees from Lemuria, came to Japan. At that point, they encountered an entirely white culture, an entirely Caucasian culture, the Jomon people. And they proceeded to annihilate them and interbreed with them. All of them were ultimately driven up to Hokkaido, the northernmost island, which is considered frontier territory to the Japanese. That they look upon these white people up in the north. They're called the Ainu people, Ainu, and these Ainu people were known anthropologically by a horrible name, the hairy Ainu. But if you ever notice the Japanese, by interbreeding with these Caucasians, they are the hairiest Asians. They have more hair and are capable of growing beards that the Chinese cannot grow. Chinese beards are very fine. They're like goatees, rendered famous or infamous by caricatures like Fu Manchu or the traditional mandarins. The Japanese have beards that look much more full, like a Caucasian can grow. That's because the Japanese are the Caucasians of Asia. Of course, there's also the interbreeding with the Hachurui, or the serpent people of Lemuria. This is why those that have the purest serpent lineage have the dragon bloodline. These are the people of the Yamato dynasty, the emperors of Japan, and they're people of nobility that drove out ultimately in a massive civil war the southern dynasty of Kyushu, the Chinese descendant dynasty. And for hundreds of years, at least, Your average Japanese person had no idea the Kyushu dynasty had ever existed. This is why most Japanese know nothing of Nara. And so it was only recently, we're talking about in the last 20 years, quarter of 100 years, that Japanese academicians are finally beginning to publish books about the Southern Dynasty, that there was another dynasty besides the Yamato dynasty in Japan. And understand that we're talking like, a good several generations, or at least a full generation after World War II, that they've done this. The Yamato dynasty effectively scrubbed the records of the Southern Dynasty, which is why there's little known about Nara. Despite the fact that it's used as a giant museum. It's like a giant museum, basically. Now, when it comes to Kyushu, which became the capital after that, that was when all of Japan's economy was geared towards Asia. Of course, makes sense. So all of it's on the Asian side of Japan, the Asian side of the archipelago. They were dealing with Korea, they were dealing with China, etc. When Japan became a world power, that's when Edo was born. Edo was actually before the world power status. It was the floating world status. And then when it became a world power, it became Tokyo. So this is why Japanese, my mother would always say, she was born in Tokyo, which she was. She was born in Tokyo during the great Tokyo earthquake and fire. And so she would always teach me, of course, that Japanese would not be offended, but they would think if I said Yedo or are you a Yedoite instead of a Tokyoite, they would laugh. They would find it anachronistic. It would be like asking someone, if they were from the Cahokia Mountains instead of from Chicago, were you born among the Cahokia Mountains? It would be like that. But understand that Yedo, what disambiguates it or differentiates it so much for Japanese is, I've already described the floating world to a degree. Understand that during that floating world period where you had all these young male child prostitutes that were basically compromising all the foreign communities, all the foreign traders, meaning people engaged in economic trade, who were ultimately overwhelmingly male, though many of them had their families and communities on these artificial islands the Japanese built specifically for them. During that period of the floating world, everyone in Japan thought of themselves as in the moment, in the present moment, that there was no future and there was no past. That literally was the mindset that they cultivated. In other words, history was looked upon as a pursuit of maybe the monastics, and maybe a few Japanese nobles and samurai would be aware of it, but everyone else was essentially encouraged to view themselves as without history, ahistorical, as being only in the present moment, and that this present moment was eternal. So this floating world period where the Japanese had this love of pleasure, love of poetry, love of... There were earlier periods like it. One was the Heian period, H-E-I-E-N. But the point that I'm making is, aside from the fact that there were three genders that were recognized, when Japan became a world power after the Civil War, where the samurai were defeated by the emperor because the samurai had failed to hold the Americans at bay, the samurai were failed because after 13 generations of the Tokugawa shogunacy, they were simply too senescent, too anachronistic in their weapons and tactics to hold off the Americans, who threatened to invade Yedo and storm the palace and abduct the emperor. When the shogunate could not prevent that, the emperor said he was launching a war against the samurai to instill a Western-style government, Western-style European army. In other words, the peasants of Japan were mobilized, drafted, and based on a European training system, they overwhelmed the samurai with modern weapons. There's entire video games like Total War where they actually have people who are, they actually give people the ability to game out this Japanese Civil War. So the whole point is that during that period of time when the emperor said we're going to change to a metric system of measurement, we're going to gear ourselves towards the Pacific as the new Mediterranean of the world, that's when Tokyo was born and Yedo died. Now, at that time, the emperor also did something else. In order to make Japan able to interact culturally with the West, he outlawed the third gender. That's what disambiguates Edo from Tokyo. So understand, at that point, all of the child prostitutes that were trained for generations, hundreds of years by the ninja, went undercover. The ninja went undercover. They became mythical. But understand, they never disappeared. No one ever claimed in Japanese history to have annihilated the ninja clans. That would have been a big deal. That would have been literally historical. No one ever did that. They were undercover, and my mother, from her mother's side, was part of that culture. Her father's side was part of the Kyushu dynastic culture, which ultimately comes from, that's why Fuju was the alchemist of the first emperor, comes from the vampire mages who invaded Israel and consecrated Jesus as the Christ, as related in the Revelation of the Magi, which is again indisputably historical, translated by linguists.
Brent
Thank
Landau.
you. Peter remembers. Brent Landau, translated by Brent Landau specifically when he discovered the ancient manuscript in the Vatican Library, hidden in the Vatican Library, one of the books that was taken out of the Bible, an apocrypha, a piece of apocrypha that should have been part of the Bible. And so all of this hopefully gives people some perspective on this. So when my mother taught me this heritage, this legacy of cross-dressing, it's part of a hidden illegal culture that the emperor had rendered illegal in order to make Japan able to interact culturally with the world powers. So now when the world powers came, they would say, literally, this was an issue in those days. It's hard for people to understand now. They think this is like a modern issue. But in those days, because the European powers had been so compromised in the past by the Japanese use of child prostitutes, the heritage which I learned, the Europeans began to interact more openly with Japan when Japan outlawed homosexuality. And when they outlawed the third gender, really, and therefore the Europeans called it homosexuality, because the Europeans didn't have that nuance of a third gender. That's the way they would interpret what Japan had done. Then the Europeans felt more open to deal with Japan without feeling that they would be open to compromise, blackmail, etc., because the child prostitute ninjas were outlawed. And therefore they could no longer be tempted and lured into these red light districts. In some of my photographs, you literally see me behind what look like red bars, red wooden bars. Those were prostitutes' cages they actually kept the child prostitutes in. That was considered, by the way, a privilege. The child prostitute was put on display within that prostitute's cage to market himself. That was considered a great honor and a privilege because he had a capacity, a 007 license to kill foreigners, no less, that no other Japanese, even the samurai, had permission to do. So these were considered that he was putting himself out in the defense, ultimately in the interests of national security of the Japanese Empire. Doing this under the time of the shogunacy to compromise the foreigners, keep them in line, keep them at bay. The first line of defense, the real line of defense for Japan during the time of the floating world, was the child prostitute legacy from which my heritage is derived from my mother's side. So hopefully all that puts all of that into a better perspective now. So back to Peter.
It's very good. I mean, I said that guy asked a stupid question. Well, we're all a lot smarter because he asked that question.
Yes, thank you.
And I thank you for that. Very, very interesting. And again, this is history you're not going to hear anywhere else. Certainly not what I heard from my teachers in school, who were really trying their best to educate us kids. And this is one more reason to donate to Douglas. DouglasDietrich.com, upper right-hand corner yellow button. Small amounts, big amounts. It's time of Thanksgiving, and we're thankful for having him and share his wisdom. We'll be talking about Thanksgiving because we'll be on the night before Thanksgiving.
Yes, that's right.
And it's and I will give some perspective on it from my experience with the Montauk Indians, because people like to say, well, it's, they wiped out the Indians. And I will give you my perspective because I was invited to at least 3 Montauk Thanksgivings.
Yes. By the way, where they what? Go on. I'm sorry. Go on.
But that's for next Wednesday. Tonight's Sunday,
Yeah.
and I'm going to get now into the heart of the broadcast.
Yes.
We're an hour into my time already, and it's great.
And our numbers are very high. I want you to know that numbers are very high.
Yeah, well, that's just because of what we're going to talk about, and I'll tell you what I already told you earlier yesterday what I was going to, the direction I was going to go in, but what you just said is, I wish I had the time to go back and transcribe the core of what you were talking about with Japanese Empire, because it is so rich. And if we have time to get it, I won't necessarily be talking about the Japanese angle there, but the very usage of words, the richness of the sentences you put together in terms of the amount of information in one sentence.
Thank you.
And this is one of the things I was telling you about when I'm doing the harp chapter right now.
Yes.
For those of you interested in the book, I'm moving along with it. I've got I'm working on the chapter on harp, and we're going into a retrograde on about the 12th or the 13th of December, maybe the 8th, I don't know. It's going to last until I think January 1st. Retrograde, really good time to compose. If you're an artist, if you're a musician, if you're a writer, excellent time. So I hope to get a lot done during that time in terms of the book. I'll also be writing my newsletter. And I want to encourage people to subscribe to the Montauk Pulse newsletter, $19 a year in the United States. If you're in the United States, it's $10 more if you're outside the United States, unless you want just an e-copy, which I'm happy to send you for the $19. And skybooks.usa.com, or write to skybooks@yahoo.com if you want to subscribe, because people who are subscribed when Douglas's book comes out will get a substantial discount. They will be offered to them first, and there's only going to be probably a couple of hundred copies, and it will be a collector's item, high price, possibly leather bound. It all depends. That all has to be costed out and figured out.
Yes.
So anyway, but that's for later. So subscribe to the Montauk Pulse, donate to Douglas Dietrich, so on and so forth. And thank you to those who have recently subscribed to the Time Travel Education Center, which is sort of a different topic, but sort of and sort of not. And the reason it's sort of and sort of not is because Douglas's work with the Vox Arca, or Aquino's work with the Vox Arca, or the Vox Arca itself, is all predicated on the idea of the apocalypse.
Yes.
And time, which is my primary study, is all involved with the apocalypse because it represents the end of time. And the end of time, this brings back a PTSD, a traumatic idea. Or people get excited and frenetic. The end of time is the beginning of time. Suffering is attached to time. The very idea of suffering. And I first really noticed this with the people who are most intent on getting to David Anderson's technology are those who have lost loved ones.
Yes.
And have a preoccupation, if not selfish desire, with going back in time to save a loved one. And this puts him by default in the realm of the Christ. In other words, because you're trying to, people are coming you to for salvation, for compassion. This is not the role of a scientist. which he tends to be. But it's kind of foisted upon him. Oh, I'm going to do this. So when we're dealing with time, and as soon as you go into time mythologically is it's sort of the separation of heaven and earth. And mythologically, that's Uranus, the sky, and Gaia, the earth. And that separation, that male-female, yin-yang separation is what gives birth to Saturn, which is the god of time. This has all been wrestled out by the Greeks. And then people go and study the Greeks and talk about it in more modern terms, and you get these pontifications about time, and they're not incorrect. So, but when we go into the world of time, one of the first things people experience is post-traumatic stress disorder as a result of being born. This is what the whole subject of Dianetics was predicated on, is that people have trauma on birth,
Yes.
around their birth.
Yes.
And it's true. Traumatic birth. And the mother has trauma. The baby has trauma. Generally speaking, the father has the least trauma, except for the fact that he's going to have to support the two of them in traditional cultural values.
Right. And that's traumatic enough.
He can end up being traumatized himself for various and sundry reasons. But and then you can go deeper into the idea of past lives, and everything's all traumatized there. So it's a world of, PTSD. It's that song from Disneyland. It's a small world.
Yes.
It's a world of, it's a small world after all. It's a PTSD world after all.
Yes.
And this is what so many people are wrestling with. So anyway, and of course, all of this is it's a culture of suffering.
Yes.
When I talk about Saturn, Uranus and Gaia giving birth to Saturn, who was one of the Titans, Saturn is the ruler of Capricorn, the beginning and the end of the year. Janus was the god January is named after.
Yes.
He faced into the past, he faced into the front. And the Capricorn is represented by the goat, the horns of what is identified as the devil. This means that Saturn is associated with the earthy aspects of life, which are relegated to the goat and transmutated, for better or worse, but for some degree of accuracy, as the devil. And it's just the hardcore aspects of life. And this is where you have the netherworld creeping in with creatures like Aquino. Now, I had said, and as I said to you yesterday, I was going to focus on, I said, one of the biggest triggers in conspiracy is Bohemian Grove. Bohemian Grove.
Yes.
Okay. Bohemian Grove goes back to the 1800s. It goes back to the 1800s, perhaps as back far as, well, it goes, Mark Twain went to Bohemian Grove.
Well,
Now, he liked to say he went in with Halley's Comet and went out with it. So he was down there in gold country. Mark Twain became famous in Calaveras County in the gold country for reporting on a frog jumping contest, and that's where he first got notoriety. and became the notarized, famous author he very much was. So he was all over the West, and he traveled around the world and lectured. But Bohemian Grove was essentially, originally, an enclave of writers. And as it grew, it was newspaper writers from primarily, but not exclusively, the Bay Area itself. And as it developed more and more, and then, you know, it starts bringing in rich people and politicians. I think William Randolph Hearst had a lot of influence there, but I don't really know the history of it.
Right.
But Bohemian Grove is one of the most secretive places and power centers in terms of geopolitics, and people have heard of it. And of course, it was very disappointing to any of us who grew up in that general area of Northern California to discover that the Grateful Dead were hanging out there. Not in their early days, but in their latter days.
Of course.
And I found out that Bob Weir, who was the rhythm guitarist, and you know, he's now the featured guy of whatever group they have now, but he was had a reputation for young boys.
Of course.
Not particularly known to have a girlfriend, to my knowledge. And of course, in those days, nobody really cared if you were gay. It was do anything. What is it? Do your thing. So there was a lot of non-judgmentalism back in those days. Reagan probably helped reverse that. But because, of course, he hated the hippies. He hated the blacks. He hated he hated a lot of people. He had a nice smile. He had a really nice personality, and he'd remember all the birthdays of his staff. But anyway, he was called the Neptunian president because he put up such a good illusion. Excellent public relations man. Excellent. So the Bohemian Grove, well, as I say, the Grateful Dead were hanging out there, and I heard they questioned Bob Weir on it, and he says basically they just don't like a lot of jerks around. You know, that's why he went there, because there's no jerks around. Well,
some would say there's nothing but jerks in
well, exactly. And, you know, of course, they represented the anti-establishment is what they represented. And then it's not that uncommon for anybody to become the establishment. You know, people try to portray themselves as anti-establishment. And they very much are part of that. So the Bohemian Grove is a magnet, is a trigger for conspiracy. And this is the tool, or the, I'm trying to say, fulcrum that Alex Jones used. He had grainy footage of what was going on at Bohemian Grove, like he'd snuck in there, and he was the first one to ever have video, quote unquote, unauthorized video of Bohemian Grove, and it took him to the top of the charts, so to speak, as a alternative media magnet. And here if you've got this guy, oh, Bohemian Grove, I got a Bohemian Grove, and kind of a lot of attention. Of course, my first response was, how the hell did he get in there?
Right.
And now Douglas explained in a previous show last week that he actually went up there with Alex Jones, and I can't remember the other knucklehead's name.
Ron Johnson.
Yeah. And he let them in, or he got them in because Michael Aquino was there and let him in. And this means that Michael, which I didn't know, and Michael Aquino has obviously carte blanche to go in there. And he explained, and Douglas will talk a little bit more. We're going to go into a little bit more detail, but it's more with the context and the implications is what I'm going to talk about here, is that Michael Aquino having access to the Grove, which he's on a much different level because he's dealing with national security, this is military stuff. And now military people do go there. Yeah. Colin Powell used to go there.
Yeah.
And people of his ilk, and they're listening. I mean, they're like I think he even talked about it, but they're getting their orders.
Yes.
Or the agendas being laid out for the next, year or whatever is going to happen in the world.
That's quite true. And just to put this into some perspective concerning Colin Powell, this is an individual who went in all the way. We're not just talking about some quote-unquote professional military man who was going there just to get orders. That almost excuses it. The reality is that he had his skin bleached to make himself white. And if anyone looks at the older Colin Powell, you wouldn't recognize him. He's completely, literally white. He did a Michael Jackson type of skin treatment to have his melanin bleached out. And he was, of course, following his own agenda. His entire career was made by the Republicans. The Republicans made Colin Powell, but he went straight Democrat the moment that he had any sense of power, the moment that he was put in charge of the U.S. State Department. And it basically betrayed the men who made him. Now, some people might consider that a positive, but it doesn't speak well in terms of loyalty. Back to Peter.
No, I didn't know that, but he just got up and lied his ass off about weapons of mass destruction and what happened in Iraq.
Absolutely.
Just lied his ass off.
Absolutely.
But so be it. So anyway, Douglas explained that Aquino was there sort of on nuisance duty because they needed him to lead the ritual.
Yes.
To give it an air of authenticity.
Yes.
And what this means is these military, these politicians, these bigwigs are looking at Aquino with a degree of awe. They're awestruck. Just as you would see Scientologists clapping at a picture of L. Ron Hubbard, you would see a similar but different adulation towards Aquino. They're not going to be clapping. Aquino was much more, I guess what you'd say, what's the word? Subtle and more subtle and less ostentatious. Scientology was a very in-your-face, aggressive type of culture.
Mm-hmm. Just to put some perspective on this, Aquino certainly had his flair or a sense of melodrama, but he was, as Peter said, basically involved with adult supervision at Bohemian Grove. Back to Peter.
Yeah, this was not. Yeah, and it was like, it was a little bit of patty cake for him.
Yeah.
Uh, not the most serious stuff he's do, but it's sort of like, yeah, it's like he's keeping the sheep happy.
He, in a very real sense, the most serious thing I could say about it was he was there to prevent another night of the Broken Circle. You had a bunch of idiot amateurs performing magical rituals while drunk and high off the sex they had with young girls, and I never heard about boys being there, so I'm sure they were. It's just interestingly enough, it's never very emphasized when people relate what they do about Bohemian Grove. Back to Peter.
Yeah, so the point here is that here you have, this is where Satanism or Setian influence, we're not going to make a big distinction between the two. Set is the dark, coming forth by night, it's the opposite of Horus or
Yes,
light.
That's correct.
And we can make all sorts of nuances and distinctions between Satan and Set. They come from the word Set, Satan, and Saturn. They all etymologically related. But the point of it is these conspiracy people who will just drool over the Bohemian Grove and drool over Alex Jones. Oh, Alex Jones, I listen to him because he makes more sense than than Fox News or whatever. It's like they don't get it. But when it gets to the satanic stuff, and this is the influence of the politics, and you're not going to see alternative media people, conspiracy people, go down very far down this road or even acknowledge it, because they're going to listen to the people perpetrating, for lack of a better word, New Age conspiratorial bullshit.
Thank you.
And, the aliens. And it's not that there aren't entities influencing people. If you have people talking about Pleiadians and Arcturians, and they're going into involved discussions about them, those entities are real to these people. They have power in their own mind. They're influenced. To that degree, they're real. But they have influence over the people. And sometimes these entities even appear to healers, and they work on people through healing. I'm not saying it's all bad. But when you, as they say, when you practice a discipline like Qigong or Tai Chi, you want to get these things out of your head. You want to be in the present. As Douglas was alluding to with the Japanese, you want to be in the Zen moment of now. You don't want to be wrestling with entities.
Yes.
Inside your head.
Yes.
Or inside your consciousness. So the point here is, this is your world politics. This is your Israel, this is your Palestinians, money, bankers, Ukraine, all of this stuff wrapped into one, whatever it is. And then you have the influence of Aquino, who's like a master person who has the keys.
Yes. And before, I was just going to say, before it dribbles out of my ears, Gerhard Schroeder, who was the leader of Germany for a period of time between Helmut Kohl and Angela Merkel, he said Bohemian Grove was his favorite place on earth. And of course, that is something that involved Aquino. And Gerhard Schroeder ultimately became a traitor to Germany who sold out to the Russians. He basically helped formulate all of the Nord Stream that made Germany completely dependent on Russian gas and fuel. And he is a direct representative of Russian business interests like Gazprom lobbying the German government. And of course, this is now seen as borderline treasonous in Germany, but this man helped to render Germany's economy completely vulnerable, and he's an example of the Bohemian Grove type. And the connection between him and Aquino and Russia was Alexander Dugin. So back to Peter with that.
I was just going to ask that.
Yeah.
You know, so Dugin was a participant in the Grove.
Yes. Yes.
I know somebody who once knew of an incident where he knew people that visited the Grove, not during its events, but they had the audacity or bravery to put pictures on Facebook. Those went down so fast. And they were sanctioned. They weren't members of the Grove.
Ooh.
But through their connections with dark groups, you know, boy, they got the rubber band back in their face.
Oh, that had to hurt.
You know, you don't do this. And it really wouldn't have. Yet Alex Jones, you know, it built a whole career for him.
That's how you know it was strategized. That's how you know it was intended.
Well, it was very clearly, yeah, it was very clear. But why would they let this guy in there? This, you know, somebody we could, you know, identify as an idiot.
Along with Ron Johnson, who also made his career with the same stud on the same day. Go on.
Yeah, I just, his name doesn't stick with me. I mean, you talked about him,
yeah.
But I'm going to get it back to you in a second. But the thing is, what I'm pointing out here is that Douglas had really a carte blanche to walk into the world of Satanism because of who he worked for in the Defense Department, as a Defense Department research librarian. He had access. In other words, he wasn't one of them, but he was treated as if he was one of them because he was highly sought after by Aquino. And this is a very unique position to be in, without even getting into whether it's comfortable, painful, or compromising. Nevertheless, he was there. And he represents, in this respect, a conspiracy researcher's pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Yet, I think most conspiracy researchers get too much involved in their own ego or egocentric approach.
Definitely.
And this becomes very counterproductive to informing people. I certainly don't get any ego benefit from working with Douglas, because why do you work with him? Why do you do this?
Thank you.
You know, and I don't get it. I don't get it, and I don't get. You know, some of my friends will point out, well, you're probably the only one that can do this.
Yes.
Oh, that's fine, but that's, yeah, it's like, wow, and because we're dealing with material that is so antithetical to the way people think.
Yes.
And this is like reversing the mind control, because you're actually seeing how this works, where it operates. So you'll have many people pontificating, Nazis, Fourth Reich, whatever. And they're just chattering in a cage, even if their information is true.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
It's just
yes.
That's not to say that all the information out there is not worth listening to. And you can listen to people who've studied the Palestinian issue. You can pick up pertinent facts, but none of them will get to the underpinnings that we're addressing and have addressed many times on this program that's going to be in the new book with regards to the Jewish Messiah. And all of the ramifications involved with that. So there are a lot of, and then, well, okay, I on a YouTube, I heard the comedian Bill Maher, he's a comedian, but he's more of a political pundit.
Right.
As are the comedians on, the Jimmy Fallons and especially Stephen Colbert. They're just pundits. They're political pundits.
Even Saturday Night Live assumes that position to a degree.
Oh, totally. Yeah, they're there. Yeah, and when they started, they'd make fun of anybody. I mean, they didn't care. The whole idea was to satirize and put people in perspective. Now it's like, oh, we're not, we're going to kill Trump.
Yeah.
And whatever. I don't know what they're doing now. I haven't watched that program in so long. But so we have we have a great opportunity to hear from Douglas, and this is how what's controlling all this stuff is a satanic hand, and we could go on and on and on about this. There are many ramifications, and at the core of it is sacrifice, death, killing. This is nothing new to this planet. So all we're trying to do is open the door and get people to see a little bit more, certainly not to overwhelm them. And that is a problem. And they don't get overwhelmed if you can understand, if you can put all the pieces together. And then it becomes all I was going to say Bill Maher, yes. Bill Maher, who's Jewish, and he was commenting, it was a short clip, and his ignorance of history is so appalling. Just appalling, and of his own religion. If he is, I think he is an atheist. He's a Jewish atheist.
Yeah.
So if you're an atheist and you're a Jew, you're not even a Jew, in my opinion.
Thank you.
You're an atheist. Why call yourself a Jew? You have no right to call yourself a Jew. You're an atheist.
Yeah.
You're a-religious. And Jewish is not an ethnicity, really. I mean, it's treated as one. You have to have your mother has to be Jewish for you to be accepted as a true Jew. But then again, you can convert to Judaism, so that contradicts that.
Yes.
You can convert to Jew. So it's basically a religion.
Yes.
But it mixes with an ethnicity.
Yes.
But basically, he was saying the Jews came first. And this is an outrageous statement.
Thank you.
Because they were there originally. He says, they were there. Well, it goes back to,
God.
it was the Jews were there, and if you actually study, and if you go back into the Bible, the land where the temple was actually acquired
Yes.
by King David through a legal action, which when I read it, it sounds like a manipulation to justify the holding of the land.
Yes.
So that's if you get really down to the core of it. But of course, the Palestinians, and then according to history, and I don't know how accurate this is, the Jews abandoned that area.
Yes.
They gave it to Muslims back in, I think it was the second caliph, Omar.
Yeah.
He took over the Dome of the Rock. It was given to him. He didn't want it. Now, maybe they're just writing the history too, so they won't sound so territorial. I don't really know, but that's the history of it.
Well, of course, originally it was taken from the Canaanites in an act of genocide called the Holocaust, in which the entire population of Canaan was offered up to their god as a burnt offering en masse. And the very term used was Holocaust. So they exterminated an entire peoples to inhabit that land. So obviously someone had it first. Go on.
Yeah, and I was going to say something, and I think of my friend who lost his girlfriend over the fact that, she said how evil the Bible was, or how, destructive it was. And he said to her in front of somebody else, "Have you ever read it?" She says, "No." He says, "Well, then you shouldn't say that." Now, that's not to say that the Bible doesn't have good things in it or whatever, wisdom in it, but it insulted her in front of somebody else.
Of course.
And, I think what I would say is, how come the Bible never mentions shit? Not to my knowledge, it doesn't. And it talks about,
it is pretty obtuse.
I was going to say, because if it did, then you'd recognize what you were reading.
Yes, thank you. Immediately, as opposed to having to have it interpreted. But go on.
Yeah. But you have there is so much post-traumatic stress disorder in that book. And
Yes.
and it's not that there isn't wisdom in there. As my teacher used to say, you'll see bits and pieces of Qigong in there. It just gets diluted and it gets lost and convoluted and mistranslated or whatnot. But that it's like that is reflective of our world. Just like the Book of the Law by Aleister Crowley has horrific, terrible descriptions in it. It's not unlike the Bible at all in that respect. It also has splendor and love and ecstasy in it. So it's like this is the tribulations of humanity. And that applies to practically any book, I guess, because it's all written by human beings. But in any case, Douglas has had a unique opportunity to walk into this world, and he is at the fulcrum of all of this world that should be acknowledged, if not respected. And then they can learn and that's to say nothing of the historical knowledge he shares with us on the ancient cultures of Asia, which, if you're lucky, you'll find somebody like Brett Landau, but he's working with a manuscript that tells part of the story, but not the whole story. Right. So anyway, Douglas, what can you share with us about this? What I say, take it a little bit deeper. I've kind of given a build up here.
No, it's appreciated. It's one of those things that basically, to put it, simply, maybe in a single sentence, Bohemian Grove is where the rich and powerful go to misbehave, and there's really not much else to say about it. What I saw.
Well, they also get informed there. They do get informed. They get their
Yes.
5-year plans or 5-month plans or whatever those are.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, no, it's true. They do network. They network, and there are in a sense standing orders that are passed out, so to speak, and a shared agenda is promulgated. You've got how do I say it? I'm trying to remember one individual that Aquino mentioned, and for those of you who have asked, because of course people have asked questions further about both Ron Johnson and the other individual, Alex Jones, who I tried my best to purge from my brain. And what I'm going to do right now is just look up Ron Johnson to make certain I have the correct author. And let me see if I can find Men Who Stare at Goats and make certain that I got him right, because it might be John Ronson. I'm sure it's Ron Johnson as opposed to John Ronson. But he's the author of The Men Who Stare at Goats, among other books. And he's Jewish, by the way. It's something that needs to be articulated because it was an issue with him. So when it comes to these people like Bill Maher, and they're making a point of being Jewish, exploiting that, definitely they approach this and exploit it from the ethnic angle as opposed to the religious angle. And they want to have the best of both worlds. They want to be both Jewish, both ethnicity and a religion. And so they want to claim the benefits of both interest groups. By the way, it turns out I keep what do they call that? There's a word for it, transliteration, or when you get the screw something up like you're transposing numbers. I keep transposing John Ronson, so it actually is John Ronson as opposed to Ron Johnson. So it's basically John Ronson who wrote the book The Men Who Stare at Goats, which was basically his third book, published in 2004. And so he was talking about the secret New Age unit within the United States Army called the First Earth Battalion. This was, of course, the satanic warrior monks of Michael Aquino, and they included the general, who was the individual portrayed in the film, who I then interviewed on Revolution Radio, Stubblebine, and his manipulative handler of a wife. Now, there was this one guy Aquino had mentioned in the past, who I guess he worked as a newspaper reporter in Salt Lake City. And I think he was the editor for the Salt Lake Tribune. And as Peter Moon can attest, there's a lot going on with the Mormons. And Harvey Hancock, or George Harvey Hancock, everybody simply called him Harvey Hancock. For some reason, some people forego their first names. So he was basically an aviation executive, as well as a journalist. As a matter of fact, he was the Northern California campaign manager for Richard Nixon's United States Senate race in 1950. So he basically helped him make that successful. And then he acted as the campaign manager in 1952 for the general election run by Dwight David Eisenhower and Richard Nixon as his vice president. So you're talking about an important guy. This guy was a kingmaker. He was basically a Mormon kingmaker. And understand that in that sense, the Mormons chose Dwight David Eisenhower to be the president over the man he was running against, who I can't even remember now. But when it comes to this individual, the importance of all that I'm saying, 1952 was when the war legally ended between Japan, the Empire of Japan, and all of the allies other than the Soviet Union. So this was one of the most important elections in history. And they brought in Dwight David Eisenhower, who had the choice to deploy nuclear ordnance in Dien Bien Phu, the siege of Dien Bien Phu, which was the fall of colonial France in Vietnam. And so this individual was at Bohemian Grove a lot. And I can definitely tell you that when it comes to photographs, I saw in Aquino's office some of the albums he had that he had me work with two future U.S. presidents, Ronald Reagan and Richard Nixon, standing with Harvey Hancock at Bohemian Grove in the summer of 1967. Now, Aquino had that as a personal photograph. So, Peter, there's something for you. One of the photographs Aquino had in his personal photo album was a photograph he had taken at Bohemian Grove, serving as their warlock. Unofficially, of course. Not acknowledged. You would never have this officially on record. But this photograph he had taken that I saw, and I know there's got to be other people who have similar photographs, that there should be something on the internet of maybe even Aquino's own photograph was publicly circulated at a later point in history. Because, you know, after I spilled the beans on him, and since he committed suicide, probably a lot has spilled onto the internet simply from his cultists who leak a little bit here and there to maintain his legacy, because it helps maintain his egregore online. I say this as someone very familiar with the workings of the Temple of Set. So I wouldn't be surprised if people look up the... as a matter of fact, I think that the reason he had me go through the album to deal with that particular photograph, now that I remember, was he had me give it to the Ernest Orlando Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory. So Ernest Orlando was this guy who worked at the Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory, and he had me give it to him. So it probably went public from there. He wasn't hiding it. So like I said, it was a photograph Aquino took where you had two future presidents, Ronald Reagan and Richard Nixon. They were pictured with Harvey Hancock, who was the kingmaker for Dwight David Eisenhower, and brought Richard Nixon to the Senate. So it's basically, that was the year after I was born. Matter of fact, I was born October of 1966, so that was only a few months after I was born. He had taken that photograph. Now, think about what I'm saying, and you should be shocked, because this gives you a better perspective on Michael Aquino and his career. Because understand, if Aquino was there at Bohemian Grove, this was before he was deployed to Vietnam. So he was essentially going through officer school. He was still attending the psychological warfare training school at Fort Bragg and the John F. Kennedy School for Special Forces. He was still involved with all that training when he was acting as a warlock for Bohemian Grove. So he was already a known Satanist before, as he said, he was deployed to infiltrate the first Church of Satan established by Anton Szandor LaVey. You understand the chronological importance of what I'm saying?
And what I'm going to point out here is what I learned from you is that his mother, Betty Ford,
yes,
who had appeared, or the name Ford had appeared in my dream that I shared with you, is that his mom was Betty Ford, but she was a native San Franciscan member of the Swell,
yes,
which was the Nob Hill, the powerful, very hidden thing. You don't hear much about the Swell. Now, the Swell's got to be higher on the food chain,
yes,
in terms of wealth,
thank you,
than Bohemian Grove. It would have probably generated everything at the Grove. So that's where he got his keys, so to speak,
yes,
from Mom.
Yes, thank you. Very important. And by the way, Gerald Ford's wife died today at the age of 97. Who also...
no, that was Rosalind Carter.
Okay, thank you, Rosalind Carter. Sorry. My apologies. I confuse her with Ford's wife because she started that clinic for, both of them seem to be into this mental health thing and rehabilitation with drugs thing, probably because they were both, alcoholics or drug abusers.
I don't know if Rosalind Carter had an alcohol problem. I never heard that. I'm not saying she didn't.
Right. Right, but they both seem to be into this mental health issue thing. Certainly Ross.
Jimmy Carter was into mental health shit,
Yeah.
and not in a positive way.
So back to clarifying something for people. For those who don't know about Bohemian Grove, when it gathers, it's basically every July. Some of the richest and most powerful men in the world gather at this 2,700-acre compound in Monte Rio, California. As our man Brendan Zoget has pointed out, originally they were all gathering in Muir Woods. And there is actually, when Brendan comes on later, he can give us some details about that because he's actually been on site. Brendan Zoget went on site where they used to hold the Bohemian Grove ceremonies in Muir Woods. So he can give us some details.
Yeah, there's a plaque. A plaque there.
Yeah.
And Paula and I saw it. When I took Paula there, we saw it. I might have even taken a picture, but it was tied to the United Nations because I think that is similar and different because the United Nations was in San Francisco. It was just a hop, skip, and a jump up to Muir Woods.
Thank you. Excellent.
Bohemian Grove is a bit further up north by the Russian River.
Thank you. Yes, excellent point. So what they gather at this place for, again, these days, Monte Rio, California, it's a fortune neat. That's 14 nights, 2 weeks, 12 weeks of heavy drinking, super secret talks, druid worship, they call it. The group insists they're simply revering the redwoods, which is why they originally met at Muir Woods. But it's all rituals. And yes, it's really purely satanic. Now, their purpose is, quote unquote, to escape the frontier culture or uncivilized interests of common men. And this brings us to another point that needs to be made here as a tangent. Short tangent, short and sweet, or short and bitter, as you will. When I was, by the way, our man Peter brought up the lovely Jennifer Hawkins, and wonderful individual. Hopefully she joins us tonight in Roundtable. And this wonderful individual, just to remind everyone, she's got her own channel, The Arcane Observer. Subscribe to it. And you just look it up, The Arcane Observer on YouTube. You'll find it. So The Arcane Observer, understand, on her channel, has the interview conducted with myself about Michael Aquino, and it's a completely different interview from the one on my channel. It's all recorded from her side of the call. And both of us have 2 parts to our interviews. And they're both missing from the others. Hers has 18 minutes on her channel on a separate upload. That was how we were trying to get the interview going and how all of it was sabotaged by the NSA, which Michael Aquino was deputy director of, and they're responsible for both domestic and international communications of the American Empire. So they really fucked with us technologically, and they prevented us from getting on the national time slot, which is like the 3rd highest hit in the United States concerning paranormal radio broadcasts. So it was terrestrial radio broadcasts. We would have hit 300,000 people. They prevented that from ever happening. So on my own interview, I've got like the conclusion to the interview is on a separate upload, but I've got the rest of the interview is in a sense the same as hers, but in a sense very different because you see from my side of the call things you won't see on the other interview, because when you see her interview, you see her accessing her chat room, and that eliminates her and me from appearing on screen. So you'll be able to see her and I on screen far more on the video on my channel, and on her channel, you'll see mostly her chat room. So that's the difference amongst many others. It's like 2 different interviews, but review them both on her channel and mine. And one of the things we were talking about that was California, which will bring us back to Bohemian Grove. But one of the things that I noticed when I was on her channel, because she's got the people who are part of the conspiracy continuity, we'd say continuum, a kind of milieu. A lot of the people in the conspiracy milieu are just, shall we say, interested people listening to her channel. And these people, of course, have this standard, I'll call it visceral reaction to California as a state. There was like, I noticed in the chat room, where everyone was extraordinarily polite to myself. I was treated well. There were no gang stalkers that I could see in the chat room, no hostile people. And Jennifer really spoke well on my behalf and told people what it was all about, and that she, wasn't going to tolerate ad hominem attacks against me. I mean, she really set the ground rules, and they were followed. Basically, when people were putting up puke emojis, they were responding to the atrocities I was describing. But when it comes to their other puke emojis, they might as well put them up towards California. I noticed that when I was talking about California's economic importance, the power of California economically, the largest economy in the world, other than the Empire of Japan, the Communist Chinese Empire, and the American Empire, only because California is a part of it. People were saying in the chat room, "Oh, California is, dying on the way out," like it was the second Atlantis and about to sink into the sea. This visceral hatred towards California is rooted in something that goes back forever. My dad described it as this: when we escaped from upstate New York after I bit my grandfather's dick off. That might require some context, but review past episodes. When that happened, my father took the family to escape to the other end of the North American continent. That was San Francisco. One of the things he explained to me growing up as to why, among a million other reasons, he settled in California, San Francisco in particular, but California in general, was he said he was escaping European America. And just so people who don't know, just a little tangent here, like I said, short as possible. When it comes to the Pacific Northwest, like Oregon, Washington State, you're still in European America, basically. And these states were created by the Spanish-American War. And like I said, the Spanish-American War was the time in which the Americans committed the largest genocide in modern recorded history before the advent of the extermination of European Jewry under my biological father, Adolf Hitler, to come in World War II. Their atrocity or mass murder in the Philippines was at a higher kill ratio than even the Turks against the Armenians in World War I. The Turks in World War I slaughtered 2 million Armenians. The Americans in the Spanish-American War slaughtered 3 million Filipinos. So when you talk about these psychotic mass murderers coming back to the United States, they were totally incapable of resocializing. So they were simply given land in the Pacific Northwest. So the Pacific Northwest is generally the descendants. Obviously, there's many people who moved there later. But the basic foundation for their population, the population base, was basically white soldiers who were mass murderous psychotics and just simply were not allowed back into the United States in a socialized sense. They were given the frontier, just told to stay there. And so if you go to those places, you'll feel it. You'll feel the psychosis, the legacy of that in the population base there. California, on the other hand, and the reason everyone hates it so much in the rest of the United States, the reason everyone gets off on hating California, is because you leave European America. All of the rest of the American states in union, outside of course, Hawaii, or to a degree Alaska, all the rest of the states in the continental United States are European America. These are overwhelmingly the whites took over, colonized, brought their slaves, all of it based on a European cultural identity. All that stops at the California border. As my father articulated, when you enter California, you leave America as you know it. California is like the first truly hybrid cosmopolitan uh, kind of culture that left other Americans speechless, because this was the place, the only place in America where Hollywood could even conceive to exist. So there's a reason Hollywood located itself in California. So when it comes to California and the influence that has economically, cinematically, culturally, it's hated by the rest of America because it's not representing European American culture. It's an alien culture, hybrid, trans-Pacific. It's part of the greater Mediterranean of the globe, the largest Mediterranean in the world, the Pacific Ocean, which takes up the majority of the ocean surface. That's the world's largest Mediterranean. California is part of that culture, as opposed to European American culture. And it's why Bohemian Grove is here. So when it comes to Bohemian Grove, it couldn't exist in the rest of European America. You're talking about the European American culture is the culture that produced the Salem witch hunts. You couldn't have a bunch of men getting together to fuck underage girls and conduct rituals in the nude in the fucking woods in any other state in the United States. Certainly not on the continental United States. Am I coherent, Peter? You understand what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah.
So when it comes to
California is where I grew up, so I don't have any prejudice to it.
Yeah.
It's where I come from.
Yeah.
And I would say, I remember explaining to Joe Matheny once, because he's lived in California a long time. I think he lives up in Oregon now. Mm-hmm. But I was explaining him, trying to explain the mindset of the East Coast mindset, particularly the East Coast mindset. It's completely different, and I'm so acclimated now, but it's really messed up. If you look at it from somebody who's outside of it, and in some ways, it's more advanced. Like, say, if you have a serious illness, you need good medical help, you want to be on the East Coast. You at some of the best specialists, Boston and New York.
Yeah.
It's not like you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Yeah.
But and California has always had a stigma to it, to being out there or weird, because it is, and it goes back to the gold rush.
Yeah.
Even before that, it's like there's no rules out there.
Yeah, yeah. And by the way, the reason I'm not arguing with Peter about where the best medicine is to be had is my own experiences with California's most advanced, UC Berkeley, UCSF, UC Stanford. Well, it's UCSF and UC Stanford is where the medical shit is, and I use the term shit pointedly. Now, they saved my life, but they killed my parents. So, I mean, good God, they're, 2-to-1 in terms of that balance of ratio. So, back to Bohemian Grove. Basically, you've got how do I say this? You got this cremation of the care ceremony. And that's what made the career of both Alex Jones and Ron Johnson. And basically, when you've got the ceremony taking place, the members wear costumes in this case. Oftentimes their ceremonies are otherwise conducted in the nude. They cremate a coffin effigy called Care before a 40-foot owl that's supposed to be in deference to the surrounding redwood trees. Now, Bohemian Grove has called this ceremony a traditional musical drama celebrating nature and summertime. Something your average European descended white American men just do all the time, right? I mean, it's just bullshit. Basically, when I was there, one of the things that I learned because I've never really talked about this. I want people to understand, like, I'm rather surprised no one's ever asked. When John Ronson and Alex Jones were running around doing their shit, acting like idiots, just filming with these little tiny cameras that gave the grainy effect that added a mystique that they otherwise wouldn't have, gave it this covert kind of mystique that they had every opportunity to use regular cameras and high definition film to convey the reality of Bohemian Grove, but instead they chose something that would convey an air of unreality so they could add to the mystery of the place. They were basically propagandizing for it. First thing that comes to my mind before it dribbles out of my ears, before I get into some things I learned myself while I was there, which wasn't, I really wasn't caring. For those of you who have asked, which, like I said, I'm surprised no one's ever asked, but I was asked privately by some people like Brendan Zokit and some others. I'm surprised Aristides didn't actually ask me in the past, though I'm sure he would have gotten around to it. What the hell were you doing there? As opposed to Alex Jones and Ron Johnson. And yes, I will cop to the fact that basically I was just hanging out with all the young girls that were, because all the older guys were busy with their networking at the time and hobnobbing with Aquino and taking in some lectures and just bullshit to make it look like they were men of importance. I was actually hanging out with all the young girls and getting some on the side. So I was pretty much involved behind the bushes throughout the entire period I was there. It wasn't much for me to learn other than, well, I can see why all these guys are here. Okay, that being gotten out of the way, when it comes to Aquino and Alex Jones and Ron Johnson, again, before it dribbles out of my ears, I think the thing to emphasize most was the really strange nature of our entrance. Now, of course, what I have said about it already, I think gives people a good idea of what went down. I'm with two idiots who were running around looking at the electrical razor-wired fence and all that shit. And just said, just come over here. And, I took him to the front gate, just said, hey, I'm working with Michael Aquino and these two individuals, they're with me and they want to come in. When Aquino came to the front and just said, oh, yeah, let him in. And both these guys froze up like automatons. Aquino, of course, as I said, he didn't give them the respect of really acknowledging them. But at the same time, when we were allowed in, he did tell me just casually, they both work for me, don't you? So I do want people to understand both those guys, according to Aquino himself, were essentially, in other words, I worked for him, but I was acknowledged at a level where I was working. They, on the other hand, were like drones to him. In other words, they were like products of his mind control program, or somehow he was affiliated with them through MK Ultra. So this is what he was really telling me was, they work for me. And when he said that, he didn't mean in the sense of they were employed in the sense that I was. He was using that in the sense that he would use that term when he was talking about, say, the kids that were trapped in the sewers underneath the Presidio. And the tunnel systems, the cisterns, where at various times in isolated places, where they kept the kids and there were still, like, shall we say, openings or grates to the outside world, so there'd be some air coming in from the outside in certain areas where those people living under the Presidio, you could, at certain times, when they were like taking them through the tunnels to take them to another dungeon, just another bunker in the Presidio, you could see sometimes they're looking up from those little cisterns in the ground. You'd look down, if you happened to just be there at the right time, in the right place, and the sun was shining just right, you could see eyes looking back up at you. I remember that experience distinctly at one point. But at any rate, back to Bohemian Grove. So one of the things I found out was the waiting list to get into the Bohemian Grove, which has several thousand members, is 33 years long. 33 years long. So, basically, you know you're inside the Bohemian Grove when you come down a trail in the woods and you hear piano music from amid a group of tents, and then round a bend to see a man with a beer in one hand, urinating into the bushes. So, believe it or not, that's the most glory-dayin ritual of the encampment. The freedom of powerful men to pee wherever they like. You might ask, were they doing this openly? Of course. That was the problem I had with trying to fuck some of these young girls, was we were all looking for a place where we wouldn't get peed on behind the bushes. That was probably the biggest problem we were contending with. So that's something I learned at Bohemian Grove. That men were peeing everywhere. It's a right the Bohemian Grove Club has invoked when trying to fight government anti-sex discrimination efforts. It's one that's got curtailed only when it comes to a few popular redwoods just outside the dining circle. Now, I remember that Bill Clinton, when he was president, once told a heckler who was asking him about the Bohemian Grove and saying he was incriminated by it, he said, "The Bohemian Club? Did you say the Bohemian Club? That's where all those rich Republicans go up and stand naked against redwood trees, right? I've never been to the Bohemian Club, but you ought to go. It'd be good for you. You'd get some fresh air." I remember him saying that.
Who asked him that? A reporter or just some person?
Just some heckler. Just some guy who said, he was incriminated by Bohemian Grove. He insisted he'd never been there. And maybe that's why I'm inclined to believe him in that regard. This is not to say he wasn't a criminal. He was Dixie Mafia. But this might be one of the reasons why George Bush Sr. wanted him dead. He wasn't one of the boys. Truly wasn't. He was just, well,
he was a skull and bones guy though, Clinton. So, that was a
no.
internal...
You mean Bush was a skull and bones. Clinton was a Rhodes Scholar. He was Rhodes Scholar.
I thought Clinton was too.
No. He was a Rhodes Scholar. He went to England. And was part of this Rhodes Scholarship bullshit. It's just as incriminating. Believe me. I mean, it's no better than skull and bones. It's just as corrupt. Now, the Sonoma County, and remember, of course, that Rohnert Park, where Sonoma State University is located, is, of course, part of Sonoma County. The Sonoma County Free Press published investigative stories on the Grove, since at least the 1980s. And they've got articles talking about the activities that include plays and comedy shows in which the women are portrayed by male actors. And that was the other thing I remember, was that somehow my cross-dressing was known of by some of these guys who were big, important guys. I don't know their names. I didn't recognize them facially, but I was told by others, like one of the underage girls I was fucking. I was told, damn, that guy's really important. And I didn't care enough to ask her for what, but he at one point approached me when I was with the chicks and was asking me about my cross-dressing and saying, "Don't you want to be in the play?" He was saying, "Come on, you got to take, a part in this play because you can portray a woman so well." And half these guys portraying the woman can't do it worth a shit. and
they look like Dame Edna.
Yeah, thank you. And when I was looking up on stage, I had to agree. And I said, yeah, well, maybe later. But that was another experience I had there. Again, this is the first time I'm ever sharing this publicly. I've never really thought to share any of this publicly before. No one's ever asked. But when it comes to these many of them are made to degrade women, of course, these comedy acts. Then there's what they call these lakeside talks, in which all these high-ranking officials speak about information not available to the public. And the group calls them public interest talks, even though the public's never meant to know about what they're talking about. So this is where these top secret agendas are formulated that may or may not have to do with genocide or the rest of us. Now, understand that pretty much every year protests take place at the Bohemian Grove, and I was at those once. That was another year when I was there at the time that Peter was thinking of, where I was trying to get interviewed by that girl who was affiliated with Alex Jones, who worked with Russia Today. I think that time, the people who were protesting, I think the major organizer was California State Greens, but there were other social activist groups, of course. Now, understand that my mother died the year 2011, and Bohemian Grove's retreat began in mid-July that year. The entrance, as always, was guarded by camp valets and redwoods some 200 feet in height. I know that there was somebody who was trying to get in, and it didn't end well for them. Just became a great embarrassment, and they just got, pretty much, how do I say it? Well, they were arrested. The California Highway Patrol brought them, down. Literally took them to the ground. And did everything but kneel on their neck and suffocate them like they were that Black George guy. But anyhow, so other than that, there's really not much for me to tell. The one thing I can tell you is, according to Aquino himself, both John Ronson and Alex Jones are products of a mind control program that he was affiliated with. Albeit I never got the impression he personally dealt with programming them. They were simply part of a program that he worked with. And other people were probably responsible for programming them, but it would explain why John Ronson acted as a direct propagandist for Michael Aquino's Satanic Warrior Monks via the Men Who Stare at Goats film. As I said in the interview with Jennifer Hawkins, Lieutenant Colonel James Channon, who retired a full colonel like Aquino did, both of them were lieutenant colonels at the time that they were running loose when I was working with the Presidio. And Lieutenant Colonel James Channon, was somebody who was such an alcoholic that you could smell his decaying liver on his breath. And he had these big bags under his eyes that were they were the color of chopped liver. They were the color of beef liver. They were just so discolored by his alcoholism, his self-abuse. So you're talking about somebody who was dying on his feet. And he's portrayed by George Clooney in the film The Men Who Stare at Goats. That shows you what a propagandist, John Ronson and his crowd were about these fuckers. Stubblebine is portrayed as this lovable eccentric. And of course, when I interviewed him on on Revolution Radio, it was to expose the fact to the general public just how senile and just how decrepit this man always had been. Poor son of a bitch. Just a tool for everyone around him. And that's why he had a handler who just basically did the interview for him. Poor son of a bitch. He never even said a word in that interview. It was just his crazy wife who was saying everything for him. It was disgraceful. It was offensive and it's just unspeakable. All that being said, a little venting and catharting there. Back to Peter. I mean, that's basically what comes to my mind. If you have any other questions that might provoke some other memories, but that's pretty much, I think, what everyone
It's very
wants to know.
interesting history, and it's a part of your history that I did not know, and it's significant. It fits your profile for the Boucher, and that's that was a lot more constructive than what they were doing. And it sounds like a lot more fun.
Yes, thank you.
So, it's thank you very much for sharing that. It gives us a little perspective. And of course, this sort of like I could I had a similar access to L. Ron Hubbard and Scientology, access that people just wouldn't even understand or relay. And it's just because you're there, it's your job.
Yes.
So I could go into a lot of corridors where just, it's not even any point in talking about them because it requires too much conversation. And then consequently, what happens is I see people musing or contemplating this or that, and they really have no idea what they're talking about because there's vacuums. And of course, in this case, we're talking about, it's just access to a world that most of us will never see because we don't belong there. And Douglas did by reason of his working as a Defense Department research librarian who was in service to the satanic chaplain of the United States military. So, and because of the camaraderie that Aquino perceived that he had with Douglas, because Douglas served him dutifully and well. So it's a very interesting piece of history, and I suppose the only question I would have, and it's hard to necessarily put you in the position to know this. Do you know anything about them discussing, wars or anything like that was perhaps going on at the time, or that they're going to lay this country to waste or do this or that? Did you get any wind of any of that stuff?
I didn't. To me, it didn't look like that crowd was capable of getting anything serious on the table. It looked to me like all these guys were doing was drinking, getting dressed as women, getting on stage, a number of them, not all of them, running around naked, pissing up against, anything. I don't understand. What I kind of don't understand is, I guess it's evolutionary, the need for men to kind of, go piss up against something, a wall, a tree, a bush. I guess it's evolutionary. They're protecting their dick. But at that point where they were at, you might as well have just peed out in the open, in an open space. That's what I couldn't.
Well, I think like a tree affords some degree of privacy.
Yeah, it's. But it goes to show that. It goes to show that they want some level of privacy, but you wonder why, because, like I said, one of the things they prided themselves in was the right to pee anywhere. See, that was actually vocalized. That I actually heard him talking about. That was like an issue. It's like, because they were pointing out to each other, yeah, we can't piss over, further away. There was like certain areas they couldn't piss near simply because that was where people could potentially photograph them. If they got too near certain trees, it might be near the fence where people could actually take a photograph of them from outside the grove that, might, compromise themselves or something. It was just what they were saying. So they were just saying
it is typical at gatherings like that for hidden photography to be all over the place. So if they ever wanted to use it against the person. Yeah.
So
that's typical.
Yeah. So that must have been their concern. By the way, our numbers are way up, and I do want people to understand, again, I'll take advantage of this to re-emphasize, and I cannot overemphasize this fact, John Ronson, who Alex Jones would try. Whenever Alex Jones was interviewed about Bohemian Grove, he would say he was there with his quote-unquote cameraman, And that was the only way he would refer to John Ronson. He would never refer to him by his name, because obviously, like I said, those two guys didn't like each other at all. They're just like, I don't think it's because Alex Jones was Judeophobic, because it was his wife was Jewish, and so it's more like they just hated each other because of personal ego. And but both of them were, again, can't overemphasize this, the product of a program that Michael Aquino was affiliated with concerning mind control. They're both mind control. They're both mind swipes. That's what Aquino called them, mind swipes. He referred to them, these two mind swipes are working well. I mean, don't you? It was almost, he was saying that to me because the humor and the irony of they're bringing me up there and my having to get them in. And that's why, so he really considered them idiots. He was like, dude, they could have just come to the gate and just said, let me in. But they were too locked into their mind control status of their infiltration, that they're doing something forbidden. But that's why, that was the point he was making to me. Am I coherent? You get what I'm saying, right, Peter?
Yeah, well, it also, made him feel that he was breaking into something, because this guy was totally unhinged in some of the positions he took. Absolutely. With these shootings,
yes,
and without even casting aspersions on, what he said.
Yeah,
it's the way he said it.
Yes,
and it got him in. I mean, he's got super judgments against him.
Yes, as well he should.
Financial empire that has been severely compromised by the outrageous and egregious things he said to victims of these shootings.
Yes.
And he's stating things emphatically.
Yes.
Kind of the same problem that Sean Stone had, only Sean Stone was not so boorish.
Thank you.
Made a mistake.
Yes.
Alex Jones is the, epitome of no class.
Yes, that's quite correct.
Of no class.
Yes.
And just saying these, it's like he's only hurting himself. And then I believe he was defiant in court as well.
Yes.
He didn't pull it off as well as Trump pulls it off.
No. Well, he never could. You're talking about a whole different class of individual. I mean, these people are not even on the same planet. When it comes to, without going into what Peter is alluding to, because that just takes us, down another rabbit hole. One of the points I want to make about what Peter is saying is that Sean Stone, for those of you who don't remember, just in summary, Sean Stone basically went on Alex Jones's show and repeated what I had said about Michael Aquino. And what Sean Stone said was not lying. He was repeating what I said, albeit paraphrasing it. But he's not me. He's not Douglas Dietrich.
But he didn't say he said it as he said it out of context to the point where he was saying that Aquino was guilty of these crimes.
Yes. Whereas
you gave qualifications.
Yes, thank you. So he just went out straight and he basically said, Michael Aquino is a human child trafficker. That's basically what he said. And at that point, Alex Jones ran directly to Michael Aquino with it. Of course, it was already on record, but, Alex Jones approached Aquino about that personally. I can guarantee you that. And after that, Aquino approached Oliver Stone. And after that, Oliver Stone was essentially an agent of Michael Aquino. And that's when Oliver Stone began traipsing about with Vladimir Putin and hanging out in Russia. So all of that chronology is extremely important. I don't know if we're going to integrate any of that into the book because of the sensitivity of...
It's not even necessary. We're not talking about Russia in this book.
Okay.
We're really not. I mean, it's... That would be a whole book in itself. True.
And so an important point. So we're doing great. Do me a favor, Peter. I'll be gone for just a few moments here. I'm just going to rush about, get my, some things I didn't get together before I sat down, a bottle of water, some other stuff, some refreshments. I'll be right back. So I'm going to go mute for about, 5-7 minutes at the longest. I'll be right back. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Well, this will give me an opportunity to talk about something I was just going to bring up, and I found it very curious. This character you might have heard of, Sanjay Gupta. Now, it says fake article falsely links Dr. Sanjay Gupta to CBD products. I saw a website linking him. So I don't know what he says and what he hasn't said. I got the impression that he did say these things. But what he's saying is, there's this, I saw it on TV. I don't know. I don't know what he said or didn't say, but apparently he has said that you can use them by cleaning out your blood vessels. And the way you do this is with this CBD gummies, cannabis gummies, because it cleans out your blood vessels. And this is what makes you old and creates all sorts of problems. There's an argument that could be said for that. Now I'm curious as to, because now I'm looking at saying, well, he didn't really say this. But what really caught my eye, said, this is gummies. So I looked up this product, which is called Green Vibes, and they're heralded as a youthening solution by cleaning the blood. Yet the website had no ingredients on them at all. So I went to Amazon to find the same product, and two of the ingredients were sugar and corn syrup. Not sugar, not corn syrup, but both of them. I'm saying, oh my God, why do you have to put sugar in these things? So then I looked and I found they either have keto gummies, CBD gummies, or diabetic ones, meaning they have no sugar in them. I don't know if they're any good. Qigong circle walking will do wonders to keep your blood vessels clean. Not to say that these things couldn't help as well. But I thought that was very curious, because now they're saying, I think I saw a video with him talking, but I don't know. Now it looks like it's being walked back. Does anybody, and I don't know if Brendan Zogat is even in earshot, does anybody have any special knowledge about this? And then it says, this is from Dr. Sanjay Gupta, CNN chief medical correspondent. I want to address a press release you may have recently seen from the Tree of Knowledge Corporation. It is about a distribution agreement they have entered into with a Dr. Sanjay Gupta for a line of cannabis-based products. But here's the thing, that Dr. Sanjay Gupta is not me. Okay, there he goes. And he goes, okay. So it's apparently somebody with the same name using his name. But it's gotten a tremendous amount of airplay. But still, and then now we have Victoria. I don't know if Victoria is with us. She's sells CBD.
Patients at 6 o'clock p.
I'm looking for anything in the chat room. Here we go. Looks like Victoria's there. Is there a feminine counterpart to Michael that was doing similar things? Clarice Claudette. Yes, he writes Lilith. Tide Rickett says, love and respect, my friends. My heart goes out to Palestinians dying right now in Gaza with the communications transport bottleneck blackout. Douglas answers him, thank you. But where is Victoria? I was hoping Victoria would say something about CBD cleaning the blood vessels. I would be concerned that it might do something else. Because I took a CBD product once. I've probably taken it more than once. But when I was having severe problems with my back, which I later finished.
Okay, so I'm back. Go on.
Okay, well, I'll get back. I was just talking about CBD, cleaning the blood vessels.
Wow.
And I took the CBD product, and they say you don't get high. I got high off of it.
Oh, right. Cool.
It was fine. But people would say, no, you can't get high off of this. It's impossible. It's not impossible.
Yeah, they're wrong.
The second time I took it, I did not.
Oh, that's
I
good.
could feel it. Yeah. But I mean, I was definitely high.
I think that's a positive.
No, yeah, I mean, I recognized it because even though I hadn't done anything CBD-wise from marijuana from when I was a teenager. I hadn't touched it since I was a teenager, but I could still remember it and feel it. But I was talking about this guy, Sanjay Gupta, who has said that CBD gummies will clear your blood vessels.
Mm.
Now, I looked up, and he basically, the famous Sanjay Gupta says, yeah, that is Dr. Sanjay Gupta, but it's not me. So it's like somebody with its same name is saying this stuff. And it's been confused. It's gotten a lot of airplay. And then I looked at the product that was being touted, and it's full of sugar and corn syrup. As most gummies are. It's the thing. People make gummies. You know, the people that do super beats make gummies, but they're full of sugar. I mean, it's like, what?
That's awful. It's so
Why?
Awful.
Why? They also make them for diabetics or keto. So what is this compulsion to put sugar in everything?
It's disgusting. It's awful.
It's an addiction. And I have one friend who said, oh, no, I don't do sugar. I said, you do sugar. I've seen you do sugar.
Thank you.
It's just like they're in denial.
It's almost impossible not to do sugar in this world because it's pervasive. It's ubiquitous. It's in everything.
Well, yeah, it's one thing to, put a can of corn and boil it that has fructose in it, which isn't good. But it's another thing to, see the person eating desserts. And I don't do sugar. It's like you have to qualify it. It's like Bill Clinton saying, I did not have sexual relations with that woman. But you're defining sexual relations as sexual intercourse.
By the way, when he said I did not have sex with that woman, he was really pointing at Hillary. Go on.
But he did name her, Miss Lewinsky, so that there would be no question. That, and that was really a real damaging thing to the already questionable Congress, because they wouldn't impeach him for lying to Congress because it was about power.
Well, he was impeached. William Clinton was impeached.
Wouldn't convict him.
Yeah, he wasn't convicted, but he was impeached.
Yeah. So, every president should be impeached now. Just and they don't convict them because you lose power. Even this congressman from Long Island, who's in my district. The Santos guy who's lied his ass off, he's not being kicked out of Congress. His term is expiring.
Jeez.
And he's not going to rerun. So that's how they get him out of Congress. He's not going to run again. But, he's done everything you shouldn't do. And they won't kick him out because they lose a vote, even though he's a scumbag.
Yeah.
So, this is he has a value. He has a value. He has a value, which is he has a vote.
Yeah. His ass on a seat. Yeah.
Yeah,
body count.
So it's like, and 2 years in Congress, he's probably going to get pension and everything.
Oh, God, it's disgusting. I know.
And then, they said Trump couldn't. They tried to take Trump off the ballot in Colorado.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But they didn't do it. But they said if he couldn't run for Congress, but he can run for president, because if he's convicted of a felony. I don't know if Trump has been convicted of a felony yet, though.
I don't. Not that I know of. I haven't. I lost count. I just lost track. Didn't even care.
Well, yeah, it's all of this stuff is. It just reaches circus proportions.
Yes.
But this is what happened in the French Revolution, where people were being taken before the People's Assembly and, convicted and guillotined. It was free for all. And most of the people being convicted were important people who had held corrupt positions in the government. So here's where you would have, I'm not saying we're going to repeat the French Revolution in America. They may repeat it in France. But this is where you'd have, Biden being publicly shamed, if not executed.
I was about to say. I was about to say, just shamed.
Shamed, if not executed.
Yes.
And it could even happen to Trump. And I'm not saying, because this is the frenetic stuff, and then it gets to the point where people aren't even guilty, but they're perceived as guilty or threats. And it could apply to all this corruption. Of course, you might have, and think about it. If you think of the percentage of people that are treasonous in Congress, and you rolled back all the Council of Foreign Relations, and you constitutionally in treason, can you imagine lopping all their heads off? Literally, by some agency. What they call the guy, Samson, that used to do the executions in the French Revolution? I think his name was Samson. I
can't remember, but, imagining something like that happening in the United States, it's not inconceivable.
Well, yeah, but my point, the closest we've got to it is the persecution of the January 6th attendees, if not rioters, or if not whatever they were, insurrectionists, or attendees. Some of them were just there. So in other words, they were punished very severely.
Yeah.
But suppose and really the impetus of those people was to punish the Congress.
That's true. Yes. By the way, I've told you this, and you can look it up. There are photographs. They had built a, not a guillotine, but a gavel. What do they call it? What did you call it again for the hanging? Gallows. Thank you. The gallows. Yeah, the platform, the gallows platform. That was, they did construct that outside of the congressional building. And so they were ready to hang people. So
literally?
Yeah. Was
it a mock gallows?
It was built on the spot, so it probably would not have been very functional, but it was as serious as they could make it. It was not simply a theatrical statement.
Well, who actually stopped the rioters? Was it the Capitol Police, or did the military come in there?
Basically, just from my understanding, it was a combination of the Capitol Police were fighting back to a degree. There, obviously, one woman was shot dead. There was a degree of that, but that did not really intimidate them. It just kind of, I think it was basically Trump kind of stepped in and told them to go home. It was, I think that was.
I think that Ashley Babbitt's death, I think, kind of stopped everybody.
It might have been, but how would the news of that would not really spread even via cell phones.
Well, yeah, but I think it stopped in the immediate fray of where in the environment where they were, because she was trying to get into that area.
Yeah, no, they all were, but she was the first.
Yeah, but she was the first one.
Yeah, she was.
And when she was killed, it kind of, I think, stopped everybody. Hey, somebody was killed, and it kind of like, hey, let's get serious,
Well,
because I don't think they really expected to be taking guns to them, and that might have stopped it.
It was. We can look it up as to what the general consensus is today, but that could be just a revision, could be just a rewrite of history. It's one of those things where I still would think that her death obviously had an impact, and probably stopped in that immediate area a press to carry out.
But that was the key area, because then she was going to get at those Congress people.
True.
It's very curious as to what they would have done to those.
Well, they were definitely out for blood. They were out for blood. That was there's no doubt of that. They had guns. And they were loaded for bear. And they were assaulting the police officers. A few police officers died. That's a fact. So others were taken down and injured, but it's definitely they were not playing around. The people there were definitely scared, who were their targets. And
they should have been.
Yeah.
And when I look back at it, if I was to take the position of the rioters or the insurrectionists or the rebels, whatever you want to call them, it seems like their whole thing was poorly executed.
It was. You would think it wasn't spontaneous. That's for sure. It wasn't spontaneous.
There was an element of spontaneity to it. In other words, it wasn't. There was an element of spontaneity to it, but there was an element of planning.
Yeah, it was both. It was both. But
the planning was piss poor, because if you're going to do something, it's just like I said with Trump. If he would have acted with conviction right after the election and started taking charge, vis-a-vis Putin or somebody like that, he wasn't willing to do that, and he lost everything by not doing that. I can't say, because he lost his power.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like you take power and then you flex your muscle, like Putin.
Yeah. Well,
and now I don't know that he wanted to go to that extreme, but that's what he would have had to have done under the circumstance to maintain power.
Right.
And I'm not saying he should have, but I'm saying is he kind of, that's the thing that he was barking up the tree.
His nerve broke. But my understanding was that
better judgment.
Yeah. And my understanding is what ultimately brought down the what happened that day on January 6th was eventually Trump did step in. Far too late for many people's tastes, but he did step in and basically tell everyone to stand down and go home. I think that's basically what stopped it. That one woman dying, as decisive as it was, or important as that was, I don't feel that was enough to stop it, completely. You can't stop it by a single incident like that. Not a crowd like that. Not one that's built gallows up, in front of the building and was ready to go in and hang people. Oftentimes when something like that happens where, a person dies, granted, there's a psychological factor, just so people understand, having worked in the police and security professions. And for people who don't know it, I was a policeman for a short period of time, a sworn officer of the law, not to mention I worked private security otherwise. And just one thing I want people to understand is when you become part of a police department, you learn very quickly how few police there are in proportion to the population. If the population wants to overthrow the order, basically break the peace, overthrow the order as it stands, there's nothing the police can do. There's too few of them. You've got a very thin blue line. So the only power that they really have ultimately is psychological. So when that Capitol police officer killed that woman, who, by the way, was a former military woman, so this was, in a sense, a confrontation of a veteran and a police officer, who may well have been a veteran himself. Many police are. But what happened was that it psychologically had an effect well beyond the threat or force he was capable of projecting. That's a fact. So Peter's right about that in that sense, in the most immediate sense. But as for whether that, basically had a ripple effect, like a morphogenic field effect, where it stopped the riot ultimately, no. I think it was Trump. Trump stepped in, told everybody to stand down and go home, and that's basically what happened. So there we have that. So back to Peter, and by all means, go on.
He ruined all their fun.
He ruined their fun. Yeah, because those people, they didn't give a shit. They were like, they went into, you remember Nancy Pelosi's office? The guy put his feet up on her desk, filmed himself doing it on his cell phone, of course, boasted about. All these people were getting them. The only reason Peter mentions, of course, these people being prosecuted with, shall we say, extreme prejudice, so to speak. I don't think that that's an unreasonable term. They're being prosecuted with extreme prejudice, but they incriminated themselves in their hubris, in their sense of they impugned themselves acted with such impunity. They truly believe that they had it in the bag, that they had this by the balls, and were filming themselves. And this is how they're able to be prosecuted so thoroughly, is because they provided the evidence against themselves so exhaustively. So there you have that. Back to Peter.
Yeah, they miscalculated. And the one thing is that all of these people had was righteous outrage. They were outraged at the way the government has behaved, and with good. I mean, they're reasonably outraged. They're righteous about it. They believed in it, and there was such a popular swell of support amongst themselves that they didn't realize what they were doing. And I don't know if that rage is still at the same quotient it was. I don't know if it is, because things are different now. Things are different. We've got this war in Israel.
Yeah, well, I can tell you that Joe Biden's his numbers are at the lowest you can imagine, because he took the side of the enemy. He took the side of Israel, and he's advocating.
Yeah, but he's also, I want to say something about him. He has made one of the most sane activities of his probably entire life, when he's been trying to ratchet down the violence.
Thank you.
Trying to ratchet it down.
Yes.
He's actually had an effect on it.
No. In all fairness, you're absolutely right. Unfortunately, because of that, the Jews hate him. So that's bringing.
Well, it's creating a lot of weird dynamics in the political situation. but it's like, God, why is it's like he's actually sounding he's doing it for humane reasons, which is possible.
I believe that to be actually the case. Probably the Roman Catholic in him, maybe, or maybe people will find that ridiculous. But
well, I mean, maybe he's just saying, you guys are, look at, it's like taking money isn't as diabolical as just killing people.
Thank you.
for no reason, because this the most cogent thing I've heard about the war was stated by myself at the beginning of it. I said, what are they going to do? They're going to go in these tunnels and they're going to find nothing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they're on TV. They said, we got the tunnels. We got their headquarters. We got their headquarters.
That's like the Americans saying we got Bin Laden. Yeah, it's the mission accomplished issue, like George Bush Jr. saying mission accomplished. Go on. Yeah.
Well, yeah, they think they got the headquarters. What are the next guy? Oh, we got the leader's toilet. This is where he went to the bathroom. Now he can't go to the bathroom anymore. It's like it's like they've talked about how. I mean, I didn't know they had all these tunnels. I didn't know how extensive it was. And if they're that extensive, tunnels are like, man. And then there's the hostages. So, it's such a mess.
Yes.
And how this is not a war that I can see any way Israel could win.
Thank you.
They can level Gaza. They can kill the Palestinians. But how do they get at these people that are in endless tunnels? They're even saying the people in Qatar are walking dead men. The people that are, the Hamas people. Mm-hmm. So this is a very slippery slope.
Yes, indeed. And your point's well taken about what you said about Biden. He's in a situation where he can't win. By alienating the Jews, by talking reason, trying to ratchet down the violence, then they use their media to discredit him. So his standing is as low as you can imagine. He's lost credibility from first taking the side of Israel unconditionally when this shit went down, saying they didn't bomb the hospital, that kind of crap. And then by trying to ratchet down the violence thereafter, alienating them, he's in a position where he can't come out of this alive in the reputational or career sense. In the sense of standing. Back to Peter with that.
Well, what the smartest thing he could do for himself would be to wait until the primary season starts and feign some illness or incapacity and say to Kamala Harris, I'll make you president. Just pardon me.
Cool. I like it.
And she would do it. She'd look heroic to the Democrats, saying, I pardon this man. And, as bad of a candidate as she is, it would give her ammunition to run.
Yeah.
Which she does not have. She will not have. She will never have.
Yeah.
But she could run. She may or may not win the nomination. But I think it would be good for her. It wouldn't be good for the party because I think she'd lose. But if she could do a few strategic things, if Biden were to say, like, wait till the last minute and say, I can't do this. He's not feeling good. And she pardons him and pardons Hunter, too.
Of course.
I don't know. On her pardon. Just say, we're going to get beyond this. And she says, I'm going to run. And then she I don't know what she'd do with the Palestinian issue. Maybe it will have resolved to some degree by then. And she could just say, I'm going to do this and I'm going to...
she would at least have a kind of immunity. I mean, not immunity. I don't know how to describe it. She wouldn't have the onus of the tar baby that Biden's got. That's for sure, because of Biden's.
No, but she's so capable of faux pas.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And she's not, Alzheimer ridden. So she's like, she's very capable of screwing up her own.
Anything, almost anything, yeah.
And they're saying that they're going to, pull Michelle Obama out at the last minute. I don't believe that for a minute.
Well, why can't Barack run again? It's legal for him to do so. It's not that I'm advocating that. I'm not advocating that. But
why is it legal for him to run? It's not illegal. It's illegal. He can't. He's served eight years.
Is it? Yeah, but I think if you serve 8 years and then you take a break, can't you run
you're
again?
Eligible. That's all you can do is 2 terms. They changed it for Roosevelt. Roosevelt was so despised,
right?
That, because he was a 4-term president.
Right, but it was in a row. It was in a row.
Yes.
Oh.
They changed. No, it's not in a row. They changed the rules.
No. I know what you're saying. Believe me, I'm not defending Roosevelt.
No, 8 years, you're done.
Yeah.
In fact, if you inherit the term like more than 2 years, and you're only going to serve, like say if you've got to serve 2 years and 1 month, that's a term. Mm-hmm. But if it's less than 2 years, you could serve up to almost 10 years as president.
Okay.
If you just took a partial term. But so if you inherited the term as a vice president. Mm-hmm. But Roosevelt was so egregious that he was too much power. They said, we don't want anybody with this much power.
No, absolutely. Well, he was just a dictator without any exaggeration. So I'm looking up what you're saying. You're absolutely right. 22nd Amendment to the United States Constitution. Barack Obama cannot be elected again because of this amendment, because he was elected twice, along with George W. Bush and Bill Clinton. Jimmy Carter, Donald Trump.
He could run.
Yeah.
He could run from his hospice bed.
Because he was elected only once. That's correct. Yes. That's correct. As ridiculous as it is, Jimmy Carter, Donald Trump, and Joe Biden can be elected president again, as they've been elected only once. Okay. So there you have that.
Cheney could run.
Jamie who?
Dick Cheney.
Oh, Cheney! Yeah. Well, that would imply he had the charisma to potentially win. He could run on the Skeletor ticket. He looks like Skeletor at this point, so we could say Skeletor's running for president.
It's amazing he's still alive. He survived some heart scares and whatnot.
Yeah, no. Hasn't he had a heart transplant? He's had a heart transplant.
And nobody goes after him, Yeah. He's like, he's living free and easy.
Yeah. No, it's disgusting. Oh, God. I mean, him and W should both be, those people should be prosecuted. But all that, along with Doofus, the general we were speaking of, Colin Powell, or is he still alive? Is he dead?
He's dead. Okay. But see, the problem is, this is the problem with prosecuting prominent people. It creates a domino effect, and it's very unsettling to the political elite. It's very unsettling. This is why it has to be extreme. You know that I think that Scooter Libby character was finally, quote unquote, vindicated.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
I think he was vindicated.
I vaguely remember him.
Yeah, he was an outrage.
Yeah.
But it's like, in other words, what happens is a lot of these things get reversed, mm-hmm. even though they were under prosecuted in the first place. Mm-hmm. So And the Trump legal battles keep getting weirder and weirder because he's like, he's getting pummeled. And then there'll be some ruling that will, like, at the end, it'll kind of like favor him.
Mm-hmm.
Actually favor him. Mm-hmm. He didn't win the whole case, but he gets something. Okay, we're not going to, so it's like, how does it all come out in the end? Mm-hmm. Is what remains to be seen. It's it can't be fun for him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it
can't be fun.
No.
But so be it. Everything has gotten so weird, and both parties have collapsed in on themselves.
Yes.
In different ways.
Yes.
It's like the Republicans have become, so pro-Israel.
Yeah.
That they've, they're becoming, instead of make America great again, it's make Israel great again.
Yes. Yes.
And so it's going to lose some of their supporters. And the Democrats are losing some of their supporters because they're pro-Palestine. It's turned into, it's just gotten weird, and weird in many other respects. Mm-hmm. So whoever gets elected is going to be straddling, be confusing.
Oh, they're going to inherit a fucking nightmare.
So it's time for me to retire, and I don't know if I'll see you in the morning. If I can, I will.
Okay, excellent.
I'd like to get Victoria's input on the CBD as far as cleaning the blood vessels. I'm sure it has a positive effect. I don't think it's good to be stuck on CBD or anything, any herb, but whatever.
Well, I'm sure that. Well, I'd love to get her input on that too. I'm sure she'd have nothing negative to say. It's yeah. But I'm glad it worked for you. I'm glad that you can get.
It didn't work for me. I didn't take it.
Okay.
I took it a long time ago.
Okay.
To help myself with my back, which it did not do. I just got high. It didn't solve my back. What solved my back was basically doing the Qigong exercises.
There we are.
And I got some chiropractic, and then I do them every day. Mm-hmm. That's really what did it. Mm-hmm. But no, the CBD oil did not fix that. Of course, it might have relieved it a little bit, but blood vessels are something that you, when you walk in a circle and you fold and unfold with your arms, you're spinning the blood, and that stops the arterial walls from filling. Mm-hmm. It keeps the blood vessels very clean. If the CBD could only help that. Mm-hmm. There's all sorts, but the movement of the body is so important, and the rotation of the body. It's not something you can do running, biking, or doing anything else. It's the moving in the figure 8 pattern that gets the body flowing. The Qigong is called bone marrow washing. Yeah. You're washing the bone marrow because the blood ultimately flows down into the bones. Yes. And washes the bone marrow and generates new stem cells. Yeah. So anyway, I can at least be happy that I'm in good shape at almost age 71. So
absolutely,
we'll see. I'll look forward to working more on the book.
Absolutely. Yes.
And, getting the heart chapter done and then on to the Vox Arca.
Yes.
And of course the FDR and the Golden Child.
Yes. Yes. And
I don't quite know how that fits in, but it has to.
Yeah, thank you. We'll find a way.
It
And
does fit in because of the Jewish relics that he was going after.
that's correct. That's correct. And so what we'll do is, of course, Wednesday. Obviously, after I do one of these shows, I spend the next day sleeping, and then Wednesday we're going to be back, which will be here before you know it, and then it'll be Thanksgiving holiday. So we'll be here on Thanksgiving Day Eve, which, just so everyone knows, I do want to tell Peter before he leaves tonight that our man Brendan Zoget has some photographs about the United Nations Memorial Service at Muir Woods, the U.S. National Park Service. He's got a link for that, plus the Bohemian Club plaque. He's got a photograph of what you and Paula saw while you were up there. So that's an important point. Just want to bring up the fact that he was sharing that with us in our text box. But for Peter, just want to make certain that okay, so we'll be. I'm just letting you know I won't be able to work with the book on the book with you until after Wednesday because
That's okay. That's okay. I got plenty of writing.
Yeah, we might be able to. No, yeah, I can't do anything because it's of course the Remembrance Day of Remembrance tomorrow. So that'll take up my Monday.
I doubt that I'll have that chapter ready by Thanksgiving.
Yeah, just a few other things we'll do with some minor corrections here and there with some of the past chapters as well. But these new chapters, I'll be excited to work with too, and we're doing well. Just so everyone knows with the books thus far, and so everybody join us for Thanksgiving. Which yes, the calendar. Let me just go over this for people just before Peter leaves. Just want everyone to know that in California or certain cities like San Francisco, it is now no longer Thanksgiving per se, but National Native American Indian Holocaust Memorial Day of Mourning. So that is actually the full official name, where progressive people have kind of redefined the holiday. And in a very real sense, it's a no Thanksgiving holiday. The Indians have very little to be thankful for historically. Obviously, there's a lot that they get through social programs today, but it does nothing to really help their intergenerational trauma. All that being said, we can discuss that peripherally or directly, on Wednesday. And Peter's got other things he'll discuss as well. And we love you dearly, Peter. Thank you so very much. And sweet be thy slumber, and blessed be thy dreams. Okay.
Okay, good night, everybody. And remember to donate to Douglas Dietrich at douglasdietrich.com. Upper right-hand corner, yellow button. Good night.
Good night. Bless you. Bye for now. That's skybooksusa.com. And with that, I jump back on the call. Peter's gone and or left, and we will now bring on everybody else. And I will ask Brendan to share what he shared in the chat room, if at all possible. I'm going to be calling him. Says he's not there right now. I will add other people onto the call who, see if I remember some of these people. Don't know whether or not to add Steve because Steve's been feeling poorly lately, but I'll dial him anyway. Let's see who else comes to my mind here. Let me go down the usual list. And while I'm doing that, our dear Aristides is certainly encouraged to talk so we can make certain he's everything is working with him. So, okay, got these three lovely... Here. Yeah, excellent. Thank you. And let's see now. All right, just figuring out. I want to make certain I don't call the wrong people, of course, that are still there on my call list. Call Nemo, of course, if he wants to come on. Mark. So, what are your plans for Thanksgiving? Anything you're willing to share?
Go see family.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent. And
yeah.
Let's see what else is up here. And Aaron, of course, just in case he wants to come on. Amanda, you, of course. How could I forget? Oh, yes. I'm gonna dial Acid Kick 96. We'll see if he can come on. Okay, I think I got the majority of people that I can think of. Apologies to those that I might forget. And if I do so, don't be afraid to remind me that you'd like to jump on the call. Okay, and we'll see who responds to the grand call of 14, 15, 16 different people. 16 different people. And, oh yes, that reminds me. Let me respond to Brandon Young. Oh, Victoria joined us. Hello, dear lady. I'm so glad that you're safe. And thank you for sending me a return message. I do remember that now. That happened while I was getting up in the middle of my sleep. I saw your response, and I don't know what you're willing to talk about publicly, but you've been through a lot of exciting stuff lately. There's a lot of exciting stuff going on in the ski lodge. And so hopefully all that is working out as comfortably as possible. And you must have had some extraordinarily interesting conversations with some of the people that you're, dealing with. So, like I said, whatever you're comfortable sharing. And you don't need to share anything at all.
Yeah. Greetings.
Greetings. Yes. Mwah.
Hi.
Hi. So did you hear anything I
Hi
said?
there.
Yeah, you heard what I said, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here. I have my friend here.
Uh-huh. Oh, great. How is she? And her name?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Christine. We're well. We're listening in and talking about things in the background. So we've been here.
Wonderful. Thank you. And so
Yes.
greetings to both yourself and the lovely Christine. Christine, welcome aboard. And I'm so glad, honored to have you with us. And I'd like to introduce you both to Aristides and Brendan Zoget. So Brendan Zoget has joined us, and I'm glad that he's been able to do so. And he often has... Did you hear what Peter was saying about CBD? What did you feel about what he said, Victoria?
I did not hear what
okay.
was being said about the CBD. My apologies.
No worries.
And Christine would like to know the background on Aristides' name.
Yeah, tell us about that, Aristides.
It's it's Greek, and it's a name in my family. So I was named after my grandfather. And
Aristides was his name, or Aristide?
what's that?
Aristides.
My best friend was named Aristide.
Okay.
Which is very
Yeah, it's not that common.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I was just wondering. That's interesting.
Okay.
That's a very powerful name. It's just
Thank you.
Name.
Tell me more about that sometime.
No, Christina,
Yes.
tell us now
We're not-
about your friend named Aristide. So, tell us a bit about that, whatever you're willing to share.
Aristide, I don't know if you really want to know about my friend named Aristide. They were like a Liberian American immigrant who had a French black mom, and she was trans since I knew her since we were about 8 years old. She became trans when we were teenagers. I'm in my mid-30s now, and she said she didn't know about those words back then, but I don't know. I knew about them, but I guess I study stuff. I don't know. But she was named Aristide after the dictator, slash president of Hades. Haiti.
That guy. Yeah.
So he's an interesting dictator for sure. And Aristide is interesting, but Aristides comes from Greek, and so I was just interested because that's a unique name. That I was wondering what the history that you have, because it could be with Aristide, the president of Haiti.
Right.
Not named after him. No, it goes. It's ancient. It does go back to ancient times. So it's
Yes.
Yeah. It's still a unique name. That's why I was interested in it.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yes.
Thank you.
No, that's I've always had that in the back of my mind, Aristide, the warlord, and I never brought it up with Aristides, because consciously. Yeah.
Her name Aristide to Amber because Aristide held a lot of history with it.
Mhm.
Although that was her birth name. I don't think most people would notice. I think Aristide is a unisex name.
Yeah.
But she to Amber because she was named after Aristide. But her parents were Liberian,
Uh-huh.
and her mom was French Senegalese.
Okay.
and they were actually of the ruling family of Liberia, like before the 1996 Civil War, and so they had like a bunch of money. It was fucking crazy. But yeah, it's just Aristide is an interesting name. That's all.
It is. It is. And I want to test Brendan Zogit's audio technology. I want to give you a little advice for communicating with us, Christine, is that you're sitting probably somewhere in the vicinity of Victoria, and whatever you're using, getting her what?
She was just across the room, so she moved close.
I can't contact anybody with my phone from this place. I thought there was Wi-Fi and cellular, and I have not that. So we have Victoria's phone.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
It's very isolated, which is interesting, and it's good.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's isolated.
Yeah, just make certain you're always close to the phone whenever you're speaking to us, because initially you came in, sounding very distant. So you got better as you got closer. Make certain to always remember to get closer, so we can hear you.
Just so you can't hear me.
Yeah. What's that?
And say you can't hear, and I'll get closer.
Oh, right. All right, got you. That was an indication when I say something like, "What's that?" Yeah. And by the way, we have an individual in the chat, just so I don't forget this, named RB, who's been asking about sexuality and mind control. And honestly, I believe both of you ladies are as qualified to speak about that as myself. So I want both of you to speak about that. But first, Brendan, let's test your audio. Are you able to communicate? Let's hear how you sound.
Good evening. Yes, I'm present.
Oh, yes. And let's introduce you to these young ladies. Brendan Zogit is our local expert on many things. He's my technical advisor, for one thing, and actually helps to a degree to manage my YouTube channel. And he is someone who we consult about certain things, occult and otherwise. And just as our man Aristides is a material science engineer, and he also is into things you'd be surprised at, like survivalism, or at least food preservation. And with Brendan, he's into the apothecary, many herbs, and therefore can hold long conversations about herbal remedies and the like, and was just talking about CBD himself. So there we have that. So he's introduced only peripherally. But before I forget, again, we'll get to sexuality and mind control soon enough. Brendan, how's your day been? And introduce yourself to these young ladies. Aristides already has, so let's have you do that.
Yes, everything's been going well. Thank you, Douglas. Everything, situation normal. I'm making some roti right now. Okay. So if you hear any kind of tapping, that's what it is. But
what is that?
Pleasure to be with you, ladies, and Aristides as well. I have some info about your name. I mean, I'm sure you already know this, but first of all, it was a famous Athenian lawmaker.
Yes.
That is where you would get your name from, most likely.
Yes, or rather his grandfather did. Go on.
Yeah, it indicates like nobility or royal stock, as far as something to where you would be seen as someone who's trustworthy, like a very noble person in that way. Yeah. But it comes from the Greek apitos or aritos, meaning best, and it's a patronymic suffix of Edes. So it was a name born by the 5th century BC Athenian statesman Aristides, who was known for his Aristides the Just, which is a good name, very good name, renowned for his integrity. And it was also the name of a 2nd century Christian saint.
People not that far from here.
All right, well, I got some big shoes to fill here.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yes.
I'm working on it.
Yes.
So, but you seem trustworthy enough.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
You're living up to the legacy.
Yeah, definitely. And so that being said,
thank you.
Yeah. And so I'm surprised at not surprised. Okay, that comes off wrong. I'm impressed by Christine's knowledge of that was kind of exposed there, which she was talking about Aristide, the Haitian warlord, and all the rest of that. It was pretty good. If she had been closer to the phone, we would have gotten more of it.
There's also a famous. There's also like a famous.
2008, not 2,000 years ago. He was president until 2007.
Oh no, got it. Yeah.
There's also
Okay,
a famous
That wasn't that long ago.
baseballer named Aristides Aquino.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Oh, yeah. Aristides Aquino, the combination of both worlds. Yes. Go on.
Yeah. But I mean, that guy seems fine. He's just a baseballer.
Yeah. And like Christine said, wasn't that long ago, but believe me, it was long enough ago where nobody remembers him who's a younger, a lot of younger people don't remember him. So Aristotle, yeah, go on. Yeah.
About Greek, but we're talking about Greek 2,000 years ago, but we can't talk about 2006, 5. I don't know years, but I know it was like past 2000.
Yeah.
It's awesome. Like Aristides is a really awesome name, but like Aristide.
Yeah.
Was also a very powerful person that was very close to us very soon. It's just like there's just power in names. I was why I was interested. But like, yeah, like if you know all about these Athenian people more than 2,000 years ago, then why don't you know about Haitians that were like less than 200 years ago?
Yeah.
Point well taken. Point well taken.
Absolutely.
And the fact that the Haitians were the only slave populace to ever have revolted,
rebel and fucking kick off their mouths,
and that's why they're still
and that's why they're still being fucked by like the Western.
Thank you.
It
like,
is so true. Yes.
Yep.
The poorest country in the Western Hemisphere.
Yes.
For that reason.
Yes.
I had this discussion with a few people I used to work with they would be considered like, Black Power, which is not a negative term. Like they would be considered these kind of people.
It's not.
And they brought that up to me that how is it that it's the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere when it's literally like
so hard. They have like
very close.
Their whole country is like a mountain. So when they cut down the trees to like burn wood, like me and Victoria have here when it's cold, and not just the French. I'm talking to modern day. Yeah. They have to cut down their forests, and the forests are what hold the mountains onto the mountains.
Yes.
And so they have major mudslides, and whenever they have earthquakes,
the erosion.
There's like literally no roots holding those mountains on it. It's literally a mountain country. They're just fucking I went to Nicaragua in 2000 when I was 11 years old, and it was the second poorest country in the Western Hemisphere besides Haiti and Bolivia, which were tied at the time.
Yeah.
And Africa was made way worse. Haiti right now is literally the poorest country in the world, way worse than any per capita country in Africa. Yeah. And Bolivia and Nicaragua. And they're like right off our goddamn border. They're there on the side of Dominican Republic where they have sandals and all those fucking places. And like they're fucking dying, and they were the first people to throw off their fucking overlords.
Yeah.
They did it in a violent way, and it's something that I debate a lot as a leftist.
You should listen to Douglas's extrapolation about the zombie.
Yes.
How they actually did what they did.
And like it's one that like the one that I have
apothecary.
Like what is a violent revolution that has ever replaced something better than what there was before? And the Haitian Revolution is the only one where I can possibly argue that, and that's just because like total chaos and murder is still better than fucking slavery. Like and generational slavery, but like violent revolution has never put in place anything better than they had before, ever. Even non-violent revolution, like Gandhi, like fucked India, which I've spent 8 years of my life in.
Yeah.
As much or more than they did with the colonial. Like, revolution is such a tricky subject. It's so important, but it's such a tricky subject.
Yes.
I don't know how it's done. Anyway.
No, please. I mean, I love it. I mean, I love where you're coming from. And I'm so glad that both Victoria and yourself are able to, really get along. I kind of feel that there's elements of both of your ideologies.
We have a long history, but we're on the two opposite ends of the scale. Like I'm very conservative Christian, and she's kind of like you're leftist. But
the way that me and Victoria see Christ, I think on the most basic level, we see Christ in the same way.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think that helps.
That's fascinating.
Yeah.
Like I'm like I have a lot of atheist friends.
Yeah.
Or extreme leftist atheists who are like, you're so smart, you're so intelligent, you're so scientific, how can you be a deist?
Right. Okay.
And I'm a deist because I believe God is too big to be confined into any one religion.
Okay.
Yes.
And as long as you worship,
I mean, a deist is something else other than
I'm a deist.
Theist. A theist.
As long as you worship the divine, it doesn't matter how you worship it, because that divine is the divine, and how can you say something is not the divine?
Yeah.
If it's everything.
So, let me just disambiguate here for myself as well as our listeners.
I'm talking, and I'm like.
Oh no worries, I love it. Look, we're honey, you're doing great. You're doing great.
I appreciate what you're saying.
Yeah. So
I was like, Brendan, I just want you to know, I was like, I want you to just meet this Brendan kid, because you guys have a lot of similar views and probably experiences and really cool similarities. So anyway, go ahead.
Wonderful.
Continuing.
Is Christine also a vegan?
No, but she's familiar with a lot of the stuff I feel like that Brendan has talked about in the past.
Got it.
I've heard him talk about.
Yeah, if you were living in India,
like,
you know about Vedic.
Just like, I don't know.
Oh, no, I lived in India for like almost 8 years of my life, and a lot of that was in South India, like dealing with Ayurveda. So I'm very familiar with Vedic religion and Vedic culture, also like Tantric culture. That's why I'm saying, like, it's not, God is not just the Abrahamic religion. God is divine. And
she's the reason why I went to India, because she's like the reason why I went to India years ago.
Wow.
So yeah,
I mean,
that's cool.
That's incredible.
I'm really interested in like theocracy and stuff like that.
Right.
Because I believe that God, like the divine, is true.
Yeah.
And even me as a witch cannot understand the divine. A scientist and a witch cannot understand the divine. That's why I'm so focused and interested on divine. And like how people see divine, because that's, as a scientist and a witch, you can't even touch divinity,
Yeah.
And like those are like most free kind of like ways that are most honest. And so like being truly in touch with the divine, like I've never met any school that like can tell me where I'm like, you fucking got it, dude. I'm like, I don't believe that, like, I believe that Jesus maybe got it, but that was 2,000 years ago. I haven't met him. I haven't seen him. I haven't been like, dude, that fucking dude, he got it. I believe that maybe he did. Maybe Buddha did. Maybe fucking Muhammad did. Maybe, like, a lot of people did. But, like, it's just, divinity is insane. That's all.
Yes. And so just do me a favor, ladies. I want you to both kind of pass the cell phone to each other when it kind of sounds like Victoria's holding it and that Chris is talking to. Yeah, that's it. So I want you to both pass it between each other when either one of you speaks.
Shut up. She wants to look at her phone.
No.
No fucking.
You're fine.
There's no service.
It's better. It's better if you just like hold it if you're actually gonna.
Yeah. And then pass it between each other, even when you're sitting together, and that just makes it much better for sound quality for all of us.
No, I should have been. I should have been holding it.
Yeah, but that's.
I'm telling you. I was like, I was hoping she would jump on, because she's honestly a wealth of information.
She is, as are you.
She can keep up with you guys a lot better than I can. I'm just such a willing student, and I'm so appreciative. So anyway, continue on. Oh,
you're both wonderful, and you both have so much to offer. And I may, Victoria, you may have told me you've been to India before, but I forgot all about it. This is new to me in the sense that
I was there for like 3 months, maybe.
Yeah, but that's still impressive that you've traveled. As for Christina, you obviously have traveled all over the world. Christine. You've obviously traveled all over the world. It is so very impressive, especially as a female. Again,
it actually made me more conservative.
What? I mean, which one of you
said
that?
It made me more conservative.
She
said. Christine said that.
She said it made her more conservative.
Okay, I heard that. I just had trouble processing it because it was coming from Christine. But
yes, because it's when you go to actually live as a Western woman, no matter how much you respect people and no matter how much you dress in their way, and you go into a Sharia fucking law place. Even if that's just culture and not like
there's a lot of Islam down there.
It's like fuck this. I want to go back to my Hindu India. I want to go back to being molested and harassed by like fucking losers.
Thank you.
Like not where people are fucking like trying to rape me on the street, and if I fucking slapped their hand, then like I deserved it because I created their lust by God, because my baby hair fell out from under my fucking hijab that I'm goddamn wearing to respect them.
Yeah.
Like with my goddamn, no, like literally fuck that shit. And the thing is like my friends who are really pro-Islamic and very educated, they went to Princeton and Yale. They're like, you know what, if you don't like that, you don't need to be a guest in their country. And I'm like, okay. So I don't feel bad that saying, if you don't want to follow my culture in my country, you don't need to be here. And that's one of the most controversial, like conservative statements I will say.
Brilliant.
But that's the fucking true. Because the fact is when I go there and I follow everything, they treat me like a fucking like rape victim.
That's because you got blue eyes.
No, it's no.
They're gonna hate
in
you.
Kashmir, in Pakistan, they have blue eyes.
That's
it's because
true.
they don't walk
Yeah.
like
You're
them.
white, but you're white. and
They're
you
it's
have
not
blue eyes.
white. They're the most gorgeous women on the planet. That's why they fucking cover them so much.
Yeah.
It's they have coloring even like me, but I don't
yeah.
walk like them because I haven't been broken since I was 6 years old to think that like my dad wants to fuck me. But like that's like literally the culture there. Like, and fuck that shit.
Oh.
And like if I can't like say like if me wanting them to respect me being like a Western woman like who respects their culture and their country is, well, fuck you, you don't need to come be in my country, then you know it's not wrong to say you don't need to be in my country if you can't respect my culture.
Thank you.
Which is that like as a woman I can fucking dress how I fucking want and not worry about being raped just because I'm fucking wearing like my baby hairs fucking like showing underneath a fucking cover.
Thank you. Thank you. I really profoundly appreciate that, as I'm sure Brendan Zoget and Aristides do as well.
Yeah, well said.
Yes, thank you. And by all means, continue. You do have so much to share, and we've much to learn from you. So go ahead and vent, cathart all you wish. And I want Victoria to join as well.
Yeah,
I mean, Victoria,
good.
grab the phone at times and shout into it too. I mean, honestly, I think it's great.
Oh, I'd rather.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing: is she knows. I started to play her a little bit of your interview with Jen.
Okay.
So maybe if you could give just a little bit of a history of the vampiric lineage.
So
perhaps.
I dated one Lieutenant Temple vampire, like LeBay vampire, for like 6 years, and then I had interest.
Iggy?
Yeah.
Really?
And then I had he was a LeBay vampire.
Oh, figures.
And then Ben was like and then
Ignacius.
Yeah.
Ignacio. Oh, jeez.
And I also like have dealt with some like actual blood drinking vampires that talk about Egyptian pharaoh stuff that I don't know as well. But I mean, I believe in vampirism. I think blood is very good food for you, period. Is it a sacrificial thing as a witch that I think that we need to drink to have power? Personally, I don't get that. I feel more of an energetic vampirism, so I'm interested in actual blood vampires because most blood vampires don't really share details.
Right.
Like,
There's reasons. There's reasons why, obviously.
Yeah, I know there's reasons why, but like it's like, you know, can you explain why?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What's the point of it? Because like I'm very familiar with all the different kinds, and that is just I've drank blood of many animals before and humans. But like, why do you find that human blood special? I know blood is nutrients.
Yeah.
And that's like a special emotional bond with somebody. But like, come on, that's like doing like a fucking blood like shake, you know, cutting your hand. Like that's it's not like, and then having a protein shake. Like I haven't really seen like how like human blood consuming it is more important besides the emotional and physical thing, where then you can drink deer blood and do like a blood exchange. That's a lot, you know, more, you know, peaceful. Why? Like, I don't know. I've been a drug addict a long time. Like, just giving people like vials of my blood, like that's precious shit, yo.
Yes.
Like,
Yeah.
you know, and mine is, will get you high.
Yeah.
You know?
I believe it. Yeah. And that's great. But you know, I'll happily go there. I'll happily go there.
That's Doug's favorite kind of blood.
Yeah. Yeah.
True.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, certainly conceptually. Darling, what I want to do first is kind of like want to go there happily. But before we do, so we don't forget. Let's talk a little bit about, just for the sake of RB, to satiate his lust for knowledge. Talk a little bit about sexuality and mind control. What does that bring up to both of you? I'd like you both to talk about that, because I think what he means is perhaps gender identity. I'd like him to be more specific, he or
Did
her.
you already like ask his question?
I'm sorry. You mean to us? Between us?
To us. Like
he
I
put
have
it.
a lot of
He put it
experience
in
with
the
it.
chat. So
Okay, so
Yeah, he's been asking it several times.
It was.
Yeah.
what's
so-
his question?
Read off the question again.
I
Sorry.
can't read right now.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
he's-
I have
I
to
believe
find-
it
I have to
has.
find
This
it
is
to go
why
back on YouTube.
I'm piecing together several questions that he asked, but basically he first asked about. I think he was asking me whether or not I myself identify as transgender, which I do not. But
I'm on the Reddit NoFap like sub community. I like them. I find them very like helpful for anybody who needs help like controlling their self masturbation. I think they're really good, and I think that they're one of the most pro male, pro sexuality like groups on the internet. Honestly, I like them.
Thank
Anyway,
you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And then he asked about sexuality and mind control. So I believe what he's talking about is that potentially much of the identity or gender identity or sex identity and mind control, he's asking if they're linked or whether their sexuality used in mind control.
He's talking about succubuses.
Okay.
Yeah, you could say succubus or
Like that's literally more his fetish than anything else, and like succubuses are a thing, but like it's mostly more a fetish thing than it is like a real thing. But like succubuses are hot, and so are incubuses, and like that's what he's talking about. I'm pretty sure.
I also think it could also be having to do with things like Hollywood, where they are sexualizing these kids very
Which
young.
is also, like succubi, yeah.
Yeah, but it's like MK Ultra type of stuff where they're idolizing these kids and then making them really twisted in their heads.
Could you give us some examples? Give us some examples, please.
Oh my gosh. Any of the kids that were in the Disney Club or something, right? Like so Britney Spears,
That's normal.
Justin
They
Timberlake.
didn't start sexualizing them until they're 16 or 17, and although they're like still
But that's
like,
so young, right?
It is, but like physically that's not young.
Wait
Oh
a
my
second. I
gosh,
was
I'm a
about to
homeschool
say,
kid.
yeah. Why would you say that's so young, Victoria? I mean, oh my God.
I'm
That's...
a homeschool kid. I
like,
didn't.
when I was 16, I was dating a guy who was like 36.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
And,
All right.
and I
Means I got a chance. Yeah.
I was completely okay, and like I had one partner before that who was 17 when I was 14.
Oh my goodness.
And then I was with this person, and like sexually it was okay. Like he could manipulate me way too much because I was literally like a teenager when he was in his mid to late 30s.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, and so like, but the sexual aspect of it was not a problem at all. It was the mental like aspect of somebody who's twice your age and has so much more life experience. I mean, I
But that's
got
what I wanted.
I got to
growing up.
visit the world because I followed after that guy.
Mhm.
And I went to like Siberia and East Asia
Really?
and Mongolia and China.
You mean by yourself, or he took you there?
I both. I mean, he took me there, and then but sometimes I'd have to like go back home because he got European welfare and I'm an American, so I'd have to come back and work.
Right.
And I would save up for like 4 or 5 months, and then I would take like $3,000 and spend like 8 months traveling Asia with somebody who was living on €200 a month, like European welfare.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and we did this for like months when I was younger. Yeah, it was interesting.
It's
Yeah, and, like, budget, very cheap.
Yeah. So, I mean, without going into the details of that, here's something that you will answer, well, titillate us all. How did Victoria and Christine meet? How did the two of you meet, or what are the both of you willing to share?
Through the burner scene, the
Yeah, we
Burning
met at a
Man,
party.
like Burning Man in DC,
We dated the same guy.
and oh yeah, yeah.
Okay.
We both dated the same guy for 3 years.
We were like in love with the same person.
Yeah.
More than that.
Yeah.
And so this individual who, I take it that this individual took advantage of that situation, and in the end, how did both of you both united against him and got rid of him, or what?
Not exactly it.
No, I mean, like, I don't even know. I dropped.
Victoria and him still don't talk.
Yeah, we like never talked again, really.
Have been in a
close
codependent platonic relationship for about 8 years.
Okay, so some might say that brings us back to the sexuality and mind control issue. Tell us a bit about.
No, totally.
Yeah,
I am a great succubus.
Yeah, she doms.
I literally do that as a living.
Yeah,
and I have a lot of customers who ask me to succubi for them. I'm not good at it because I'm too like nice.
Yeah, you're soft.
I'm too sweet. I'm too genuine, and like I won't tell somebody with a 4.5-inch cock that they can't please women, because that's not true. You know, even if that's what they're literally paying me hundreds of dollars an hour to tell them.
Right.
Like,
of course.
they're just being lazy. They're just being lazy. Like, you just need to fucking put some effort in, and you can fucking figure it out, and you can make a girl, even like me, who's very stubborn. You know, it's like penis size doesn't matter, men. And masculinity is weird. Like, I like masculinity, but I like it to come from a place that's not dealing with overcompensating.
Thank you.
You know, like a true man, like Shiva.
Yeah.
Is like or fucking David Bowie. He's the ultimate man, but he's also the ultimate like fucking feminine like energy, because that is what God is. You know. Very good. It is ultimate like man and woman, and like so like you can be masculine without being like I don't know. Yeah, sorry, I'm high.
No, that's cool. I love it all. I love it all. And so tell us a bit about your idea on masculinity, Victoria.
Oh, I think goodness,
masculinity, Victoria.
I think it's kind of being demonized at the moment. I think if people would just cultivate healthy femininity and masculinity, and also not demonize it when we see it in the opposite sex. You know, let tomboys be tomboys and let boys cry. Like, what the heck?
I was like bored.
Well, that's the thing. Is like 20 years ago.
Remember what I said about passing the phone between each other, please.
Oh, yeah, sorry. She's on this. She's.
No, I'm looking for something.
Yes. So.
Go on.
She was also. I didn't know this, but she said that she also would have been considered trans at some point. So. That's very interesting.
Yes.
Because we were both tomboys. A lot of us girls. Hey, you can want to like climb a tree and stuff.
That's true. That's true.
Cares?
Yeah, no. Both of you would have been considered trans at some point. This is quite true, and I'm so glad both of you.
Any kid could practically.
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I thought I was like I told my mom, I was like, Mom, what would you think? And this was like in 2006. Mom,
yes.
I think I'm a lesbian. I wasn't. I really wanted to fuck this guy, but I really wanted her to let me hang out with this guy without giving me a problem, because I was lesbian.
Trying to convince her you're lesbian.
Yeah, no. So I'm like, Mom, I'm a lesbian. She's like, well, I suffer from cancer one day. You know, this, that, the other. And then my dad was like, I don't care if this guy comes in a dress. He's trying to fuck my daughter, which was true. Like, I don't believe this. Like,
that's hilarious.
You know, there's nothing like wrong with like playing with gender identity. Gender really doesn't mean anything. And honestly, like as somebody who's a professional in this, like our genitals are very interesting, and it really doesn't matter that much about gender. And when it comes to pleasure and like, you know, you can have roles, you know.
Yeah.
Like just like somebody can be masculine but wear makeup and be more feminine.
There you go.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like absolutely. Well, hey, I practice what you say. Yes, go on.
But, you know what I'm saying? Like you can be any version of that. There's no point to that. Like.
Well, you've also run in goth scenes for years.
Yeah,
which is common also.
But like I'm usually considered like very like a masculine kind of male. except for like because I'm small and petite.
I
I'm
was
kind
gonna
of
say,
like
I never saw you as that.
I'm
but you
built like
danced
Victoria,
forever.
like, and I dance and I do sex work, so I know how to like pretend like that. But like my energy is much more masculine for sure. Like I was always a tomboy, like for sure. There's nothing wrong with that. Like that doesn't mean I'm gay. I have literally had like if I was fucking gay, I would be up to my teeth and like.
True.
Victoria knows. I would be
Absolutely.
up to my teeth with like the hottest fucking
It's
pussy
true.
out
It's
there.
true. No, it's true.
very
I get it.
true.
Yeah.
Like,
I can attest to this.
and I just like, and I have nothing wrong with it, like morally, but it's just it's not my thing, and I'm just like, God damn it, why am I not a fucking lesbian? Because I would be rolling in it.
Yeah, no, it's true.
So good. Like, and they're so much nicer and
True.
I get it. No, I totally get it. If I were gay, I'd be rolling in dick. Yeah, because I know it's just that it's you and I are both in the same position. It's true. It's very bizarre. It's but you know, such being said, in terms of you know, just the fact that you Victoria and Christine get along it's incredible. It's incredible, and I'm just really glad.
We get along with everyone.
Yeah.
Like we can talk to anyone.
It's special, but most people think it's strange that me and her get along.
Well, I think it's special.
Most people who know us think it's
They'd be
strange.
like, why would you guys be friends?
They're like, why are you talking to each other?
Yeah.
So
because we do.
No. Forgive my asking this.
I mean, I blocked her on Facebook. I blocked like 3/4 of my people on Facebook.
Yeah.
Okay.
I get banned on Facebook.
I literally only go on Facebook these days for Anatolian Shepherd like support groups, Nigerian dwarf just support groups, homestead like organic farming support groups, like different farming groups, homesteading groups, like livestock guard dog groups. Like I've gotten off of that. Like I go on Reddit, but Reddit is just like swarmed with incels.
Oh God, yes. Oh God, yeah. It's just swarming with them.
Swarming.
Yeah, and in terms of I mean, I'm just so overwhelmed. I mean, there's so many directions to go with this, and both of you have so much to offer. But
I do want you to give her a snippet of history of yourself.
All right. Yeah, and talk a little bit about the vampirism as well. So, what do you want first, Christine? More about a little bit about vampirism,
Perhaps
or a little bit my
mother's
personal
side.
history? Yeah,
perhaps.
Or my mother's side.
Victoria said you have like seed, as in sperm, from Adolf Hitler in your like genetic. I'll tell you that. It's funny because I'm an extreme leftist, but I am about as white American as you can be. I have family that came on the second boat that went to Jamestown. That was the relief boat. They didn't
Holy
do the
shit.
That wasn't that they didn't do the like the winter of like starving, but they were the relief boat that came after.
Yeah.
And then we also have people who were in the north who were Puritans who were originally Huguenots.
Yeah. Yeah,
who
Huguenots.
fled and then were Dutch, and then they claimed in the north, and so I had family fight in both Valley Forge and at Connecticut and Concord, and also at Appomattox, and also like from the south and the north and Valley. Like, did I say Valley Forge? Because that was like when we like my family. I had the most like longest fucked upest that we have in record where he actually like, wrote down like being at Valley Forge. But like I'm about as white American as you can be. Most of my ancestry is like Scotch, Irish, English, a bit of Northern French, some Scandinavian, and then 199.999% I have Sephardic gene, which means that I am like technically Jewish, I believe.
Perhaps
I have the gene
from the mother's side, if it comes matrilineally, otherwise you wouldn't be recognized.
It comes from matrilineal. Caps is a Capshaw. Caps is a short name of Capshaw, which is the Scottish name. That's not the name. It's that the gene goes back to Sephardic times, 2,000 years ago, and it goes through the mitochondrial DNA on the matrilineal side, which for Jews, I think I'm technically a Jew. Even though I have like 199%, but otherwise I'm about as white as you can be.
Yeah.
Genetically,
Yeah. So when it came to, and I'll get to myself. Don't worry about it. I'm always happy to speak of myself, of course. But both of you young ladies are so much more intriguing to me. I just wanted to get that out of the way. I'm so glad you brought that up organically, because I was wondering, when you blocked our dear Victoria, I was wondering, did this have to do with your Jewishness? What little there is.
No, I'm not Jewishness. I was raised a Quaker.
Yeah. Okay.
And that is only something that my mom found in 23andMe. It's officially erased from my family.
Yeah.
Any fucking non-Protestant white blood.
Uh-huh.
I've been completely, and my mom has done a lot of genealogical history. They've erased any intermixing,
Right.
but they did a DNA test and found like one like literally. You can't be whiter than I am.
Got it.
It's like literally even Scandinavian people
right.
have like 0.01%.
Yeah.
That has like not that. It's funny.
Yeah.
But why were you asking me that? Sorry,
no worries. I was just trying to ascertain as tactfully as possible, when you blocked Victoria, whether it was because of some issues concerning Jewishness.
I blocked her because she was she was posting things about how Michelle Obama was a fucking trans person, and like even if she fucking was, like, who fucking cares, dude?
Right.
Like,
And your response to that, Victoria? How about Victoria? What was, so when you posted those, what was on your mind?
And then she wrapped herself in a fucking flag of the Third Reich, and then I blocked her.
Okay.
Oh, that was on my old profile.
Right.
That was like a while ago.
But why would you find the Third Reich offensive? Was that because of your Jewishness?
She's not seen any of the documentaries.
Right. My Jewishness is, my mother did a 23andMe thing, and they found that 0.018% is Sephardic.
Right. So just to clarify this, so I got that. What I'm trying to say.
That wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter if she was any Jewish. She'd very.
Okay. So it was her liberal progressive. It was her liberal progressive leftist ideology that caused her to block you, as opposed to Jewishness, is what you're saying, Victoria.
No,
how
it's
you did.
because she's a fucking Nazi.
No, but
and because I literally, like, Victoria's the only Nazi that I can sit next to. No, I'm sitting next to a Nazi.
Well, Christine, I hope you'd feel the same way about myself. Honestly,
probably kick your ass too if you were not a very nice person. But like, it's like,
oh no, he's out here spreading peace.
Sit down next to one Nazi.
We're out.
You have two Nazis sitting down next to each
other.
I'm like Victoria.
Here trying to spread. We're out here trying to show that the difference between actual, like, truth and neo-Nazism, which is all hatred and all, like, BS and racism.
That's right, Christine.
Yeah.
You're not going to get any of that from me, Christine. Yes, that's right. Really, Christine, I'm all about love.
You freak. You're a freak, Douglas. You're funny.
So that being articulated, but honestly, Christine, it's yes, by the Nuremberg racial laws, you would have been considered Jewish. However, there.
Actually, no, I wouldn't have, because they didn't have DNA testing until the 90s, sweetheart, baby.
I'm saying by the Nuremberg racial laws. I'm not saying that they could have articulated.
Laws would never have found any even.
No, honey, you're talking about technology. Yeah, Christine, you're talking about technology. They didn't have the technology to ascertain your Jewishness. Is what you're saying. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to take a breather.
Just wait till you find out about Doug's 23andMe.
Wait. What? Also, she has Palestinians, but it's more likely to be Jewish than Sephardic Arab because it goes back 500 years.
Yeah.
That's how old this genetic is, and it's on the mom's side.
Yeah.
It's like 0.00005%, but like I think I might.
By that metric, I would be more Jewish than you.
Yeah.
Yes.
I might be a blood Jew.
Right. Right. You heard what Brendan said, though, right, Christine?
No, I wasn't paying attention. He wasn't like dynamic enough to.
Yeah, he needs to assert himself more.
It's hard to hear.
Yeah. Say it again, Bren.
Victoria like lies a lot and makes a lot of excuses.
I said by that metric, I would have
You're
been more Jewish than you've ever been Jewish.
I'm sure.
Because I have like
I'm
Semitic
sure
blood, like quite a bit.
Really not very much Jewish at all.
Yeah, she's like 0.0001.
Right, that's the point.
Yeah. So the question then, Christine, is that I'm asking is and our appreciation for George not joining.
That's Sephardic.
Right.
That's Sephardic.
Yeah, I get
Sephardic. Which is, do you know what that is? Quiz. What's Sephardic?
Well, it's Sephardic is Semitic Jewish, is so right?
Semitic
Yes.
is. Therefore, you could be Arab, Muslim, or Jewish.
Right.
That is Sephardic.
So it's an ethnicity. It's an ethnicity.
Yeah.
It's an ethnicity, but there can be Jews or Muslims that are Sephardic.
The Sephardic Jews are
And that
the
means that they came,
Sephardim, which are the
Israeli.
Iberian Peninsular Jews, meaning they're a later form of it.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah,
That's right.
Sephardic Jews.
Wait,
So
listen,
it couldn't have gone back 2,000 years, but
Yes, he did say that.
He said that the Sephardic Jews were from the Iberian Jews.
Right. Yes. They
Can you tell me the
well, that was certainly the case around the time of Columbus, so it certainly wound
basically
up that
Portugalese
way.
and
Yeah.
Portugal.
I think they were brought over by the Moors. Weren't they kind of like brought over with the
Pretty
Moors,
much.
along with the Moors? Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
I'm not gonna start with them.
Yeah. So let's not start.
They lived with the Muslims in North Africa, and then also in the Ottomani Empire as well.
Right. No. By the way, I want to.
What years are you talking?
What years was this?
We're talking prior or around the Middle Ages.
1300-ish?
Yeah, 13. Yeah, we're talking about medieval.
Wait, you have to talk into the if you're gonna ask something.
Prior or around the Middle Ages, do the Middle Ages means like 300s, 400s?
Oh, like you said,
I just said
1300s. Yeah.
Wait, listen, just.
Yeah, 1300 years, Christine. He said it. But honey, both of you ladies, I want to introduce you. Well, Victoria's already met him, but Christine, I want to introduce you to Mr. George Knight. George Knight.
George
this
is great.
Christine, yes. George.
Okay, sorry,
yes.
1300 years where?
No. In the 1300s time period, is what he's saying, that they emerged as a recorded culture in the Iberian Peninsula. That's the Sephardim.
The Sephardim.
So yes, honey.
Yes, yeah. After they have left, I mean, I don't know because that's.
Here's an
not
intriguing
that
part.
big a
They were Spanish Jews that were forced to convert to Catholicism or face expulsion after 1492.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
After then, the diasporic movement is 100,000 to 300,000.
The Muslims and they started the Inquisition and they funded Columbus's.
This was way
right. Yeah. That's right.
That's all the same year under Isabella and Ferdinand, the Catholic.
So that's when they went back to the Middle East, of course.
At that time, I know this year.
Right. I mean, look, your knowledge of history is vast and impressive. George is with us. I want to introduce you to him. George, if you would say hi. George is our man from England.
Hi, George.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Victoria. Hi, Brendan. Hello, Douglas. Thank you for having me on.
And I want to introduce you to Christine. George,
Top of the morning,
say
George.
hello to Christine. Yes.
Oh, hello, Christine. Is she on Victoria's end?
Yes.
What?
Basically, Christine and Victoria are sitting on each other's laps, and the problem is we can't hear them while they're eating each other out. That's the problem. Is they're muffling each other's voices, and if Christine, if you could pull your face out of Victoria's muff for a few minutes to speak clearly. Yes, I wish I could see it.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, I wish I was there between the both of you, I assure you.
Oh my word.
Yes, and hopefully we
She's
can...
going to have to smoke a cigarette.
Okay.
Yes,
there we are. So we'll introduce her to George when she returns. Let us know when she returns.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I have to breathe. She reminds me of Brooke Gibson in so many ways.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like I'm in... she definitely reminds me of Brooke in some ways.
Yeah, it's true. Oh my God.
It'd be fun. It'd be funny to hear them together.
Yes. It would. Oh my God.
Hi, George. Welcome.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm sorry, I've been trying to ascertain what's been going on.
It's well, kind of like what I described, but they're under a little more control than that. Both of these young ladies have it under control. They're both like, on their thing. She said this publicly, so I can share this much. Christine is detoxing, so she's basically in Victoria's cabin in the woods to isolate herself. And so this is like one of those films where we have the potential for a lot of drama, but these girls are getting along beautifully. And
no, but that's what I love it is because even detoxing, she's more brilliant than like 99% of Americans. So it's great to hear her perspective sometimes.
It is
the wealth of knowledge and history. So
yes, she's just a bit overwhelming but that's fine. That's fine. We're overwhelmed here quite a bit, and so I definitely, before it dribbles out of my ears, George, do me a favor and if at all possible, I want everyone to know, I should have shared this earlier, that Aristides was successful in getting a response from Marina Saren, simply an acknowledgement of what he said.
Nice.
Yeah, no guarantee that she's going to be back, but definitely he let her know I was banned off Facebook, and that she needs to contact me on Skype. So hopefully that will happen sometime. I'm not putting up any hopes for it. I have no expectations. And besides, it's one of those things where when she does agree to do something, she usually doesn't show up. She did the last time, but historically there's a precedent where it doesn't really work out because she's in Spain, and even though they're only an hour ahead of George, there's a real issue that she really tends to sleep at night, so she's really is just asleep most of the time when the show is on. So that's definitely a problem, an obstacle for her appearances. But George, on the other hand, he has no problems appearing very early in the morning, and what I'd like to ask him to do is so George, hey, you there with us, George?
Yes, beg your pardon, I am here, Douglas. My kettle's just boiling, so I don't want any background noise, so I'm just on mute. Thank you.
Oh yeah, don't worry, dude. You can, dude. You don't need to go mute. Brendan Zoget leaves his audio on when he's fucking taking a piss. I mean, we can hear this guy like boiling, and he's like.
Wait, when did that happen?
Well, that never happened. Thank God. That's unfair. That's unfair. There's people that has happened with, but Brendan wasn't one of them. That's unfair. It's making a point by an extreme example. Yeah, but Brendan, we can hear him like boiling his fava beans and other shit all the time. It's like he does things.
That is true. Like making roti. And
and so George, don't even worry about that. I want you to like be more assertive in making your presence part of the roundtable. And so what I'd like to ask of you is to reach out to two people. I just think it would be helpful, secondarily or just more casually, reach out to Brooke Gibson sometime and talk to her. I mean, she's doing fine so far as I know. I spoke to her fairly recently, but I do think it would be helpful if you spoke to her sometimes, because I think the two of you developed a good rapport that was never followed up on. And then the other thing is I would like you to try to somehow, just try. And if it can't, try to contact John Warrington and see how he's doing, and try to let him know that we are speak of him often and provide him with our moral support. Okay. Is that, okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. And our man Nemo brings up Troy pissed on Cole once, never called him out on it. Who is Troy?
Troy Bellamy.
Bellamy? Is
the
that
teacher? The teacher.
Troy. Fuck, he did? Jesus Christ. That's...
I don't remember that, but I don't doubt it.
Yeah, I don't remember that. I don't doubt it either. I know Brooke did several times. Yeah, but it's like, but then we were kind of.
That's the least that Brooke's done.
She did other things that were just ridiculous.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. And there we are. I like the way Troy qualifies it. Unfortunately, that's how we remember people. He's a black guy. Yeah, that's funny. By the way, I had some there's somebody in the chat, obviously a troll. I'm just leaving them alone for now, unless they follow up with something absurd. And, then, if they follow up on it with further absurdities, I'll just block them. But somebody in the chat.
Yeah.
Did you notice? Did you notice what they said?
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, what do you make of that? What do you make of that?
Just wait till they find out about your 23andMe.
Yeah. Thank you. Tell people a bit about that. Don't be afraid.
Yeah, I mean, Douglas is directly related to the Wolf King himself. So,
yes,
it's pretty much.
Yeah.
Like, can't get any much more direct than that.
Yeah.
There's no 0.1%.
Thank you.
But yeah, like that person's just a troll. I mean,
yeah, thank you.
There's no point in even. I was gonna block him, but it's like, there's no
I mean, feel free to. I mean, yourself, Aristides, Nemo. Yeah, feel free to.
I mean, just the name itself is like occultist. Obviously.
Thank you. Absolutely. And but I feel that they're basing their "What is your real name?" that comes from the Gangstalkers. The Gangstalkers.
Yeah.
So they're definitely connected with the Gangstalkers. And so it is what it is. As a matter of fact, just based on that alone, I need to just hide them from the channel. I can't block them. That's not the option that's provided, so I'll just hide them from the channel. I'm rather sad that the message got deleted because I did that. That was the only reason. Another reason I was reluctant to hide them from the channel is because I really want that to stay up there, because it's one of those things that people could look at and just see how ridiculous it is. But then again, it also confuses people. You can't give people credit enough where they understand what they're looking at. And like Nemo says, the troll dark worldwide. So just remember, Aristides, Brendan Zogit, Nemo Albano, and George Knight, and Victoria Hobbs. I mean, you're all standard moderators. I believe, George Knight, you are a moderator, are you not? You can all just
I don't have I just don't have the YouTube open.
Got it.
On Skype, so I can't view it. Whilst I'm on Skype.
So Victoria went mute. So the girls are really going at it now. Yeah, they're.
Well, you know when the cigarettes come out, it's like something's about to happen.
Yeah, that's right.
I remember high school back in the day.
Yeah, I only wish I was there to watch. I want to be in the middle of it. Honestly, I'd be in pig heaven. I would help Christine detox. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So George, what's been going on with you lately? Catch us up. Is it that overwhelming? I mean,
I hope he's okay.
Yeah. What the fuck?
Well, he's probably making food. It's like breakfast.
He's off mute. Jesus Christ, he can hear us.
Maybe they knocked him off or something.
God knows. Maybe they did to him what they did to us the other day with Jen. When we were all on and just unable to communicate. Vic and Chris, you young tomboys there. As soon as you can peel each other off each other.
Sorry, we were situating. Hi.
Oh, no worries. It's delightful.
Don't get them excited.
Yes. You're getting me all excited. I'm just, in my imagination, I'm just, they're in between the both of you. How I wish I was.
Ridiculous. Have you ever been around somebody who's been detoxing from heroin?
It's bad.
Yes.
It's bad. Yeah.
I have direct experience.
Yeah.
I don't really want to be in between. Victoria's being sweet by sitting about a foot away from me.
Okay.
I haven't even had COVID and I don't smell
We've
anything.
been sitting
So
across the rooms from each other because I know how it is, and I've been trying to be polite. But
you're good.
We're sitting close to each other for your sake, so there you go. Sorry, Victoria.
You're fine.
Got it. Yeah. No, that's fine. By the way, I admire your struggle with heroin, and we all pray for your victory. Whoa, George left. What the fuck? I mean, it's like, okay, I'm sure he might jump back in later. Whatever's going on with him, we pray for his safety as well. God knows.
It's hard. Yeah. Like when you're actively using, a lot of people stop their internet use.
Yeah.
When you're in like a heavy use place. And it's not necessarily because you don't care. It's because you don't want, at least for me, I isolated from so many people because I didn't want to put my disease on anybody else.
Okay.
Because, like, I know my other friends, when people are like, oh, dude, can you get me high? They're like, sure. And I'm like, no, bitch, you're a fucking adult. You want to go into the fucking hood like I do and walk up to every gangster and be like, hey, can you give me heroin? Like,
Oh
you
my
know,
gosh.
like, if you want to be a big girl, big boy, go fucking do drugs. Go do it on your own. Like, I won't start somebody on that. Like, you know, it sucks.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I appreciate it. So, that being said, before I start in on myself and start talking about my vampirism, my own background and all that, Brendan, was there something you wanted to say to Christine now that George has kind of left us for the time being at least? Obviously, we were saying, Victoria and Brendan
have you ever considered if you're, like, I mean, I don't know. Some people have a goal of actually, changing their lifestyle. But like, have you considered iboga as a potential treatment?
I mean, the reason I haven't done that is because I have already heart arrhythmias, and I don't have the cash to set up in a place where they're gonna like give me enough. It's like I need a minimum of like $8,000 to $10,000 to have nurses with radiocardiograms next to me. While they're giving me coconut water for 2 weeks. And I've had a friend who did that, and it was like the best because she realized that like we're like sponges, we're like dirty sponges, and when we're doing drugs we're like dirty sponges. So the best way that you can do that is just keep fucking rinsing. Rinsing yourself. That's the way that you get it out of you. And like water, because iboga gives you like a 72-hour 3-day trip, and like the people I know who have it, they all say you just realize that you are water.
Yeah.
And like what, like that's what you understand, and that you realize that you've been like dirtying yourself from pure water, and what you need to go back to is pure water. But like you literally can't have heart arrhythmia, and like I know some people who just played around with that, but they also died, know. So like I really think that you should have like a nurse with a radiocardiogram. And
nowadays they also have the alternative.
That's
species.
Really the best way to do it. But I don't have 8 grams in 2 weeks.
There are also alternative species that are now on the market that are legally able to be obtained as microdose, and that has helped.
Yeah, I know. I've heard a lot of people say a lot of good things about microdosing, but I would need more than microdosing, sweetie.
Got it.
Like I would need. I need blood doses. I need like a full program.
I get it. Trust me, I understand. But in the meantime, just stick with nutrition. Like definitely.
I'm doing Suboxone.
All the vitamins.
Victoria was like, "Where are you drinking?" I had some like.
She had ginger ale. I'm like, you should be taking NAC.
Can I tell you what Victoria's
or just vitamin C megadose? I mean.
No. I came in here detoxing yesterday, and this is what Victoria's fridge looks like. She has like 6 pounds of raw organic beef. Like ground beef.
Right.
Cool.
3 organic live culture yogurt like liters.
Yeah.
And then like 4 things of kale, and then a bunch of like
Wait, what kale?
Jerky. Your fucking kale down there. That's all she fucking has, dude.
Where's kale?
And like 60 something.
There's no kale.
That's all she fucking has in the house.
There's no kale. That's all beef jerky. That is not beef jerky. That's literally all beef jerky. That's literally.
All right.
Okay, well, I get the point.
I could live up there.
Oh
It would be hell on earth for Bren. Yeah.
It's so funny.
All right. She's coming on camera.
I have like pounds of beef jerky in both my bottom drawers. It's hilarious.
Is it all unsalted?
No, it's pretty salty. That's why I don't. Oh yeah, my Kerrygold butter. Yes. I have pounds of butter, pounds of beef.
I see lights. It's dark.
She's like She's like. No, I don't. Why would I have kale that's full of oxalates? I'm a carnivore.
Yeah, which I could live with. Vic and I can get along. Bren, she's toxic to Bren. Bren would just he'd die in her presence. And
Yeah, no, but I shop carnivores so that I can eat
Got it.
what I want out there.
Bad, dude. You need some fucking chickens and pigs, dude. That's a waste. That's so much.
I like beef myself. I prefer beef myself, but but Vic.
Beef's nice, but it's like.
So now that we've got the camera, let's see both you young ladies. Okay, we got the camera on. So this is fans only. So let's take.
What?
Oh, she turned it off.
No.
Troy Bellamy would have died if he had heard about this without being present. Yes, he'd be so jealous.
Yes.
So at any rate, Christine, you there? Are you still digging through all the jerky?
I thought there was chaos, literally. Like, I'm disturbed for
Yeah, so my only recommendation was just, just for the record, I mean, if she wants to listen, that's fine or not. Just stick with, like, the actual nutrients for your body, because...
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. That's why when Victoria was like, why are you taking sugar? I'm like, I need sugar that can get in my fucking system without my digestive system.
Yeah, that stuff is fine, but I mean, I'm talking, like, nutrients, like magnesium, minerals.
Oh, yeah, no, I need that, too.
Vitamin C,
I have
B vitamins.
I'm on day 3 from, like, heavy heroin use with Suboxone. I have been
understood.
Like, but eventually I do need that. But
so
now I just need like benzo.
I do have like a bunch of I have a bunch of supplements here that will help her if need be.
Excellent.
I believe in you guys.
Yes.
I believe in you guys. Just I was just wanted it stated for the record.
It's just nice because where Victoria lives, like I thought she had Wi-Fi and shit.
Mm-mm.
But, like my Verizon phone, like I have literally no media at all. At all.
You're welcome.
So I guess it's like being like
I got lots of books, darling.
but Victoria's media works, so you can
barely.
Yeah, true.
But next to her and she's fun. Like sometimes you want to sit there and like hate your life and regret all your choices that you've ever made while you like look at a YouTube video.
I gave you the hacked phone.
Yeah,
you just gotta be careful with the hacked phone.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, hear that? Yeah, you can do that with
there's another AT&T phone that will work here.
That's right. There, see? So Vic's got you covered. And you can use that to look at the past YouTube episodes of Douglas Dietrich. And further indoctrinate yourself into whatever you call it. I don't know.
Will, but I think the thing is if I ever actually like put the time to look at any of this year, like stuff like Europa, that's like 12 hours long. I'm familiar with that organization, but like it's so long. If I'm gonna actually
part 8,
if I'm gonna put my ADD fucking self into looking at stuff like that, then like if I actually put a sourced, legitimate, real history fucking like comment back. And,
by the way, I'm
fucking like listen to me. Then like y'all fuck yourself. You know?
By the way, Christine,
if I actually spent 12 hours and like actually address
Christine, I want you to know, I myself have never watched Europa, but George Knight probably has. So George Knight, I want to introduce you to Christine. Christine, this is George Knight. This is our opportunity. So George Knight, do say hello to Christine, and let's see if we can get a response and get a conversation.
You have, like, real faces.
Yes.
And Abe, you have like actual like FaceTime.
Can anyone hear me?
We can. I can.
Thank you.
So Christine, can you hear this, our man in England?
Yes, we can.
Excellent, Vic. Thank you.
Yes.
So.
Sorry, Christine.
Where are you from? Can I ask you in England where you're from?
The county is called Hampshire. The south, in the south.
That's like the mid
Hampshire.
Like south, kind of towards the Midlands. It's not like the real south. No, Hampshire is nice. They have like nice horses there, and a lovely soft accents. Anyway, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Did she say nice horses? She just basically said George Knight has a horse dick. Yes, that's right.
No. Douglas, your mind is ridiculous.
Yeah, that's very sexual. No, I've been like trying to not become a total misanthrope and want to just become an eco-terrorist. So I've been like looking at a lot of horse content and like Southern Midlands of England.
I don't think George Knight is anywhere near any goddamn horses. I think George Knight is in the middle of like little brick houses that are all right next to each other and shit. I think
are you in county housing?
Yeah, tell us, George.
Are you in county?
I mean, there are lots of fields around me. No,
I'm saying, are you like in county flat yourself?
No, definitely not. No. No.
Like my friends, a few of them live in county flats, and they're like I don't know. I kind of, even as a leftist, I like the British style where it's like, if you really, really need to, you will be housed with the minimum housing and you will be fed with the minimum feeding. But like, it's really better to just get a job under the table, black, and not pay taxes and like take care of yourself and like live like that. But like, I don't know. I like the British social, I think like for modern. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, the social experiment, right? Yes, go on, George.
I think that's a good one. I think it's better than like I dated people and I knew people in like France and Germany and Austria and Sweden and Norway, and they all collected government benefits for different reasons, but they could easily just like have their mom collect it for like 9 months while they fucked off in like fucking Thailand, living like on like 9
okay, you've just buried yourself back between Victoria's thighs again. Okay, just withdraw from there for a minute when you're speaking.
What about Queen Victoria?
What?
Jesus. Oh, honey, when you're speaking, pass the phone. Pass the phone.
Oh, pass the phone.
Oh
yeah,
my
speaking
God.
to the phone.
That's fair.
Sorry, we're literally up on a fucking mountain. What do you want from us? It's literally there's no.
I want the camera on so I can see it when it
Freddy
happens.
Krueger comes and like butchers us, like there will be like my phone literally just says SOS right now, and I have a like.
That's bothered me too. That's bothered me too. My fantasies about visiting Victoria are tempered by my negative fantasies about cabin in the woods, serial stalkers up there, and I would feel safe with her, but
have a dog.
yeah, she doesn't have a dog. That's right. Oh my fucking God!
You can't have a dog here. I can't handle it. You can't have a dog like you need up here.
Yeah. So George, anyhow, Christine, would you say hi to George just so I can hear that? That way I
Hi, George.
There, thank you.
Hi.
As a host, I just had to have that exchange happen, so otherwise I feel that somehow it's just the circuit's not complete. Okay, so we're all on roundtable now, and George, what's been going on lately with yourself? Catch us up. So.
Yeah, no, just the same old Douglas. It's back to Monday, so it's back to work reality today. So,
how long are we gifted with your presence?
For about another half an hour.
Yes.
Douglas. Yes, and then I'll have to make do. Make
so
my errands
this county,
my move on.
Right, this county housing that Christine mentioned is probably something that John Warrington has been relegated to, is what I would imagine.
Council housing. It's basically like Section 8 here, but it's easier to get there. But it's really small. Like some of my friends have Section 8 or council housing, and it's like basically like a normal living room. Size in America, but you would have like your kitchen, your bathroom, which it has like a tiny place and a standing shower, and you have to pay tax to have a TV. So that's
my fucking God! By the way, Christine,
and they will come and check. They will come and check your like one room council flat.
Yeah,
but
social workers,
like they will help you survive.
Right. Well, I don't know if I don't know if that's worth living. I mean, that's not. That's like I don't even know. That's barely sustenance. That must be where John Warrington is stuck in something like that. Must be what's going on.
Probably, but like it's better than being on the street. It's better than like what people do.
I don't know about.
It explains why he can't have his own internet.
Yes, that's right. So they don't have internet essentially, right, Christine?
They have internet.
They can get it, but they would be taxed more.
You have to do it through.
He wouldn't be able to buy his beer.
I get my Verizon Xfinity for $9.95 a month.
No. I understand. That's appreciated, but what?
And it's the same thing in Britain. Like if you're poor, you get like special cheap deals.
Right. No. Got it. I mean, all that's appreciated, but what Brendan is pointing out is that our man John Warrington, who used to be a member of Team Dietrich, I'm not talking about George Knight, who's with us now, is probably in that situation where he can't afford to pay the extra for internet because that would cut into his beer money. And when he goes to drink beer,
this guy? Yeah.
He was just somebody
who are alcoholics. That's the thing.
Yeah,
it's like a lot of my friends were alcoholics and they were smokers. And the thing is like on council money, you have to stand for 8 hours every day on Friday to get your dole. Yeah. And that will get you enough to buy one shitty, tiny, small chicken, a couple oranges, maybe if you're a hippie, one pack of cigarettes, one 6-pack to 12-pack of beer, depending on how cheap you're going to go, and like some pasta and some onions. It will literally get you through a week. That's 50 quid. That's when I was there in 2008. Yeah. You know, it's like literally just enough.
I'm ready to move to England tomorrow.
Like, but it sucks. Like, so most people prefer to work black in England. But like in France and in like Germany and Sweden and Norway, they have like much nicer welfare systems. Or if you know how to game them, like you can just pick them up for 6 months while like living in Thailand, and like that money goes a lot further in Thailand or Malaysia or India or you know, something like that. And that's shitty. Like I think that's shitty because like people, I don't think I should have to work harder than people just because I'm American.
No, I get it. Americans,
like we give so much money in corporate fucking welfare.
Like, no, honey, God, you're preaching to the converted. You're preaching to the converted. I can understand why people go communist even with that shit going down. But okay, so George, so tell me, I want you to know as an Englishman, do you feel when Christine asks something, and obviously she's been to England, she's like obviously screwed around with British guys. So, but I mean, is it like an offensive?
I never touched one. I never touched a British male.
Really?
Wow. Never. No. Wow. My body count in the mid-30s is like 5, 6, and most of those were done before I was 25. I haven't had sex with more than 2 people in like 12 years.
Wow.
And I've had sex 7 times in about 12 years.
Yeah, so but honey, being a member of the sex industry, I
work as a sex worker,
right?
But I don't have sex.
Right. Okay, I'll digest that. I mean, like, is this like some kind of like Clintonian definition where it's like it doesn't count as sex if it's not like what? I mean, like, you know, I mean.
Well, no, I think that's fair. I have sometimes my subs. I have one sub who learned like from some South African tantra artist. During COVID with his girlfriend, like I can
use him.
Allow myself to be like tied down and blindfolded, and he, you know, in the Victorian times, hysteria used to be treated with like a regular visit to a doctor with a machine, right?
Yeah.
I feel like similar to this, but I trust this person. I know them.
Yeah. So I'm just going to explain to George here, see, George and Victoria are both like homeschool kids. They're both kind of naive. So I'm going to explain to them that basically, Our Lady Christine is a dominatrix. So when she's talking about these subs, she uses this terminology as if everybody knows. So I want to assure you, Christine, there's some things that require an explanation. It's kind of like when Brendan says,
please,
you know, like when Brendan is saying, I'm making some roti right now. And I asked him, what is that, Brendan? I'm trying to get him to explain that to our listeners, but he never.
Roti is
I love roti.
Yeah.
Do you have like a proper oven to make roti?
I can't use it because there's several things with. I live in a crib.
Yeah, it's very difficult. That's what I'm saying. Like only like professional.
Yes, I have a tava.
I have a
tava. I have everything.
You have the whole thing? Really?
Yes.
Nice.
Yes.
You just impressed the hell out of Vic and Chris. You just impressed the hell out of them, Brent. Go on. Come on. I want to hear this.
I mean, yes, I have the skills of an Indian Gujarati villager, but I mean, that's fine.
Gujarati roti.
Like,
nice.
Yeah.
I fuck with that.
Or I make many types, but my standard one is just kind of like the classic roti.
Gujarati thali is my favorite. Like
yes, their food is top notch.
I mean, I like a lot of Indian cuisine, but Gujarati thali is my favorite.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I cook from all over. Like I'll do Southeast Sundays. Like today I did Southeast Sundays.
I don't know. I couldn't handle like pure vindaloo. It's like you watch it make it and it smells so good and it's so amazing. You're like, oh my god, I want that, and it's so fresh and so amazing, like fresh cut thing. And then it's just like, oh my god, why did you just like put bear mice in my mouth? Like, you don't taste anything. You literally don't taste it.
You said bear mace?
Yeah. It's funny. Like somebody just gave you like a mouthful of bear mace.
Yeah.
Like, It's like, and then you watch what they make.
I like spicy food, but I
like
can see how that can happen.
But fucking vindaloo, are you telling me? All right, because this is the thing.
Yes,
people
I can
say
eat
like
vindaloo.
people always Victoria, right.
Go vindaloo.
Yeah, right. You go vindaloo. What, you were hanging out with the Muslims in Catholic country because they're the only ones who butcher goats and
Oh no, this was at an Indian restaurant that I worked at for a year.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
Tourists, and they get it frozen. It's like
You're funny.
No,
well,
but
they
it's true.
they charge at the wazoo.
And if
so.
it's for tourists, they're not making proper vindaloo with real chicken.
No, yeah.
Like real vindaloo, you can't eat it if you're like not local, and it's so stupid because it's so.
I understand.
Awesome.
I can.
Like goat vindaloo for tourists is like being made for Russians in Goa. It's like it's not at all the same. Like no.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's all true. It's all true. When you go to places in the US, like, and you ask for the spiciest, I mean, they're not going to give you real anything.
Yeah. But like I'm not like a crazy spicy person, but like I love green papaya salad in America. And then when I went to Thailand, I was just like, why? Then I would watch them make it, and it was so beautiful. And then I'd just be like, why did you do that to me? Because it's like literally just like mace. Yeah. They just like put mace on top.
Yeah, it's mace.
That's the only way. I mean, that's the only way I can eat it. It has to be like really spicy.
It's and it's beautiful, and it's like so fresh and so nutritious and so good. And then they're just like, and I'm just gonna like drench it in this thick paste of mace, and eat this. Yeah. Have fun.
I'm sorry. I'm having flashbacks to the Bakbang Jiao,
Douglas, please, let's not.
Oh shit. Okay.
Let's not go to Bakbang Jiao right now.
Yes. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. There we are.
But I can appreciate that why you're having flashbacks.
Thank you.
Like I would too.
Thank you. Yes.
Maybe they should have made it spicy, man.
Yeah.
Jeez, that would have helped.
All right. So these two lovely ladies, George, take advantage of this while you're with us and share a little bit about yourself before I start going into myself. I just want these young ladies to know that I have, all night. George is only going to be with us a few minutes before he goes to work. He might be able to join us for short periods after that. But during the time that we have him with us, I do want to take advantage of that time so that he can speak with us. And so, George, a little bit on catching us up about, these two lovely young ladies have introduced themselves. Tell them a bit about yourself. Just introduce yourself. Tell them a bit about, you. What are you?
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Douglas. So I'm just.
And better yet, how about this? Did you ever see
Let him talk. He was like finally talking.
Yeah, true. But tell him about. Did you ever see the Europa documentary? And stop going mute.
He's very shy.
Yes.
Be quiet.
He is shy. Yes. Go there.
No, I know you mentioned that earlier. I'm not acquainted with what that documentary is, unless someone can just explain.
I'll send it to you.
Maybe I can. Maybe I might be acquainted with it in a somewhat regard.
Okay, so Victoria will send it to you, but I find it hard to believe you don't know about it. Okay.
It's some fucking white Nazi supremacist shit. Yeah.
I don't watch those documentaries.
Well, that's how Christine describes it, George.
Yeah,
but she's not seen it yet. She's not seen it yet, though.
Yes.
I know the fucking organization. Anything that they're gonna put out, like, oh my god.
Yeah, well, right. I mean, so Victoria.
I'll watch it, and if you want, I'll do a fucking thing with you, and I'll have Google, and I will fucking fact check every fucking.
Yeah. That's fine. I don't mind that, Christine. Christine, I want you to know something, Christine. George and I are not into Holocaust denial. George originally began investigating Holocaust.
Cool.
Yes.
Like, is that like a big deal? Like the Holocaust?
Maybe was that who said that? Victoria or Chris? Both your voices.
Christine, I'm asking, is that even a big deal to like not be a Holocaust denier? Because like the son of Bibi Netanyahu is a fucking Holocaust denier, but like.
Well, I think there are
but Christine.
Yeah.
Isn't that
Like,
your umbrage with the documentary Europa, your umbrage with Victoria wrapping herself in the flag of the Third Reich must have to do with umbrage over Holocaust denial? What else would it be about?
No, it's about Holocaust reality. About like, it's not about denial. It's about what happened.
Okay.
And like,
I'm sorry. When I say George and I are not into Holocaust denial, what do you think I mean by that?
they're agreeing with you.
they're saying that the Holocaust happened.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So do you understand that? I mean,
yeah, that's pure.
Yeah.
But like, I understand certain things, really bad things happened, but I understand that they were okay to happen. And like, I don't feel that way about the Holocaust,
Okay. So when I say we're not denying it, shouldn't that put us in a good light with you?
I mean, sure, yeah, but like, I have a very, I have a very low tolerance.
It's a very deep, visceral.
Yeah, it's something. There's something going on here. There's something going on here that
decades of
yeah.
My ex was Austrian, born from Vienna. He grew up in Germany. His mother was a communist, and his grandfather was in the Third Reich. He was a German, Austrian, blue-eyed, blonde-haired perfect son of the Third Reich. And I was with him for 4 or 5 years, and I stayed most of that time in Berlin and over in Germany. His grandfather was a Nazi. His mother was a communist, and he was an anarchist, and he was also 36, and we started fucking when I was like 16, and I was with him for about 7 years. And so I've learned a lot about German pig fucking blue eyes. I have them myself. Like,
okay. So this sounds like a lot of self-loathing to me.
Self-loathing?
What would you call it?
No, I have white guilt. Sure, I have white guilt for
sure.
But
what you use the term "pig fucking blue eyes"? It sounds pretty self-loathing.
No, that was because that's what my ex-boyfriend said, because he had like a part Gypsy Croatian girlfriend before who had those like fox like glacier blue eyes that looks like foxes that are just like otherworldly.
Yeah.
And mine look like dark blue that are very common in a lot of Germany and Bavaria, and like, I'd have like German blue eyes, and he called them pig fucker blue eyes, but like they're not like Slavic women who have like these like clear green eyes that just look like clear ice.
Right.
It's different. Or like, it's like the type of eyes they have, but they're most common for the Aryan people. And it's what my ex always called German pig fucker blue. So no matter, for the rest of my life, when I've been all over the world, and our people are like, your eyes look like
why would he use that term? It sounds very bizarre to me.
Because,
do me a favor and don't use that term. It sounds very offensive in the sense that it sounds like you don't like yourself.
Oh, but they do pig fuck.
Is it simply because they eat so many pigs? He might be using that.
No, they actually do fuck them. I lived in a lot of rural Germans do. Welsh people fuck sheep. Yes. No, they do. When I lived in Costa Rica when I was 16, I was told how you fuck a cow. You put them in a ditch because they're lower than you, and you spread your legs on either side of the ditch, and then that way you can enter them that way. They said they didn't ever do it, but their cousins did it. I also know how to fuck
Just to put some of this in perspective here, I do want people to
Rural
understand.
People fuck animals.
I do want people to understand that Austrians are German hillbillies, and the reality is that you're going to have rural situations where this sort of thing has
sometimes fucking better.
God, no argument. I'm not arguing with that. I'm just clarifying to our listeners
their
that
country is much more beautiful.
Hillbilly country.
They're also fucking Nazis in Austria.
Yes, but then now you use that term "fucking Nazis" as opposed to simply saying Nazis. This is bizarre to me because so this is what Brendan was getting at, Christine.
Sorry.
Christine, what's bizarre to me is nothing to be sorry about. I'm just like trying to scope this out here and kind of.
No, I'm saying sorry because she's kind of walking away from the mic.
Oh, okay, thank you.
about this because I don't like.
So is she like? Is she recoiling from the conversation?
No, I'm pouring
No,
a drink.
she's just pouring some more.
And I'm saying that Victoria, who actually cares about what people think about her, should probably get me off this because I don't care.
No. Look, you're all fine. You're all fine. We're all fine here. I'm just trying to scope some things out. It strikes me as odd because, okay, so Brendan Zoget brought up 23andMe, and we're talking about genetic testing, and we do have to...
But there's that pomegranate.
Pomegranate.
Yeah.
I mean...
She needs a mixer.
Right. Got it. Got it.
Pomegranate.
Yeah.
Go on. Sorry, Douglas.
No worries. Can she hear me when I speak while she's doing all that, mixing her pomegranate and shit? Okay, so if you can hear me, this is what is puzzling to me, is what Brendan was trying to scope out. 23andMe he was bringing up because it's a genetic test. Most private genetic testing, even today, which your parents sound like they might have spent thousands and thousands of dollars. I don't know about that, but
it was only my mom did spend like 200 something.
okay,
She said 200.
Okay.
It was my mom did through 23andMe and like history, whatever. But it's just the mitochondrial DNA.
Oh, okay. So let me. Honey, Christine, you can't trust that. That's, honestly, if somebody gave me 23andMe as a gift, or gave it to George Knight or Brendan Zoget, we'd all get tests saying that we were.
I don't care. You don't think I'm Jewish, even though by their laws I should be.
I'm sorry, say that again? I mean, you're talking about...
She said Jews don't think that she's Jewish, but by their laws, they should be.
Why is this an issue to you? This is what's interesting to me. Why?
That's fine, because technically I should be able to claim fucking citizenship in Israel if I want to. Fuck. Because I fucking have arguments with Palestinians and Israelis all the time.
So what is your opinion on what's going on between Israel and Palestine right now?
I mean, just go live in Israel, see how nice it is.
You don't want me to start. This is like...
Why wouldn't I want you to start? Please, by all means, start. Do you think that if you got into that subject that I would somehow take offense? I mean...
Yeah, this is what we do on this podcast. It's like, they speak about all kinds of crazy stuff.
I took the modern Middle East, both in Sidwell Friends, which is where the Obama kids went, when I was in high school, and then in college. And so I studied a lot of this, and I was an extreme liberal, and then I went and lived in Muslim countries that made me change my very, libtard...
But by the way, that's completely understandable. That's completely understandable.
Yeah, that's understandable, but the Israelis aren't much better.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
But and when my friend said, well, if you don't like that and you think they're all pervs, then you don't need to go to their country, then I'm like, well, then fuck.
But you realize if you went to Israel, your average Israeli guy would be coming up to you, and he'd be no better than the Muslims. I mean, just because they have a Western kind of dress and a Western kind of demeanor.
That's not true. The Orthodox are as bad as any Muslims, and they are growing in Israel, and they are taking power. And they
are not.
The Orthodox are.
Yeah. They want all the women to wear headdresses and fucking practically put them in burqas.
Yes, we all know
in
this.
Israel. Israel.
Yes. In Israel, you can scream that all you want. Yes, they're 12%. They're originally 6%. They control a huge voting bloc. And they're just as against women as any Muslims are. You don't need to yell.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, it's true. Oh, it's awful. It's awful.
I knew a lot of Jewish women preferred to wear
It's really sad. I will say something.
But I didn't know that they...
Sir, whoever is talking, who has this thing.
So understand that
I appreciate
these
that
are Netanyahu's crowd, by the way.
To be a Nazi, but people really do need to learn this history because it's really so complex.
Yeah.
And both sides want to make it black or white.
So Christine, so I understand you understand the complexities of the situation, and I'm glad we were able to inform Victoria about just how misogynist many of these reactionary Israelis are, and these are the kinds of guys that back Netanyahu.
Yes, yeah.
I'm sorry?
But many, yes.
Yeah.
Many.
Yeah, well, enough to make...
Yes, but it's not written to law. You can walk down the street.
No, you don't understand. They intend
Can you
on
listen
writing
to me
it.
for a second? I'm sorry, dude, but I've like walked through these places. I live this way.
You
Can
wait a
walk down
second.
the street
This is Christine
in a
talking,
short
right?
tank top.
Yeah.
Yes, and you can
Yes,
walk
it's
down the
Christine.
street
Yeah.
as a woman with her
Yeah.
hair down and
Yeah.
like a, 1-inch tank top
Yeah.
and clinging jeans, and you can walk down the street. And you can do that.
Where are
People
you
might
talking
look-
about now? Tell
She's
us.
talking about
I'm-
Israel.
I'm
not
talking
Spain.
about West Baltimore. I'm talking
Oh.
about Israel. I'm talking about whatever. You
Wait a
can do that
second.
in most-
But you haven't been to Israel, have you?
No, but I've been to Pakistan. I've been to India.
Right.
I've been to fucking
Yeah, the most
Crete. I've
backwards
been-
ass country.
Yeah. I was about to say you chose all the shitholes to go to. Why?
Why? Because they have the best food in the region and some of the most beautiful.
It's not worth it. It's not worth it. I don't give a shit. Is it worth that to risk?
Some of us, we like weird places with good food.
Yeah, they had really good food. I had ate veg for a long time, and I cried when I went to a wedding, even though I was a woman, so I had to eat like the eyeballs and the leftovers after the men were done eating.
Yeah.
But they spit roasted an entire calf
Yeah.
on a barbecue after I had been in India, where like cows are sacred for 8 months, and I'm an American.
Yeah.
And I saw that, and like they then passed me like calf spit roasted on like mountain jungle fucking wood, and I like literally fucking just broke down crying.
Oh my
It
god.
was beautiful.
Yeah, I would love that shit too.
You
Yeah.
know, it's
but
beautiful.
it's not.
It's really nice if you're a man. It's not nice if you're a masculine man and you have to have like a beard and you should be like a
Yeah, I get it. I would not thrive in those places, I assure you. But such being ascertained, we're not getting
And I went
to.
there.
Wait, let him finish.
Such being ascertained, we're not getting to the heart of the issue here. There's an issue here where it's not that I'm saying you came on with a chip on your shoulder at all. And believe me, I adore you. I think you're great, and I adore Victoria. And yes, of course, you both have a high tolerance for each other, considering your differences. But as you said, at the base, we're all agreeing on basic things. This is why, like Brooke, Victoria and Brendan Zogit and I were agreeing that you remind us in some ways of Brooke Gibson, who's been on the show a lot in the past. And she's the lady who was very confrontational at times when she didn't need to be. We were basically on the same side, but she
I
couldn't.
told you I'm bad at communicating.
Yeah.
I always get told that I'm bad at it, even when I don't mean to. Everybody tells me this.
Okay.
Yeah, but you're so knowledgeable.
Me and Victoria used to date the same person, and I've been hanging out with them more recently. And like, I constantly get told that even when I really mean well, it comes off badly.
Oh,
And I
Okay.
was just telling her this yesterday. But it's just funny because you're like, you don't mean to sound this bad, but you really sound really bad. But it's like, yeah, that's just kind of.
well, also like detoxing, so it's just
Yeah,
also
No. Obviously, that's taken into account. I mean, I take that into account. And that's fine. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, Brooke is constantly detoxing as well. It's one of those things.
Yeah.
But
She
you're
just sounds
yeah.
like she's drunk. I don't know.
She is sometimes. She is sometimes.
She actually
Yeah.
is like combative.
Yeah.
She's quite combative at times.
Yeah, and I'm surprised Victoria must have really hurt her at times in the past when there were times when Brooke really crossed the line. It was just intolerable. It's
About what? How did you
Wait,
cross the line?
Brooke hurt who?
Brooke crossed the line a few times in the past. It was just intolerable. It was just like
On air, just on air.
yeah,
I
just
guess.
on air where she was
Yeah,
like
she's wild.
Wait,
yeah.
So can I ask, is like the point of this podcast that like Jews are bad, are Romani bad, or are travelers bad, or is it, what's like
No one's
the
bad.
point? What is the point of this?
Well, you mean like the whole-
Education
yeah.
into not getting into those categories at
Thank
all.
you. Thank
But
you.
it would be
Yeah.
It's not
historical
getting into
context to the
categories?
point. It would be historical context to the point where you would never be able to fall into these kind of zones of
Thank you.
this
Right.
group versus that group.
The point of
That's
this
how I-
podcast is to inform people and educate.
Yeah. Thank you. That was
Hey,
Nemo.
point
So
is to what word?
Inform people and educate.
yes. So I'd like to
About what though?
everything in general. So, Christine, I'd like to introduce you to Nemo Albano in Australia. So, Nemo, do say hello to Christine, and Christine, do say hello back. So, as a host, I can feel live.
Sorry, y'all shouldn't talk to me, but hi.
No, it's okay.
She said hi, Nemo.
Hi.
Yeah, Nemo.
Hi, Nemo.
Yeah. Jesus, I guess something happened to him.
He's already muted.
No, he's not muted.
Hold on, I can't hear you on Skype. I gotta change my sound settings.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, yes, please. Thank you. That would help Nemo, because she did say...
Hello, I've got to change my sound settings.
Okay, good. Once you've done that, you can respond.
Can I ask you, what's your name? Douglas.
Yeah.
Why do you, like, you know, I use, like, Jesus Christ and stuff, I swear, but, like, you use that, like, a lot, like, when you are frustrated. Why do you go specifically to, like, Jesus Christ? Like, what does that mean to you as, like, a expletive? Because you say it as an expletive, like, more than anything else. Like, why do you do that? It's interesting.
Just, I guess habit developed over the years. Thank you. So, Nemo, do say hello. I said just habit.
It's what people do.
Yeah. So, Nemo, say hi to Christine, please.
Hello, Christine. Nice to meet you.
This guy's hiding. Hi, nice to meet you. What's your name?
Nemo.
Nemo. That's a very nice name.
Yeah.
Nema.
Nemo.
No, Nemo.
No, can he say it instead of you? What's your name?
Your name. Say your name to her.
Yeah, Nemo.
Yeah. What? Nemo.
Nemo.
With an O or
Finding
an A?
Nemo.
It's not his real name.
Nemo.
You already know that. He's
Nemo.
it means no man. Yeah, it means no man.
Australia.
Yes.
Well, it was just the Australian accent. Yeah, it's like.
She just wants to hear your Australian accent. Yeah, she finds it
right.
sexy.
Sure.
I find it a horrible accent.
Well, it's better than the transatlantic accent.
To each their own.
Yeah. I mean, it's they're all beautiful in their own way. So, Christine, honey, so it's, as for my using Jesus Christ, it's just a habit. I can't think of anything.
Why? But why? Like, I use, like, all swears, and I use them in many languages.
Yeah, I like to swear in a lot of languages.
I swear because, like, different swears in different language, like specspons or like madre puta or something like this, you know, or like paejale, like like something like this. These are all good, like, in certain contexts. But like, why? I've noticed you use Jesus Christ a lot. I'm wondering why that particular expletive, like.
Just something that developed over the years. Go on, George.
Why?
Yeah, George.
I can actually.
You must have never been to the West Coast.
I mean, Jesus Christ, yeah, people say it, but like you're only saying it.
Yeah, but George has got some insight here. George, by all means.
Yes, I can vouch for Douglas. He has articulated in his previous interviews the reason behind actually using phrases and terms.
Yeah. And go on with articulating them for me, George. Yes, thank you. Please.
Cut out.
Did he cut out? He cut out.
Yeah,
Jesus
he cut
Christ. I said it again.
Why is that?
It's okay. It's just funny.
So George, you can you cut out there?
I think it's just funny.
They got him. He's like, he's not even on mute, and there he can't come through. It's like Nemo's mic problem, except the opposite. We can't hear him, whereas Nemo, he couldn't hear us. Oh my god.
Sometimes when I log in Skype, fucking default settings change.
Yeah, got it.
How's my audio now?
Hey, we can hear you now, George. Thank God. So by all means, do express this. Continue where you were at. I've articulated this in past episodes. Now continue articulating for me, please. By all means.
Yes. No. Thank you, Douglas. It's I'm trying to draw parallels and try to use analogies that you've used in the past, and he has answered this question in extensive detail. It's kind of like with what's occurring in my head right now is just to explain is the whole trip with vampires. The whole trip with vampires is where in the Western media they've always portrayed vampires as being non-resilient to the cross, to the Christian cross. And Douglas is articulating in extensive detail the relation between Christianity and vampires or dampires, but I'll allow Douglas to explain that in the future to you.
Yeah.
But
or tonight,
they always leave. Yes, the vampires they're not non-resilient to the Christian cross. They actually leave real Christians alone. That's the reason why they do not attack any form of assailant or vigilante who has the cross, or any protagonist, whatever you want to call it. With the term Jesus, using the term, oh, Jesus Christ, if someone is being attacked by someone who is hostile, and some people use the term of phrase, oh, God help me, they're not gonna, all of a sudden they're not gonna, that person who's the assailant isn't gonna pop up in smoke.
Thank you.
This is something that people will use that term of phrase in situations where they this is why it's not blasphemy. This is why you can use these term of phrases and it's not offensive to anyone. And Douglas has gone into it in extensive detail before. I can fathom and comprehend what he is saying, but I can't articulate it or put it into context as well as he can. This is something that I'm not acquainted to myself, but he has answered that question in extensive detail. If you review his previous interviews or his previous transmissions, you'll find that answer. And Douglas can obviously answer for himself, but I can vouch he has actually answered that question.
So
in its very detail. But the one thing to bear in mind that I've educated people on is the one thing, because we are human beings, the one thing that goes in our favor is we cannot be summoned or ushered in the occult sense.
Like a summoning ritual. So go on.
Yeah, we are immune to that. The only time we can be summoned to any form of, say, for instance, any form of under jurisdiction is being summoned to court of law. You have to be summoned to, and it's without our actual control. It's beyond our actual. We are obligated to be summoned to court. Otherwise, there'll be implications for not turning up to a court trial, for instance. But in the occult sense, the what you want to call. How do you want to phrase it, Douglas? I'm not talking about the.
Well, basically, any other entities can be summoned via ritual, except for human beings. Yes.
Yes, and so I can comprehend this, but it's trying to explain that to yourself for you to understand what I am trying to tell you. It's best if Douglas explains it, but that is the great thing about you. Is you cannot be summoned unless, of course, you're being obligated to do so by a court of law. But you cannot be summoned, unlike an entity that can be summoned and binded into a circle without its own will, beyond its will. You would summon it, and then all of a sudden, you'll be confronted with an entity, and it'll be royally pissed off. It will be so.
That's why you have to have protection when you're doing conjurings.
Yes.
Yeah. And I do apologise. It is very, very early for me to try to explain it, but Douglas has gone into this extensively. I think actually to reference it, if you look at the Sean Bond interview, I think you go into it in that, Douglas.
Probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Sean Bond's interview was kind of a summoning because that's what brought Gibson to us. That's what brought Gibson to us. So, in its own way, it summoned a human, or unless she's got something else in her that we are
a vixen.
Yeah. Oh shit. So, at any rate, thank you for that, George. And so I'll probably start indulging myself and talking about myself at this point because, our dear Christine's been waiting long enough and, it's getting pretty late. They're 3 hours ahead of us. They're on Eastern time zone. So I probably will start talking about this before dear Christine falls asleep, which, she's probably...
Thank you.
She checked out. Yeah, good enough. Yeah, bless you, George. Thank you. She left. Yeah. What, George?
I was going to say, can I just say one thing?
Please!
I wanted to applaud you for earlier. You mentioned you used the correct vernacular and term, the Israel and Palestine issue, as opposed to what the media are portraying it as Hamas and Israel. And they do that deliberately to try to obfuscate the situation. Because when people think of Hamas and Israel, they automatically sided on Israel's side. So that people automatically take a side with that. So it's not. The proper term used should be Palestine and Israel.
Exactly.
Bless
you.
Yeah,
because it's Palestinians just getting slaughtered every day. It's fucked up.
Yes. Genocide.
Thank you.
Yeah.
They're implying that all the children are terrorists, basically.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that's
Thank you.
Wow.
Yes. Yes, and so this is what I was trying to get at with Christine. Is what I can't understand why, based on a $200 genetics test, which has been proven to be extraordinarily inaccurate, wildly will claim people are related to anything. I mean, here's something that I've never done it, but I would bet that if Brendan, Nemo, or Aristides, or myself, or say Victoria, took some genetics from her cat and sent it in to 23andMe, they would send back results that would say, oh, you're part Nordic, and you're part black, and you're part Jewish, and all this shit from a bunch of cat DNA, because it's all shit. So what I can't understand is what...
And they've actually admitted that they exclude like multiple haplogroups that have incomplete genetic information.
Yes.
So that includes Native Americans. It includes like the Caucasian region, like near Ukraine, even Crimea region.
Yeah.
So there's like multiple ethnic groups that they don't even have sequences for.
Thank you.
So like, for example, when my family on one side of my family took it, they came up as just Scottish and English, but for sure my grandpa claimed that he was German and he spoke, fluent German. So it's like, that was not even there. And also on my grandma's side, my American side, she was partially Cherokee, and we had actual family records to prove that, and different, Native American groups. But because there's no haplogroup being tested, the people in my family that took it said, oh, we're only English, like we're not Native American or German. And it's like, that's not the case. Like our family history is the exact opposite of what the test came back and said.
Thank you.
So there may be English blood and there may be Scottish blood, but it's not like they basically said, oh, you're 90% English.
Yeah. It's just...
I've heard similar kind of stuff where they are actually purposely adding in like Northern African to white people.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
And also there's a lot of the factor, let's just give them the benefit of the doubt, if they're actually being honest about the test, there could be genetic, like what would be the word for it? Like pollution, in these tests.
Yeah. Go on.
Not
cross-contamination.
Yeah, cross-contamination. Not like...
Correct, yeah.
But so this is what puzzles me, is that Christine has taken this, what I would call just a result that for all intents and purposes is basically fallacious. It's specious.
Statistically, it would be considered null, or
it
would be outside of the standard deviation by a long shot.
Thank you. And she's wrapped her identity around this as if this were something that had relevance, and then is like using that as an issue for which to make or break relationships, at least transitionally, like she did with you, Victoria. And there's no reason for her to do that. And it's almost as if it gives her a reason to fight people. So it's like, okay, I'll get into fights with people because I've got this identity that I've taken on that gives me a reason to get into fights with people. So is it that, or is it, It's this is something...
I don't know. I think mostly like I think people are just allowed to have boundaries, and if they don't want to see the kind of stuff that I'm talking about, if it's a little too negative, a little too realistic, then people are allowed to grow on their own timeline, and I respect that. So, love is patient even before kind, and I think that it's put in the Bible that way for a reason.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I appreciate what you're saying. By the way, again, to clarify, did she fall asleep? Is that what happened?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. So that's fine. I mean, that's okay. It is what it is. If she wakes up, then I'll go. Yeah. What name?
What did she claim the DNA test came back as?
She basically, this is how I understand it, and Victoria can clarify it for me as she understands it. Personally, yes. I think it's a completely irrational stance, and that it's just basically something she's using as a chip on her shoulder and a reason to confront people about, just so she has a reason to fight.
Victim points.
Yeah, so I don't even know if it's that. It's like apparently she just, like Brooke, enjoys getting into fights, or at least can't stop herself from getting into fights. But the whole point is that there's something unnatural about it, or pathological, or just it's a non-issue she's making an issue. In other words,
Right.
somebody, somehow, her mother took this 23andMe test, which is like a joke. And like I said, you could send in DNA from Victoria's cat, and they'll send back to him, oh, well, you have DNA of ancient Egyptians and Scandinavians too. And I appreciate what Victoria said about it. I truly believe that these companies often have a political agenda where they'll tell black people or white people that they're black just to try and eliminate racism. See, you're all black, and this way we prove, you can't be racist.
Everybody's from Africa.
Yeah, everybody's from Africa.
Exactly.
I honestly believe they do that based on a political agenda.
Yes.
I've met someone like that too, Douglas.
Tell us. Yeah.
He's completely white, but he goes, he's got some Jamaican background to him, Jamaican blood. So he goes, he's not racist. And I remember hearing him say that, and I was that's the only person I've ever
Anyone who says those words, "I'm not racist" out loud is definitely racist.
Thank you.
Oh,
yeah. That's the way to identify who's racist is by
exactly.
they'll claim they're not racist.
Right.
But I'm not racist, and it's like after they said some shit. Immediately after.
So what George missed, and I don't know if Nemo heard it, one of the things that came up with Christine was, she brought up this DNA test, and from what I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, Victoria, she said that the DNA test, she was 0.001% Jewish or Sephardic.
That's so
Yes.
insignificant.
Well, Sephardic.
Yeah,
right,
Sephardic.
right.
Sephardic.
It's in other words, first off, she said herself, "There's no Jew in the world that will recognize her as Jewish." So, but she's made it a thing, and maybe this is her way of arguing with Jews by saying, "Well, you see, you're exclusive. You're exclusive for not recognizing my Jewishness." But that's and then I brought up, well, for what it's worth, Nuremberg race laws, they would say you're Jewish. And then she said, no, they wouldn't because they didn't have the DNA tests. And I was like, no, you've got to disambiguate the technology from the law. Okay, if they had that technology and it did say that, the Nuremberg race laws would say, you're Jewish. That doesn't mean it's an automatic death sentence, believe it or not. For those of you who don't know about history, the Third Reich had what was called a program for special treatment. There's a book by that title, Special Treatment. I actually have a copy in which they were talking about thousands of Jews were given special treatment. In other words, they're too valuable to the state to basically abuse. So nothing happened to them.
Yeah, many people were exempt, like Einstein and these people,
Freud, Einstein. All these people, the Reich wasn't going to do anything to them. They left on their own accord. So that being said,
maybe one day we can talk about what was his name? The philosopher of the
Nietzsche or Heidegger. Okay, go on.
We don't need to go there right now.
Thank you. That's too obtuse. That's too obtuse. But with Christine, her trip is like so when we were talking about that, then her trip went into you're wrapping yourself in the flag of the Third Reich, which then she felt she needed to respond to, and I said, is that because of your Jewishness? And then what she didn't really answer, but it could be simply because of her liberal progressiveness or something. But when it came to, say, for instance, when I said, what about the Israel-Palestine conflict? And then she just kind of shut down. It wasn't like she took a stance. It was just like, oh, that's so complicated. I do believe, I'm going to assume she has a stance, but she wouldn't express it. She wouldn't express it, but then she was willing to express definitively, well, there's some things in history that shouldn't happen, and the Holocaust was one of them. Okay, now this is what irks me, is that there are plenty of things that happen in history to other ethnic groups that were, believe me, on a scale as bad, or in their own ways, much worse. And
like the Native Americans.
Yes. To say the least.
Yeah.
Stalin.
Yes.
British Raj.
Oh God, yeah.
There's so many examples like
So to single out the Holocaust as something that is of a special order of suffering is offensive to me.
Yes.
And what you'll hear a lot of Jews or Judeo-propagandists, I'll use that word as opposed to, there's no other word you can use, just either Jews or Judeo-propagandists, you're going to see them, or maybe I should call them Judeo-extremists. We use the term Islamo fundamentalist, so I guess I'll use the term Judeo-extremist. Or Judeo sympathizers, or what I'd call, like, I don't know, Zionist. What would you can't use the term Zionist because it's too specific. Hazar is just a code word that is basically, in its own way, phobic. So we'll just say Judeo extremists and Judeo, worshippers, Jew worshippers. It basically is the correct term, but so go with that for right now. And just a lot of these people say, well, the Holocaust was different because it was industrial and on an it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. Plenty of other deaths happened at a supermassive level that is comparable to an industrial scale. So it's just bullshit. No, I find it offensive, literally offensive. So when, so maybe, when she comes back into consciousness and, we're all going to be back, I'll be back on Wednesday night before Thanksgiving. Maybe we can speak with her then some more, or if she wakes up again later tonight. But Victoria, what about yourself? What's your plans for Thanksgiving? Are you going to spend it with Christine?
I think she will be back back at her home by then, but I don't think I don't have any
plans. Do you think detoxing is that easy, that she's just going to spend a few days at your home and just go back home? Do you honestly think that? Does she honestly think it's just like that?
Well, I figured if she does, we'll hang out here. But I'm not sure if I have any plans. I could do a Friendsgiving, I suppose.
I mean,
was she a drug addict?
Yeah, that's what she said. Nemo was asking, was she a drug addict? She was a heroin addict. Basically, she is a heroin addict.
Has been, yes. Yeah. Yes, and she's quit a few times before, but she relapsed.
That's recently. Hard to quit.
Yeah, it is a hard one, I hear. Yeah.
And
I was very lucky. I did not ever really prefer that direction, and that one seems to be harder to quit.
Well, honey, it requires injecting yourself. I mean, that requires...
Yeah, but I did inject myself. I only injected myself with down stuff if there was nothing else to shoot, because I didn't like the nausea.
Right. So tell me, how does that... to me, injecting oneself is an extreme act. It's very invasive. So what... Tell us about this lifestyle that you had for a short while where you were experimenting with this. You said you were injecting what? Not heroin, but something else? What did you call it?
Well, she and I did a lot of ketamine together over the years.
Okay, cool. Great. Oh, fucking Christ.
But I preferred meth and she preferred heroin. Mm-hmm. And our friends kind of, people have their preferred substance. But I got clean maybe 7 or 8 years ago. Mm-hmm. And
good on you.
Yeah. I mean, I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, this is hard. I mean, it's hard. I'm impressed. I
was lucky. Really, I didn't have any. God was fairly gentle with me. I didn't have many issues quitting. I just eventually was like, I felt like I needed to be done.
Yeah, no, it was either that or you're gonna die. Yeah, eventually.
I just didn't like. I honestly, I was out west, and the West Coast shit was so dirty that it made my face break out, and I was like, God, I need to be done with this.
Thank you.
And he took it away from me. I literally had no issues with it after I dumped it out at Burning Man one year.
Cool. You realize Burning Man itself is conducive to getting into that shit. So.
I don't think so. You would think that. Sorry to interrupt, but I must say, like, honestly, as someone who actually used harder drugs for about 6 years, I used to joke that I would go to Burning Man to get sober because you work so hard there just to stay hydrated or alive, or not lost in the middle of the desert.
Why would anyone want to go there?
Oh, it's lovely. Exactly. Honestly, the first year's a little hard, but you get used to it. It's nothing after all.
I don't understand. You get used to it. What do you get out of it? If it's not the drugs or sex, I mean, why go? I mean, the only place I would only go to places because of drugs or sex. If the place is like where I'm fighting to stay alive to hydrate myself, I mean, it sounds like a
little
raw
art
deal.
out there. Huh? I mean, you of all people should know you're in the Bay Area, and there's a lot of people who the
No,
work,
no, I'm well
all the
familiar.
tech bros.
Right, yeah.
You know.
Honey, I'm well familiar with what it's about.
Yeah.
What attracted you and Chris to that shithole with a bunch of crazy, stupid tech people who are a bunch of assholes anyway? It's like
I don't know. I know she's gone at least once. She's gone to Burns in like other countries and stuff like that. But
well, the one in the United States is the Burn, of course. But go on.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But yes, I mean, for me, I didn't so much go. I don't remember how many times she's gone. Not probably as many as I have. But then again, I wouldn't have gone.
How many times have you gone, honey?
Well, I've only gone as a.
By the way, I'm not saying this is a negative. I wouldn't care if you went 100 times. I'm just curious. It's just.
Yeah. So I attended twice, and I worked at 3 years.
God damn! I mean, that's a lot. So what were you working there as? What was your job?
I was a gate tech. I actually learned to I learned to terminate Cat 5 in the desert in a dust storm. You know, I just did like simple stuff I checked tickets. I would climb up in people's big old
fucking mobile
semis and stuff, looking for bombs, looking for stowaways, looking for anything.
Holy shit!
A whole list.
I am fucking impressed. You must have seen some shit. That is I can't imagine a more disgusting task than to go.
It's quite clean out there. So the dust is alkaline and it sucks away a lot of the moisture. It's not too bad.
No, I mean, you're going inside basically vehicles which people are living in.
No, a lot of people they rent their RVs. A lot of people rent RVs and whatnot.
Okay.
Just finds bags of shit.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, I mean, at any rate, Victoria, you've seen it all. So has Christine, of course. But
yes.
when it comes to the ketamine and Brendan, help me out here. What's your impression of the drug? What's your impression of what happens to a lot of people on it? Let's see if he's. Yeah.
I mean, it's dissociative for one.
Just take a look at Artie Lang.
Yep.
He was a full-on heroin addict, and he just locked himself in his own apartment all the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, Douglas, you were asking about ketamine, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's what when people say, "Oh, you're on horse tranquilizer," that's what they're talking about. It's
Yes.
typically used as a veterinary tranquilizer and also for dental work for humans.
Yes,
but
it's
basically
safer
it puts
for
you into a
children
state.
as well.
I'm sorry?
It's safer as well for children. Like it started being used instead of anesthesia or whatever.
Oh yeah.
right?
It's a safer alternative to anesthetic.
Mm-hmm.
What it does is at higher doses it disassociates you from reality completely. The phenomena is referred to as K-hold, quote unquote, which you basically get sucked into like a vortex and you're like totally disassociated from the body for a period of time until the effects wear off. And that's that's kind of what it does.
There's a whole documentary of Steve-O doing ketamine a bunch of times, and you just see him tripping balls and talking to himself, and he thinks he's talking to demons and shit.
Well, he might have been. Drugs can be portals, but here's the thing: is microdosing many of these substances can actually help reattach. I don't know, reset you in your brain somehow.
Yeah, it resets the synaptic connections.
Yes,
that's like the best way to put it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so, honey, it's incredible. I'm just left so proud of you that you were able to overcome that. Obviously, faith helped you do that, and like you said, apparently in your case, you just decided to stop, and it stopped. Your body.
Yeah, and I kept smoking weed. That helped. You know?
Never do anything stronger than weed.
Yeah. Right.
And
except for Doug.
Cannabis can be used to get off of many things. That's like the only positive net
wean
positive
off other shit. Yeah.
It really can. It's God's medicine. I tell people that all the time.
Yeah. So in terms of when with everything that we've just experienced with Christine and what she said about the genetics, that disturbs me. It disturbs me only in the sense that she's making this such a center point of her identity and she.
I
Really
don't know. I don't think she does.
Or
I
it
don't
just
think
came
she
out
does.
in the
She
conversation.
was just mentioning it because we were talking. She knows this is a podcast with the, the kind of stuff that we talk about. She was probably just mentioning it, but
So that's
I've never
normally
really
not
heard her.
something she trips off of.
Okay.
Okay.
No, not at all. Not at all.
It's funny how she was asking though, is this an anti-Jew podcast?
Yeah.
Yes. But that's because we,
Has she heard Douglas before?
No.
Any of his
but
transmission?
I only just told her about him.
Yeah, actually, Victoria,
you
you were trying to, you did actually have her listen to my interview with Jennifer for a few minutes or a few parts of it, right? I think you were trying.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, what did she say? What did she say about, just curious, what did she say about my appearance? It's because that's an issue with many people.
She asked if you were trans actually initially.
Okay.
So, and I said no. He's straight, or if he is, anything, he would be heteroflexible, if anything. But I believe you were straight.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
No, I appreciate that. It's but so when she asked that was fine. I don't mind her asking that at all, and I certainly and as she said herself, she was in a position where she was getting ready to identify as trans for a period of time. Oh, she's waking up.
Oh, you did say that.
No, I said that people would have called me trans.
Oh, they would have, because you're a tomboy. That's right. Yeah.
I would call that trans, but no, nobody has ever called me trans.
Okay.
Except for when I lived in Corsica and I'm 5'6", and they are short people, and they were like, she's at 117 pounds of muscle, that I was considered very masculine at my size because they are small men. And they gave my 5'11" like Corsican boyfriend a hard time because he was a big guy. For Corsican people, that's where Napoleon is from. They're small. And people, when they're small, the men have insecurities. Like, literally, my job, I've lived and made like tens of $1,000s off of like men's insecurities. Yes. Like, it's a very profitable business because society has so many other idiots telling them that because they're insecure about one thing, they need to be like politically concerned about something else when it's not related at all. Yeah.
Thank you. Oh my God. You now that you've
but again, like the ketamine thing, it literally started being replaced for children because they can't, like die on it. It's just an anesthetic. So depending on how you do it, it can be an up, down, roll, trip, whatever. But technically, it's quite safe, and you can't get physical withdrawal. So it's not physically addictive, technically, right? Is that right?
It's very safe, for treatment, especially in the hospital. But they just don't treat it enough.
Yeah, they don't use it.
And the problem is that if you try to get it recreationally, it's being like manufactured like in bad Chinese labs, and you're not getting good stuff.
What about the Buffalo K from
India?
India?
Buffalo K from India was that I used to be able to go 15 years ago to pharmacies in India and be able to like buy it from the pharmacy. But since they started having problems in the UK and Spain with like their NHS having to like pay for like bladder fucking replacements on 20-year-olds from people using so much of it, they cracked down on that shit, and now you can't do that anymore.
Oh, I believe that.
Yeah.
Wow.
So we were speaking of Burning Man earlier, and of course it turns out that...
Oh yeah, how many times have you been to Burning Man? Christine?
Me?
Yeah. I thought you went once.
No, fuck
it. She's like, no. Okay, so you've only been to like burn type stuff in other countries then, right?
I've been to like burns and festivals. I remember Burning Man because it's a waste of money.
It is a waste of money. It's a huge freaking waste of money.
Oh fuck yeah!
And like I don't need that to tell me that like I'm alternative.
Yeah, agreed.
Thank you, absolutely. And so with that, could you... I was telling Victoria, I think the Burning Man in the United States is the Burning Man. I think...
That's true.
Yes, thank you.
True.
And with that, Brendan, again, you have, I forget, in your own case, you've never been to Burning Man yourself, right?
No, of course not.
Okay.
No, it's
I like the of course
I've been
not.
to many events, but nothing like that.
Why? It's in the desert. It's an abomination for that many people to gather in the desert.
Thank
It is
you.
an abomination.
Literally.
Thank
It's literally
you.
a fucking abomination.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a deliberate black magic
I
ritual.
know.
That's the only
It's a
reason.
fucking abomination.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. Thank you. Yes, I appreciate that. By the way, we're not condemning your past experience with that at all.
Oh, I know. I'm aware.
Yeah.
Thanks, so.
And
All my friends have been to Burning Man a bunch of times.
Yeah.
I tell them all the time that they contribute an environmental and like godly and naturally abominations. Yeah, that's true.
I've known people that have gone,
but I will say this, after having worked it and being a part of the month-long cleanup afterwards, I said since the first time I did that I would gladly skip the party, because the party's like whatever compared to hanging out with the lesser amount of people just to help clean it up. It feels a lot better on the soul, and you can see the stars better, so yeah.
But honey, there wouldn't be a need for the cleanup if they didn't set it up. It's like,
yeah, but I'm saying I like to go.
For like
It should be
cleaning up
banned.
all of civilization if we didn't have 8 billion motherfuckers on this planet right now, and like our biosphere is hurting so bad. So like, it's shitty and it's an abomination. But like,
I just like the cleanup is all.
But like most cities are abominations. Like even deserts are even more abominations. But like just like the Earth is not most to have. It's like standard of life that they love.
Yeah. So at any rate, I want you to know, Christine, that while you were out, while you were unconscious or sleeping, we spoke about you. Victoria wasn't talking about you behind your back at all. I kept asking questions, and everyone was. I'm sorry.
Well, and you're right here. It's not really behind your back.
I literally don't give.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
and obviously I'm not alone in my curiosity. Everybody here was very curious about you, and that includes people that are not here right now. That George had to drop off, but in terms of what we all were agreeing on was we were talking about, and then Victoria told us that basically you don't usually bring up the haplogroup test, the 23andMe. So this is not normally.
Yeah, it's the first time I'm hearing about it. It's not like something that you're like. No. You're not some like identity freak.
No.
Yeah, no.
It's just my mom told me that, and I was like, "Oh, we have a Sephardi
So
gene
random.
that's like goes back 2,000 years." So I'm like, "Wait, is that because it's mitochondrial passed down through?"
Yeah, but Christine, Christine, this is but Christine. When obviously this is something you don't bring up often, and like Victoria says, this is the first time she heard it. But when you brought it up tonight, you brought it up so intently, and I do intend to go back to myself, and I will talk about myself happily now that you're conscious. But you brought it up so intensely tonight that it seemed like this was a identity thing for you, like an identity.
No, it's not. Yeah, I'm just saying that, like, even to like Jews.
Yeah.
That I
You're not Jewish enough.
Yeah.
No, it's not that I'm not Jewish enough. That a lot of Jews think I'm anti-Semitic because I'm not like full Zionist. I'm not.
Oh yeah.
I think BB's a fucking fascist, Nazi, fucking who deserves. BB and his whole family. Like.
Right. Honey, just a little political education here. This is something that this podcast does. So let's. I'm sorry.
Educate me, please.
Yeah.
On politics.
Phone. Change the hands of the. Change the phone between your hands when you speak. Just do me a favor.
I'm not speaking. Victoria put it on the couch somewhere.
Oh yeah, it's just on the couch. Sorry. It's
okay,
here. Is that
ladies, put the phone in your hand when each one of you speak directly into the phone. I mean, like, fucking make love to the damn thing. I mean, it's a lot like oral sex. If your mouth is not on it, it's not gonna work.
Yeah, that's you need to chill a little bit on that, but
it's something I cannot chill about because it's an issue where people can't hear what you're saying.
close to it, but that's not at all what oral sex, like, on either of the sexes or any binary person is, my dear. It's a lot.
But it sure feels a lot better to be able to hear what you're
I'll
saying.
fuck up Victoria's phone, and you're not going to hear a damn thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, it's not like oral sex. Anyway, continue.
It is and it isn't.
I can do it.
Yeah.
You can give me any person across the spectrum, and I can mimic oral sex on this phone. And yeah, no, it's not gonna sound like this.
Yeah, got it. But believe me, it's kind of like it in the sense that without you being kissing close to it, just we can't hear you.
Just close. Just put it close. I can't hear you. I always have to tell people that I can't hear them, and I need them to yell into the mic.
Honey, how can you say that when
I've been asleep?
No, but I mean, how can you?
It's yelling into the mic.
Look, I agree. This isn't like a serious argument. It's not.
I've
like
been drinking alcohol and taking benzos.
That's got it. Okay, got it.
And heart and clonidines and heart slower downers and Ambiens, so that I can
How do I get a hold of this cocktail? Can you mix that shit for me?
You have to be a hardcore drug user, and you have to talk to doctors, and talk to doctors, and just be honest with them, and even the benzos I have to buy off the street.
There's other kind of no sugar.
Like, they won't give it to me because I'm too young and attractive for them to give me.
Wait a second, that doesn't make sense. You'd think that being young and attractive, they'd give you more of what you asked for.
No, they don't. They don't want me to kill myself because they think that I still have a chance in my body. So they're not giving me. They won't prescribe me benzos and Spoxons.
Got it.
Stuff like that. They won't give me
You can get Ativan, but it's probably what you're saying is you don't want it. It's not strong enough.
Well, Ativan you get from the hospital in injection form normally, and I do.
No, there's fives. They make fives and they give.
Yeah, they make it, but I have Klonopin and Xanax that I buy illicitly, but they're
you just want something
real,
stronger.
Prescriptions, but they're not they're not. Somebody sells me a real prescription. They're real drugs.
Right. By the way, just so again to educate our listeners, I'm going to check the chat, and I do want people to understand something about people in the security industry. People in the sex industry, there's a lot of this heavy use of drugs because we're basically blotting out our environment.
There's also mental health. If you're an intelligent person, it's really hard to be an intelligent person and actually aware of what's going on right now and not be very, very upset and struggling. Period.
Yeah. And I want you ladies to look into the chat. I
literally can't read.
Hold on. I got you.
Yeah.
I have glasses.
You ladies need to learn.
I just have to turn on. I have to turn on my YouTube app again so I can actually see the chat. Douglas.
You ladies have got a fan club.
There's no phone. There's no connection. Victoria's being really cool.
Wait, are you talking?
One little tiny space here that we're getting Wi-Fi and all. I can't even text anybody right now. So please be understandable and just be yell into the mic because we're not living in a normal situation. I am detoxing and I can't even look at my Reddit, my anything right now.
You can't look at your Reddit. That's a blessing, right, Brendan? Help me out here. That's
why is RB? Oh, okay, that's fine.
My YouTube,
cool.
I'm really into equestrian YouTube
RB fell in
love.
Yeah.
I'm really into equestrian YouTube right now. That's really been getting me through the past little bit, and I can't even get on horsey YouTube right now. So. That's it's a problem.
Yeah. Anyhow, honey, you're with us. We got your back. You're fine. It was just one thing I can tell you is that what little bit you shared with us tonight, and Victoria, this was the first time she heard it. This is what I would say. Whatever is on that genetic test, just shit can it. You might as well not identify.
Disregard it.
Yeah, you might as well not identify.
I know that's what literally every Jewish person says, but I think it's interesting because I have on my mom's side on the mitochondrial DNA.
No, but we don't know that. We don't know that.
But I believe that. That's cool. I have really fair skin and blue eyes and blonde hair, but I don't fucking burn. I tan like fuck. And I don't my skin doesn't burn. I can't. I'm a goth who
Okay,
cannot get
I
white.
dig that. Look, I dig that.
And I have a big ass fucking nose.
That,
and I asked my parents why, if I'm supposed to all be from like Northern Europe and stuff like that, do I like not burn?
Maybe
in
you
the
got
sun?
some Mediterranean.
You know, I look like a fucking California surfer.
But you
girl
don't
with a
look
big
Mediterranean.
Nose. No, I don't look. I look like a California surfer girl with a big nose.
Right. And
you know, like I have dirty blonde.
What you consider a big nose
is
you couldn't have too big a nose. You work in the sex industry.
It's like Jennifer Aniston. Jennifer Aniston.
Yeah.
No, it's not that big.
Yeah,
it's like that.
Yeah,
like about like that.
Barbara Streisand.
No.
Look kind of Russian.
No.
A lot of Russians are Jews too.
Yeah, but that's what's cool is like Christine could always, because she's hung out with a lot of Russians over the years, she could always do this like perfect Russian accent.
So how did the Russian connection come about? How'd you wind up hanging around?
She's traveled
because I've traveled a lot, and because I work in the sex industry a lot, and because I'm a very direct speaker, I get along very well with Slavs.
Okay, yeah. Just so you know,
I have a lot of history with them.
Just so you know what? You know what?
What, Victoria?
What'd you say?
I was just gonna say. I just want you to know that's kind of a connection between us as well, because I worked heavily with the Slavic culture. So I have been to Russia.
You know, I like Slavs. Can you Slav squat? Because I cannot.
I do not want to Slav squat because I think
why not?
Because
that's good for your body.
It's not.
They say the same thing about the East Asian squat.
If you can't Slav squat.
But by the way, just so people know, Southeast Asians, Brendan, Southeast Asians.
Yes, also Southeast Asians do it and Southern Asians do it as well. But it's also like it's the Asian squat. Can you do it? You cannot be a white person claiming Slavic fucking culture.
Slav squat looks like they're practicing. They're gonna ride it.
It looks like they're taking a shit. Give me a break. It's not
that's very good for your digestion.
It's good for your spine.
It's not good for your spine.
It's really good for your spine.
No. There's nothing good about it.
Yes.
No. There's like it's just not.
Victoria's like doing it. Victoria's very.
No. Wait. It's okay for her because she's a hot chick and everybody likes to see her squat because it accentuates her ass.
Ew, stop being so insecure. Like, literally.
What?
It's
Who
hot
said
for
that?
everyone to
Who
do
said
that.
that?
I'm saying
Who's
that.
being insecure?
Because you're like, it's okay for Victoria to do it because she's a hot chick. Like, I can't do it.
Victoria?
I'm saying, like, it's hot for everybody to fucking do that.
I meant Christine. I meant both of you. Fuck, I'd like to see both of you squatting at the same time.
I can't do a Slav squat. I am way too fucking tight for that shit.
No,
my knees do not bend in that way.
There we are. That's okay. It's okay. We've got it.
I was about to ask tight in what regard.
But it's like it's an anti-aging pose.
It's an anti-aging pose as she hops into it again. Victoria's very flexy.
I wanna find out more about that flexibility firsthand sometime soon. But what we are going to do tonight,
if you talk like that, you never will be. Victoria's weird.
No, you don't get it, Christine. You see, Victoria and I relate on a level that you don't understand yet.
I believe that's nice.
Yes.
But it's just cute when people who don't really like sex only get like
Victoria loves sex.
Way. Oh yeah, she loves it so much all the time.
I don't know. I forget what it's like. Honestly, I forget.
Yeah, she forgets, right?
Honey, it's all she can think about. It's all she can think about.
Oh yeah, that's all she can think about. I'm sure. There you go.
A lot of the time.
Wait, what?
Why are you so sarcastic about this, Christine?
Wait, I'm
Victoria, you're sex positive, right? You're a sex positive.
I'm very sex positive.
I mean, that's the thing. Is like, what does that even mean? Like, I believe, and I'm trying to save all further intimacy for marriage because of my values and beliefs and boundaries right now. So like,
and I'm a mom. I'm more of a fucking nun than she is.
She's a lot more of a nun. Yeah.
Even though I am super pro sex, super pro everything, but like my life for the past 10
she's been a nun forever since she was a teenager. Yeah, since she was a teen.
It is insane and it's depressing. And
it's not.
It's very sad. And Victoria thinks that.
I think it's cool. I'm like, oh yeah,
and I think it's very unhealthy.
What is depressing, sad, and unhealthy that the other person thinks is cool?
No, the only reason it's depressing is because of the way that you did it.
A sex worker who lives as a nun. It's like it's so rad. It's so rad. It's so bad.
You're talking about yourself.
Yeah, it's myself.
Yeah, she's a volcel. They call them a voluntary celibate. She's a volcel. Volcel.
But I work in sex work, but I don't have any sexual
Okay,
thing for many years.
wait a second. Like,
Yeah.
look.
Even though I think
look,
sex
look,
is good.
what?
And I don't
Whoa.
this is good.
Look, it's like
I love the irony.
that's it's not an irony.
Yeah.
I think this is like
Hey, I'm the same way. I'm like,
this
totally
isn't
fine,
irony.
but I'm
This
like,
is
I'm kind of-
schizophrenia. Come on.
Yeah, ace at all. Well, I am.
Well, no, right now it's like an ace mode.
Wait, honey,
Yeah, ace
this-
mode. I'm
this-
not an ace.
Wait,
but, like,
wait,
I go to
wait.
ace mode.
Well,
Where I'm
ladies,
like,
Yeah.
no.
ladies,
It's wrong.
ladies.
You know, like, can I say something?
It-
Everybody's worried about the
Who is
feminization
God,
of like modern culture.
somebody was
Can
making
I
these
just
sounds.
like say that everybody's worried about that? That
think
people
it's
should be
Brendan.
more worried
Yes.
about like the insectization
Thank
of
you.
modern culture. That like volcel and insect like fucking drone life is more and more like it's fuck the feminization of modern culture, like insectivization and like drone culture, and us like just shutting down and learning that like our sexual drives. Like I was like very sexually driven as like a child, and like just
Hey, what?
society like fucks our sexuality so much that like, you know, it just really fucks everybody up. And like
So-
incels are like they're legitimately angry, but like they're angry for like the wrong reasons.
So to back up what
They're
she's
like-
saying,
They're not legitimately angry.
So, hold on. So to back up what she's saying, there is an Express article which I can drop in our chat box that says
Okay.
failure to find a sexual partner is now a disability, says World Health
No, it
Organization.
really, it literally,
Alright.
Victoria, I just
Yes.
talked
Bank on
to her
that.
about how I let people
Yes.
like,
I'm
I
about
will
to sign
drop-
up for the dole.
Yes,
SSDI, baby.
Wait, can I ask you something? One of these men who are talking about how they don't get enough sex. So, I'm a dominatrix. I'll tell you. I just told Victoria this. I've told maybe two other people this in the world. So I've been a pro dominatrix, and for at least 7 years, I've had sex really awkwardly, maybe twice, not to completion for either of us, in those 7 years. And in that time, maybe twice or maximum 4 times a year, I have a customer who is my my submissive client,
Right.
who I put a blindfold on. I have them put me into ropes, and because I can't, and I do it like Victorian style, like doctor administers an orgasm to me for like 2 to 4 times a year, because I'm fucking in my mid-30s and like I'm a healthy goddamn woman who's like should be at their peak, and like I'm just broken. Like we need women. A lot of women have sex when they don't want it, and we just need men to like be able to try.
Try.
Different.
What? The last word?
Oh, just like there's I guess people like, point being that like a lot of guys aren't very good at lovemaking. They'll just kind of like
They watch porn, and,
Yeah.
and like I'm fucking full like sex positive, but I'm really anti porn, because like when I have had sex with people who are not
I guess that's
raised on porn, like they're generally, they understand feeling like what looks good. Like the porn that I like to look at, I know only hurts to actual happen. I know
Okay,
it's not supposed to be
this
a
is Victoria
but I like
talking.
to watch that.
This is Victoria talking.
No,
This is
that's Christine.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Wait, and you're saying you like what kind of porn?
Like the porn that I like,
Fisting.
the porn when
Oh.
like Charlie wouldn't even like I started talking about it, and he like changed the subject because
Whoa.
he did not want to hear me talk about this. But when I do look at porn, it's usually like women looking like they're not enjoying it.
Of course, same. That's what I did. That's
But like
because they're not. They're not faking it.
because they're not faking it.
I was the same
Yeah.
way. I like that shit too.
But like the thing is
Yeah.
that's not actually pleasurable for either side. And so what you can get off through porn and real sex, like like real sex where you're with somebody who actually like can fuck you right, which I haven't had happen in many years, and you can actually connect with, is like all the gooning you've done in your life is nothing compared to like actually connecting with somebody and making love and like having like real, like it's a whole other fucking animal, like by far. It has nothing to do with who you look like or anything. It's all about connection. It's just like the world that we live in. Like, I don't know where any of you people are. I don't know who the fuck you are, but you know,
I'm in California, but go
online.
on. Yes.
That's what I'm trying to say, is that like, and there's some Aussie person here and all this.
Yeah,
and, like,
and I was
you don't
born in
actually
Taiwan.
get to-
You do know that, right?
you don't get to make connections in person
Uh-huh.
very easily with people that you actually connect with these days. It's very difficult, you know?
Right.
And like porn makes you think that like what looks good visually feels good visually, it feels good, which is not true. And like, yeah, it's just sex culture is so fucked. Like, I really want to go to more school to become like, I've spent already 20 years listening to men of all different socioeconomic, like, tell me about their sexual issues. So I think I can already be a sex therapist, but I really think that like particularly on the male side, overall just sexual repression, but even more on the male side, is really poisoning the world in a major way.
Yeah. Oh,
like,
yeah.
You know, again, as a dominatrix, the only people who talk about cucking and like worried about like fucking a black dude cucking their fucking white are people who are into that. Like half of my clients, that's their number one thing. People who talk about cucking all the time, that is their fetish. So if you hear politicians talking about cucks, that's because they are into it. I promise you, as a professional, I promise you.
Yeah,
like,
they're into more.
Yeah, and that's why like everyone always
with that
mentions
shit,
it nowadays.
Yeah,
that's a big major fetish these days. And like, if you hear
like
people talking about it, yeah, it's a big fetish. A lot of people have inadequacy, like, and it's just stupid because they're lazy, because they'll be like, oh, I'm inadequate because I'm like 4.5 inches, 5.5 inches. It's like, no, okay, well, you don't. The thing is like, if you have a big dick, you can hurt a girl, and maybe you're all right. But if you have 4, or like, you know, an average dick, like, you just have to put a little effort into it, and you can probably like hit the G spot better and have like full body orgasm. You know what I mean? Like, men who think that like, all right, if you have like a 1.5 inch and less cock, okay, maybe that still might grow. You have a problem, but like between like if you have like a 4-inch dick to like 4.5, yeah, like some women are more size queens, but if you are like have finesse with your 4.5-inch cock, you can have all the bitches like just coming every time you touch them. If you know what you're doing, you just have to fucking work at it. It just takes a little bit more work. But like the guys that I've been with who were the biggest, who like fucking Preston. Remember Preston?
I don't know Preston.
Remember at the nut house? Alcoholic, whatever.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, yes, you do. But anyway, people like that, like, were just, they watched porn, had like a fucking 9-inch.
Oh my gosh.
And like, but they were super sweet people. They weren't even trying to hurt me, and they respected me, and they were just terrible at sex.
Preston? I don't know who that is.
You do. I'll remind you later.
Yeah.
You were. I'm sorry.
Okay.
But yeah, like, there's some people like just having a giant cock, if you don't know how to use it, it's like worse than having a small cock. Like, it's just like literally like care about your partner.
Perform self-fellatio.
No, but like, I mean, like anal stimulation is something that I've only in my 30s started like getting into. And both men and women are very like, a lot of them are very hung up about that because the culture. And I have been sexual since I was a child. And I only got into like anal stuff when I was really actually exploring that as a professional in my 30s. And it's really something that like both it's 90% of both men and women.
How does one work in the sex profession without engaging in anal until their 30s?
Right.
Well, like I can fuck somebody else. You know, I can put an implement into somebody else.
Right, understood. It's just I was just kind of, you know. I
had anal sex before I was 30. But
I didn't mean to throw you off. You were on a roll.
Like,
yeah.
Before I got into like understanding about like what the prostate, how the prostate is basically like the G spot.
Well, I mean that's for men. Yeah, prostate.
It's not like literally our sex organs are really not that crazy. Like the prostate and the G spot are like the same thing. And so like me. To squirt, I've squirted like 6 times in my life. I need to be like anally stimulated to hit my G spot through your anal, and the only way I've ever squirted in my life, 6 times in my life, and I'm a sex worker.
I can make.
Whereas people do this. Victoria's like, yeah, I can squirt all the
time.
No,
I can make anyone squirt.
Yeah, she says she can do it all the time. I'm not gonna let
I
you
can.
Try.
No way.
Victoria
I don't
never had sex. Just
I
so
don't
you
do
know.
that. Yeah. Just
no
to
matter,
clear things up, we've never done anything.
Victoria likes to have sex with women.
I've had sex with a woman in like 8 years, 9 years.
The point is like you being stimulated through your prostate to your G spot. It's just like otherworldly.
Yes, Douglas.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, well, like I'm certain I could have both you ladies squirting within a short period of time. Yeah, it's just something that
it's
honestly,
easy to make girls squirt.
It is.
It's easy to make girls squirt.
You would have to pay me about like $400 an hour to have the privilege to try.
Oh my goodness! Yes. Well, this is the professional coming in, but we'll let that slide for a moment. I certainly work with professionals.
You could try at that rate.
Yeah.
You could try.
And such being said, I'm sorry. Well, the phone. Bring it up to the mouth.
Yeah. She's saying no one has been successful with like.
No, that's not true.
With like
I have one customer, but he pays me like almost $400 an hour to.
If I were paying you, darling, I'd be expecting you to have to be doing things to me, not the opposite way around.
Well, I mean, I do that also.
Well, if you've done that, how can you say that you've not had sex for so many years? This is where the conundrum.
I haven't let a penis enter my vagina in over 4 years.
This is okay. Yeah, okay. I mean, I'll go with it. That's just sure.
And in the past 10 years, I've had a penis enter my vagina. Maybe, and this is with me like rounding up. Maybe 5 times in 10 years has a penis entered my vagina.
Look, I understand that as a professional, you've got to have barriers. But as you've said, you've also had interpersonal relationships that seem to have been romantic. So
no, not romantic, just understanding.
Well,
like,
wait a second. When both of you ladies are talking about, say, you both dated the same guy, you were both fucking him, yes?
Yes.
And then Preston, with his 9-inch dick, that Victoria got all angry about, something was going down there. I mean, it's like, what the fuck?
Like, hanging out way longer than that, but not together way less than that.
Yeah, so...
Yeah. I mean, hey, another suggestion. I mean, I enjoy.
Yeah, you know what? All my sub customers, I have like that customer that was like, oh, I gave her the Hisachi.
Yeah.
He sent me a fucking strap-on, and it was literally.
I hate this.
It was literally Charlie's dick and bright pink.
Oh my gosh!
And like I tell all my subs this, I'm like, my boyfriend is like
it's
my
fucking
ex-boyfriend.
you. You're welcome.
I was like, that's my ex-boyfriend. They fucking love that. Oh my god! And I asked Charlie, I was like, hey, what do you think about this one? He's like, it's really pink, and I'm like, can you look at it a little bit more?
Yeah, like your mohawk.
And it's like, no, really bright pink, and I'm like, can you look at it a little bit more? And he's like,
that's my
And I was just like, yeah.
How did you get a cast of his?
I didn't. It was just like my customer sent me this fucking strap on, and I was like, oh my god.
Wow.
I also have.
They have uncircumcised strap-ons.
David in a glass.
Wait, how do they have uncircumcised strap-ons?
I have him
plastic,
in a glass.
I don't know what David.
David, the black dude with the dreadlocks. David, remember, like chinky eyes.
I don't remember anymore.
Yes, you do.
That's a
I was
descriptive.
hung up on
That was
Charlie,
nice.
dude.
No, yes, you do. He was black, super hot. He was always on
Wait,
like
what's his
Molly. David. He
Oh,
lived-
our neighbor.
Yes.
Yeah, the neighbor. Yeah, you know, the
Fucking
guy.
yes.
Yeah, across the fence.
And
Yeah.
he's not. I'm
The
sorry.
guy next
Anyone
door.
that he stayed fucked up. He was too fucked up.
Yeah, he was too fucked up. He
was always rolling a Molly. He was just
I
retarded.
never had sex with him, but I had
Fucking roster.
a glass cast of his cock.
Cool.
Actually, it's giant.
Wow.
It's crazy.
Yeah. Well,
He was a sweetheart.
Yeah, black guys get
Very
that instead of a
respectful.
death mask.
But he was very respectful. He was really like, you know, like he asked me, he was like, "You're lonely and desperate. Can I jerk off while you sit there and look at Facebook?" And I'm like, "Okay."
That's a
yeah,
solution.
he likes to do that.
Really helpful.
That
Boys
you
are
know,
weird.
he was very respectful about it.
See,
And he has
this is
beautiful
like
cock.
phone sex. This is like phone
No,
sex.
he was
right?
our neighbor. He'd like come over.
He was
and
our neighbor.
No, I'm
He'd
talking about what
he'd
we're
steal-
experiencing.
He'd steal my
Yeah.
laptop and go jerk off in the bathroom.
Yeah, and he kept doing that until me and like K-Star and a few other were like,
Good
"You can
Lord.
just jerk off in front of us if you
Then you
want."
get
Oh
sick of
my
the keyboard
god! Yeah,
getting
see, this
sticky.
is why I'm so glad. I'm like I'm so old now. I'm like, you know what?
Old
I'm
now?
happy. I'm like almost I'm officially in like basically my mid-30s now. So
Yes,
I'm
honey,
just like,
you're a
well,
baby.
I'm gonna learn to knit now. I'm gonna forget all the orgies I stepped over.
There we are.
Over
Yeah.
Victoria.
Yo, yeah.
Yeah, whatever you do.
Oh
don't
yeah,
turn
no,
on
I would definitely was not
Aristides
jumping
or
Gogo's
Nemo's camera.
Gogo's
Yeah.
freaking
Victoria-
TIG.
Victoria
TNG.
definitely stepped over many orgies. That is true.
That
But
is
that
very
does
true.
not mean that she stepped over them all.
Okay, but it's katana. Okay, I it was like 2 minutes. Okay,
Okay. Whatever you say.
There we are. That's
but
cute.
either way. So anyway,
Clintonian
Yeah.
definitions of sex here as to what counts as that depends on what the word is. Yes, that's or I did not have sex with that woman. You know, it's just not the it's the
Bill.
I know it's really sad and it's pathetic, and that's what we're like in this day and
Hey,
age.
hey,
Well,
honey,
that's
honey,
how
no,
I
look,
feel
look,
like.
look, no.
I-
What's
I
going
would have
on
been
here?
more liberal
What's
with the
going
word
on
sex,
here
but like,
is a form of self-denial. There's a denial.
no, it's
of,
not. It's
It's
not
not-
self-denial. It's the fact that this is me saying like I haven't had somebody hold me.
No.
and look
Here's
into
what I
me
think
in,
is
like,
going on.
years.
I think what's going on is that what you haven't had is a sexual encounter very often that combines an emotional, vibrant, shall we
Yeah,
say, resonance, an
I'm-
emotional resonance, wherein you count it as sex. You basically what you're talking
okay,
about.
Well, when is there going to be somebody that can actually speak to me on the level of that I can?
You're
have
talking
a
to me right
conversation.
now, honey. I mean, that's what I'm all
No
about.
offense, my dear, but like,
Is this
there's
Christine or
other-
Victoria talking? You both sound so much alike.
That's Christine.
That's Christine talking.
Victoria's
Okay.
the one that sounds nicer.
You both sound. God damn, you could be
Hello?
twins. Okay. It's amazing how the both of you
Hello,
have the
please.
exact same tonality. You have the exact same
Oh
tonality
yeah, we
and
can. We definitely can.
Yeah,
We
it's,
can.
We're
very-
like we definitely have like the same tomboy logical.
Well, no, I mean,
Yes.
but you're talk twins. You're talk twins in the
Yes,
sense
yes.
that your voices sound almost identical. So when Christine says, whatever, dear, that's just the professional in you talking.
Well, it's
and I'll
funny
roll with
because
that.
to me, when she says like honey to you and like
Yeah.
dear, she does sound like Brooke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
But
it's,
yeah.
yeah.
It's like Brooke's like his. So
Yeah,
it's
except
funny
Brooke's
you
far
talk to him
less
like his best
professional.
friend, basically.
Yeah,
It's just
yeah.
hilarious. Brooke gives him shit all the time. It's
Yeah.
hilarious.
Yeah.
She's
One of my best friends is
She just does it for free.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think so.
Yeah.
What? I just do it for fun.
No.
Brooke.
Brooke does
Yeah,
for
Brooke.
free the dominatrix trip. It's basically as I've explained.
Yeah,
to
a lot of women do that, and
Yeah.
a lot of men pay because they get infatuated with that,
It's a
and then
fin
they
dom
really
thing,
can't.
too.
It's not. I wish I had more fin sub customers, but like there's a lot of men like, and the thing is that they want me to insult their like 4.5-inch penis. And I'm like,
wait a second.
that
You,
is-
you just said you wish you had more than sub customers. What kind of customer? You mean like you'd
No,
want somebody to throw
I-
you down on the bed and just kind of forcibly rape you?
I
What's-
mentioned- No. I mentioned fin dom as in financial dom,
I don't do fin
and she
dom.
said I wish I had some sub fin sub
They're
customers.
called pay pigs.
Yeah,
They're called
pigs.
pay
Oh,
pigs.
got it. That
I
pay
don't
you
have-
money
Well,
as
then
a...
that begs the question: why don't you just do cam work? I mean, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be rude.
Because
I'm
I
asking.
keep my identity
You can wear a
like,
mask.
anonymous, and yeah, you
You can
can do all
cosplay.
that. But the thing is that the way
Nemo's
you
already
really make money,
ahead of me.
because I don't have like huge tits and huge ass and all that.
Uh-huh.
The way you really make money is through connecting through certain people.
Mhm.
And like I've always been a quality
Just
over quantity
Find
in
a
my whole
keyboard
sex
warrior
work.
like the
I've always
Tates and
was.
just have someone else do it for you.
Yeah, just
Oh
so
my
God.
people
Find a
understand.
keyboard warrior like Tate, imitate.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
no, I'm not into being a madam or a pimp. Really,
wait,
I
whoa,
would
Believe
like.
me, she
whoa.
could have
I
been.
get it.
She
I
could have
just
been
meant like for the
madam.
money. I don't mean
No,
like,
no, whoa,
Yeah.
wait a second. So just
I'm
to
not
clarify
into
here,
it.
just to clarify here, so Christine, okay, I understand that you're full figured, that you've got a rack.
No,
No,
I'm not.
she's saying she's not. That's why she wouldn't have maybe
but
wanted
she
to do
I'm
it.
less
is.
curvy than Victoria. I'm
Yeah,
like
she's
some-
she's
yeah,
she's
But
she's
even
even
then,
more.
I mean, even
she's
then, there's
even
a
more
type for
vile.
everyone.
Like,
I mean,
I'm
it's
more
not.
like
Yeah, you'll
I
still
got
make
you guys
money.
at
Yeah.
home.
What we don't get is that, okay, so obviously you've got an established clientele.
It's like Pokemon. You just catch them
Yeah,
all.
there's fat cows on Chatterbait that make money masturbating on
Yeah,
camera.
yeah. It's just anybody gets on there.
That's a nice way to put it.
Anybody gets on there. Aristides could get on there and masturbate, and he'd make money. I mean, it's just there's something for everybody. Nemo could. Well, maybe Nemo
Something
could.
for
But
everybody.
yeah,
It's true. It's true.
is
You
true.
you really have to put in effort. You know.
Yeah,
It
you
takes
got to put in
work.
effort to
It's
what
not
you're
just
doing.
you jerking off. You know, you have to actually.
Just
Like-
got to put on a wig and some makeup.
I have like 3 customers, and they don't get to see me naked. I don't
Because
touch
here's
them, I
the
don't
thing.
that, but like I fucking talk to them
Because here's the thing is
as
like
their only friends.
because here's the thing
Who
that
they
can
can also
because
talk to about sexual things.
Right,
And so many
go,
men
go, but
who
Victoria
have
was going to say
money-
something. Victoria, yeah.
let me say
Yeah.
because also with the Chatterbait thing and this OnlyFans and OnlyCams or whatever, these girls are selling themselves for $5 a month. She has 3
They
she's
make more
known
than
them.
that.
They're basically friends, and her area, like where she's worked, has been a lot of like, well, you know, it's like the DMV, the DC, Maryland, Virginia area is a lot
And
of like
you know they control the
established
world,
people.
so they really need to be controlled.
Yeah,
in a discreet manner.
Okay, so let's clarify.
Like, the DMV
so,
is the best area for dominatrix.
okay,
Because
let's.
they really appreciate my intelligence and my
So,
discretion.
so you're saying you're dealing with high-powered clientele?
High powered, but yeah, more or less. I mean, they're people who make like 10-figure, like 6 to 10-figure salaries.
Money doesn't equal power.
Right, I
typically,
know,
Exactly.
but that's what I'm saying. Is they're
In
either
the political
like,
sense.
like my favorite clients right now. One works for Swiss Bank. One works for Noah. And another works for the
that what
customs
they tell you?
agency.
Is that what they tell you?
No, I have.
No, I'm not
private eyes
laughing,
look
like,
at
not
them
trying to
because
bash
they
anyone.
have private eyes. Who have
Observing.
checked into me.
Wait,
Can
what?
you listen to me? What I'm saying? I have private eyes that I
worked
know
on
all of their
Epstein's
kids'
Island.
phone numbers, everything, because they know my parents' phone numbers. They know where I live. They know everything about me because they're obsessed with me, and I know everything about their family
That's
as well.
dangerous.
Yeah, and so I have, and like it's very dangerous, and so I have information on them as well. I know where they work,
And they know that.
and they know that.
Yes.
And so if they want to fucking fuck with my family, I can fuck with their family.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
their job.
Yeah.
This all
You
sounds
know?
so convoluted.
It's
Why
a
not
lot.
I don't understand how your clients, well, like you said, some of them are private detectives, but they're also apparently stalkers.
They're
You're-
not
you're-
private
No.
detectives.
No, she
But
was saying
I
that she
get,
has
I
hired
get the
private
gist of it. I
I've
get the gist.
dealt with
Yes.
private detectives to like
to
help
get
them.
information on
I
them.
get
and-
it. Okay,
yes.
but your clients then are stalkers. They're getting all this.
No, my
No, they
clients-
just are in love with her because everyone who's ever met Christine has basically fallen in love with her.
I don't know why.
Getting the information on somebody's family and all this stuff around them is not love.
Yeah, I know,
That's-
but they like give me like they pay for the down payment on my house and pay my
Houses.
No, I
mortgage,
understand that.
payments,
I
and they pay
understand
my
that.
credit card bills,
But
and
like
they pay.
what Victoria
And I
was,
don't
yeah,
touch them.
it-
I literally don't touch them. Maybe I give them like a side hug sometimes.
you don't.
Aw, church hug.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, this is the
They're
dominatrix
lucky.
trip is to keep, I can understand a dominatrix can get away with that, where you can get away with
Yes.
having
It's
sex
difficult.
clients, yeah, that you're not fucking. because
But
you're
you
with.
have to give so much of your soul to them. You have to like deal with
Your
them
time
so
and
much.
energy.
Yeah. I mean,
soul.
that's actually.
It's so
You
much
can't
time
give
and
your soul
energy.
to them when you're
It's
putting
it's
candle
not that
wax on their
easy.
dick.
What?
Melt candle wax on their dick.
Oh, but that's nice. You know,
Yeah.
if you do it, my friend who did this, he's was adopted. He's 6'3", silver hair, blue eyes. It's the one you know. He was adopted into a Jewish family, and he does wax play on me when we do play this game where where we switch sides. And the menorah candles are the best for wax play. They literally are the best.
Okay.
And like I've had a lot of fun
They're
with
just
that. It's really fun
regular
because it's funny because he's like, again, he's 6'3", blonde hair, blue eyes, but he was adopted because he was given up for adoption in the South to a white Jewish family, and like he now works for Credit Suisse. He works for Credit Suisse now, and like makes much money, and he's fucking awesome. And like nobody ever wants to talk to me because they think that I'm going to say some fucking like anti-Semitic shit or anti-Palestinian shit, but like nobody wants to talk to me about it.
Oh, well, while you were dozed off for a moment, he was going to ask you what your
about my belief about this.
well, just your take on the conflict at the moment.
Yes, excellent way. Very, very professional. You could be a professional journalist there, Victoria. Very excellent way to ask that. Perfect.
Yeah,
Brings us back to so not that I dislike.
How many months you got on the history?
Well,
how much
whoa, wait a second,
how much
honey. Just let's establish something here. I believe you're very historically savvy, but let's just say that I'm the historian here, and you don't need to educate me. And let's assume everybody in general.
Cool. That's nice. I'm asking what basis. Where do you want to start?
Whoa, wait a second. Isn't that an evasion of the question? Isn't that an evasion of the question?
You.
I mean, honey.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm not coming down on you, but just to be emphatic for the sake of expressing myself, just for the sake of, just let's put it this way. You know goddamn well what we're asking about. So there's no need to say, what are you asking about with the Israel-Palestinian conflict?
I really don't.
It's goddamn well what we're talking about. Okay, right now, what's going on? What's going on is
Palestinians.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Let's.
What the fuck is he asking? I don't.
Your take on
your take on the Israel-Palestine conflict.
Your perspective and
here's my opinion. Yeah. You want? I'll do it in the fastest way.
Yeah.
I did this for semesters and semesters in school and years of my own. As it goes back to the Ottomans, the Wahhabi.
No. Honey. We did that. As well as my listeners do. We don't need to go back that far. What's going on between the Palestinians and the Israelis is quite contemporary and has almost nothing to do with the history, despite the fact that they keep trying to say it does.
Okay. Well, actually, history always affects modern times.
I mean, believe me, I'm the first person to always go there. I'm the first person to always go there. I mean, I'll take people all the way back to protoplasm.
Whose side are you on?
Yeah. Just tell us, whose side are you on?
Are you pro-Israel?
I'm not on either side. I think that Bibi Netanyahu is a fucking fascist.
Okay.
I think that Hamas and the majority of the Palestinian people in Gaza support fucking terrorism, and support raping and murdering.
The majority of people in Palestine support terrorism?
The vast majority, over 80%, support.
No, they don't.
Support.
I get it. I get what you're saying. You're more of there's no good side. Like you're neutral. You're neutral.
No. Wait, that's not neutrality. That's not neutrality.
It's
that's
like a
neutrality.
radical
neutrality. No. You notice? Wait a second, Christine.
He's a very.
I know
Christine.
you're very emphatic, but my friend who was Victoria's ex-friend listens to a lot of Hassan Abi, who I'm sure you know who that is.
I have no idea.
Hassan Piker and stuff like that.
Mean,
and
he's just like a young Turk. I mean, he doesn't know anything. He just gets handed
the
off
young
stuff.
Turk is
and
so
I literally
cringe.
can't fucking listen to people who scream.
So Christine, this is what I noticed. Wait, Christine, this is what I've noticed. What I noticed is that when you referred to the Israeli side, you said one single person, Netanyahu, is the bad guy. when you
No,
referred
Bibi,
to the
not Bibi, not Bibi.
and maybe his son and so.
Entire Likud party.
Okay.
They're all
Okay. So you've qualified that now.
Easily.
But when you went to the Palestinian side, okay, this is where we can have a little debate. We can have a little debate here. We can have. I hate to use the term fun with this. I mean, especially
okay. I've been doing this with all my leftist friends recently, but let's go about Palestinians. Tell me.
Yeah. So when you say the shall we say when it comes to what you said about I'm reading things basically while reading incoming messages.
Are you seriously pro fucking Gaza, Palestina? Because that's how much you hate Jews. Do you know how they treat their women and their people? Like, I don't even want to talk to you.
So this is what it comes down to. This is what you're saying. This is what you're saying.
He's not even hateful of Jews at all.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so are you pro Palestinian? Why?
He's pro
they fucking murdered
Whoa,
wait a second. Listen to what Christine is saying. She's saying Palestinians, like an entire people, murdered what?
She took a picture with her fiance. She was in Gaza. She was 19. She wore a hijab her whole life. She was a Muslim. She went to mosque. She took a picture at 19 with her 27-year-old
Wait, honey.
And they were not...
Honey, you're going into the murders that happened recently with the October 7th attack. Is that what you're going into?
No, I'm talking about 2019. I'm talking about...
Okay, well then what about the House of Saud? You should know the history of Saudi Arabia.
Oh, yeah,
I mean, why aren't the Jews going after them?
Why aren't the Jews? Because there is a
fucking
cabal that rules the whole fucking goddamn world, and they're not just Jews. They're not just Wahhabis. They're not just evangelicals. They're a bunch of people who don't give a fuck about religion. They just pretend that to fucking fuck with people and that they fuck with everybody. I know what Wahhabists are. I know what fucking all of this shit.
By the way, you've been to the House of Saud, right? So have you been? Wait a second, honey. Just to clarify this for my own clarification.
I don't think she survived in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. You haven't been to Saudi Arabia, have you?
No. Why would the fuck I go there? I went to Pakistan and I left, and I was like, take me back to my Hindustanis. Where they fucking gang rape every fucking woman who walks on.
Yeah, no, it's true. I don't understand why you're subjecting yourself.
Pakistan,
and that brings us back to your love for food.
About how I haven't been there when you haven't been anywhere in there.
What?
Have you?
No, well,
have you?
Wait a second. Let's go easy here. Let's go easy here.
Wait.
Yeah, don't jump to any conclusions now. What do
Okay,
you know?
Well, listen. Just listen. You have to listen.
Wait, honey, what do you know about me? What do you know about me?
She doesn't know.
I don't. So what? Okay. Were you on a military base in Saudi Arabia, or were you just chilling in fucking Rada?
Okay.
On the
so let's get something straight. Okay, just so you know a bit more about me. Now, I respect you and your experience because I have a deeper respect for sex.
But you were born a male, and you can actually hide and be more safe than I can.
Whoa, honey.
Literally,
something for you to know.
That's just reality.
Wait, honey, something for you to know.
And cut your hair.
Yeah, no, honey. Okay, all these are assumptions, and they're all wrong. I've killed more men. I've killed more men dressed as a woman than I ever did as a man.
It doesn't matter how much you have.
So understand. Whoa! I mean, did you even hear what I just said?
Yes, I did. It doesn't matter. I'm saying that you could fucking stop shaving for a couple weeks, and you could fucking take local garb, and you could go and infiltrate much more than a female.
Conceivably, I could do that. It's not
and
something I would bother doing.
Me and say that I don't know what I'm talking about.
No. Whoa! Did you hear me say you don't know what you're talking about?
You
I haven't said that.
Yeah, you just don't know any of the story yet.
Yeah, and what we're just saying is that here's what I do notice, and I'm glad we got to this point because it's important and it's kind of shall I say it's it's good conversation. It's good conversation. Basically, I do feel basically from what you've expressed that you try to make a play of a pox on both their houses. But what you really come down to is essentially, by default, a pro-Israeli stance. And so this is where, however, you get into kind of a conflict with, I don't know, your liberal or progressive friends that you're arguing with is maybe in some details. But I would dare say that when it comes to the Palestinians, believe me, I'm well aware of, shall we say, certain faults with Muslim culture in general. But this is where it becomes rather, shall we say, unreasonable. It becomes unreasonable because in the case of the Palestinians, unlike any other Arab nationality, in the case of the Palestinians, they are dealing with a situation that is truly intolerable. The situation is just unlivable. When you bring up how they treat their woman, and how they're going to behave inhumanly because they're treated like animals. Yeah, I'm sorry?
Don't they treat the women like
animals?
animals?
They treat them like animals. Douglas, would you like to go spend a month in Gaza?
Honey, this is the argument Ayn Rand used to make. Ayn Rand used to make the argument of where would you rather vacation in whoa, we can't both talk at the same time. We can't both talk at the same time. We can't both talk at the same time.
Fucking Ayn Rand is. Like,
wait a second. We're gonna make whoa. We're gonna take turns. We're gonna take turns talking so that so that people can understand
went to the bathroom
what we're saying
while you were talking nonstop. So that was my turn.
What do you mean nonstop? I was talking nonstop. Come on now, isn't that a little?
I don't
extreme?
know. I went to pee, so I wasn't.
He was beginning.
You went to pee while I was talking. Do you understand?
Okay.
Oh,
what's
come
your
on.
point? What's your point?
Whoa! Wait a second.
Sorry.
Yeah. What
I'm sorry. I'm intoxicated at the moment.
Oh, okay. That's cool too. Don't even worry about that. That's fine. That's fine.
Can you make them a little bit more?
It's important to bring that factor up. It's important to bring that factor up.
I can't long-winded because my brain can't.
Whoa.
Yeah,
okay. I got it. So I'll try and make this short and sweet in different ways. We're going to talk in sound bites. We're kind of talking sound bites, and we'll talk back and forth so that our listeners can understand what we're saying. So we don't want to talk over each other because it's just for the listeners' sake, so they can hear what we're saying. You don't want to hear a cacophony. But such being said, when it comes to the Muslims and my understanding of them, this is a bit of my background you need to know. First off, for what it's worth, I was raised in a tradition of cross-dressing that is historically based. It's historically based, and this had to do with...
what historical tradition? That's very interesting.
Well, yeah, that's cute. It was historically based on a tradition of assassination. So I was trained to kill people as a female, to dress as a female, and basically...
Where were you born originally?
Taiwan. Yes.
They did that with fucking that like Chinese woman, the Japanese woman. She was Chinese of the Qing family.
Okay.
And then she was with the Japanese. She was like, they do that a lot in East Asia. I can't remember her name, but do you know who I'm talking about?
Did they base Mulan off of it?
Wait, you're talking about Mulan? You're talking about this like historical,
it was during World War the preamble. It was during the conquering of Manchuria.
Okay.
She was a female child born to the last of the
Qing dynasty. Yes, you're talking about the last empress of China.
The Dowager.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dowager.
And she was pulled in Japan to dress as a man and be
special. Yes. My mother had that kind of background.
She also was a fucking Nazi. So.
Yes.
Anyway.
As am I.
Oh well, that's really sad.
Why is that sad?
She hasn't seen any.
Because fucking Nazis fucking suck.
Why?
There's a lot of other people.
Why? You say that. You say that.
Hey, she's making the algorithm really happy right now. We should just let her rant for a bit. It'll help your channel. Yeah, Nazis suck. Feds. Yeah, feds.
You say that reflexively. But I have to ask you...
Yeah, it is reflexive because it's not that hard, dude.
It's not that hard because you're indoctrinated.
Learn Nazis saying, fuck you Nazis.
But again,
honey, look at that. When you say that reflexively...
Modern day people do think of Nazism as neo-Nazism, which is very racist.
Fuck fucking old Nazis, too.
National Socialism is different from neo-Nazism.
Ooh, wait a second. No. But wait a second. Here's the difference with Christine. Wait a second. Hold on for a second. Christine. You have this historical knowledge, say for instance, of the woman who was in a position very similar to my mother.
Yeah, which neither of us remember her name right now. Aren't we cool? What's her name? You don't know.
I'd have never known. Yeah,
no, I'm asking him. We know who we're talking about, but we don't remember.
No, like honey, the reason that I'm not coming, honey, the reason I'm not coming up with her name is because there were several names that were used for several individuals.
Yes,
I don't know who you're talking about. I know a certain type of person that falls into that category, but there's plenty of females that were related to the nobility that were trained for assassination.
Sure. She was badass.
Yeah, there were several of them. Because you don't know my mother, and my mother was one of them. So in terms of everything, for all I know, you could be talking about my mother, who could have been conflated with another historical character. So don't forget about that. There's plenty about history, especially in Asia, that gets conflated and converged. There's no point in us bringing up names for this conversation because we're not engaging in an academic discussion.
What's his name?
Who? Brendan.
Douglas.
Oh, Douglas, yes.
Douglas. Are you, if the empire would be restored to China, would you be in line for the throne?
In terms of that, no, I'm not Manchurian. That would take a reestablishment of the Kyushu dynasty, which you're not familiar with.
So how old does your family go back to Imperial China? To what dynasty?
The Kyushu dynasty, we were talking about this in the opening hours. We're talking about, back to literally 700 BC, 700 year 700, 300, 200. We're talking about really early.
Well, like the Qin Shi Huangdi was like 400 AD, right?
Yeah. We're talking BC. You're talking the first emperor.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
2000 plus.
Yes, thank you.
The Terracotta Warriors who founded the Great Wall, who was
So you're bringing up a lot of historical facts, and of course I appreciate the fact that you're historically, shall we say, knowledgeable. But how are we like? We don't need to go into, shall we say, detail after detail when it's going to interrupt the flow of the conversation.
Doing details.
Yeah, so I mean, you yourself admitted that you're drinking, and when it comes to, say, for instance, I do want you to know something. Say, for instance, if you were to look up, for instance, you kind of, okay, we can't talk together at the same time.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
I'm saying, like, Victoria said, cut me off, because I'm not going to be able to, like, talk to people about why Nazism is bad.
No, see, now, why is that?
Why is that?
Yeah, see, that alone shows an inability to hold a rational conversation.
Again, right now, I feel like that's just like punching somebody for no reason is bad. I feel like at the point of detoxing that I'm at, I really can't like explain why Nazism is bad.
Yeah, it's bad enough that you're detoxing. So yes, we're going to give that a factor. We're going to have that as a factor. By the way, I do want people to understand something. If you were to look up, say, for instance, the last empress of China, you're going to find 100 fucking names. So there's no way you're going to identify the person we might both be speaking of, or we might be speaking of different people. Most of these people who were nobility would be trained in the martial arts or some level of assassination. That's just par for the course. That was the kind of culture that the Manchurians had with the Qing dynasty. Which, just so, is she still with us, or did they go mute? Let's check this out here.
Okay. Yeah. I would.
Yeah.
Hey, how about you talk to your people, because I don't need to be lectured on this because I already know.
Whoa! What kind of an attitude is that?
To inform you.
Sorry, it's just like if your listeners care, go ahead. But like,
wait a second, honey. Wait a second. No, you can't just.
I think they were just trying to go into stuff in order to find out like what your view was on it.
What do you want my view to be? I view that fucking like.
I mean, we found out your view. Okay, we found out your perspective.
No, you didn't.
What do you mean I didn't?
I clarified my perspective because I definitely didn't share it.
Yeah.
Because it's very complex. Paraphrase. What do you think? You just said we found out your perspective. Tell me what it is. because you just told me
that
you wanna know.
Nazism is bad.
Yeah, that's basically it.
Bad. No, but
It all boils down to that.
For like Palestinian and Jewish Israeli modern conflict,
Or for
Nazism
or anti-Zionism is bad.
No, anti-Zionism.
No. Wait. By the way, Christine is saying that she's basically not on the side of the Likud party, but at the same time, she condemns all the Palestinians. And this pretty much that's what it comes down to. And then again, when she says, for instance, someone like Netanyahu is.
That's what it sounded like.
Yeah.
Not all, but most.
When you say that, it extends logically into all of them simply by the acts of what the Israelis are doing right now.
Like, dude, I literally want to record this.
It's all recorded.
So
it's all recorded.
This is live.
It's live. It's live.
These recordings so I can fucking play them to some leftist media who are
but just so
they can understand.
In terms of, I don't think most people will
I really do.
I don't think
leftists are agreeing with you, and they don't understand.
What? Oh, honey, please. That's like you sound like Brooke. Brooke would say that. She would just basically say all these guys are here agreeing with me, and that she's like somehow doing me a favor by just disagreeing for the sake of disagreeing. It was a contrarian attitude. It's called contrarianism.
I think it's interesting because Victoria cares about it. So I'm interested.
No. I mean, obviously you care about it too. You may not be in a mood where you really want to speak about it.
I don't care about Nazis though.
Well, you care enough about them. Really, you care about them more than anything else in your ideology because this is what triggered you.
That's not true. But like, I'll run them over just like cockroaches.
See, that shows how much power they have over you.
No, it doesn't.
Why do you give them that much power?
Victoria told me to not use the downstairs bathroom because there's families of spiders in there.
Yeah.
I told her, I was like, oh, they're cute. They're only there because you have prey. I don't bother about prey or predators as long as they don't bother me.
Yeah.
But cockroaches I see as something that I'll step on when I have a chance.
Yeah.
God.
See how you've dehumanized a group of people, and you're advocating.
Nazis at all.
Yeah. See, so that's where we're at.
But that's because that's the old that's the contrived.
But honey, you've got.
I like Victoria, and I don't understand why she's a fucking Nazi. Because I think
I'm
for the same reason I am.
Otherwise, I think that Victoria is like.
Yeah, I was about to say you've got a Nazi.
Person.
You've got a Nazi
Most
giving you, honey. You've got a Nazi giving you a home to live in. You've got a Nazi giving you
it's not
her home to live
she's
in.
Getting this. She's living here for free too.
I pay.
No, she pays. She pays rent.
I will pay you. She's helping me out. She's doing me.
Yeah. She's doing this because she's a nice person and she's a Nazi who's helping you detox.
She is a nice person who's helping me detox, and she's
a Nazi, as I am. Yes.
There's, and that's okay. I came up here when I came here. She's like, "Are you going to be worried about all the fucking swastikas?"
Yeah. And
I was like. She's like, no.
And I said, no.
Because she's traveled all these countries.
And the swastikas are fucking everywhere.
Yeah. She knows their history.
Because I know what it means. That doesn't bother
So
me.
if you know what it means, why are you tripping?
Why am I tripping?
Because she believes the contrived version, the taught version.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to.
She's been programmed from all the propaganda throughout her whole
please,
life.
when I'm sober, I would really love to hear.
I mean, you're welcome to do that.
Well, right now, I'm not like consciously together enough to really be able to have
it's okay. It's okay. No, don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry about it.
You know, I also feel the same way about like Stalinists.
Yeah, I know you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't. All right, because you're not going around saying, if I see communists, I'll step on them like cockroaches.
No, but if I see fucking like Stalinists who want to fucking be like that.
See, I mean, we've already solved the issue there. We've already solved the issue there.
No, you're right.
So when it comes to, let's go back a bit. Let's go back a bit further. This is what. Wait. Okay, let's go back to something that matters to me.
Kick Victoria's ass, and I won't touch her because she's a Nazi.
Yeah, let's.
There's no point. Like, I don't want to hurt Nazis.
Honey, let's go back to a point that matters to me. So you were talking about
Nazi, and you're like, I'm a Nazi.
So honey, okay, so
no, I'm not gonna do that.
Okay, okay, we understand that. We understand that. There's no point. You're repeating yourself. You do understand you're repeating yourself, so we don't need to hear that again. We've heard that. Okay. Cool. So we've heard that. We've gotten that out of the way, and but I'm not going to let it end the conversation because we don't have to have that end the conversation. This is what disturbs me, and so we're going to take the conversation further to an area where we get something meaningful out of it. And by that I mean something that goes a bit deeper into your programming, your social programming, which is essentially what this is. Okay, when it comes in, so let me finish. So when it comes to where you disturb me, what disturbs me is that you have some knowledge of Asian history. Now, when you talk about, say, for instance, this Asian woman badass that you were mentioning who was trained in the martial arts, and then you were talking about, like, oh God, they went mute. So I don't know. Maybe they're getting into a fight.
Yeah, we're here.
Okay, good. So understand that when you talk about this Asian woman who's a badass, who had a life fairly parallel to my mother's in many ways, then you say, but she's a fucking Nazi, so fuck her. Okay, you're talking about an Asian person.
Fucking Nazi.
Wait, who's she?
You're talking about this woman of the Manchurian dynasty, which, as I
I think you did say she was a fucking Nazi.
She did. No. You did. You did.
You did. This is all recorded.
Yeah, it's all recorded.
She supported.
Yeah, she supported the Japanese Empire.
The Japanese who were fucking Nazis, the same.
Right.
See?
Right.
There we are. There we are. We're back to it. We're back to that. So this is what's disturbing.
That's the only way that she could live as a
No. Wait a second. Yeah. Now wait a second.
She did it.
Now we're
after her dynasty.
Wait, honey. Wait a second, honey. Honey.
It has nothing to do with her.
Let's let him finish his thought.
Yeah. First off, what you display here is the fact that when you know something but not enough, then you go into very troubled waters. So what you apparently are unfamiliar with is that the Manchurian people had suffered from an artificial plague that was unleashed upon them in the early 1930s. The Manchurian plague. You can look this up. And the Manchurian plague was something that happened to wipe out many Manchurians, specifically because it was in their region. And when the communists overtook China and they overtook Manchuria, honey, you're not listening. Yeah. So Victoria's going to have to. Honey, are you ready to hear me out? I'm going to make this as quick as possible. Yeah. So what you're not familiar with is the fact that the Manchurian people were targeted for extermination by the communists in China, and the communists wiped them out. The Manchurian people and their language are all but extinct. This is what the Nazis and the Japanese were fighting against. But you support the communists because you don't know anything about this. If you're damning the Nazis and the Japanese, you're automatically supporting the communists. This is something that is just an example of too little historical knowledge. You have historical knowledge, but it's all basically Allied propaganda. So it has nothing to do with real history. And so are you hearing what I'm saying, or are you just going to laugh at it? You're just going to laugh it off, or you're just going to deny it, or what? So the Manchurian plague took place in 1910 to 1911. It wiped out a great deal of the Manchurian population. It turned out it was essentially a bioweapon, and so it was deployed by people who were trying to exterminate the Manchurian race. And it was something that later was taken into account. They dropped off. Oh, that's so sad. So, that's sad. Okay, so hopefully at least Victoria joins us later.
The phone probably died.
I'm learning.
I'm sorry?
The phone probably on that topic. Sorry.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I said keep going on that topic. I'm learning.
Oh, okay. I mean, it's just the fact that in 1910 to 1911, the Manchurian plague was an example of a plague wiping out a population almost ethnically. The survivors were ultimately wiped out by the communists to the point where there is no surviving Manchurians left. The Manchurian language is effectively extinct. you have maybe a few thousand Manchurians surviving in Manchuria. But I'm hoping, of course, against hope, that they will continue to survive, and someday there might be, like with the Native Americans, some kind of small rebound with help from social programs. But it's going to take, ultimately, some justice has to be delivered where the communists are forced to withdraw from Manchuria. Manchuria has to be abandoned by the communists. So basically what Christine was coming on with was an understanding of World War II, that somehow the Japanese involvement with Manchuria was an aggression, and yet somehow she perceives the Manchurians as collaborators with the Japanese to quote-unquote maintain their power. They're fighting extermination, which they had already been victimized by, 1910 through 1911. Then the Japanese came in to support them, the remainder of their population, to prevent them from being exterminated. And the communist insurgency, which was extraordinarily active at the time and had as an open policy their extermination of the Qing dynasty because they were the ethnic rulers of China and they were not ethnically Chinese, then the only way to preserve them was through a sponsor nation, the Japanese in this case. And as a result, this woman is fighting for the survival of her people, the survival of her very life. So somehow Christine considers that to be wrong simply because they're on the side of, quote unquote, the Nazis. Just as the Nazis were trying to prevent the extermination of several ethnicities that, of course, are just not valued by the modern allied, indoctrinated person. Basically, you're given a choice, and it's not a choice of, quote unquote, oh, they're both damnable houses. No, the Allies are definitely on the wrong side. They're definitely on the side of evil, and this is something that is obviously realized by the world that they have created in the wake of the retreat of the Third Reich from the surface world, or on a more microcosmic level, let's put it this way, on a smaller level, the retreat of the nationalist government from mainland China to Taiwan. We can take a look at what happened on mainland China after the nationalists retreated to Taiwan. On mainland China, they suffered an inconceivable loss of life. The amount of people killed by the communists is incalculable. There is something so obscene about it. You can take a look at population levels in China, which were always vast. And during the time of the Great Famine in China, triggered by collectivization, by Mao's Great Leap Forward, you see that population drop precipitously. It is so precipitous as to be almost, people would think it was a hoax. But because it's all Chinese dying, nobody in the West gives a shit. They don't care. And the fact remains that China was so starving that the majority of the population effectively died. And you had the survivors resorting to cannibalism. None of this is an exaggeration. It's a historical fact. But the result was that the Communist Party has so kept the outside world from absorbing this information. The outside world has this information, but they don't give a shit and they don't distribute it. No one ever talks about it. You'd have to look up famine, cannibalism, all the tag words to find out anything about it. Whereas the Jewish extermination is fed to you on a silver platter. You're given that every day of the week. So this woman is reacting viscerally based on that. But she thinks of herself as this. Christine thinks of herself as politically sophisticated. This is the part that she's also traveled, which is to be admired. But she wouldn't give me a chance to talk about my travels. It's, you know, but then she did admit, okay, she's detoxing, she's in withdrawal, she's drunk.
Right.
Okay, so we've got to factor all that in, and that's fine. And we'll just let it, we won't hold it against her because of that. That's all. Yeah, but such being said, we know that when she's sober, it's probably not going to be any better.
It won't.
Yeah, it's probably
the programming runs steady.
I mean, it's like a lesson or like an illustration of like the lack of empathy that Americans have. It's like,
thank you. I mean, did you hear what she said about Palestinians?
They can say, oh, the Palestinians are
Did you notice how Victoria is, of course, qualifying it by saying, well, she says most Palestinians, and granted, she effectively was saying, but she basically said the majority of the Palestinians are supporting terrorism and murder and rapine. In other words, she's basically saying they deserve what they're getting, that the Jews are annihilating them.
But by that rationale, then how come Israel doesn't go after Saudi Arabia?
Yeah.
It's like, wait, because they're on the same bank? No,
they're on the same, well, I mean, we know why. I mean, I've told everybody
why. We know why, but I'm saying, by that logic.
Yeah. Well, there is no logic there. That's not logic. That's
by the anti-logic.
Yeah, and so but then it is what it is. Everybody's heard it. It's all on record. People can analyze this at their leisure. But it is what it is. So here
I added Victoria to get a friend to watch the video I posted a link on about you explaining why Americans are still being triggered to hate the ghost of Nazis.
And so I don't. Did she hear? Do either of you gentlemen think she heard what I said about? I said, look, when you talk about this badass woman in China who was a member of the nobility, you can look up last empress of China and you're going to get 100 fucking names because she was like.
I think most of what you were saying was just going through one ear and out.
Yeah, because she was saying name her, and I can't name her because I don't know which one she's exactly talking about. So it's but in terms of that, this is what disturbed me. She's talking about somebody who basically, for all intents and purposes, could be my mother. And then she says, oh, but she's a fucking Nazi and she deserved to die and all that shit. You heard that. Yeah, it's on record. So it's like, that's recorded. It's like, okay, that's disturbing. So you're basically saying everybody on the Japanese side is in the wrong. Yeah, it's the communists that were seeking to exterminate the people she's condemning. So, okay, so just lack of empathy here. I think she has the potential to be empathetic, but she's been programmed to direct that empathy only towards the Jews. That's basically
which most people have been.
Yeah, most people out there, it's the same shit. It's like only Jewish lives matter, and anybody else, massive extermination, it doesn't matter.
They don't care.
Yeah. So it's and so when I'm saying, look, you've got a Nazi giving you shelter here, enabling
you.
and it's like. She doesn't fucking get it. It's anyhow. So it is what it is. These people they're programmed. It is truly. So we had
each new generation. It gets worse and worse.
Yeah. So we had RB earlier talking about sexuality and mind control. We just saw an example of it. This is a woman who is involved with the sex industry, and she's indoctrinated to reflexively identify people as dehumanized cockroaches, whether they're Palestinians or Manchurians or Nazis, it's all the same to her. These are all, including the Likud Party of Israel. But this is with most Americans. This is ultimately simplified politics. As for my background, by the way, when I said, I've killed more men dressed as a woman than I probably killed more men dressed as a woman than I have as a man. And for her to just take that in stride, your average person obviously is going to be shocked at that. They're going to ask for context. They're going to there was no asking for context.
Please elaborate.
She didn't care. I mean, what I said was, let's put it this way, just as far out of the norm as you can fucking go. She didn't even bother to ask, did you do this as a hobby? Are you a serial killer? I didn't say I did it professionally. You notice I didn't say I did it professionally. So she didn't care.
Well, I mean, also in context, like the opiates will literally atrophy your empathy pathways in your brain. I mean, it's like that's a real side effect. So it's like
but she's passionate about killing Nazis. Yeah. She's passionate about killing Nazis.
Yeah, but that's just like
that's every that's every American.
Yeah. And it's like, but it's like, and what she was saying was, well, you are a man, so you can just go into these places and just reaffirm your born gender, your assigned gender role, and you can get away with things I could never get away with. She knows this, and so it shows a level of experience that's appreciated, and yet it's meaningless because it begs the question, knowing what you know, why did you go to these places?
Yeah.
What are you doing in these shitholes?
If you knew better, you'd try your best to avoid going to those places.
Yeah, no one of their right mind, as an American female, especially a blonde, would go to India or Pakistan. It doesn't matter that they've got a lot of blondes there and everything else she pointed out. It's like she said, she just didn't walk like a broken woman. She didn't walk like a broken woman, so everybody there wanted to rape her. And it's like, don't go there! It's mind-blowing. It's just mind-blowing. It's like
and
this...
besides that, it's like, if you don't have ego issues, you can get through maybe easier.
Yeah.
Some kind of, like, not that they're asking for it, but it's like, it's almost like they were challenging the status quo too much or something.
Yeah. You mean American women who go to places like that?
Yeah, instead of, like, you know, like she said, she put on the thing, but, like, obviously she didn't do it properly or something.
No, she said she had a few baby hairs hanging out, and it's like, and then they'd look at that and say...
But I've heard people say this before, too, and it turns out that they just were, like, were, like, wearing a hat or something. I'm not saying that's what she did.
No. But then you heard what she said, that she would talk to academics in the United States, and they'd say, well, you know, you're disrespecting their culture, and you shouldn't go there. And then she said, well, if they disrespect my culture here, they shouldn't be coming here. Now, I can agree with that, but then again, it begs the question of, why did you go there? It's kind of like, okay.
Maybe I don't know, some people would do that just so they can brag to their friends how culturally rich they are.
It's not worth the risk of getting gang raped to death with implements. I mean, there are tourists who got gang raped with, like, iron poles and shit that ultimately destroyed their insides on buses in India and shit. It's like, this is like...
Some people don't have that logical thought process. They just go by impulsive and emotion.
Thank you. And by the way, so this video that you recommended, the peacock is behind myself. People might notice that. And it's, just amazing that I have...
You want me to post that in YouTube chat, the link? For the listeners to...
Please.
Check out?
I don't think that's normally in your house, right?
No, it's not. And so it appeared quite magically, because that is in my house. But the peacock thing appeared. It's not in my house. So it just appeared. So
someone edited, maybe.
It's edited in. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Right. So that's interesting. So
I didn't edit. I just downloaded it from the fucking.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if YouTube allows you to put in Odyssey links, but give it a try. Yeah,
I'll try.
Yeah, and if you can't do it, I'll try it and see if it goes through. Because as...
Oh yeah, I remember this one. Yeah, someone put that image there to contextualize what you were saying about.
Okay, excellent.
The link works.
Yeah. Okay. Does it really?
Yeah.
Wow. So Brendan's right. YouTube really is changing. Oh my God. Anyhow, those two women left me breathless. I mean, Victoria is fine. But it's amazing how much Victoria knows about Brooke. Jesus Christ. She was listening for a while. Then she must have. She only met Brooke on the show once.
She's been listening.
She's been listening for a while.
She's been listening for a while. Yeah.
For a while, but she only met Brooke once. She met her once. But in terms of it's like I think we've said all that we needed to say about that.
Nazi chicks are better, apparently.
Yeah. Let's put it that way. Now, just so everybody knows, so Christina is a sex worker. She's a dominatrix. She's built like a brick shit house, and it's big rack, big butt, really attractive. So Victoria was telling me every guy that meets her instantly falls in love with her, and they all try to get into her and all the rest of that stuff. But she's obviously got issues going on here. One of them has to do with let's redefine sex so that I'm not having sex. I mean, that's basically the big issue that I see as, like, painfully obvious. it's like, oh, every once in a while, you know, I'll have my client do this because, you know, it's just basically I'm a woman, I need this, and you know, but somehow this isn't like sex until I, you know, pushed it, and then she was like, oh, okay, it's some sort of self-satisfaction. It's kind of like, it's just wild. I think it's a form of, you know, it borders on schizophrenia. It's just kind of like, right. You know, I'm engaged with this work, but, you know, I'm not having sex. This is like, I mean, I can see it to a degree, but, you know, it's like, but then again, they both say they're not having sex like it's a complaint. And it's like, but in your profession, it's not like you couldn't get it any second, like anytime you wanted it. With what you're doing, you could get it easily, right? I mean, am I missing something? I mean, you guys get what I'm saying, right?
No, yeah, we get it, yeah.
I mean, the amount of anecdotes they have, it doesn't sound anyone is lacking.
Yeah, thank you. Hey, remember, what was the guy? Oh, Preston! Preston had
there was at least 4 different names.
Yeah, but Preston
like,
stood out to me because it's like Preston Nichols. You get it? So Preston stood out to me. He's the guy with the 9-inch dick. And yeah, and it's like they both know this guy with the 9-inch.
I mean, I like the fact that it was like...
That's his reference point! That's his reference point. So it had to be out.
Big dick, yeah.
Well, the reference point, and then every time she was like, "Oh, I don't remember."
Yeah.
Like, but it was like one of them was her neighbor. It's like, how do you not remember these people?
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, the neighbor.
She was pretending not to remember.
Yeah. It's like this kind of.
Yeah,
this is funny. I mean, I'm not trying to be rude. I just.
No,
I'm taking notes.
Funny.
It's not. Yeah, this is not being said as, oh, look at the hypocrisy and no.
Yeah, no.
You know, it's funny. Yeah, and then she said I was insecure. Remember when I was like saying, did you hear that? You heard that part?
Yeah.
Dude, I put on fucking makeup. I don't think I'm fucking insecure.
You're one of the most secure people I know.
Thank you. But that's the dominatrix in her. You know, dominatrixes, they just come down on people. Is what they do. And but you know what dominatrixes, if they're truly professional, they can turn that off. Okay, that's like work, and then they can be a normal human being, as normal as one can get outside of work.
Separate the personas.
Yeah. Something's going on there where it's like not turning off. That's what.
Well, like you said before, just give her the benefit of a doubt because she's detoxing from hard drugs. Not in her right mind.
Yeah. There we go. So but we all know that basically she's saying what she really thinks because. And that's what makes it disturbing. So that's what I was trying to get at, and then it kind of shut down. Victoria kind of... What exactly happened the moment that they cut off? Did you guys hear anything? What exactly happened the moment that they cut off?
I didn't hear any of them saying anything before they cut off.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I was saying it's probably the phone died or something.
Okay.
It could have been that too.
Okay.
Because they live in the rural area, there could have been disconnection of the internet.
Yeah, or they could have been cut off literally by, you know, the same people who cut off Jennifer Hawkins, right, Brendan? That's NSA. Possible. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, possible. I don't think that was the case, but, you know. I noticed something is I do notice they're not going in on the chat to follow up and say, you know,
I'm just gonna pretend they started making out.
That's what I prefer to pretend that too. That they just finally threw each other on top of each other and just win at it. I mean, you notice I kept saying that, you know, like, geez, it sounded like that was the case too. I kept telling, and I couldn't get this. Why Christine was offended. I mean, there basically was some offense taken there, especially by Christine, when it's like saying, you know, we can't hear you, take your face out from between Victoria's thighs. Remember I was saying that? And it's like, you know, like, you wish or something like that. And it's like, sure, I appreciate that, but look, I mean, you've both, we know for a fact Victoria was sexually active with females growing up. We know for a fact that you're sex positive, you know, Christine. It's like nobody's gonna hold it against you.
Yeah, there's no judgment.
In fact, we'd all watch gladly.
We encourage it and embrace it.
Yes, we encourage it and embrace it. Yes. But anyhow, so there you go. All that being said,
I'm just taking notes for future reference.
Thank you. It's I'm left exhausted. It's exhausting to deal with this.
At this point, it's just like what would be the word? Like a psychological case study from my end.
Thank you.
I wasn't as excited as you or Nemo. Trust me.
Yeah. No,
unfortunately,
like,
as much as I would have liked.
Yeah, we can go. How do I say it? We can go open now. You can tell people what you were telling me in the chat. Basically, girls like this are why I don't go to festivals or something like that. It's just.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
This is like the majority of people at like these burning.
You mean basically sex negative chicks who are just there for the drugs? Basically, is what.
Yeah, exactly. And then they become jaded and.
Jaded? How can they be jaded when they're refusing to have sex? Or like you said, they're having it all the time and they just don't remember. What the fuck is that?
It's something else. I mean, it's something else. They just become jaded about like. They need attention and they're not getting it as they see it, or something like this.
We're giving her attention.
But it's like they want something more. I don't know how to explain it. They want someone that loves them in like a normal scenario, but they can't give the normal scenario. I don't know how else to explain.
But by the way, did you notice what she's pointing out? Oh, some of these Slavic chicks. They got these ice gray or ice green eyes and I'm like, can you not see my fucking son in the thumbnail image, in tonight's live stream? Is this not what you're even speaking about? It's like, are you so oblivious you just can't see it? Or maybe she can't see it on the cell phone because, they had the cell phone that was basically, they almost never had the cell phone near their face because you could barely hear them when they're talking. So maybe she never saw that, but I think there was...
Well, they were on the Skype call.
But when it comes to the what she's talking about, and then she says, but I got these pig fucker blue eyes. Okay, self-loathing there. And then I don't give a shit some Austrian guy you were fucking was using that term. Okay, it's not... that's not a good term. That's not so you're not using it unless you hate yourself. So when she says I got pig fucker blue eyes, and it's like, so you hate being Aryan is what you're saying. In fact, she hates being Aryan so much she takes this mythical Jewish genetic strand. It's mythical, and then says I'm Jewish. So that she can have a reason to hate Nazis, which is basically hating herself because they're trying to preserve what she is. This is what it comes down to. This is white self-hatred. This is white self-hatred. So everybody, this is an educational lesson in a psychological case study. There. But unfortunately, that white self-hatred extends to anyone else, including Asians or Palestinians who don't fit that definition. The only people that stood out as what she's defending are Jews, is what it comes down to. I don't care if she's condemning the Likud party, she's condemning a party, but as the Palestinians, she condemned them as a population. And
well, it even extended to the Orthodox Jews, right? She didn't like them either.
Thank you.
So it's like I don't.
Well, that's because I can understand that because they're a bunch of fucking patriarchal, misogynist reactionaries who want to put woman in the Jewish version of a burqa. Yeah, But at the same time, okay, so you're giving us this kind of pro-woman attitude, but it's antithetical to your race. So you hate your race as opposed to your gender. But it's like it is like what it is. It's like it's altogether a mess. It's a mess. She's a hot mess. That's what it comes down to.
I can say that about a lot of people these days.
Oh my God. Well, by hot mess I mean she's physically very attractive, and from what
literally hot. Appealing.
And obviously that's that is one of the reasons why Victoria is like tolerating her presence, and and like our man Brendan said, Victoria's got to get her unconscious just to get her. That way they get. Yeah, that way maybe she can earn her keep there. The fact that she thought that Victoria didn't pay for where she lived blew my mind. I mean, do you think that, what do you think, that Victoria's fucking the landlord? I mean, what the fuck?
Like I mean, she said she paid something, so.
Yeah, no, Victoria pays rent. Victoria pays rent. But that's when, Christine said, well, then I'll pay the rent, just because I was saying, you got a Nazi who's giving you a place to live in your...
I don't want a Nazi paying for the house I'm in.
Yeah, yeah. And then she said, I'll pay the rent, to try and take any...
If she had AIDS and cancer and Adolf Hitler came to her with a cure for both of them, she'd say, no, I don't want that.
Yeah, it's just... No, it's just bizarre. It is what it is. But then again, I don't think that anything about myself, who she was asking about, really was sinking in with her either. There was the vampirism. Of course, she asked about that. And then she went into, well, I know these Levian vampires, which are quote-unquote psychic vampires. These are satanic vampires. Right. These are guys
these are also the guys I was telling you about, Douglas, that you've probably dealt with, where they like go on TV and they're like basically cosplaying as vampires, and then they drink each other's blood.
Yeah.
As like...
These are the other guys she was talking about. That she said actual blood drinking vampires. Yes, remember that? That's what she was talking about with that. But the Levian vampires don't even do that. They're just like draining your.
They're even lamer than I thought.
Yeah. The Levian vampires are claiming to be psychic vampires, where they're sucking your energy through occult spells and shit, and they just take your energy and shit. It's yeah. No shit. No shit.
At least the ones I saw on TV were cooler. They had like goblets and shit.
Yeah.
They were like in a basement. Like they were like the goth people that went too far, basically.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah.
And that was in SF. They claimed that those people were in SF.
Where else?
Yeah.
I mean, they're not going to be tolerated anywhere else. So when it comes to what it is, I'm just like again. And then she said, what about you? But we never had a chance to follow up. But I'm glad we followed up on what we did, and I hopefully she'll be back again. We'll see what happens, and other than that, I was kind of surprised when one of them expressed some enthusiasm when I said, Aristides succeeded in talking to Marin. I'm sorry, what's her name again? The blonde chick, Andromedan.
Marina.
Selena.
Is that her? No.
Wait.
Marina
Sorry.
Marina Sarin, thank you.
Why did I say Selena?
No worries. Because we used to work with a chick named Selena Khan. Now you're making us all like flashback and shit. That poor bitch.
Yeah, I take Marina over Serena.
Of course. Conversation. Thank you. Yeah, of course. I mean, just for conversation, let alone the looks. Yeah, but the looks, in particular, yeah. Oh God, but
I talk about Pleiadians all night. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Just show me your tits.
Yeah. But what? I mean, she wouldn't even have to do that, but it'd be nice if she did. Yeah. But what was what did she say about race? She said something about did she say something along the lines of like I think I can't remember consciously, but it's all recorded anyway. So the other thing, of course, was my travels. Yeah, she never got to hear of any of my travels either. But it's not like I
mean, she was like, it's one of those like when people don't learn to like listen and not speak too much, like, and even the drugs is not a good enough excuse in some people to some extent. It was like she was just straight up saying like, you've never been to Saudi Arabia, and I was just thinking to myself, I'm like, all the stories that you have about
thank you.
Oh my God.
You were in Desert Storm.
Yeah. It's like, we never got.
I don't know, Nemo, if you've heard about the Al Jabail incident and all these things. Like, there's like so much that she couldn't even get into at that point.
It's like so when it comes to hopefully we get a chance to share that sometime, but it is what it is, and I just hope they get along.
Let's not go there.
What's the other thing now with the other stuff that is relevant to our listeners before we go into anything else? I do want to so this herb you shared with us, the healer of the gods, Chiron, and the centaur. Excellent, yeah. Centauri. So tell us a little bit about this. What brought this up?
Well, it did exactly what I was trying to do. I think
okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's an herb that's known to calm down excited nerves.
Okay. Yeah.
So even its homeopathic image worked.
Excellent. There we are. I like that.
Do you smoke it or have it in a tea or just chew on them?
Oh, just tea. It's like a digestive. Tea. It's very bitter.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
So you can have some honey.
But you get what I'm saying, like what I was.
So, do me a favor, gentlemen. Can you guys hold the stage for a few minutes while I go grab some refreshment? Obviously, I didn't grab refreshment tonight. I usually do that as soon as we enter the roundtable phase. And if you guys can hold the stage for a few minutes, I'd deeply appreciate that. Of course, it's 1:06 a.m. here on the Pacific Coast where Brendan is at. How long do we have with you in terms of your presence, Brendan?
Like, by the time you get back, I'll have to go.
Okay, all right. So I'll be back in as soon as possible, about 10 minutes. So approximately 10 to But so both of you gentlemen have got this. I think there's plenty to talk about. Obviously, we can have you guys address the Israel-Palestine situation. I want people to know there's been some absolutely laughably ridiculous propaganda that Israel has unleashed. There was this guy. Now, we had Peter Moon bringing this up in the opening hour, to his credit. And he was bringing up, they say they're in these tunnels, that they've captured the Hamas leader's, bathroom, essentially. He's being sarcastic, but he may not be. I mean, I would not doubt that they have, gone through this guy's house, quote unquote, his underground headquarters, and said they found everything. But in particular, there was a video released by the IDF, Israel Defense Forces, where you had this military spokesman holding up a vest with the Hamas insignia that he claims was found at the Al-Shifa hospital in Gaza City. In other words, the Israelis have rationalized an attack on a hospital, an international war crime, by claiming that they they're all Hamas terrorists.
Right.
The only person who's going to buy that would be we know who.
Ridiculous.
The lady who was here just now would buy that.
Yeah.
So basically on November 11th, there was this Arabic language Twitter account maintained by Israel's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, posted this video purporting to be a selfie by a nurse in Al-Shifa hospital in Gaza, this major battlefield in the current conflict, taken over by the IDF a few days later. And in this video, which is just startling, bombs are going off in the background. This nurse warned the Gazans to heed the call of the IDF to flee to the south. She affirmed a number of IDF talking points, notably that Hamas had taken over the hospital and was stealing morphine and fuel. And that video gained millions of views. Now, it was...
Yeah, I saw that video.
It was completely mocked by the majority of recipients, reviewers, particularly Arabs, questioning its authenticity. For one thing, none of the staff in the hospital knew who this nurse was. For another, she spoke in English with an accent that was definitively non-Arabic. This was no Arabic lilt, okay? Like we had Christine saying, I get along with Russians and I can do the Russian talk, but I can't do the squat, and it's like, this is all fun and stuff. And I said,
the Slavic squat.
Yeah. That's just what they do. They do this squat that's just stupid, and I'm not going to do that squat because I think it degrades me to do that fucking squat. Anyhow, so basically, everything about this video smacked of high school theater, from the botched accent that sounded like it was straight out of, I'll just say it, an Israeli fucking soap opera. To the perfectly scripted IDF talking points rolling off her tongue.
It's like out of Borat, like basically Sacha Baron Cohen.
Thank you. And the fact that she's reiterating verbatim the IDF talking points, the pristine white lab coat, like it had just come back from the dry cleaner. the audio track of bombs falling that sounded like samples from a late 1980s Casio keyboard. The contrived stethoscope waving you'd expect from an extra on Grey's Anatomy, that old series, if any of you remember that. I mean, this is there's no other word for it. It's a joke. It's offensive. It's a joke that's not even funny. It's offensive. So within a day, the tweet of the video was deleted by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Well, of course, downloaded versions continue to circulate. I believe that's how Nemo saw what he saw. Now, of course, lying and propaganda are endemic to warfare. Public opinion is always as much a battlefield as actual territory. But in the case of Israel's ongoing war in the Gaza, which, as Christine said, oh, where would you rather live? Among the Israelis or among the Gazans? I mean, what kind of a choice is that? That's like saying you want to live among the hotels or the fucking open-air prison, the concentration camp. That's like me, during the time of the Third Reich, asking her, where would you want to live? In Berlin or in Dachau?
Right.
It's like, this isn't a fucking joke. Wait, is that serious? Is that a serious question? This is offensive. That's where her behavior got offensive. At any rate, when it comes to what the point that I'm trying to make here, this case where you've got Israel's war in Gaza, which is nominally against Hamas, but is actually an extermination campaign against the civilian population of a besieged territory. This propaganda,
right, and like the math wasn't adding up. Like 90% of the people in Gaza were supportive of Hamas, but their population's over 50% children under the age of 18.
Thank you.
So what the heck? Like,
why didn't you break in? Why didn't you break in at that moment?
I did. I said something. But it's the same trip. She wasn't listening.
So yeah, I didn't hear. I believe you. I'll take you at your word that you said something. But
I did. I said what she's saying. What they're saying is that the children are now Hamas terrorists.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what.
Yeah.
So that's what
but
they
she
can
didn't
justify.
Hear that. She didn't even hear you.
No, she didn't even register.
I didn't hear you either, to tell you the truth. But you've got to really shout it. It's
Yeah. Well, there was just a lot going on. I think you responded, actually.
Okay, I probably did. It's just, I was so angry. You know, I want people to understand, I was angry. I mean, you're dealing with somebody, and she's angry.
You dealt with it very professionally. I would have just kicked them off immediately.
Well, I mean, if it were a dude, yeah, but she's a girl with tits and ass, you know, I mean, and she's blonde, and she's got blue eyes, and she looks good, but she's definitely self-loathing. She hates her race. She hates a race. Yeah.
Which explains all the drug abuse.
Thank you. Like,
this is what's compounding it, is the lack of truth, and then
thank you.
Plus
thank you.
And
combined,
and the simulating the rape in a sex work.
Thank you.
There's a lot more we can get.
The dominatrix strip. The dominatrix strip is her responding against the patriarchy. And getting money for it. Anyhow, just so people understand, with the Israel-Gaza situation, the propaganda has really taken a bizarre turn. This is propaganda that barely makes any effort to convince. Instead of offering laughably ridiculous, ludicrous arguments in implausible forms as its only offer, really, that's all that it has to offer, to pay attention to Israeli propaganda in the recent weeks, like I have, is like watching a magic trick done by an inept conjurer who constantly lets the audience see the mirrors and the wires that are supposed to create optical illusions. There was this resident scholar at the Arab Gulf States Institute, Hussein Ibish. He said Israel's propaganda has always been ham-handed and ridiculous, but during this Gaza war, it's been so pathetically bad and jumped the shark so terribly, it's going to be very difficult to restore any credibility at all with a great many people in the United States and Europe. The problem is this guy's just being hopeful. He doesn't understand how stupid people in the United States and Europe are. Maybe not the younger people. They're not buying into this shit. But the older people, they just eat this shit up. And this is the tragedy about Christine. She's not old. She should not be coming off like a Fox News pundit. That's what's bizarre. Victoria's saying, I'm old. She's fucking 35. Victoria's 35. She's like, good God. Anyhow, if she's that. Anyhow.
I thought she looks younger to me.
Yeah, she's about 34, 35. She claims she might be younger. Either way, let me give you a few examples that stood out that I was watching with the Blood Boys. They're able to dig this shit up. I would never even bother. And basically on November 5th, Israel bombed a car traveling from South Lebanon to Beirut. The IDF told the press that it struck a vehicle in Lebanese territory that was identified as a suspicious vehicle containing several terrorists. In fact, Human Rights Watch later established that the car was civilian and all it contained was a grandmother, a mother, and 3 young girls. The mother, they know this because of survivors. The mother was critically injured. The grandmother and all the girls were killed. So the Israelis have a surviving witness to stand against them as testimony for their war crimes. The Human Rights Watch concluded that this was an undeniable war crime. The attack on the vehicle containing only fleeing civilians, which was clearly visible to the drones they used to basically buzz it, terrorize it before they bombed it. Because that's part of the terrorism Israel uses. They send the drones out, you see the drones coming at you, and you know the bombs are coming next. And to do this against fleeing civilians, this is at the very least reckless disregard by the Israeli military for its obligation to distinguish between civilian and military objects. It's a significant failure to take adequate safeguards to prevent civilian deaths. Israel has promised an investigation, but based on previous experience, that's likely to be slow, if it happens at all, and result only in a tepid admission of error, if that. Then there was November 13th. The IDF released a video of the spokesman, Daniel Hagari, touring the Rantisi hospital. And Hagari kept calling attention to banal objects, with the suggestion that they were evidence the hospital had housed a terrorist cell. At one point, he pointed to a baby bottle. A baby bottle! And said, "It's a baby bottle. It's a baby bottle in a basement, above a World Health Organization sign." Then he pointed to a list on a wall and claimed, "This is a Guardians list, where every terrorist writes his name, and every terrorist has his own shift, guarding the people that were here." Now, I not only speak Arabic, I fucking read it. And that supposed Guardians list was nothing more or less than a calendar with the days of the week on it.
Of course.
And the IDF blamed that fiasco on a translation error. Translation? You don't have millions of Arab people around you in a fucking Palestinian hospital? You got a translation error? Then on November 15th, mid-month, the Ides of November, Middle East Monitor reported that the Israeli army killed an elderly Palestinian after using him in a propaganda campaign promoting its safe corridor in Gaza. In other words, the IDF circulated a photo of a 79-year-old man, Bashir Haji. He was talking to IDF soldiers as proof of their careful shepherding of refugees fleeing the bombardment in the north. And that photo was undermined by the fact that as soon as they took it, the Israelis beat him to the ground and shot him twice in the back of the head. After finishing exploiting him for a propaganda campaign. And this woman, Christine, comes on and tells us that the Palestinians somehow deserve this. You're left speechless. And Israeli officials have also falsely tried to suggest that images of Palestinian civilians being killed are fabrications. that they're created by quote-unquote Pallywood crisis actors.
Yeah. You even have QAnon fucktards saying that all these children that have been shot and bombed are faking it and acting. That's how bad the propaganda is against them.
Well, that shows QAnon is Israeli. If
yeah.
QAnon is just another protocols of the Elders of Zion, it shows you why the protocols of the Elders of Zion, despite being a forgery, is virtual truth. Now, Pallywood, just so people who don't know what I'm talking about, is a neologism mixing Palestinian and Hollywood. Pallywood, get it? Now, that claim was not just wrong. It's deeply conspiratorial. It's at the level of extremists like Alex Jones, who made similar claims about mass shootings in the United States. But in this case, it's the Israeli fucking government. It's astonishing for a government to make such claims. And by the word, it's astonishing. It doesn't do the word justice. It's indefensible. It's beyond. There's no words. Now, the biggest ongoing propaganda fiasco involves Al-Shifa Hospital, one that deeply implicates not just the Israeli government, but also the Biden administration. On October 13th, the IDF released an elaborate drawing purporting to show the main headquarters for Hamas's terrorist activities. And this drawing showed an extensive network of well-lighted tunnels and large rooms that resembled nothing so much as, well, it was basically the villain's lair in a James Bond film. Now, I'm just left without any other way to address this. Probably the best thing I can do is quote what the National Security spokesman John Kirby said. Basically, I think it was Tuesday of last week. He said, "I can confirm for you that we have information that Hamas and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad use some hospitals in the Gaza Strip, including Al-Shifa and the tunnels underneath them, to conceal and to support their military operations and to hold hostages." Now, Israel took control of Al-Shifa Hospital the next day. And what they found there was underwhelming, to say the least. Basically, by Thursday, the IDF said that searchers had uncovered the body of a captive Israeli woman in a house near the hospital, along with weapons. On Wednesday, basically, the IDF released photographs and video. And this is to go back to their quote, "small caches of weapons," it said, "belonged to Hamas." So, the video also showed the hospital had a box of dates. You know, this is a well-loved fruit among Arabs. And two copies of the Quran. That's a holy book to hundreds of millions of people. This was proof of terrorist activity. Dates and Qurans. Basically,
in a hospital, that was their justification.
Yes, and seriously, they added that to their case with a photo and a video of a rough cavity that they described as an operational tunnel shaft. That personally, I think they blew themselves. The location of the shaft inside the Al-Shifa Hospital complex was real, but there's no indication where the opening led or what its purpose might be. Israel has yet to produce any findings that corroborate its claims that Al-Shifa sits atop a Hamas headquarters and was central to the militant group's operations in North Gaza. And the IDF also suggested that Hamas knew we were coming and moved the headquarters. Hence the absence of evidence for a robust Hamas presence. Do you know what it's like to try and move a fucking operational paramilitary headquarters? You're going to have evidence that's just left. You can't take everything. This is truly the territory of Donald Rumsfeld during the Iraq War, when he famously remarked that absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. That's what he said. Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence in relation to the non-existent weapons of mass destruction. By the way, to anyone who logically analyzes that statement, it's completely meaningless. It's a logic circle that means nothing. Now, of course...
They used that a couple times, not just that one statement. There was like the one about the uranium, and like, you know, they had used multiple of these kind of broad state, right?
Yeah. Thank you. It's just well, one of them, like I said, was just a piss sample, a urine sample of Colin Powell's that he held up and said that this was some chemical weapon that could kill everybody in the room if he happened to drop the test tube. And I almost felt like saying, yeah, your urine is that bad, you fucking piece of shit. Anyhow, it remains, of course, possible that maybe a few Hamas fighters holed up in a very large hospital with hundreds of patients. But it's obviously a fallacious claim, completely spurious, that the hospital had ever been the main headquarters of Hamas. The IDF may yet basically fabricate more evidence of a Hamas presence there. But the original video, the original narrative, the entire narrative, it's a fabulation. But then the very idea of a Hamas command center is a flight of fantasy. The military wing of Hamas is not a regular army. It's an insurgent force that weaves in and out of the population, moving, in Mao Zedong's famous phrase, amongst the people as a fish swims in the sea. Israel has projected onto a guerrilla army the form of a more conventional force organized by a nation state. That's a common mistake in counterinsurgency warfare. In fact, it's the basic mistake, the fatal mistake. And yet Joe Biden is completely unfazed by this slim evidence provided by Israel. And on Wednesday, during my last episode, I found out after I finished transmission, he said, you have a circumstance where the first war crime is being committed by Hamas by having their headquarters, their military, hidden under a hospital. And that's a fact. That's what happened. Now the phrase, first war crime, that's really suggestive. That sounds as it does like the complaint of a child caught hitting a sibling arguing over who started it. Under international law, Hamas committing a war crime does not give the fucking kikes a goddamn license to commit their own war crimes. Nor does it allow the United States to support their Jewish war crimes in response to Hamas's purported, notional actions. As for the evidence of the command center, Biden said, no, I can't tell you. I won't tell you. I mean, what the fuck is that? Biden also claimed... Yeah, he's just...
I was just saying he's been a good Shabbos guy.
Thank you. Biden also claimed that Israel was very careful in taking over Al-Shifa Hospital in comparison to its earlier actions. You like that? In comparison to the other places where they just blew it off the map, according to the president. So this is a different story than I believe was occurring before. An indiscriminate bombing. Even Biden said that. Biden's admission that Israel, with American support, conducted indiscriminate bombing is yet another... He's confessing to a war crime! In which America, meaning himself as our commander-in-chief, was an accomplice to! In the unlikely event that Biden and Netanyahu are ever brought before The Hague for crimes against humanity, that would be a day when we're all just going to orgasm in heaven. Biden has provided ample evidence in his own words against himself and against Netanyahu. All of these mistakes should help retire the durable myth of the IDF and the Mossad, the Israeli intelligence agency, as omnicompetent fighting forces. Instead, the Hamas attack of October 7th, which instigated the current round of the Israel-Palestine conflict, was itself a massive intelligence failure, one that calls into question long-standing policies of multiple governments, including our United States, to sideline the issue of Palestinian statehood. And Israel's just inexcusably incompetent propaganda is another indication of Israeli corruption. Yet all these failures count for nothing as long as Israel benefits from the bigotry of low expectations by its supporters, including the President of the United States. And Christine manifested this when it came down to the bottom, when I said to her, you're taking the side of Israel. Despite calling Netanyahu a Nazi fascist and the Likud party, all these bad guys, you still came down to saying, would you rather vacation or stay? Would you rather live in Israel or in Palestine? It came down to that. So it came down to she's taking Israel's side, just like Joe Biden is clearly willing to back whatever Israel does, including indiscriminate bombing and other war crimes by his own admission. The American media, of course, is also complicit, as the Huffington Post has documented. CNN has a habit of airing IDF videos with false information, including that calendar fiasco. Then, when the errors are pointed out, those same videos are carefully edited to delete the falsehood when placed online, with an editorial note explaining or acknowledging what was cut in some cases. And I find it amusing they do even that. In effect, CNN is the IDF's partner in propaganda, which shows we're under Zionist occupation. But then Israel's half-baked propaganda isn't aimed at regular people like us, not you and I. The American public is quickly souring on Israel's war, which is what makes Christine's stance so bizarre. As Reuters reports, only 32% of Americans support Israel in this conflict, down from 41% a month ago, meaning Christine is one of the Israeli diehards. So that strand of Jewish DNA says it all. She hates herself for being blonde-haired, blue-eyed Nordic Aryan, calls herself pig-fucker blue-eyed, and worships the goddamn Jews. Now, these same polls I'm sourcing prove that 68% of Americans support a ceasefire. Sadly, the fact that the public isn't buying Israel's campaign of lies counts for nothing. Foreign policy is made by elites. Biden and the U.S. Congress are still firmly behind Israel because we're ruled by the goddamn Jews. Even if Joe Biden is the only person on earth who really believes Israel's propaganda, that's more than enough to make it successful. In the end, what we have is Christine asks, so what's the point of this podcast? Is this the Jews are bad? What do you think? She'd say, yeah, that's what this podcast is about. Why? Because I'm iterating facts? Is the fact that I'm iterating facts that they're sourcing from the last-born son of Adolf Hitler somehow makes them not facts anymore? What is all this? Why is the world standing by for this? We're in World War III right now. It's not we're on the precipice of World War III. We're in it. And Israel is on the side of the Russians and the Chinese. And that brings up, the sex workers she was working with being Russian. That's a factor that we didn't get the context of that, but it shows that she's affiliated with Russian influence. That says a lot right there. I mean, okay, you guys take it from here. Hold the stage. Let me make sure everybody's on. Is your audio all right? Both of you can talk? Okay.
Yeah, all good.
Brendan's
you there,
on
Brendan?
Okay, Brendan, hopefully you're there before I take a break. Let's make sure he's there. Oh, shit. He went mute.
That's fine. I can cover.
Can you? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you need to find something? Do I need to stay here while you find something first?
No, it's all good.
Okay. All right. So, Brendan, if you can hear us, come back on with Nemo, and we'll take it from there. I hope he's all right. Jesus Christ. And that's weird that he went on mute. So hopefully he's just taking a piss or something. At any rate, so you've got this, Nemo. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go mute, and I'll be back 10, 15 minutes. All right, thanks so much, Nemo, and appreciate your being here. Bless you. And all right, thank you.
Yep. Just a lot of quotes that Benjamin Netanyahu has conveyed throughout the decades can backfire on him and expose what a vile criminal he really is and what his true intentions are. All you have to do is just dig up and research what he said about other nations that are affiliated with Israel or not, just about them being full-on pro-Zionists. He says back in 1990 America is a golden calf, and we will suck it dry, chop it up, and sell it off piece by piece until there is nothing left but the world's biggest welfare state that we will create and control. This is what we do to countries that we hate. We destroy them very slowly. This is supposed to be an ally nation for Israel. He blatantly says from his own words that he hates America and that they should be destroyed. So I don't know why anybody in America in their right mind, would want to support Israel or Benjamin Netanyahu in any form. He wants you all dead. He wants your country destroyed. And you take a good look, the proof is in the pudding. America's turning into a third world shithole. And yet the majority of the people are still praising and idolizing Israel. Need to pull your heads out of your asses. Benjamin Netanyahu, employed at the time as a Soviet agent in a covert conversation taped in 1990, Fink's Bar in Jerusalem, a well-known Mossad hangout, taken directly from the transcript of the recording, which was witnessed and has been 100% fully authenticated, shown in the provided image of him saying what I just conveyed from his quote. Shown here, while he's saying what was said, there's a picture of him showing the Freemasonic or satanic hand gesture. Some people interpret it as the 666 hand gesture, which is commonly known as the OK hand sign, which you'll see many politicians, celebrities, and a lot of people just on the mainstream media will pose that hand gesture, usually over the eye. All seeing eye is a mockery to the sun god Ra. You can dig up a lot of images and quotes of Benjamin and videos of Benjamin Netanyahu conveying how he wants to see all of the enemies and so apparently allied nations such as America to be destroyed. Even Ukraine, all of the Orthodox, ultra-Orthodox, pro-Zionists, Khazars, they want to see the Ukraine and Ukrainians to be destroyed. Because you have to remember, Ukraine was allied with the Axis powers back in World War II, and the enemy of the Soviet Union, the Bolsheviks and communists. Millions of people were slaughtered in World War II from the Soviet Union Bolsheviks, which was founded by Khazarians or Jews, however you want to put it. And the Bolshevik revolution was orchestrated by these Jewish people. There's a lot of irrefutable fact to back that up if you dig deep and do your own research into that. You can basically use positive propaganda just by sharing and posting all of this information of Benjamin Netanyahu's quotes about America and Ukraine and Palestine and all the enemy nations. And he's just exposing himself basically just from his own words, but people don't seem to pay attention to that at all. Also, ignorance of the Israelis themselves is second to none. There's a video you can see on YouTube of this individual Israeli citizen asking these Israelis questions about other countries around them, such as America and their political system. And the interviewer that was asking one of the Israeli citizen couples about the President Obama at the time when he was just after he was served his full term, they were saying, these Israeli people were saying, "Oh, the Americans don't even like having a foreigner running their country as their leader. Obama didn't even last that long as the leader of America." And the interviewer had to inform them, you do realize that Obama served a full 8-year, full term as president of America, and the Israeli citizens just had nothing else to say after that because they just exposed their own ignorance. So they're very egocentric. They only care about themselves, and they basically fuck everyone else. Everyone else is enemy or servant. You're either a servant or an enemy towards them. And you just got to look at the beliefs of the Orthodox, ultra-Orthodox, when they say it themselves, when their Messiah returns, so-called Messiah, each Jew is going to have at least just over 1,000 goyim servants. Gentile goyim. Goyim's just another term for human cattle for non-Jewish people. So they believe they're going to have over 1,000 servants to fucking do all their house chores and make their money for them and wash their ass, suck their dicks. It's basically how they believe it's going to go down after Armageddon, quote-unquote Armageddon occurs. These people are vile and you need to oppose them and expose them, basically. Just keep doing your research into it, on all their crimes, and share it on social media. And even if you work in the mainstream media, alternative media, do what you can to expose all this information. And hopefully karmic justice will be served them. And they'll get what's coming to them. But Benjamin Netanyahu said many terrible things, not even just about the Palestinians, but even the Americans. He wants just to see all the Americans be wiped out. Once they've had no more use for them, once they've just been milked, then you just wipe them out. Once it's pretty much how, I guess you could say, evil uses the people that serve them. Once they have no use for you, they just dispose of you, devour you. You're nothing to them, so why would you just want to serve them in the first place? You're just condemning yourself into hell, pretty much. Got something else. Go on another topic here. But, yeah, if you go on social media and Twitter, you'll just see non-stop propaganda being posted about how Israelis are the children of God, children of the Creator, and all Judeo-Christians must support them. Otherwise, God will curse you. You'll be cursed if you don't support them. Only a heavily indoctrinated, brainwashed fool would buy into that, incapable of thinking for themselves. Don't fall into these religious cults idolizing and worshipping the false Jews. They're not the real Jews. The Israelis, they're imposters. They're fakes. The only real Jews are of the ancient Davidic bloodline. The real Semites, the real Semitic people. When you're exposing the crimes of these Khazarian and Ashkenazis, you're not being anti-Semitic. And remind them of that because they're not Semitic people. All right, let's see what else we're going to talk about. Information. Let's go into the World War II era. The United States cannot declare state of war ever again, and how the United States is still legally in a state of war against the Third Reich. The United States has not and cannot formally declare a legal state of war since World War II. This is because the United States is still legally in a state of war with the Third Reich in exile. The breakaway civilization, the very last time the United States declared a state of war was in World War II, first declared war against the Empire of Japan on the 8th December 1941, the day after Pearl Harbor, then against Germany and Italy on the 11th December 1941. Then on the 5th June 1942, the United States declared war against Bulgaria, Romania, and Hungary, which comprised and formalized the Axis of Nations. Since that period of time, the United States has never declared war. The United States has never declared a state of war since World War II. It's impossible. The National Socialist German Worker Party, who were the legal democratic government of Germany from 1933 to 1945. This is the reason why the United States has never declared war again, because they can't declare a state of war within a state of war. That's why no declaration of war was declared against the Soviet Union, why no declaration of war was declared in Vietnam, no declaration of war was formally declared in the Gulf conflicts, no war was declared in Iraq, in Afghanistan or Korea, in Cuba, in Panama, in Nicaragua, or anywhere. The United States has never declared a war with anyone since World War II because it's still legally in World War II. The fact is to take in consideration is, firstly, the United States is forbidden to ever declare a state of war ever again, as long as it exists as a constitutional republic. That's the first fact. The second fact is unlimited states of emergency since World War II. For example, daylight savings time, formerly known as wartime. Daylight savings time or wartime didn't exist prior to World War II. It was first introduced in the year 1919 by President Woodrow Wilson. It lasted for a year, and by popular demand, the nation voted against daylight saving time for its inconvenience of switching time zones and doing this manually using analog. Wartime or daylight savings time was reintroduced in World War II, which allowed the United States extra daylight in the day for war production purpose, for mass mobilization. Hey, Mark, I just noticed you joined. You want to say hello?
Yeah. Hey, Nemo. I figured I'd jump on and say hello. I was listening a little bit earlier, so how's it going? All right?
Yeah, it's going all right. It was quite I guess you'd say, interesting and energizing talk about before, when Victoria and her friend were both simultaneously on. They were sharing the phone while they were talking through the call, and Victoria's friend Christine was just going on about her mother did what is it called, 23andMe ethnic DNA testing, and she found out she's 0.0001% Sephardic Jewish, and then Douglas ended up asking, "Oh, what's your thoughts on the Palestinian and Israel war?" And she's saying, "Oh yeah, I don't like Benjamin Netanyahu, but majority of Palestinians are terrorists." Basically saying all those innocent citizens and children who are being killed are terrorists and deserve to die. Did you listen to that before?
Yeah, I did. No, I didn't hear that, but I heard you guys talking about it after.
Yeah. When you get the time, definitely go back and listen to that. It's fucking crazy.
Well,
but this chick's detoxing, so we kind of don't hold it much against her, but hopefully she'll come back when she's sober. Sorry, go on.
No, I mean, I think that I think, unfortunately, for some people, it's kind of a common theme. And if you have a conversation with a lot of people in the United States, well, not a lot, but maybe a small few, they're just, it's a blind loyalty. It just doesn't, and the things that Douglas brought up about, you know, the hospital, you know, people really believe that, you know, there's underground tunnels made by made by terrorists. I mean, they soak this stuff up, and you really, I mean, if you try to have a conversation with someone that doesn't understand that, they're just completely convinced that the allies, you know, they're our allies, and there's this, you know, you have to support no matter what.
They just buy into what the news tells them, who's their enemy, and I'm not going to question that. I'm just going to agree with it.
Yeah, it's kind of scary, but unfortunately, that's a little chunk portion of the population. And
well, that's a majority
just got back.
Here.
Is everything okay?
Yeah.
Oh, Mark has joined us. Excellent. So glad.
I like your new profile pic. You look professional.
Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Oh, he always did. Yeah, that's actually, I think that's an old pic from your original security days back on patrol, wasn't it?
No, this is recent. This is the one just from starting a new gig.
Okay, great. So the photograph is from yeah. Okay, it looks great. It looks great. Is there like that you're involved with security? Is that a uniform or just kind of like you're just kind of dressed tactically? As that kind of
just a little tactical style. Yep.
Excellent, very professional, as Nemo said, and thank you so much for joining us. Did Brendan ever come back or no?
No, he said good night, a GN for good night in the chat.
Okay. Oh, Jesus, poor guy. I hope he's all right. And let me send a note to our dear Victoria came back in the chat. You probably saw that. So she was saying, some kisses, so to speak. And so, Mark, thank you so much for joining us. And I'm so glad you're here. What I'm going to do is just engage, now that I've taken my refreshments, I'm going to engage in a little eating. I'm going to go mute while I gnaw on some chicken flesh here, just for some empty calories. While I'm doing that, please hold the stage. Conversation with Nemo. I think you're doing well. I think that I heard just enough when I put on my earbuds. You were basically talking about the blind loyalty of an increasingly smaller amount of the American population. It's basically literally a dying demographic. These are basically the elderly.
More younger people are waking up, but it's like over here, like in the mainstream media, more people are pro-Israel in Australia than Palestinian. But in America, I notice more youngers, like a lot of young people are waking up. Because I've seen the videos of them doing mass protests. Even good-hearted Jews are supporting freeing Palestine.
Thank you. You find a lot of Americans. Well, not a lot at this point. Like Douglas mentioned, it's and you mentioned it's people are starting to pick up. But like definitely the older generations, they're not. It's ambiguous to them about Zionism. They can't distinguish between certain Zionist aspects of it, and like Nemo said, other actual Jewish people. They can't separate the two. They don't understand the difference. I don't think they don't even want to understand the difference.
Yeah, they don't. You try to tell them this and they don't want to fucking hear it. I try to inform my grandfather. It's just they've succumbed to too many years of programming. The ego will not allow them to admit that they're wrong and that they've been brainwashed and indoctrinated, so they're just going to deny any facts about those topics that you try to convey to them.
Yeah, I mean, others are, I'm sure there's aspects of it where, there's aspects of the Judeans that are afraid to speak out as well, because of, the experience they've had for so long. Whether it be by benefits or just by connection, being affiliated with your community. You don't want to be ousted from a community where you
no more Holocaust money for you.
So that's a difficult decision to make, as you can understand. But people are definitely starting to, and like Douglas was saying, I mean, their PR campaigns, they're getting just so desperate, desperate to have anyone and anything just try to fight this for them. and it's plain to see, you know, with that, like, you know, you mentioned the video, and just, it's so bad. How can anyone actually believe that? And it honestly, it comes down to laziness. People are just lazy as fuck. They don't want to do any kind of research. They don't, you know, like I said, some of the older generation, they don't understand the conflict at all. And if you ask them that, you know, well, do you know anything about this conflict? No, they don't. It's just they have to stand by something, and unfortunately, that's what they stand by, and nothing really will change it, I don't think.
Yes, I really appreciate everything you gentlemen are saying. I'm certainly listening intently, and I do want to qualify something for our listeners and just approach Nemo with a way to qualify, or shall we say, more carefully craft his words in the future. Let's put it this way. When it comes to what Mark was discussing, he's talking about Jewish people who are having their own sensibilities or consciousness. Their conscience is impacted by what's obviously just criminal activity on part of a rogue state. And here I'm obviously talking about Israel for people who haven't been following the conversation. We always get new listeners that can sometimes drop in any moment. So you always got to assume that when you're in a situation like what we're in now, you got to keep qualifying what you're saying and updating it, so to speak, because, you know, people drop in and they drop out. And as new people come in, both these gentlemen have been discussing what I spoke about earlier before I took my break for refreshment. And what I want to just point out is what Mark was saying was that many of these more conscientious Jewish people are afraid to speak out because of ostracization, the threat of ostracization from, or even perhaps a form of expulsion from their community. And that would be just unbearable for people. I mean, we all live by a sense of community, but Jews in particular
they really look out for each other in that community. They're kind of relying on one another.
Yeah, so if they're deprived of that networking ability, they in a sense lose everything. So that creates a sense of coherency. At the same time, you get any number of Jews together in any room, and you're going to get twice as many opinions. So they often conflict with each other, and maybe for some of them, ostracization is not, you know, all that big a deal. But all that being said, when it comes to what Mark was expressing, then Nemo responded with, "No more Holocaust money for you." Do you understand? But by the way, just so people understand this, as I mentioned before, the number of Holocaust survivors in Israel is just outrageously astonishing. It's like you're talking about, you know, when this is like 100,000 people or something like that. It's just like this is where I can see why Victoria is so skeptical of the existence of the camps. I mean, you're at a point now where your average Holocaust survivor is in their 80s in Israel.
Yeah.
What does that mean? That they had to have been fucking born in those goddamn camps. That's like, you know, these people are not World War II survivors. They can't.
Oh yeah, some of them would just be falsely claiming that they were just so they get money.
That's where what Nemo said now is just true. It's true. It's true. What he just said now is a fact. There are what they call holo-hoaxers. And these holo-hoaxers are making claims that they're Holocaust survivors and they're getting money from Germany. I don't understand how no one's monitoring this in Germany. How can you not keep track of this? How can someone make a claim to be a Holocaust survivor falsely? All of these people, by that I forget the moral implications of this. It's how do they get away with it? It's
because if you accuse them of lying and making up those stories,
they'll say you're anti-Semitic.
You get in trouble. So everyone's scared to call them out on their bullshit.
This is where we're at now. You have so many Holocaust survivors, quote unquote. At this point in history, the other explanation, which I brought up before, which is equally valid, is the fact that Dr. Josef Mengele and many doctors affiliated with him, he simply is the most notorious, or the most infamous. Many of the MDs affiliated with him were working on life extension technologies. They tested them out on Jews in the camps. And it shows, because Holocaust survivors are the longest lived and healthiest people in the world. Now, this is not meant to deny the gravity of the situation or degrade it. People will take it that way anyway, I fear. So, that's their problem. If you take it like you think I'm degrading the experience or dismissing it, it's problematic on your part, not on mine. I don't intend it that way. But literally, for these Holocaust survivors, the Holocaust was the best thing in the fucking world to ever goddamn happen to them. They had never been so fucking lucky as to have Josef Mengele or his staff test out these longevity serums on them. That obviously worked, because these fuckers can, do treadmills, walk upstairs 2 at a time, and they're in their 80s. There's people in their 50s in the United States and Australia who can't do that.
Yeah.
So, obviously, these people have been gifted, thanks to Josef Mengele and the SS. They have nothing to complain about. Not only have they been given this gift, but they're paid for it.
Yeah.
I can't think of anything more outrageous than they're continuing to try and guilt the German people out for what happened to them, and then guilt out the rest of the West into feeling sorry for them when obviously they've been blessed by the existence of the Third Reich and the staff that worked under the ultimate command of Adolf Hitler, my biological sire. So we're in a situation where, at this stage in history, for those of you who don't know, when Hamas conducted that attack and took those hostages, among them were some Holocaust survivors. Now, this is the irony, is that, I don't understand how Israel's not propagandizing on that more. Why don't they emphasize that? But they don't, and it could be because they don't want to bring attention to the fact that if people say, wow, that's incredible, and follow up on it, realize, well, these fuckers must have been born in these death camps. So it's a point that actually, I believe, Victoria brought up on her channel. On her channel, I do think that there's a meme or some kind of... she might have sent it to me. It might not be on her channel. She might have sent it to me. And it was a meme of, they were talking about all these pregnant Jewish women supposedly got impregnated in the death camps and shit. So if these women, through the matrilineal lineage, are giving birth in camps, obviously the situation could not have been what we are told historically it was, because you're either going to assume the camp guards are raping them, which means that through the matrilineal line they're counted as Jews anyway, and they're still collecting Holocaust reparations, and the Israelis seem to accept them as Jews because of the matrilineal lineage, even though they're the product of an SS camp guard. And so it's like, okay, so if you've got that being the norm for these births that are now the majority of Holocaust survivors, then, okay, the Jews must be tolerating them because they use them as basically a battering ram, a weaponized guilt meme on the West to say, see, we still got Holocaust survivors. Yeah, even though they're all the children of blonde-haired, blue-eyed, Nordic, Aryan death camp guards, they are somehow a Jewish weapon against the West to basically guilt you out into feeling that the Holocaust is still with us. Because the Holocaust survivors, exploiting them is important to give everybody the feeling the Holocaust is still with us. If that's not the case, that they're rape babies, then that means the Jews were fucking each other in the goddamn camp and carrying births to term. That's 9 fucking months. Delivering babies. Okay, where were the facilities for this? They couldn't have just been, delivering them on their bunk beds. How would they maintain them? That meant there had to be facilities for helping to care for the children. So that meant that there had to be some support structure, because a woman giving birth to a child in a death camp, quote unquote, how is she going to raise that baby to the point where they become a Holocaust survivor 80 years later? They'd have to have been taken care of by facilities in the camp. The woman could not do that on her own with the help of even her prisoners.
Some of these camps, or like the labor camps where they were making the Jews, learn agriculture and construction and labor work, they had their own housing and their own they had Medicare and all medical care and all this stuff. So maybe those particular ones were fucking and
those were usually
reproducing.
for training. Those were usually for training the Zionists who were like gonna basically colonize Palestine. So when it comes to something like that, you couldn't even call that a camp. That's basically like a relocation community, and those did exist. But when it comes to like the Jews must be saying those are camps. That must be what's going on. They must be saying those are camps.
Oh yeah, they do. Yeah, because they got fences around them. That's why. But they have like their own homes, their own homing communities inside. They're like brick houses and shit.
Everything Nemo says is true. So at this
point,
their own
pools, soccer fields, recreational places.
So, but we do still want to qualify when you're talking about no more Holocaust money for you. We do need to qualify that. Don't say that so casually. You have to interject that as more selectively, because obviously it's different from what Mark is talking about. But what because we don't want to conflate the issue, and then it begins to look like something that someone like Christine can claim is just a straight out anti-Semitic, quote unquote, or Judeophobic podcast. Does that make sense? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
also another theory about the reproducing back in the camps and whatnot. Weren't some of the male Jews subjected to the masturbation machine? Experimentation. Maybe they were extracting semen from the males and practicing in fertilization, artificial in fertilization, to impregnate the female Jews as experiments.
Why would they want to create more Jews?
I don't know. It's just like a theory that just came into my mind.
I mean, it's an interesting theory. I'm just asking the
scientific testing. Like we're going to practice this on them.
It could be, but that would be rare. Either way, obviously something stinks about the entire Holocaust survivor situation. Anyhow, Mark, by the way, join us back in. I'll go back to gnawing on my chicken flesh for a bit, but before I do, anything you want to say before I start gnawing again? And
No, please jump at it.
Okay.
Gnaw at it.
Okay, I'll go back to gnawing at that, getting some empty calories in me to help me burn through the night. But by all means, continue your conversation with Nemo. And aside from that, as I said, we just recently finished with the APEC conference here in San Francisco. Nothing much there to talk about, as I said. Let me go back to this, and then I'll rejoin with both of you gentlemen. I'll be back soon.
I heard about when the leader of China was visiting San Francisco to meet up with Joe Biden a while ago, that somehow all the homeless people had just disappeared. They were relocated and taken away. And the streets were a lot cleaner. And just for that visitation, and also all the protesters that were putting up anti-CCP posters were being covered up by the Chinese security guards that were escorting the Chinese leader over there. Did you hear about that, Mark?
No, I actually, there was something. I don't know if it was that. I think there was. I did hear something about that, where they did kind of clean up the area before they showed them, and
in a very quick time.
It's just a shame, Nemo. Like, honestly, I wish you could, and Douglas could explain more when he comes back. But San Francisco about 10, 15 years ago, it was just a different place, man. And
Yeah.
For someone like me that I always wanted to go to Cali. I never really visited any other part. We landed at LAX for like an hour or something. But my main time there was in San Fran, and I'll tell you, man, it was a lot of fun. Like it's just it's a beautiful area. It's very, when I was there, it was quiet, and everyone like was, honestly, just everyone was just really chill, relaxed, and that was a time where I think like marijuana was becoming legalized and decriminalized. I think not legalized, decriminalized. So
Medical
everyone
use.
So everyone in like that I came across was just like so laid back about a lot of different things. Very progressive area.
Yeah.
So that's what I experienced when I was there. And when I left, I wanted to come back. So that was like 10, 11 something years ago, like 15 years ago, whatever. I don't know.
Was it
What's
very
that?
expensive to live there back then as it is
Oh,
now?
yeah. I mean, even back then, Nemo, it was like retardedly expensive. The people that I knew, the people I knew there were all trust fund babies, that type of thing, like lawyers and stuff like that. So they were well ingrained into that society, into that area. And I never understood. I have a friend now who's trying to move back to Boston because he's getting divorced with his wife, and he just explained it. He just doesn't I don't know how he survived out there. It's you have to be making triple figures. You have to be making 200 to 300,000 a year. Like, I mean, that's if you want to get by. You got to really, really crank it up over there. So it's just amazing how anybody actually can do that in that location.
Yeah. By the way, I just got back, and so I put on the earbuds just for a few minutes and was hearing Mark saying that, and I appreciate what both of you gentlemen are saying very much, and I'm glad you enjoyed your time here, Mark. And everything Mark says is true for listeners, and everything Nemo said was true. Nemo obviously didn't hear what I said the past few episodes where I had talked about that directly concerning the homeless were cleaned up. Basically swept out of San Francisco because of the incoming Joe Biden and Xi Jinping. This is kind of like they wanted to show off to Xi Jinping a better site than what he would have been presented with. And so there was recently as well, somebody rammed a car into the Communist Chinese embassy in San Francisco, the consulate, and the police killed him. It was there are plenty of people here who don't like the Communist Party. Of course, as Nemo said, all of that was hidden from the eyes of Xi Jinping. And it just goes to show how fragile these people are. You talk about insecurity. When it comes to the what happened, the homeless, I'm certain, will drift back. But they did take a lot of them, and as was explained before, I can't remember who explained it. But anyhow, they shipped.
Do you know where they were relocated?
Los Angeles.
Right.
Basically, San Francisco just shoved them on down to Los Angeles, and Los Angeles later on will have its revenge and ship them back up here. I'm sure it's that's actually something that's happened a few times in the past. When it comes down to the what's going on with the situation with the living, as Mark H. was describing, just the amount of figures you have to make in order to be able to survive in San Francisco. It's like New York City. In both cases, New York City or San Francisco, you have to be making an astronomical sum of money. In San Francisco, at least, unlike New York, say for instance in New York, you have like Woody Allen movies. And if you take a look at the last Woody Allen movies that I'm aware of, where he was the director, he's not even in the film, but he's directing or producing it. Although if he were in the film, that wouldn't even make circulation. He's just too infamous at this point. He's just too hated. Just in case people don't know this, Woody Allen tried to publish his memoirs, and there was a huge, massive protest, and they shut down that publication. In other words, the publishing company that was a high-name publishing company that was going to release it basically closed the contract. It withdrew from the contract and all that shit. So public outrage at Woody Allen is ostracizing him, and he deserves it. But the point is that in one of his films that he was directing, producing, not on the screen in, I remember it was maybe 10 years ago, 20 years ago at this point. But the thing that struck me most about it was, I would call it furniture porn. It was just like people were living in apartments that were fully furnished, and it's unrealistic that anybody renting that apartment in New York outside of a multimillionaire could even afford to furnish the apartment after the rent that they're paying. It was just, it's like he's showing like a fantasy New York lifestyle that only the exceedingly wealthy can live. Now, what the puzzling thing about New York for me is, and by the way, our Nemo just put up a video in our text box here about Woody Allen.
It's a recorded phone call exposing him of being a child predator.
Thank you. And when it comes to just New York, it is just puzzling to me. The economy is such that I don't understand it. Somebody would have to be involved with banking and finance in order to afford to live there. The rest of the people, I don't even know how they're making it. It's just like after years...
Or the mob.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, it's just like after years, they're somehow established into the economy, and they're just living, barely making it. When it comes to San Francisco, the economy's infinitely easier to explain. It's just Silicon Valley, and now the newly emergent Biotech Bay, but mostly still Silicon Valley by far. And that's basically it. The people who are working there are getting these astronomical sums of money, comparatively speaking, to somebody working a regular job, and they're able to afford to live in San Francisco. Everybody else is living in communes. I don't know if you heard it earlier, Mark H. Did you hear me during the opening hours when I was talking about between my dad's death and my mother's death, I got involved with a bunch of things trying to explore how do I get out of homelessness, because once my mom died, I knew I had a very good chance of being homeless. And I don't know if you heard me, but I was talking about how when I'm dealing with all these young people in San Francisco, they all live in communes, and I was talking to our man, Pete Moonrock. I was talking to the Moon Man about how all of them slept on mattresses on the floor. And nobody could dream of affording a bed frame. But the one guy that I was investigating who was involved with human child trafficking, one of the things that made him stand out was a fully furnished apartment that reminded me of that Woody Allen furniture porn film. That basically, he had all kinds of furniture, including bookcases full of books. It's stuff nobody else had. But what really stood out to me was that he had a frame for his bed. Did you hear what I was talking about that? What really stood out to me was his frame. He had a frame for his bed. And that really just struck me as how wealthy this son of a bitch was. And he had no right to be that wealthy. It didn't make any sense. So I don't know if you heard what I was saying about that.
No, I didn't. But that makes sense, though, because you can pick up on that. Especially you could pick up on those little details, especially in that area, because... like you said, like you mentioned, how can someone afford that stuff? And, that's a lot of the times, that's some of the things that, old school detective on undercovers would go, there was actually a movie about the French Connection. Part of that movie was like, a couple of these undercover guys hanging out in a bar, and they notice, a group of people just living it up, just like literally fucking throwing cash at everywhere like it didn't exist. And that at a time where it shouldn't exist, because, at that area and that location, people just didn't have that kind of money. So they were like, okay, well, we got some money now. Let's find. These guys are obviously, dealing some serious, whatever drugs, or these guys are pushing some real serious stuff. So it's pretty, obvious in some of these things that stick out, and especially in that area. If you're familiar with that area, you just know that you can't just get away with having that fully furnished, apartment in that area where you said alone. I mean, people literally just give up their lives to pay rent.
Yeah.
I just don't know what the fuck people do. I really get curious. I really want to know what some of these people do. I want to see inside their lives a little bit,
Thank you. Well, I mean, that Christine who was on here earlier, she could live in San Francisco or New York City because of the job she's doing. And as she said, her clientele were basically high-powered finance types. I think she actually said where she was working, Nemo. Do you remember where she said she was working? What city she was in or something? DC?
I don't remember the location she said.
Yeah, it was either District of Columbia or some other place, but she said her clients were making, 6 to 10 figures and that they were paying her big to basically abuse them. We don't need to go into the gory details, though. I could easily imagine. And I could easily imagine that they'd be paying her to piss on them, at least.
Yeah.
It literally piss on them. It's a terror. And so, I mean, these things happen, and some guys groove off of this. But when it comes to somebody like her could afford to live in New York or San Francisco with a fully furnished apartment. But you'll notice that she's on all this heroin, and well, obviously she described it herself. She's on a fucking cocktail. I don't know if you heard that, Mark. Did you hear the cocktail, the narco cocktail she was describing?
No, I caught on to it a little later, and just enough for you guys to be talking about it. But I did not get a chance to listen to this. I was trying to figure out who the hell you were talking about. But
okay.
Now, was this person a friend of Victoria's?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. See, what happened is there's this dominatrix who's apparently a knockout. By that I mean she's got, fully figured, beautiful face, and the way Victoria describes her is, pretty much every guy who sees her just wants to, get in with her. But the sad thing is that you probably heard us saying this. She's got a self-loathing for her race. She really hates herself for being white, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, Aryan, Nordic Aryan. And so she has this fantasy. It's literally what it is a fantasy. Basically, her mom took a 23andMe DNA test, and it's just those things are a joke. I mean, even she said it was only a few $100. I mean, just so people understand out there, DNA tests that have any sense of relevance, they're thousands and thousands of dollars even today. The idea of, you pay a few $100 and, we pointed out, we deconstructed the whole DNA trip that people get popularly accessible DNA testing kits and all. It's a joke. It's not worth anything, So when it came to, her mother said the test came back with this like 0.00 something percent. I mean, this is infant. It's not even. It's a joke. A strand of Jewish DNA, Sephardim DNA. This apparently, even though it was the first time Victoria heard of this, when she came on my program, this was like the center focus of her identity. And she was using this as part of the complex she had about hating herself as a white person, to the point where she was endangering herself going to places like Pakistan and India. And then coming at us with, well, where would you rather live, Israel or Palestine, where, they've got this Muslim attitude towards women that's just completely misogynistic. And even she admitted that the Orthodox Jews in Israel were no different than the Muslims. They want women in the Jewish version of a burqa. And it's like, just like, she's all twisted. It's just all twisted. Yeah. It's like, why
Honestly,
are you...
Douglas, there's a lot. I think, and I don't want to go down the whole, rabbit hole of, the MK Ultra thing, but it really...
Smacks of that! Go on!
I cannot see any other way, because, I experience it all the time for myself with, these white women that are all Anglo-Saxons because of the area. We're all mostly Anglo-Saxon over here in this part of Boston, and they're, blonde blues and the same thing, and they're just I had a conversation just today, and she's just, and I'm like, she's beautiful, by the way, and she's just saying, oh, I'm so pasty, I wanted to, I don't know if it would be good to have kids with another white person because it would just be more pastiness and like this self hatred. It's mind boggling, and I can't attribute it to anything else than programming. It just
thank you.
It's just crazy. It's crazy.
And the sad part about it is, it's nothing even sophisticated. It's just a product of pervasive, endemic mass media, which is ultimately producing this white self-hatred. That so you get this kind of white self-hatred that is a product of basically you're programmed to hate yourself if you're white just because of the nature of much of mass media. I mean, that's what I'm thinking, and I could bring up evidence for that, but maybe there is some programming on the individual level with some of these people. Maybe they're being taken someplace and put under lamps, and you gotta wonder. I mean, like, so do you? I mean, serious question.
Well, it's also goes back to the all the propaganda movies where they try to portray. Obviously, the slavery was bad, but they keep pumping out movies and whatnot about the slaves and making people feel guilty because their ancestors, or they didn't even have ancestors, just white people seeing whites whipping blacks. Oh, I'm bad, I'm evil because this happened. That's how it just happens.
I think that I see what you're saying.
12 Years a Slave, after that came out, a lot of white people just, I feel bad for being white because white people did that to blacks, even though it was ages ago. And they had nothing to do with it, like the current white people.
I mean, I certainly appreciate what you're saying, and there's an element of that, but I think it's almost fractional compared to just the Germanophobic films, just the constant anti-Nazi trip. This is what it came down to, that Mark heard. This is the part that Mark probably heard. We were talking about how she was saying Nazis are cockroaches. I'm just going to step on them. I don't know if you heard us discussing her talking like that, Mark. Did you hear us discussing that? It was like...
oh, no. That's the part I totally missed.
Yeah, it's you'll catch it later, and you'll hear her later, but it's just... the entire thing is that... I mean, serious question here. Do you think it's just mass media, the anti-Nazi World War II films that just never stop coming out and get increasingly more gory and violent, where what was the name of the latest one where they've got some stupid old man who's supposed to be immortal or something, and he's going around blowing Nazis up, and you see people literally exploding and shit, and this is all supposed to be like what people get off on. It was like the next Inglourious Bastard, so to speak. It's some stupid film they made about he's part of some Danish resistance or something stupid like that. I mean, it just goes on and on. They just keep putting out these films relentlessly and endlessly. And so these people are raised to, become like this self-loathing white girl who says, I'm going to, kill Nazis like cockroaches, but she's being provided shelter by a Nazi while she's detoxing. This is the level of insanity where people are at. That would be like, some Jewish guy giving me shelter in a time of need, and I'm like in front of his face, publicly saying on record, kill Jews. I want to kill all Jews. I mean, it's like, that's no longer, we're at this level, we're talking about psychotic levels of pathology here. This is not even, you're no longer in reality. You're dealing with a kind of schizophrenia. In fact, it's so outrageous that Victoria wasn't taking offense at it. That's how outrageous it is. It's almost like when you're confronted with somebody who's maniacally raving and you can't take it personally. It's like that. But that just goes to show that the Nazis are now the tolerant one. Victoria is tolerating this woman. I'm tolerating this woman. We're tolerating her while she's basically hurling invective against us. This is the level where we're at, and yet, it's got to change. It can't go on. Just like people are outgrowing the Jewish programming against, support the Jews no matter how far they go in their insanity and their atrocities. You got to support quote unquote Israel. I'll change that sentence to where I say Israel instead of the Jews. But nonetheless, Israel's doing it all in the name of Judea. They're doing it all in the name of Jews worldwide. That's how they're presenting the argument. So when it comes to what we were discussing earlier, you're kind of caught up with that now. But yeah, my serious question to you is it just the media, these stupid movies, or do you honestly think someone like the woman that you're talking to might have been taken someplace and doesn't remember it, someplace when she was young or a child, and, people took her into a room and, what do you think?
I honestly, that's a great point. I honestly just think it's an amalgamation of intensive, possibly media programming, because that's the only thing that I can picture it as, of just continuous bombardment of this type of maybe subliminal messaging. Because it's not, like I said, this is not the first time I've heard it. I mean, I've heard this not from this person that you're speaking of, the person I'm talking about, multiple people. And I don't understand it, because I've always been attracted. I mean, I love all types of women, but I think blonde hair and blue eyes is just absolutely gorgeous, Yeah. So when I hear that shit, I don't get it. Like they treat themselves like trash, and it's just really fucking sad. So yeah, I think it's that, and I think it's a lot of what everyone hears now. It's a lot of victimization, self-victimization, whatever your beliefs are. But I think it's also if you acknowledge your quote unquote whiteness or whatever it is, then yeah, I mean, that's like you kind of put yourself out there to be a target in certain areas, I guess. I mean, that's the only other thing I can think about. I mean, why someone would be so hateful of who they are. I mean, like we mentioned before on the show, and this still astounds people when they hear it, is that, most of the white people in the United States are of Germanic descent.
Yes.
So, this is all things that a lot of people don't even realize, and they're just so ignorant and hateful of it no matter what. And I don't think anybody should hate themselves for whatever they are,
Yeah.
Everyone should love themselves for what they are, because and this is another topic that I brought with someone else, and they took it to offense. I think that all races have amazing attributes to themselves. I think everyone has something to bring to the table.
They all have their traits, yeah.
Yeah,
unique traits.
Yes, exactly. And why should that be a negative thing?
Thank you.
I don't know. That's just what I think.
And why? So this person you were talking to, give us some context. Was this a man or a woman? And how did they express taking offense? And did they give any specifics as to why they felt that was offensive? I'd be interested in the backstory if there's much to share.
I don't want to get too much into it.
Got it. Yeah, if it might be.
But it was it was a female, and it just kind of, it's tough, because when I do very well, but when I start, my grandma used to always tell me, my mouth always gets me in trouble. And, I do very well, but sometimes when I start gabbing, sometimes they don't, particular that I think that sometimes females don't feel like that I align with the way that they believe, my beliefs align with their beliefs, because I just like to think of different perspectives, and I like to put them out there. And some people, a lot of women will listen to that, and they literally freak the fuck out. I mean, when I mentioned that, I said something. All the races have different, all amazing things to bring, divine gifts to bring to the table. She get the 1,000-yard stare, like, oh boy, here we go, and you just lose somebody completely. And it's like, I can bring people back. Like, for tonight, like I brought someone back. It didn't go that way, and it was fine. But a few days ago, it was gone, like absolutely gone. You can't explain it. There's no, it's for the funny part is that I was talking about the show as well, and they were interested. They were fascinated by only one particular part of it, and that was the child abuse part of it. And I was trying to explain to them that
why is that so predictable? Why is that so fucking predictable? Go on.
Exactly. And that's what I was trying to explain to them as well. And I said, well, that's all nice. But what I find from the research that I've done and from our show, from your show and talking on your show, is that a lot of times people are so obsessed with this are sometimes guilty themselves because they're so obsessed with it and it becomes of them. So that's, like I said, that's not the only thing to be obsessed with.
Thank you.
Or to be so emphatic with.
I mean, you stare into the abyss. The abyss stares back into you. Nietzsche said it. Absolutely. Go on.
Absolutely. So I think that's really kind of what I take from a grain of salt. I don't, at this point, it's like, you really can't take it too personal, and it's a good thing too, because for me, that's the way I filter people out of my life in a normal fashion. I don't need to have people in my life that are closed-minded completely. And that, not to say that I believe in anything 100%, but to even just completely flip out or shut down over the speculation of another idea, another narrative. Now that to me is someone that I don't need to be around. I just don't need to be around him. It's a closed-minded person who doesn't, think about something different or won't open up the avenue of something different. So I'm fine with that. It amazes me though of how many people are like that though. That's what really surprises me, is that there's so many of them out there that have this closed-minded, well,
it's the norm. That's the norm. Go on.
That's great. No, that's pretty much what I wanted. That was what I want to say about that. But you're right. It is the norm, and it's really sad. It is really sad.
And it's so when it comes to but by the way, you'll hear us talking about it later when you review the show in its totality. But one of the things that happened after Peter retreated into the Gentle Knight, and then Brendan Zoget came on with Aristides. Nemo came on after Victoria and Christine joined us. George Knight was there for a short while. But it was during that time, just before George Knight came on, just around the time he came on, that, Brendan and I started talking about the troll in the chat room. Nemo then pointed it out as well. So he basically said, it was just one sentence, but the guy called himself, what was it again? Do you remember, Nemo? Dark World over, Darkness.
World.
Dark World something. Yeah. Dark World Wide. Dark World Wide, I think it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, he calls himself Dark World Wide, which, like our man Brendan says it all. But Dark World Wide said, "What is your real name, racist?" And it's coming from the gang stalker angle. So he was definitely a gang stalker. But it was interesting because the gang stalkers normally never accuse me of being racist. It's like they'll just say, fraud. So the racist is almost like a new line of attack. But he said, what is your real name, racist? And of course, for those of you who don't know, the Cult of the Kings of Edom has dedicated gang stalkers, and they network and they publish videos on YouTube, and they're adamant as part of their ideological doctrine that I am not who I say I am. And in a sense, they're right. When they say, basically, they're all saying, Douglas Dietrich isn't really Douglas Dietrich. They're very right in the sense that, no, I'm really actually the son of Adolf Hitler. So, in reality, my name is Hitler. So, it's like, they know it.
I remember some of the videos, Doug, when I first started noticing you on, I think it was actually on Facebook. The first time not the first time I heard of you, but the first time I saw more about you. And it was a video. You were in a video, and for some reason, you seemed a little bit distracted in the video. Mm-hmm. And all the people in the comments were saying, this isn't the real Doug. This was like 10 years, something years ago. They were like, this isn't the real Douglas Dietrich. He's disassociated. He keeps dissociating through the entire video. He's a clone or some just bizarre shit.
Which transmission was this? Do you
I
remember?
don't. No, I don't know. It's
It
not
had
the
to be.
one.
It had to be one where I was video recorded and you could see my face, obviously. So it
Yeah.
had to be like an
Yeah,
interview conducted by someone else. I
It was.
vague.
I'll tell you which one it was. It was actually kind of comical. It was a light. Well, I don't know. You might remember it. A light was kind of like really shining bright in your face, and you asked somebody, can we turn on lights, please?
Right, that's probably on my channel. That's probably Satan's Crusaders. That was Satan's Crusaders
be, yeah.
where I asked
Yeah.
that.
And then some guy said something like some guy said like no, and you said, oh yeah, I love you too.
Yeah,
Some
that's
asshole
right.
like
Yeah,
you,
that's
like,
Satan's Crusaders, and
okay.
and just so people know, when I I don't have the copy of the other video, but there's I mean, we've got the Roswell and the Rising Sun is on my channel, which means right here. Anybody who's listening to this right now can go review that at their leisure. The Satan's Crusaders is where I said that, so somebody was looking at that, and when I first came out as a public informant, that was just par for the course. Everybody was saying he's mind controlled, he's a clone, he's like just all kinds of shit, and like Mark was saying, they're probably making claims that I'm fragmenting into different personalities or something like that, or that was also suggested, right, Mark, or was it something else when they were saying I was dissociating or something, that it's not the real Douglas?
Yeah, it was just it was a bunch of a couple different things, like you just said. It was just
a gamut.
Wacky. Absolutely, yeah.
They probably thought, they killed the original Douglas and replaced him with the clone.
But the funny thing was, I was just starting. Those are the days where I was just coming out.
That's what I was. I didn't. I was like, who the hell is this? Who is he?
Yeah.
I was like, not that I'm anybody or I've heard anybody, but I'm like, it seemed like it was a pretty obscure. It was like an obscure topic, and I'm like, I just didn't understand why there was so much speculation about it. I'm like, okay, well, all right, it's a clone. I'm like, okay.
Why would this guy rate that? Why would this guy rate a clone? I've never heard of the son of a bitch, right? I mean, that's basically what was coming to your mind, right? It's like...
Yeah, really, really bizarre. But then I'm like, okay, well, now I got to find out more. I got to find out what the hell's going on.
So in that sense, they did me a favor. Right? Yes. Thank you. It's like the gang stalkers when they we're trying to seduce Brooke Gibson. They wound up convincing her finally that I'm the real thing. Basically, not that Brooke Gibson has ever said that I'm a fraud, but in a sense she has. I mean, Brooke Gibson on this show is basically like we were discussing with our girl Christine tonight, along with Victoria. Victoria even said it. She said, God, she said that she said that her friend Christine reminded her a lot in many ways of Brooke Gibson. And so there you have it. Brooke Gibson was originally very confrontational or contrarian, just contrarian for the sake of contrariness. This girl kind of had that, but we were able to at least direct her out of that direction to a degree. And then that way we got more into her issues, which she may not think we got anywhere. She might think that the whole thing was just a fruitless conversation where it disintegrated into a shouting match, but that really wasn't the case. When Brendan Zogit and Nemo and I were discussing her after she was gone, Mark, what you heard was an analysis, as Brendan said, it's like a case study of what we would call a mass pathology in America of white self-loathing. And in this case, it manifests overwhelmingly in white American females. This is what you get with white American males, is this exaggerated overcompensation of toxic masculinity, a kind of overweening sense of entitlement. Just a lot of white males feel this sense of entitlement that they're not getting what should be rightfully theirs. This is indeed based on a sense of privilege that is intrinsically stupid, but that's their trip. With the white females, the trip is this overwhelming self-loathing, a sense of white guilt that's taken. They're carrying the guilt while the white men are carrying the rage. But then when you see something like what Christine was expressing, where she's dehumanizing people by calling them Nazis and saying, after that, she's calling people Nazis. And this included, for instance, she was calling anybody she dislikes a Nazi, which is basically Netanyahu she called a Nazi. She brings up this heir to the Manchurian throne, and then she said, but she was a fucking Nazi. And it's like, honey, this woman's a member of an Asian minority group that's on the verge of ethnic extinction, and you're saying, oh, but she's a Nazi and she deserves to die and shit. She didn't even recall consciously saying that, and that's when Victoria said, no, it's on record. You said that. And that's when then she brought up, well, you know, I'm drunk and I'm on all this narcotics cocktail and I'm undergoing withdrawals from the heroin, and all of that's, of course, taken into account. I mean, these are legitimate factors, but in the end, we all really know she's saying what she thinks.
Yeah.
But, you know, that all being said, so she may be carrying the white guilt, but it's still manifesting as dehumanize people and step on them like they're cockroaches, and her belief that that overwhelmingly the Palestinian population supports terrorism. And this was like, you know, as Brendan brought up, so you're saying that since the overwhelming, you know, over 50% of the Palestinian population is children under legal age, you're basically just saying they're born terrorists, and therefore the only way to deal with them is a form of extermination, like roaches. I mean, you know, this is what it came down to. She's gone this anti-Nazi trip that results in her supporting genocide. That's the... Does anyone understand the pathology, the pathological logic circle that I'm articulating here?
I think that's no, and that's another thing too. Is that I think it's not just her. It really isn't. It's a conversation I had with an older gentleman recently, who it didn't in outward say it because he's probably not on heroin and all this other shit. But he literally was like, I said, you know, and I was playing devil's advocate, and I said, well, you know, some people say that, you know, the Israelis are doing a lot worse, a lot more horrendous damage to them. And it was the same type of, well, you know, come on, these people are born terrorists, you know.
Jesus.
You know, it's like, what does it matter if, you know, like it wasn't in those words, but it was sort of like that sort of alluding to that, you know, and it's like it's really dismissive, and it's like you said, it's dehumanizing, and it's really put people into a different. I think it's really this conflict has really drew a line for people.
Yes. And
that's what I think. It's really drew a line for people that really just have no fucking idea what's going on.
Yeah.
And they make it very clear when they open their mouths about certain things. And at that point, I just, you know, I'm a very respectful guy. I'm not going to keep, you know, if somebody feels a certain way, they're not going to get changed. The conversation is not going to fix somebody in that certain way. So I just kind of, you know, okay.
Let them think what they want to think, because usually you can't help them. They can't be deprogrammed sometimes.
And by the way, Nemo, why would so many Australians be pro-Israeli? Where does that shit come from?
Oh, because they all bought into that 9/11 bullshit, how all the Middle Eastern Muslims, a majority of them are just evil terrorists and all that. It's the same as the Americans. Like, the Australians will believe all the Americans think of the Middle Eastern Muslims. So they'll just automatically side with Israel.
It's like...
But the government's pro-Israel. The mainstream media portrays Israel as good, and the Palestinians as bad terrorists.
It sounds like the situation with the media is worse in Australia, and of course I've described it before that basically Australia is effectively run by its media machine, which is run by Rupert Murdoch. So it's basically the fact that you've got this maniac who's got a monopoly, an effective monopoly on Australian media. By the way, for our listeners who don't get what I'm saying, various media study groups, basically researchers that were researching social engineering, have quantified this, measured it, and when it came to the most totalitarian regimes maintaining total control over the state mass media, there were 3 that made the top of the list worldwide. The top 3 are, in terms of absolute worst, total state control over mass media, Communist China, no surprise. Second in line was the military junta's Egypt. And third in line was fucking Australia, whose media is almost entirely monopolized by a single madman named Rupert Murdoch and his family. So this is what you're dealing with in Australia. So this would be why Australia's got more of a lockstep. And just so people understand it, again, very big gender difference here. Generally, it's overwhelmingly men in Australia that buy into the Murdoch line, and it's overwhelmingly women who support environmentalism, for instance, and potential for change in Australia, and also children, because women raise those children. Men just rape them. I mean, help me out here, Nemo. Am I being wrong? Am I going too far?
Not just rape them. Like, it's not uncommon to see men just abusing women, like punching their heads in and whatnot.
Yeah, it's like
my father went to visit one of his friends one time, and his friend was expecting other guests, and when they rocked up, they were having an argument out the front, and the boyfriend just started punching into the woman, and my father tried to yell at him to stop, and then he's like, "Oh, you want to fucking go?" And my dad had to run the car, grab a stick, and then eventually just drive away.
Jesus, I'm so sorry to hear that. It's just awful, and I'm it's just
men will treat their women like shit over here. Yeah,
that's awful. I mean, I'm like I'm left at a loss for words. I mean, it's like you're kind of stuck with that, or women abusing themselves in you think that someone like say, for instance, again, this is why having Christine on was so informative, so expository. If she wasn't involved in an abusive relationship with a pimp who was bitch slapping her, throwing her around, making her work her body for his money, instead she's abusing herself with, the drugs. Now, granted, you heard Victoria, and she's tried to get off her heroin several times, probably been off it for periods, and then falls back on it. This is all part of the self-loathing, separating herself from her race hatred of herself, dissociating from her body through the heroin. She's doing to herself what a pimp would do to her. A pimp would pay her in drugs, and that's what she's doing to herself. It's tragic. I'm left. Oh my God! You'd think she's a free agent, but she's a slave to her hatred of herself, based on her indoctrination to hate the white race. I'm so moving.
Something was probably happened to her as a child as well. That could factor in why she
has to be. Yeah. Well, she was sexually active since being a child, but so was I. So was Same. I. And you'll notice again, she basically didn't give me a chance to tell my story, which is, maybe that'll happen in another episode if she comes back. Like Victoria said, she'll probably be gone by Thanksgiving. But I'm like thinking, how can you expect somebody to kick a heroin habit and detox within days?
It takes ages.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it's like people retreat into places like St. Helena's for months.
Rehab centers,
Yeah, for months. How can you can't just go to somebody's home for a few days and then say I'm off it.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, thank you.
I was going to say, unfortunately, that type of addiction is the chances and the percentage of unfortunately rehabilitating is very, very, very minute. I mean, I have a family member that got out of it, but they got out of it because their parents were loaded, and they could go 8 different times, and I think the 8th time it finally clicked in.
Wow.
I don't know how people that don't have any kind of resources like that would ever have an attempt at it.
Wow.
Because they tell you this. I think they tell you that when you enter these programs. They say, you know, there's like, if there's like 30 people there, they say if there's only one person that's going to make it out of here.
We've succeeded. That's basically
right. Yeah, they're gonna basically say only one person here is going to succeed, and it's whoever wants it the most. Whoever, I guess, whoever's got the most money. I don't know. I'm not, you know.
Holy
but it's,
shit! Holy shit!
You know what else too? I was gonna say is, you know, and it's kind of going off on a little bit of different diatribe. Is, you know, aside from you see the tactics, and I think a lot of it is, you know, we talked about mind control, we talked about, you know, the media, things like that. But I think it's also a perpetual way to get people to think of how we're divided and conquered. And it's I think as we're divided and conquered more as genders, male and female, rather than anything else, race or anything else. And I think it's the most in plain sight attack that we just don't see it. It's just more and more every day. And if you just notice it, you'll notice it more if you're single. You probably won't notice it as much as if you're married and you have a boring fucking life. But
you know that people being married is becoming more and more the minority. You know that. Go on.
Yeah, exactly. But if you just notice the interactions and the chemistry between males and females now, it's just so fucking divided. Whether it be influenced by politics or anything else, really, it's just so fucking divided. I mean, that is the easiest way to separate a culture, separate a people, a nation from each other.
It's just fire and ice between them.
Absolutely. And you think about it, you would think that you don't want exactly the same things. Obviously, men and women don't want exactly the same things, but they're warring for something. The guy's trying to get this, the woman's trying to get that. And they could be two diametrically opposing things. And all you have to do if you want to be a programmer or manipulator is just keep pushing on those triggers, pushing on those triggers so much. And you just have a population that's like running around like chickens with their heads cut off, you know? And then they're so malleable at that point. People are just so malleable when they're in, you know, sexual desires are completely controlled, and every other basic form of needs are controlled. So anyway, that was going off a little diatribe, but some of this conversation just made me think of things in that nature. And I think that's part of it. I think part of why everyone is so stuck in their own ways is because of that. Because of we're just stuck in this dualistic form. And in this dualistic way, you know, everything is so dense, and we're vulnerable to these densities, vulnerable to this bullshit density. And the people that want to just keep us here, you know, they want to keep us in this form, you know, to not, you know, go to a different vibration or go to a different level.
Now you're talking like Brendan Zokit. It's almost like you're talking on a metaphysical level of like personal evolution, or maybe even, you know, mass evolution. I'll confess that I personally don't think on those terms. I understand them. I appreciate them. I can consider them to a degree, but I'm very much a person who is very much stuck in the density of our vibrational level of human corporeality, embodiment. I do think that socially, if we speak socially about evolving to a different level, that's something I can get into a bit more in a participatory sense.
Yes.
Then again, of course,
I mean, I'm with you 100% because, you know, in this dense, I've built myself to what I am in this
vibration, in this vibrational level. Go on.
Absolutely. So by no means do I underestimate or unappreciate where we are in right now, what I'm in right now. As a matter of fact, that's when we can do the most good in this plane right now. Yeah. So I've always said that to people. I'm like, that's really nice that you can, you know, buzzing like a bee up in vibrations. But what are what are you going to do with that? You know, what are you really going to do with that? If you don't understand power, you can't use it correctly. So what are you really going to do with that? So it's the people here now in our plane, you know, Douglas, you know, Brennan, Nemo, that we can master what we're in now and use what we can to make things better if we need to. So yeah, I didn't want to go off on a whole thing where, you know, we have to, like, you know, be like a bird up in the sky. And, you know,
oh, we all need to ascend. We all need to ascend.
Not at all. It's we don't need to be completely dependent on polarity. That's not the emphasis. The emphasis is not polarity. The emphasis is just, honestly, in my eyes, it's just compassionate and love and care. And I know it sounds corny, but I do think one of the most important things that we have while we're in this density and plane is the heart, is the earth, is the, you know, it's the real gem that I truly feel that we're in, to appreciate the people that we come across in our lives, and that they do happen for a reason, and things make more and more sense as time goes on. So nothing to me is completely, materialistic. It's not. Nothing is definite. Things are always changing all the time, you know, and everyone's always learning.
Yeah.
So, you know,
or rather, at least some of us are learning. Most people don't want to learn. It's like, but definitely, thanks for that. That's great. No, that's all good stuff. And what else was it that came to my mind when I was thinking of that, when we were talking about the vibrational levels and all that? And damn, there was something else that came to my mind with that, and I'm not remembering it now. But yeah, obviously, of course, just so people understand, I'm in a sense at a lower vibrational level than what a human being is capable of, being, you know, somewhat of a vampire, having enough of the vampire blood in me where I'm, still at the predatory level. So I'm more at that, shall we say, dense vibration level in many ways than what a human being is capable of ascending to, theoretically. But such being said, let's see, what were we talking about? There were so many things that were coming up. Do me a favor. I'm going to gnaw on some more.
I just wanted to say,
go on. Yeah.
The people who are protesting against Israel over here, like there are groups of them in the bigger cities, they're being labeled as anti-Semitic groups instead of pro-Palestinian groups. So people are going to say, oh, they're all neo-Nazis.
Yeah, I was going to say, Nemo, they call them straight up Nazis, man. Like, legit. Yeah.
Interesting. But you know, not that I'm doubting either one of you. Of course that's believable, and of course I completely accept that that's happening. But I'm just curious, like, is this mass media saying this, or certain elements?
Media.
Okay.
In the media.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. It's so. Yeah. Obviously, that needs to be
over here. They're like.
Oh, I remember now. Go on with what you were saying. Yeah.
They're just so against any form of anti-Jewishness, or anti-Israeli. Like, you know, if you try to wear like a swastika jewelry, you can get arrested and shit. That's just how fucking tight, strict they are with this.
In Australia? Yeah. So that's like Germany. I'm not surprised. It's just so people understand it. Neo-Nazism flourishes in America based on a bunch of people, of course, who have basically a Hollywood idea of Nazism. They don't understand real Nazism. Again, just to emphasize this, and people may think I'm like a dog with a bone, but it was kind of the point of tonight's episode. And the point of tonight's episode, to a large degree, was our dear Victoria, who, those of you who listen tonight, she's kind of been outed. She's essentially been outed. People listening up to this point may never have known that Victoria had basically is a neo-Nazi, quote unquote. She's not in the sense of some hateful caricature of humanity. She has basically found an identity with her Christianity, but she's also found an identity with Nazism based on her understanding of history. The thing that was disturbing about her friend Christine, who has come to take shelter in her home while detoxing, is that Christine is historically aware to the point where she understood the disambiguation, the difference between historical Nazism and neo-Nazis. And as Victoria was saying, she doesn't identify as a neo-Nazi. She would be identified as one by most people because of her swastikas, her wrapping herself in the flag of the Third Reich, etc., which led to this same person, Christine, who's taking shelter in her home right now, led to her blocking her on Facebook and other social venues for a period of time. So you have this other individual knowing the difference, as our dear Victoria has articulated, between neo-Nazism, which is generally shouting hate slogans and, falling prey to a kind of real expenditure of energy and investment of self into a non-productive cycle of, shall we say, exploratory investigation into areas of, how do I say it? Just, places that'll take you into places like QAnon, which ultimately, as we've indicated through their support of Israel, is basically a Jewish affiliated conspiracy ideology. So when it comes into the, you wind up almost like being a puppet of the Jews if you become your typical neo-Nazi today, because you're serving their purpose. They can exploit you and say, see, the anti-Semitism, and look, we're in danger, and therefore we have the right to go out and wipe out other races. That's basically what they
and some of these neo-Nazi groups and KKK groups, they're led by crypto Jews.
Yeah, that's I could believe that. that's not inconceivable and likely probable. When it came to the most disturbing aspect, you had, as I said, Christine understood the disambiguation, the difference between neo-Nazis and historical Nazis, and she still says, "Oh, but I'd kill them all. They're all cockroaches. I'll kill them all." Okay, at this point, Christine has outed herself as basically a Judeo-cultist. I guess that's the word for it. They use the term Islamo-fundamentalist, and so I would say she's a Judeo-cultist. Is that a reasonable term, gentlemen? That's something that makes sense. Yeah. Yes. So when it comes to that, the other thing that Mark brought up was, gender being a divided line. Another dividing line in America, as Mark feels it might be the dividing line, perhaps more so than other dividing lines that we're already contending with. One is almost tempted to say in response, as if we needed another one. One is almost tempted to say that, but the reality is, the other point that Mark brought up, that's where we could use that comment potentially as well. Mark was bringing up, this Israel-Palestine conflict, and a pointed terminology there. I don't know if you caught us earlier, Mark, but our man George Knight was congratulating me. He was congratulating me on using the term Israel-Palestine conflict, because he was pointing out the term Israel-Hamas conflict is propaganda because it makes it sound like all Palestinians are Hamas. And so he was congratulating me for using the term Israel-Palestine conflict instead. So when it comes to...
Well, I find it, I find it even interesting that they're using the word Palestine, because I remember about 10 years ago, I know some people that didn't even want to acknowledge the word the name Palestine.
Yes, go on. Yeah.
No, I mean, that's just what I want to make that.
Yeah, they would claim it didn't exist. That was some kind of notion.
They would just say Jordan. Jordan, that's it. Jordan,
yeah. Yep. Yeah. They'd say, the Palestinians have a nation. It's called Jordan. That was the propaganda line. For those of you who are unfamiliar with this, like if they're younger and they weren't part of all that insanity, that'll bring us on another tangent later. And maybe before it dribbles out of my ears, I better mention it. But, you would listen to your average Southern Baptist, and your average Southern Baptist or any evangelical, but the person that I actually heard say it on Coast to Coast AM was basically a Southern Baptist, some Southern evangelical, complete with a genuine accent. The funny thing about Brooke Gibson is, as far as I'm concerned, Brooke Gibson does not have an accent to me. To me, Southern accent was like what this guy had, and this guy was like speaking like with more of that lilt, and what he was saying was, when people were asking him, he was being interviewed about his trip, his ideology, his cosmology, so to speak, his theology. And when they said, what do you think is the most important thing for us right now? And he said, keep your eye on the ball. And that ball is Israel. And of course, to him, all of humanity's aspirations and hopes and dreams were realized with the reestablishment, he would call it reestablishment, of the State of Israel in 1948. And that since that period of time, we were going to inevitably have the ushering in of the millennium via the return of Jesus Christ, when people would attack Israel. So he's basically a Judeo-cultist who was expressing that it all hinges on Israel. And this is, of course, the old school American thought. The old school American thought was that World War II happened, Israel was established, and the millennium will be upon us when Christ returns, as soon as everybody attacks Israel. So that they're on this evangelical eschatos. That's what it's called theologically, an eschatos, where they are locked in a sense of end times coming, a apocalypse, which will bring back Christ. So they want to reestablish, of course, the Temple Mount. They've got guys in Texas breeding red heifers to be sacrificed on the Temple Mount. This is not if anybody thinks I'm fantasizing this or I'm on some kind of mental trip, you can look up red heifers being bred for sacrifice on the Temple Mount. They're breeding them in Texas. So you've got these evangelical lunatics hoping for the apocalypse so that Christ can come back. And as Mark said, wow, this Israel-Palestine conflict has really made people fall across another dividing chasm. They're taking a stand one way or the other. And that's another place where somebody could conceivably say, as if we needed another dividing line. But what I will say is that this Israel-Palestine conflict is a divine... It's a godsend. It's a godsend. It's basically truly a divine blessing. It is what we need. We need another dividing line, a final dividing line to finally basically force the issue. And the issue is ultimately, again, a second civil war, which I've been predicting forever. And I'll try to put this into some perspective for people. If instead of, some idiot Baptist, I'm sorry, I try to be a person who's, what's the word for it? Ecumenically, I try to be ecumenical. It's like tolerant. It's at some point that tolerance has to break. you just gotta call it out. Okay, if I were some idiot evangelical, particularly the Baptists, or the Judeo-cultists, and they were interviewing me on bandwidth and saying, what do you say is the most important thing for us to focus on right now? I'd be like one of those idiots. Keep your eye on the bowl. The bowl is Israel. I'm obviously not one of those, and yet here we are. There is truth in that at this moment. And the truth is that Israel is now precipitating. That not Hamas. Because if anyone understands my perspective on this, the Hamas attack was orchestrated completely by Mossad and the Netanyahu. So it's Israel attacking itself to keep Netanyahu in power with emergency authority for as long as he can drag it out. But if it forces us to divide, what I see for the future is, again, historical examples. And interesting, Christine kept trying to fall back on historical examples. Her original evasion of the question, by the way, when I was asking her, so what's your stance on the Israel-Palestine conflict? Her original evasion of the question was, oh, well, we've got to go back to, the Ottoman Empire, and then before that, back to fucking Gomorrah or something. What was it, Nemo? Do you remember what she said? She was taking it back.
Something about that, yeah.
Yeah. And I was like, no, we don't. I said, look, I appreciate your knowledge of history, but no, we don't need to go back there. This is something that is truly relevant in a contemporary sense, and it is indeed separable from all that history. Because these Jews are not the Jews that were originally there. You're not talking about these. These are all fucking Eastern Europeans and other, a weird amalgamation.
Mixed breed.
Yeah, it's just a fucking, it's a fucking posier nation. It's a posier nation of people who have claimed an identity. Hazars. Yeah, here we can use that term. Hazars in the majority initially. Now a third of them are fucking Russians. But when it comes back to, and again, she said she was affiliated with Russians, not necessarily in a political sense, but certainly working with them in the sex profession, that there's a connection there. There's something there that really matters in what she said. So people can analyze that later on their own. But if I were asked, what do you see as the immediate future? Again, to go back to the past, the most relevant parallel is the communist and nationalist civil war in China. So understand that the nationalists and the communists in China, the Red Chinese, and the term that now people laugh when they hear it, but made sense at the time in context, Blue Chinese versus Red Chinese, nationalists versus communists, and the term they used in the intelligence reports and the military sit-reps or situation reports would be Chi-Coms for Chinese communists and Chi-Nats for Chinese nationalists. What Christine would call Chi-Nazis. So these Chi-Nats and the Chi-Coms fighting each other would, to a cynical observer, they would say, well, this was a civil war between urban gangsters, represented by Chiang Kai-shek, and rural bandits, represented by Mao Zedong. The urban gangsters controlled the cities all along the coast, where all the major cities are is the coast. And the rural bandits were 90% of the rest of the population. On the interior, the peasantry of communist China that controlled all the food. The only way the gangsters running the cities could maintain themselves was by external shipments via the maritime routes, which was their connection to the outside world. So they required a world economy, a cosmopolitan economy interacting with the rest of the world to maintain themselves, whereas the communists grew their own food. So when you had this conflict take place, you're talking about the overwhelming majority of the population was with the rural bandits because China was an agrarian nation, an agrarian economy. And in the end, the cities lost out. But that being said, it had the intervention of the Japanese during World War II. So this Chinese nationalist versus communist civil war was impacted in favor of the nationalists by World War II, even though it was the nationalists in the cities that were fighting the Japanese. Mao Zedong later thanked the Japanese for fighting the nationalists for them. This was after World War II when Japanese were returning to communist China. Again, another sign the Japanese won the war. For Americans who don't know, if you do your research, you'll find out everything I say is true. First off, the Japanese had nuclear power plants. The idea that they're a anti-nuclear nation is preposterous. They've got more nuclear power plants proportionately than any other culture on Earth. The archipelago is obviously festooned with nuclear power plants, as evidenced to Americans by Fukushima Daiichi. So the Japanese sold nuclear power plants to communist China. Now, if the fucking Americans won World War II, they would never have allowed the Japanese to sell nuclear power plants to communist China. Obviously, the Japanese won the war. They wouldn't have the freedom to do that. So, bear in mind what I'm talking about. The Japanese sold nuclear power plants to the communist Chinese. That's how the communist Chinese built their goddamn nuclear weapons. From, of course, processing and enriching the nuclear fuel rods expended by the nuclear power plants. The Chinese communists got the goddamn bomb from Japanese. So, if you don't understand the Japanese won the war at this point, you're out of your fucking mind. I mean, this is... Americans, they're just out of their fucking mind. There is a kind of mysterious thing brought to my attention that I really shouldn't even acknowledge, but it was, maybe I'll go into it in another episode. It had something to do with a YouTube channel. There's a YouTube channel people brought to my attention. People already know about this Mark Felton guy who's ripped off, much of what I said and presents it like he somehow researched it and shit.
Yeah, he puts his spin on it.
Yeah, he puts the Allied spin. He puts the Allied spin on it.
Oh, yeah.
There's another bizarre channel come out now. There's all kinds of war channels. And, I think it's called War Academy. It was brought to my attention. I'll bring it up with Peter Moon in the opening hour on Thanksgiving, if I remember, since I'm bringing it up now. But somebody brought to my attention that they unleashed a video on YouTube saying, "The defeat of Japan," something like that. Japan's military defeat or Japan's defeat in World War II, subtitled 4 Keys to Your Defeat. What a bizarre title. 4 Keys to Your Defeat. Why would they personalize it like that? Like they're talking to someone personally. But it's there on YouTube. That's the actual title. Is Japan's military defeat. 4 Keys to Your Defeat. Like they're talking to somebody personally. And the reason that was brought to my attention was because people think it was directed at me personally. Because who else would they be fucking talking to? It's almost like they certainly aren't talking to your average Japanese person because it's not in Japanese. So It's almost like they're talking to somebody who else would they be directing that video at? It's there's bizarre shit like that out there. But when it comes to what I'm saying about the Japanese and communist China, the important thing to remember is that during World War II, mainland China suffered from both a civil war and a Japanese invasion. And the end result was, even though the Japanese killed 100 million Chinese, the Communist and National Civil War was so vicious that the Chinese killed far more of themselves than were killed by the Japanese. That's a fact. So mainland China was both a participant in World War II as a belligerent, and it was also a front. It was a front of World War II, the China front. So America's parallel is this. When it comes to the enemies of the Second American Civil War, it's the cities versus the countryside. The cities are Democrat. The rest of the countryside, the interior, is Republican. We are in the exact same position as the Communist Chinese versus the Nationalist Chinese, except everything is reversed in numbers. All the majority of the American population is in the cities, effectively 90%. The 10% is in the countryside, and that's the fucking Republicans. The Republicans only win elections through the Electoral College. Every president that's been Republican since World War II they won the election only because of the Electoral College. The Electoral College was created specifically so that people in the countryside would get their vote in. In other words, as I've explained before, if Americans got rid of the Electoral College, which I do recommend we do, a person running for president would no longer have to tour the country to run for president like they've always had to. They have to go on this like stump tour where they go through every fucking state and do all this shit, going over visiting local communities and holding babies, kissing them and shaking hands and wearing the shoes out and all this shit to it's almost like a endurance test to see if they are healthy enough to be a president. That's basically what it is. You wouldn't need to do that ever again. Anybody running for president only needs to hit 3 places: New York City, Los Angeles, and Miami. Which means automatically you do away with the Electoral College, you've got a Spanish-speaking president. Because the only way you're going to win is to speak fluent Espanol. You would speak Puerto Rican Espanol in New York City. You would speak Cubano Espanol in Miami. And you would speak Mexicano Espanol in Los Angeles. And so you're going to have a Spanish-speaking president the moment you get rid of the Electoral College. And all he needs to do is go to those 3 cities and you win. Just by getting all the Hispanics to vote. This is what the Electoral College was created to prevent. And I'm for getting rid of the Electoral College. Now, when it comes to our population base, all the cities are... Oh, by the way, someone's heading out. Mark, say goodnight to our listeners, please, before you...
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Douglas, for having me on. Always learn more. I'm going to keep listening. It's fantastic. Support Douglas Dietrich, Authentic Transmissions. Nemo, have a great day, gentlemen.
You too. Have a good morning.
Bless you. Thank you so much for joining us. Yes.
My pleasure.
Love you dearly, Mark. Take care of yourself. Stay safe and be well. Okay. So that's Mark. And so understand that where we're headed in the near future is you've got the cities are overwhelmingly Democrat. The Republicans are in the countryside, but they're the minority. They've got enormous arsenals of guns that they've amassed. But in the city, we've got gangs with guns as well. And that will be the tone of the American Civil War, but will also be a front in the World War. And before I take another short break, gnaw at some chicken flesh to get some more empty calories in myself, asking Nemo to take over the stage again for several minutes, let me express the fact, again, as I've said, we're not on the brink of World War III. We're in it. As the United States throws its weight behind Israel, while Iran arms Hamas, but has betrayed, they arm Hezbollah. They've betrayed Hamas, leaving Hamas no place to go. You've got some of these pundits saying we're on the brink of a global war, but that war's already begun. Washington is in denial. But the Sino-Slavic synaxis of the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire, the Communist Chinese Empire, and Israel are openly at war with the United States. Now, this is not an all-out war, but a decentralized one with seemingly unconnected fronts that span across continents. It's fought in a hybrid style, meaning both with tanks and planes and with disinformatia, or disinformation campaigns, political interference, and cyber warfare. The strategy blurs the lines between war and peace, and combatants and civilians. It's exactly as our man, the Canadian, oh my God, Marshall McLuhan. Let me look up his exact quote here. And what he said about Third World War. Okay, World War III quote. World War III quote. There we are. Okay, so in 1970, the Canadian cultural theorist Marshall McLuhan famously predicted that World War III, when it comes, will be, his quote, a guerrilla information war with no division between military and civilian participation. In other words, a war waged in cyberspace, not on a defined battlefield. So, when it comes to the situation, we're in today, it puts a lot of extra fog in the fog of war. Now, the Communist Chinese Empire the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire, and Israel disagree on many things, but they all have the same objective: ridding their regions of American influence and creating a multipolar global governance system. And Tel Aviv-Yafo, I'm not going to dignify Yerushalayim or Jerusalem as the capital of Israel, even if it were recognized as the capital of Israel, which only Trump and his MAGA America recognizes it as such. The Israelis are the first to cop to it as being a divided capital, like Berlin once was, between East and West Berlin. The only divided capital in the world right now is Nicosia, the capital of Cyprus, divided between the Turks and the Greeks. If you were to count Jerusalem as the capital of Israel, which I don't recommend anybody do, it'd be divided between 4 people. One of them being the Armenian population. It's divided between basically the Jews and the Armenians. And the Jews want to exterminate the Armenians for that reason and supplied the Turks and the Azeris with the weapons by which they wiped out half of Armenia. My son's people. So, Israel, Beijing, and Moscow, they know that American political and military might is the only force preventing them from imposing their will on their neighbors. One of the things Peter Moon said in our opening hours tonight was Joe Biden's only sane behavior has been to ratchet down Israeli genocide. As for the Sino-Slavic Judeo-Synaxis, or Judeo-Sino-Slavic Synaxis, each country is playing its part. Red China has launched an unprecedented espionage campaign against these United States. Putinista Russia has spent billions of dollars on disseminating pro-Kremlin, anti-Western propaganda within and outside its borders. You've got Israel maintaining Hamas. Yasser Arafat said Hamas is a creature of Israel. They're the ones who orchestrated the attack upon themselves to launch their genocidal objective. And through their alliances with Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Turkey until recently, they had proxies wreaking havoc in the Middle East that have ultimately openly attacked American troops. Iran, Russia, they, of course, are at odds with each other. Iran supports Armenia, my son's people, because of the fact that the Turks and the Azeris are on the side of Israel. These are both nations that surround Armenia and have attempted to annihilate it, in case you don't know your geopolitics. Meanwhile, Israel, Russia, and Zhonghua, China, they've all carried out or poised themselves to carry out cyber attacks on American critical infrastructure. Remember, it was the Israelis, with American help, that developed Stuxnet, which they used to take out not only the Iranian nuclear power plants, but the safety mechanisms of the Japanese nuclear power plants, before the Americans blew their tsunami bomb developed in World War II to generate the tsunami that initially took out a great deal of Indonesia when George Bush Sr. was president. And that's when a tsunami bomb was launched that wiped out a good deal of the emerging Muslim economies of Indonesia and South Asia. The largest Muslim nation on earth is Indonesia, right above Australia, which, if the Australians are Islamophobic, you'd think they'd be preparing for an existential war with Indonesia, the largest Muslim nation on earth, which hangs right above their heads like a Damocles sword. But when it comes to the nations that are impacted by Israel's attacks, aside from the tsunami bomb launched in the time of the George Bush Sr. administration, there was the one launched in 3/11, Japan's version of 9/11. March of 2011. And, of course, this was, just a week after my mother died. And when that tsunami came in, the same Jewish-American co-developed Stuxnet virus that took out the safety control mechanisms of the industrial control systems of the Iranian nuclear facilities, took out the Japanese nuclear power plant safety system. It could do this because it was hitting Siemens. That's a German company. Siemens is a German company that builds industrial control systems for nuclear power plants. It was the Siemens control systems that were wiped out by Stuxnet in Iran and by Stuxnet in Japan. So the Israelis were wiping out the Japanese because the Japanese were dealing with the Iranians for oil and exchanging nuclear technology with them. And therefore, the Israelis considered them a direct threat to Israel and therefore launched, in coordination with the United States, their revenge attack against Japan. And that's how Fukushima Daiichi came down. When that tsunami was approaching, artificially generated as it was, the same type of bomb that generated the tsunamis that wiped out so much of Southeast Asia during the Bush administration, Bush Sr., Bush 1. The industrial safety mechanisms had control systems that should have been protected by automatically shutting down the nuclear power plants because the Japanese turned the switch to do just that when the tsunami approached. But Stuxnet prevented them from working. Stuxnet had been inserted into the Japanese nuclear power plants, and the industrial control mechanisms would not shut down. And therefore, when the tsunami hit, the nuclear power plants went into meltdown. The Israelis were hoping to completely wipe out and annihilate the Japanese. If they had succeeded with a full-blown critical meltdown in all of the Fukushima Daiichi, that, by the way, it's a cluster of nuclear power plants. We're talking 3 of them, at least. If that had gone into full critical meltdown, as the Israelis had planned, you would have had 40 million Japanese forced to relocate into Canada and the United States, and they could have done so using the Croatia current, the black current that carried all the balloon bombs over to the U.S. during World War II. That is such a powerful current that men have literally taken fiberglass bathtubs and used it to literally take them from Japan to San Francisco within a matter of days. It's not a joke. I'm not making this up. All kinds of Japanese would have used everything from fiberglass bathtubs to whatever boats they could have commandeered to move to Canada and the United States. Boat people. It would have been a modern Japanese exodus of boat people. 40 million of them would have been forced to relocate into Canada and the United States. It would have, of course, been the best thing to happen to Canada and the United States. Such a mass exodus of people would have been a renaissance. It would have, of course, revitalized Canadian and American culture. But that's exactly what happened, by the way, when Byzantium, the Byzantine Empire, headquartered in Byzantium, fell to the Turks. That was the equivalent in the Middle Ages, during Dracula's time, as a matter of fact. That was their equivalent of had the Soviets conquered all of Western Europe. When Byzantium fell to the Turks, Dracula converted to Roman Catholicism to get financial support from the church to fund his crusades to retake Byzantium. That's why his own Romanian Orthodox Church considered him a traitor, a heretic, excommunicated him, which sentenced him to becoming a vampire. When you're excommunicated, your soul knows no rest. You cannot rest in peace and your body reanimates as a vampire in the old belief system. That's how Dracula was condemned to vampirism by the Romanian Orthodox Church, even though he's a national hero. When it came to the situation of everyone fleeing the fall of Byzantium, the Greek scholars, they revitalized Western Europe. That was the birth of the Renaissance. That's what would have happened to America and Canada had the Jews succeeded in annihilating Japan as a habitable archipelago. If they had rendered the Japanese home islands uninhabitable, that's what would have happened. Let me know when you're back, Nemo.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Now, when it comes to information warfare, this is obviously an example of that, a critical cyber attack. This is why Israel is planning the same for the United States to keep it in line. All these countries resort to various kinds of guerrilla warfare because they can't win in a direct conflict with the United States. Waging war in this sneakier way helps them avoid accountability, as they did in the attack on Japan. In information warfare, the strategy is not to create divisions, but to play off existing ones. Both Communist China and revisionist Russia have been forming relations with Western-based extremists on the radicalized right, some elements on the left, like, well, Christine is a liberal progressive. Look which side she takes. All hoping to widen societal chasms and increase instability. Exempli gratiae. In January, the Kremlin temporarily derailed Sweden's NATO bid by funding a far-right Danish national burning a Quran outside of the Turkish embassy. The officials involved used language intended to appeal to extremists. Despite his own imperialistic invasion of Ukraine, Putin declared himself the leader of the anti-colonial liberation movement. He has used, rather abused, similar language in Black Africa to incite anti-French sentiment, while simultaneously offering Russia as an alternate guarantor of security. By the way, anti-French sentiment, the correct term for it is Francophobia. And while this war of words continues, so do armed confrontations. Russia invaded Ukraine. Israeli proxies have continuously attacked the United States and its allies in the region, including Armenia, which they helped to wage a genocidal campaign against. And, of course, they managed to wipe out half a nation. One of the deadliest attacks on humanity in postmodern history. And the Biden administration so far has been happy to let them all off the hook. Basically, immediately after Israel bombed a hospital in the Gaza, Biden himself rushed to claim there was no proof that Israel was involved in that attack, despite the fact that all witnesses testified to the Israeli bombardment. There's, it's, how do I say it? It's not precipitous, because like I said, we're already in the war. It's treasonous. And likely sensing weakness, Israel has gone out with its extermination campaign, especially in the West Bank, taking advantage in its two-front war to wage a campaign of state-sponsored terrorism in the West Bank to make room for its settlers, while it wipes out Gaza. Biden, of course, calls all of this self-defense. The weakness of his statement is palpable, followed almost immediately by more Israeli-backed settler attacks against the Palestinians in the West Bank, which they hope to annihilate as a population ethnically cleanse the Palestinians there, surround Jerusalem, place it under siege, and annihilate the Armenian population in Jerusalem. The biblical forecast of an attack on Israel is really predicting this Israeli attack on Jerusalem. When it comes to this Armageddon war, the American empire is asleep at the wheel. American strategy has been about preparation for a large conventional war, containment, and weak deterrence. Thank you, Nemo. He's back. Let me try and wrap this up so I can take a break. Washington has been pitifully absent in the irregular warfare field. There are almost no punishments or accountability, besides ineffective sanctions, for the nations that attack us. In October, the United States Justice Department announced that Chinese companies were sending fentanyl and methamphetamine into these United States. The response was individual indictments, as if these Chi-Com state-run companies could send these destructive drugs without permission from the central authorities of the Communist Party. Later in the month, Western intelligence heads gave an interview on 60 Minutes in which they testified that Red China has launched an unprecedented espionage campaign on the United States itself. Conflict avoidance will only lead to more aggression from this synaxis. In the past few years, Israel, the Communist Chinese Empire, and the revanchist revisionist Russian Empire have all carried out operations on American soil. Well, going back to 9/11 with the Israeli participation in taking down the towers. Communist China has intimidated dissidents and even a U.S. congressional hopeful. And Russia tried and failed to assassinate a dissident in Miami. Should the Biden administration continue its ineffective course, these countries will only be emboldened. Should support for Ukraine in particular fail, or Armenia, the Communist Chinese Empire will be more likely to invade my Taiwan. Deterrence is a great strategy, but only works when the other side believes you will carry out your threats. You must establish that understanding by holding your enemies accountable for maneuvers they take against you. The Judeo-Sino-Slavic synaxis is indubitably against us, united against us. Israel helps Russia in the Ukraine by sending drones and offering political support. Russia helps Israel against Armenia and the Palestinians through information warfare, mobilizing its massive propaganda apparatus against the Armenians following the attack that wiped out half their nation, and offering political support to the Israelis. After the United States moved 12 warships into the eastern Mediterranean to deter Iran, the Communist Chinese Empire moves 6 warships off the coast of Oman. Yesterday, last month, the Communist Chinese Foreign Minister, Wang Yi, told his Russian counterpart, Sergei Lavrov, that Russia and Communist China should work together to form a multipolar world. In June of 2020, Red China agreed to invest 400 billion United States dollars in the Iranian economy that was on the brink of collapse. But they've invested much more in their Belt and Road project into Israel against American protests. In 2022, Chinese Communist dictator Xi Jinping and Russian dictator Vladimir Putin released a joint statement announcing a no-limits strategic partnership between their countries. Now, the Biden administration's support for Ukraine has been a rare show of force that has sent a strong message to the world, but it's nowhere near enough. The American imperial foreign policy establishment must recognize the hybrid war being waged against us and show up on the irregular field of battle. Like it or not, the American empire is the guarantor of stability in the world today, for now. By retreating from its responsibilities, the only thing Washington is guaranteeing is dark times ahead. A war, well, a world in which we'll not only be engaged in a world war as a belligerent, but also a front of that war, where the enemy is fighting here. Now, in communist China, you had a massive imperial invasion and other units supporting different sides of the Chinese. The Third Reich supporting the nationalists, the Soviet Union supporting the communists, the Japanese supporting the imperialists, the monarchists, under the Han Emperor Yuan Shikai. The Chinese emperor, as he was known to the Americans, was Manchurian and was up in Manchuria. Where else? Goes to show how ignorant Americans in the West are, where you couldn't say The Last Emperor of Manchuria and sell a film. You had to title it The Last Emperor of China. Okay, I think I've expressed what I need to express here. I'd like Nemo to come on for a bit and take the stage. Are you able to handle this for about, 10 minutes or so?
No worries.
Okay, great. I want to thank you for that. Let's see how our numbers are doing. I'm going to check out the chat room here. And good. Well, our numbers are up. Okay, let's see if you can keep them that way. There's a small challenge for you. Yeah, our man Nemo's gonna try. We'll leave this in his hands.
Continue to what I was saying before because I was a lot to say.
Okay, I just want people to know. Please listen to this man. I'll be back soon enough, and gotta take a short break here and there. We'll see if I'm ready to last the rest of the night. It's not that I'm feeling tired like I was the other day. That was at the butt end of a really hard opening few weeks this month. Certainly feeling better now, but I'm not quite sure I have all that much to talk about. Now we've got numbers going up at the moment. Nemo's gonna try and keep it that way. I have faith he'll make, he'll put his all into it.
Well, when you get back, if you want, I could screen share a few videos.
Okay. Well,
quick videos.
We don't want to do that because I don't think the public would like that. It's like, hearing third hand, a video.
It was just a real quick one, but
okay.
I could talk. Yeah, never mind.
Oh yeah, I mean, you could talk. I think you could talk better than that. You could do a better job just talking about what was in the videos, probably.
Yeah.
So, okay, so I'm going to let me check one thing here. I'm just trying to get a little stain off my screen just before I take off. And okay, I'll be back in about 10 minutes. We got great numbers. Everybody stay here. Oh, good.
Back.
Wonderful. This is Aristides. Excellent.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good man. Do me a favor, Aristides, and hold the stage with our man Nemo for about 10 minutes. I got the faith that you guys can handle this. And so, Aristides, were you able to hear anything with Christine and the aftermath, or what?
I fell asleep. I think the girls were still on, and then I woke up a while ago. But I just wasn't with it enough to say anything, but I heard you guys talking about it.
Okay, so do you remember what the girls were talking about before you fell asleep?
I know. I got the first part of it, but the part you were talking about, I have to go back and listen.
Okay, no worries. So you got the first part of it. Go ahead and use that as the opening between Nemo and yourself. That might be a good opening, or whatever else you guys feel like talking about. You might have heard what I was saying about, the war and all that. Whatever you want to do. The two of you got this.
Definitely go back and listen to it when you got the time. It's worth it.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Okay, I'll be back. Thank you. You guys have got this. Thank you so much.
Right.
How long were you asleep just before?
Oh, I don't know. I was probably asleep for a couple hours, and then I've been kind of weak and semi-weak and listening for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah. I should be asleep, but whatever.
I was just contemplating if I should share this video with Doug when he gets back. A few months ago in Gaza, there's been widespread anger after a video began circulating on the social media recorded by a security camera in Gaza showing an Israeli drone bombing a Palestinian while he was riding his bike in the southern city of Rafah, or Rafah, however you pronounce it. The Palestinian was traveling along the road when he was attacked by the Israeli drone during the occupationist latest offensive on Gaza. The video triggered anger all over social media, with users highlighting the cyclist was doing nothing suspicious. He was basically just riding his bike, minding his own business in the street, and fucking bang, just gets blown off to bits from the drone. During a 5-day Israeli offensive on Gaza, the occupation killed 34 Palestinians, including 6 children and 3 women, and wounded 157 others, including 48 children and 26 women and 10 senior citizens. And this was in fucking around May, 15th of May this year. You never saw that video?
Well, I'm not sure I did.
I'll just send it to you.
Yeah, you can send it to
in
me.
Telegram and fucking Skype. Yeah, but just anyone that's any innocent citizen over age, just they're gonna be a victim. You're not safe at all when you're in the streets.
Nope.
You get drone struck like it's nothing. Like I was watching a long documentary before on, I think you saw the video I posted in Skype titled Israelis' War on Children, Palestinian Children or whatever. And there's just abundance of footages of the children having their limbs blown off and shit. You see them in the hospital with their limbs blown off and been exposed to white phosphorus and explosives and bullet wounds and shit. Yeah, it's an everyday thing. It's just never going to stop. Yep. Netanyahu just wants them all killed. This is probably us to, if I were to have a guess, like, because these pro-Zionists and their powerful leaders, they worship the diabolical forces, and these forces of chaos demand, sacrifice and ritualistic killings and whatnot. So they just want to kill as many of these innocent people as well, because they hate them and it'll feed their diabolical gods they worship. And in turn, they'll receive blessing. In return, they'll receive blessings for the mass sacrifices. That's why you're just going to keep seeing war all over the world non-stop to feed these entities, because they just want to feed on the death of people. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of, unfortunately, I don't know where these videos come from. They're some of their, I guess, religious leaders talking, I don't think the audience was intended for like the Western audience, but people got a hold of the video, and it's pretty clear what they're saying, all of it, They pretty much lay it all out.
Yeah, fucking Netanyahu. He just keeps exposing himself every time he goes on the mainstream media. But even when he exposed himself as a genocide or supremacist Jewish Khazar supremacist, people just still support him, and they don't question him, and they don't hold his feet to the fire. And they just want to yeah, go right ahead, kill any Muslim, because we've been told they're bad. Obviously you're going to get a bunch of bad apples in every group everywhere all over the world, but this misconception of most Muslims being terrorists is just pure propaganda to indoctrinate the stupid human cattle. So they'll encourage their military leaders to exterminate them all. This has been going on for fucking decades. There's abundance of footages, raw live footages, if you know what website to go on, and recordings of just the innocent Middle Eastern people being slaughtered by Americans and IDF and Russians.
Yeah.
I go on the YNC to look up the raw. You can find a lot of these raw footages of these conflicts on the YNC. I don't know if you ever heard of that. So I don't recommend going on that site though, unless you're using a VPN and an ad blocker. Because I got my VPN on.
Why's that?
Just a lot of malicious people on that site, and the cunts running it are probably hackers. You read the comments in these videos too, they're just some vile fucking scum. Just gleefully cheering on the death of the innocent people being fucking blown to bits and killed. Some of these probably aren't even like pro-Israelis, they just love seeing people getting killed and slaughtered. Yeah, a lot of these scum need to be put in camps. These vile, fucking bloodthirsty demons.
All right. Well, maybe send me that. I don't know if I'm going to open it, but
I downloaded it so I can just upload the video.
Right. But yeah, it's almost like what's targeted at the West when you hear like Netanyahu talk or whatever. It's like the stuff that's put on our media. It's very it's very dumbed down and like it's clearly for our audience. But then if you look at the stuff in their own media, that tells kind of a different story. So
yeah,
what they're even openly saying in their own media.
Yeah, they just like, we gotta kill all the people in Gaza Strip and West Bank.
They're not putting that on our media.
Yeah. So the people listening, go watch the Israeli fucking mainstream media news. They're just blatantly saying we gotta kill all these people. They're encouraging the genocide of the people, Palestinian people. They even have fucking pop singers and shit making songs about it, singing it in public streets, advocating the death of Palestinians. Look all this up in the Israeli media and you'll see it. Because they're not going to show it on your media.
Yeah.
Yeah, I posted the video in Skype chat. Yeah, and did you ever see the footage of the aftermath of the music festival massacre?
I saw some.
There's just bodies laying everywhere, like fucking. This was it's so obviously planned, and you're gonna get those Q-tards saying, "Oh, they're all faking it." Like they just love to. Those people, they love to say any shootout or any massacres all stay
right.
Like full on fake. The bodies are just actors pretending to be shot.
Everything is staged to them. Everything.
Yeah, like that shootout at that mosque in New Zealand a while ago. Did you ever hear about it? Fucking, I can't remember what year it was.
Well, like a while back.
Yeah, in New Zealand. Back? Yeah.
Christchurch.
Yeah, I can't remember what it was. It was just a Muslim mosque.
Yeah,
and this dude just rocks up with a shotgun and an assault rifle and starts killing them. I bet he was a mind control victim being used, to kill them all.
At the least, man.
But yeah, the Q-tards are saying, oh, all those people getting killed, though, were acting. Like, they go that far to say it, and they even say this retarded shit like, oh, if you look at the shells that come from the gun, they disappear when they go out of frame and go on the ground. Because, no shit, the video was recorded at like fucking, 240p, low resolution. So as soon as the shell goes at a certain distance, it's not going to be able to render in the footage because of the extremely low video quality being recorded. And you can blatantly see the bodies being penetrated by the bullets and the blood splattering.
I mean, sometimes there's things that seem fake. I'm not saying that one was fake. There's other just...
Oh, yeah, some things can be staged to fulfill an agenda, specific agenda, to manipulate a lot of people, to play on their heartstrings, to get them riled up and advocate for whatever they've been told to go for. A lot of psyops is going on, psychological operations, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, there are incidents where, if you really look at it, it's like something's not right with this, where it looks staged. But I mean,
yeah, like when it comes to those massive shootouts in America, I just know intuitively, because of all of what I researched, is some of those shooters are mind control puppets. So they, the mainstream media can say, oh, all the citizens shouldn't be allowed to own guns at all because they'll just eventually go around and start shooting people.
Yeah.
And if you got no legally registered weapon to defend yourself, you're fucked, because you're going to be a victim from the people who have the illegally owned guns that are smuggled in or illegally manufactured domestically. So you can't defend yourself from the criminals.
Mm-hmm.
And the governments definitely don't want people being armed to revolt in any form. Not that I'm saying people should start going out shooting up their government affiliates.
No,
but it's just a fear of what they have, obviously.
Right.
The people that are running our political and bureaucratic system, and they're afraid of European descendants being fully capable of defending themselves and getting rid of parasitic control freaks.
Yeah. I don't know. They keep trying. There's so many of these incidents, but like I don't see this. Their big disarmament agenda like going anywhere.
Yeah, it's bad over here. Fucking, if you own a gun, you have to fucking have it fully dismantled and locked up inside a case.
Yeah, right.
You're just not allowed to defend yourself. So yeah, it's probably going to get worse over in America in that regard.
Yeah, but I think it's tough. It's tougher here. Like, despite these incidents, they're like, what are they going to do? Just one day, like, even if they stopped selling them right now, they're still everywhere.
Yeah, they should just focus on implementing stricter laws in terms of psychological evaluations for people who want to buy them, just to make sure that they're in the right mind and not mentally ill in any form before they purchase a weapon, and they're fully educated on how to utilize one and maintain it. It's common sense.
I mean, it seems to make sense, but that could really quickly turn into a way for them to deny people they don't like politically,
Yeah. But the people have to have the say, not the politicians.
Right.
Like they should dictate how the evaluation should go.
Right. Like ask kind of their friends if they're sane, like,
Yeah.
yes, the the government, they'll it's like they did in
what
the
they
Soviet,
think. Yeah,
like they did in the Soviet Union. They use like or other places, they use like mental health as an excuse to like lock people up in an asylum. Like it's like they had different they were against him politically. They said, well, this guy's obviously crazy.
Yeah.
we're gonna lock him up, and then it'll be like, this guy's obviously crazy. He's espousing these lunatic right wing beliefs. Obviously we can't let him have a gun.
Yeah, it's probably gonna get to the point in our countries that it'll end up like China in a way, where we'll have a digital currency, cashless society, and we'll have to be forced to be subjected to the social credit score system.
Mm-hmm.
So you just can't do anything. Like, can't defend yourself, or
they want to do that, but like I feel like, for a lot of people that wouldn't be a huge thing. A lot of people are just go around, they pay with their debit card for everything. They don't carry cash, right?
Yeah.
But like what's all the people like doing crime and like black market stuff and like selling, whatever drugs, whatever, like what are they all gonna do? And like these are like huge industries. Like how is that gonna, even if all it's just gonna be so disruptive if all this stops overnight somehow.
Oh yeah. Well, the majority of people will be more easy to control if the government can somehow convince people to take this social credit system with the cashless society. And if you have, it'll backfire too. It'll be a double-edged sword, because if you, let's say you just have to be chipped or carry just this microchip around.
Well, that's what, just got back in time to hear that. That's exactly what Elon Musk is researching with all the fucking monkeys he killed. How to get chips into people's fucking heads.
Yeah, it'll be like hackers will be able to hack your information and your finance information and all that shit, medical information and identity, it'll be more easy to steal your identity in that way. It's all just purely digital.
Yeah, it's, right now, this is perceived by Elon Musk as his world. The rest of us just live in it. The companies he's started and runs, they not only aim to replace an oil-driven economy with an electric-powered one, but also are working to drill under us, rocket over us, think for us, provide platforms for both conversation and commerce. He's the boldest, brashest, wildest, wealthiest businessman in our midst, and he's a complete and total loser who's lost half his fucking fortune. It's just, nevertheless, whatever we think of his values, we can't escape being caught up in his lunatic vision. He's considered the premier industrialist for the first half of the 21st century, which just shows you how dire the situation truly fucking is. This is, we're in a dark age.
And his electric cars are fucking horseshit. I've seen videos of those recharging stations where the Tesla cars got to go, and there's just a massive line of Tesla cars waiting for fucking hours to recharge their cars. It totally doesn't work at all. It's dysfunctional.
We don't have the infrastructure. Go on, but
yeah. The person that was filming, he's just laughing at him like driving his gas car.
Yeah, thank you.
Fucking idiots paid all this money for these electric cars and you're stuck here waiting. Your car's going to shut down by the time it's your turn to go recharge it.
It's true. Thank you.
And the auto driving shit is very dangerous because people have been crashing their cars while just relying on the auto drive around cliffs.
Oh, fuck!
Go flying off.
Holy shit. Imagine dying that way. Fuck that shit. So you've got this lunatic causing all this. He's basically causing chaos. He's still the world's wealthiest person by some identifiers. Certainly, it was Vladimir Putin who started this war. He can't fund forever. They're probably neck and neck at this point. Both of them losing money faster than you can imagine. He's the first person, Musk, to run. I think he was running 6 major companies at once. So he arguably, despite all the fact that he's completely unqualified, mentally incompetent, he wields more influence and ability to polarize than anyone on the goddamn planet other than Vladimir Putin. I mean, this is a nightmare. It's like the Putin-Trump choice. And, of course, he's pro-Putin, just like Trump was. So he simply... Yeah. It's... we're in dire straits. I do want you to... Well, yeah, go on, please.
No, and I think, like, it's a deception because, like, he'll say right-wingy sounding things and tweet responses that are very controversial, but at the end of the day, like, this, I'm going to put, like, chips in your head. Is that, like, traditional right-wing values? Like, return to tradition. It's like... behind, in the background, he's about all this stuff that, like, right wingers are supposed to be against. Like, so.
Or just any side of the political spectrum would be against being chipped left and right.
Well, more
you
so.
Would hope. Right, Yeah, mostly right. Yeah, I mean, leftists who are true communists would consider that.
The commie sympathizers will like it. Yeah. Some left people would be against that.
Well, one would hope the majority of leftists would be against it. I think they would be. But pure communists would, of course, be, they'd be imagine the blessing they would be getting from an industrialist, a major commercial despot, providing the communists with the tool by which to communize. It's so fucking typical. This is why he's working with the goddamn Chinese communists. And so... oh my God, it's just bad news all the way around. Like I said, in the past, I've said it before, if it came down to it and it had to be done, I said kill Trump. I mean, I'll say it now, kill fucking Elon Musk. I mean, this guy's just... it's funny, but it's not. It's serious. This guy's got to be taken out. He's a national security threat. He's a traitor, and he's just, fortunately, like Trump, he does as much damage to himself as he possibly can. So hopefully he'll crash and burn as Trump did. It's a situation that, anyhow, so... out
of all the people in this world, you think at least one person who's either got the power and connections or just nothing to lose but capability to... wipe out these pure vile scum, but no one does anything. Most have just talk about it. Well, where's the fucking action?
It's now. So could you like elucidate on that a bit? I don't feel that what you're saying is unreasonable. I'm just not quite sure I'm understanding.
Because I wonder all the time about all these people who shouldn't exist in the first place.
Right.
They keep getting away with it, but there's a lot of golden opportunities for them to be removed, but nobody does anything about it. Like, for example...
Yeah, okay, get it, yeah.
When George Bush was running as president, I can't remember what year this was, but he was walking out of this building with his wife, and on the outside there were just thousands of protesters screaming their hatred towards him and wanting him dead, but not one of them did anything. He's walking with a big shit-eating grin on his face, waving at him like he knows he's immune and nobody can do anything. I'm just thinking,
you're talking about W, right? Bush Jr.?
Yeah, George W. Bush, yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking, why don't all of you just fucking trample him?
Mob him.
That's all you got. So why aren't people fucking doing that? I don't get it.
No, I mean, your point's well taken. It's it's incredible. It's just incredible. People are held back by all kinds of, it's just, there's barriers of the mind. It's like I said earlier about the thin blue line of cops. You know, if people really set themselves to taking over America, the population just want to mob, you know, America, just eliminate authority and instill a dictatorship of the proletariat, so to speak. There's nothing the cops could do about it. If enough people had staged an uprising all at once, the cops would be completely helpless. There's simply not enough of them. Their numbers are so small, but it's psychological. That thin blue line is a thick blue psychological barrier instilled in terms of dominance over the American mind. And until that breaks, and at some point, you know, it will, just based on inability to enforce the law. Some people might say that the population brought about the inability to enforce the law by Black Lives Matter movement, the defund the police. By the way, of course, I'm pro Black Lives Matter, unlike Victoria, who says it's an acronym for burn, loot, and murder. It's one of these.
My interpretation's funnier.
Which was it? Oh, you want to say it? Okay.
Blacks. I'll type it in. Yeah. I'll type it in chat.
Okay. Yeah. By the way, it was funny. I'm glad that I didn't bring up the topic while Brendan was with us. That's funny. Yeah, it is funny. Yeah, it's funny that Brendan didn't bring this up organically, but for those of you who don't know, had an old episode taken down that was from really early days of it was like anyhow, it was taken down off my YouTube channel, but you know, our man Nemo knows which episode it is. And yeah, and so I had the timestamp, which I could give to Nemo actually, and you could listen to it. It was absolutely bizarre, and they said that I was passing out medical misinformation. Anyhow, it was an interview with Rex Bear. It was Rex Bear.
All right.
Our man Brendan actually remembered it, who Clandestine Time Lord was. Because basically I was interviewed by Clandestine Time Lord. And at that point, he was still keeping his name secret, I guess. And it turned out it was Rex Bear. And so, yeah, it's funny as hell. It's just, thank God we've got that backed up. But other than that, you know, Brendan and I and Peter Moon, we all agreed there's no point in trying to even appeal it. It wasn't even worth appealing.
Did you figure out what was said?
See, that's the trap. That's why I'm so glad Brendan Zogan didn't bring it up organically, because I was
type it in chat.
You know, there's no way to describe it. It's bizarre. I would gladly look if I make it till the end of the 12 hours of this transmission. I'll gladly talk with both of you all. You know, once the stream ends.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what it was. But it was, it's just,
that's strange, because I swear I uploaded that video on YouTube on my other account before I got banned, and I never got a strike for that. I only got one strike from one of your videos. It was about the Fukushima disaster, and they said that was medical misinformation. That one transmission you did, I uploaded.
Wow. And did they take it down?
Yeah. They didn't want me putting that up there. Because, you know, you explain everything, the truth about the Fukushima disaster, like you did earlier before.
Interesting. Okay, so that was the reason why you figured they took that down. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Okay, so this individual named AcidKick96 is in the chat room. I was trying to bring him onto the program because he had actually sent me a request with a Skype contact request apparently a long time ago, and I just noticed it when, you know, sometime yesterday. I accepted his Skype contact request, and though I have the ability to bring him on, he needs to activate his Skype account, though. It's activated, but it's not on right with him right now. He registers on Skype as unavailable. So he's checking into it. we might be able to bring him on. If so, that will enable me to further avoid going into monologue, which I think I've. Tonight's episode.
You did a bit of it.
What's that?
You did a bit of monologue.
Yeah, I did a bit. Did a bit of monologuing in my own way tonight with the things I went into. I want people to know, of course, it's just again, there's nights when I do nonstop monologue. Yet I think that with everything that went on the past few weeks, people can understand it. That it just takes a lot of energy, and the month the way it's gone, it's just I don't like I said, I feel okay, but I just don't necessarily have the energy to invest into monologue further. Maybe
I don't know how you do it. I couldn't fucking do that. I'd have to do a comedy version of it.
Yeah, well, think about Aristides. I mean, yes, he's not exactly what I would call the most verbose guy in the world. He's more of a strong, silent type. He's good for westerns. He could walk into a salon and be a man of few words. But I'm sure the two of you. I'm going to go away for another few minutes. I just wanted to, put some stuff away. Finish drinking this can of Coke. I'll rinse the taste of that stuff out of my mouth, and so I'll be back in a few minutes. Going to go mute again. Our numbers, of course. Basically are holding okay. Want you gentlemen to know that we're holding steady, and that's good. I'm impressed, considering the fact that it's a weekend, but we're going into Monday. We started tonight was the Sunday night show. Yeah, believe it or not, when I go through these 12-hour hosting narratives, I forget which night it is. It becomes just lost in the present moment for me. Aristides, when you hear these two girls talking, you'll understand why that kind of I wouldn't say I was wiped out, but it kind of just left me without too much motivation to go into monologue tonight, because it was just, damn, that took a lot of energy. Before you fell asleep, you might have heard it was just talking with Christine, that was because it was frustrating, because you're running into the same mentality of and the thing is, she thinks she's she's basically echoing the party line, but she thinks she's come about these conclusions independently. You know what I mean, right? All these people are like that. They think that they've done their research, they've come to these conclusions independently, and yet they're really just echoing the party line. They really have nothing new to say in general. It is predictable, and it's pathetic for that. Okay, I'll be back in a few.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go mute for now. Thank you, gentlemen.
All right.
Did you ever hear about a guy that made a car engine that runs on a fuel cell engine to run on water? I forgot his name. Was it Tom Myers or Stan Myers?
Stanley Myers.
Stan Myers. Yeah, because you would have seen him in the 90s on mainstream media when he announced that, did you?
Yeah, I've seen the clip where he talks about it, and there's some little news, naive little news clip. It's the future, water, the fuel of the future, and then of course, then he's dead soon after that. And
because he was boasting about doing a mass distribution of it.
Oh yeah, so they're never gonna have that.
Car companies can get into it and invest in it.
That's the holy grail right there. Is if you can crack water. Well,
multiple people have done it.
Yeah,
but they'll get fucking sold out or threatened or killed.
Yeah,
fucking. His big mistake was going on mainstream media and saying, that's just like saying, hey, I found out the way to fuck over all the big oil companies. They're just gonna get someone to kill you.
No, absolutely. I mean, and that's, if you can do that, I mean, you can dissociate.
You gotta keep that a secret.
Yeah. If you can dissociate water with less energy than it takes than you get by burning. Because like by brute force, if you do it by brute force, it takes just as much energy to turn it into hydrogen and oxygen as you get back when you burn it. But if you can kind of find, like the trick where it takes less energy than that, much less energy, then there you go. And so obviously he found at least one way to do it.
And he said you could use any water source, like snow, salt water, fucking just water you get anyway.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't know. Wouldn't salt water heat corrode the shit inside?
Depends on how he's doing it.
Yeah, but he found a way. But then he got a visit from a lieutenant colonel from the Pentagon. And fucking, just immediately anyone with half a brain would know, that's not going to end up well with him getting a visit from a high-ranking military official. Oh, show us what you got here. Let's see.
Yeah,
we could use this.
Yeah, this has happened. These type of things happen again and again, There's a lot of that's kind of like somewhat of a passion of mine, is like the technology stuff and how these things have been hidden. That's kind of what put me down the rabbit hole, initially.
Yeah.
You see stories of, wow, looks like this guy invented something great. And it's like, wow, why wouldn't they want us to have that? Are they not? And then they're not working in our interest? Like, what's going on here?
Yeah, because it just benefits us more than them.
Right. So
you can just imagine that.
Like,
It's just saying, like, you have a car that runs on water, and you and your friends want to go on a road trip across state. Hey, anyone got a bottle of water? Yeah, let's go.
Right. Yeah, I wonder if there's any water we can have. Right. Yeah, this type of thing has happened. I mean, there was a guy, I don't know, there's got stuff going back to like, I think it was like the 20s, and some guy invented like some vapor carburetor, and his giant freaking Hulk of a car was getting like 80 miles a gallon. And, same story, dead or bought out, or it just ends up somehow guys show up in unmarked cars, and one way or another, you're not bringing that to market,
If you have a big plan to do something like that, you really got to take it somewhere.
Yeah.
Take it to a country that would be desperate to utilize it, and that they hate the oil industries and the big fucking oil corporate owners. I don't know why Japan isn't doing that. You think like places like Taiwan and Japan would probably start making fucking cars that run on water.
Right? You got to wonder.
Because Japan's years ahead, and Taiwan, they're like, their advancements in technology is just far out there. So I hope that comes in the future to some countries, at least, if better than none.
That's a good question. Why aren't places like that like doing it, or is the control that widespread?
Yeah. And the money they make is just that so much they just can't let go of it.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, if you ever do end up finding, you're an engineer, like, do you research into anything about more advanced fuel efficient engines and shit? I don't know if that's what you specialize in.
No. Anything that's on my own. I've been curious about that stuff. That's not my field of work. But really, there's no need to burn fuel. So this is why, I think this whole why I don't buy that part of the climate hysteria. I'm not saying there's not climate problems, but like if they wanted to really fix it,
stop destroying all the trees, because they absorb the CO2 that these cars admit.
Right. First of all, they'd start planting a lot of trees. Second of all, they'd actually give out these technologies where you didn't have to burn fuel, but they're not about to do that. So they don't really care about fixing the climate. or at least they care about that less than.
Then they can pin the blame on the people and not them, and tax us for it and make us feel guilty for it. It's all just psychological manipulation.
Yeah, they wouldn't be keeping these technologies under wraps if they truly cared about the planet.
What was funny about Stan Myers too was before he died, he was having a fucking regular feast at a local fucking, I think, a restaurant or just a diner.
Yeah, they poisoned him.
And they put something in his drink or food, and he ran out screaming, "Oh, they poisoned me." They put something in my food. You think the majority of the people in America that saw that, heard about that, would just fucking go fucking crazy and like, why is this poor man killed for inventing a water engine?
Well, because it never gets exposure. You know, everybody's. And
then assholes will also try to discredit him and say, "Oh, he's crazy. He made it all up. It was all just a public stunt to trick people and shit."
Right.
And then he seemed pretty serious about it.
And then at this point, you could show people, they could be like, all right, well, I guess that's real. But then they're just going to say, well, how's that going to change my life now? You're like, I still got to go to work, and I can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
Like, most people probably believe it, and they just are going to just keep going on doing nothing about it.
Or like, why not, for electric cars, why not utilize Tesla technology where he found a way to harness electricity just from fucking air?
Yeah.
Like free electricity.
Yeah.
Instead of using battery, like these big ass batteries that you got to recharge at a fucking station that uses diesel fuel.
Right.
To have it running all the time. So defeats the purpose of the using fuel to stop using fuel.
Yeah, he was like the first one that would have done that. Like he was, it's all harmonics, he figured out how to.
Yeah, and the Americans desperately wanted all that knowledge, all his blueprints and shit. But he gave all that to they're holding him as hostage or whatever, and they were fucking interrogating him. And I wanted him to be their slave and develop shit.
Oh, he could have fixed it all. Yeah, he
based on his technology. Yeah,
mm-hmm. He could have fixed it single-handedly.
But he gave all those blueprints to, I think it was his son-in-law, and then he took all those blueprints over to one of the Eastern European countries, I think, or somewhere adjacent to Russia. I forgot the name of the fucking place.
Oh, okay.
But I think the Axis powers end up getting those blueprints.
Okay.
You can explain it.
Yeah. Who, me?
Yeah, Nikola Tesla giving his blueprints to his son-in-law.
Oh, yes.
What country was it?
Oh, yes, Croatia. That's Hrvatska. Hrvatska.
Yeah.
So, a little information about Hrvatska, or Croatia, to people, so that they understand, a little bit of history here. For those of you who, people who are younger, you're not even going to remember the former Yugoslavia. But basically, if you look at Italy, across from Italy to the right on the map, for our kids out there, you look at the fascist boot of Italy, which is what Italy looks like. That's how you remember it in geography. It looks like a fascist boot, right? That's probably how Christine remembers it in geography. But you take a look at Italy, and to the right of Italy, there's this ocean called the Adriatic, which, believe me, is probably one of the most important sea. It's a sea. Probably one of the most important seas in the world. It's basically as important as the Mediterranean, which it's a part of, as kind of like a jutting out of the Mediterranean Sea per se. You have the Adriatic Sea, which is in between Italy and the Balkans. So if you cross from Italy to your right, go east towards across the Adriatic, there's Yugoslavia. Well, it's no longer there, but now essentially the coast line is dominated by Hrvatska or Croatia. Go up a little north between Italy and Croatia, there is Slovenia, where Donald Trump's wife came from. And but as for Croatia itself, just understand that we see differences like this in history repeatedly due to divisions created by politics. But you take a look at what I've said before about Romania, and which of course Peter talks about so often that most of you should be familiar with Romania to a degree. Now I'm going to look up a map of Europe here because, admittedly, familiar as I am with geography, I oftentimes lose track of little details myself. I'm trying to think of the name of the river system that I'm trying to remember here. I think I've got it. Okay, well, no, I don't. Let me look up river dividing. Okay, river dividing. Dividing. I need to know how to spell that. Romania from Moldova. And okay, it's the river Pruit. It's the second largest tributary of the Danube river system, and basically it defines the border between Romania and the Ukraine, and between Romania and the Republic of Moldova. It's also the eastern border of the European Union, just so you know. So across that river Pruit, P-R-U-T, people will probably call it Prut. Basically, that river divides Romania itself. On one side you have Romania, the other side Moldova. These are ethno-culturally the same people. There's one major difference. On the western side of the river Prut, you have the Romanians using a Latin alphabet. They're the only nation in Eastern Europe, well, that part of Eastern Europe, that uses the Latin alphabet, because the rest use Cyrillica, or the Cyrillic alphabet. You cross that river Prut, and the people speak the Romanian language. They're ethno-linguistically Romanian, but they use the Cyrillic alphabet, Cyrillica. So you've got this profound, well, some would think of it as minor, but it's really semi-profound difference between the two cultures. Resultant history. It wasn't the result, believe it or not, of Russian occupation. It was the result of basically history and the river Prut dividing these cultures profoundly. That's how potent a riverine division can be. Rivers make great national boundaries because they're, a great example. Napoleon Bonaparte invaded Russia, and let me look up where he lost which river. Let me see. Which river did Napoleon lose all his men to? Napoleon lose all his men to. And let me see if I can find, let's see, questions and answers. There we are. I think it's let's see.
Neman River or Neman River.
Oh, how did you find that?
I just typed in what you said.
Oh, okay. And let me see. Okay, map. Okay, map of which river did Napoleon lose all his men to? And let's look up the images, because the map is just stunning. If you see the historical map of how this happened, how Napoleon lost all these men to this fucking river, it's just appalling. So what I'm gonna do is see if I can identify this. We've got a kind of a chart here. This may be the one that I'm looking for. And if it is, here we are, flow map of Napoleon's invasion of Russia. And okay, good. There we are. This is probably the one that I'm looking at. So let me put this into our chat room, and this is important because it gives people an example. Okay, Acid Kick says, Douglas, I'm not quite familiar with Skype. I've started the process of setting up and activating an account. I am grateful for your invite. Please allow me some time to figure out my account. Yes, of course. I'll just say, of course. Of course. No, he's got an account. You've got an account, Acid Kick 96. You've got an account. You sent me a friend request or a what's called a user. I forget what they call it. Contact request.
If you're having any trouble, just quickly look up a tutorial guide on YouTube on how to properly do it all, set it up.
Thank you.
It's not hard.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, he already did it. He just doesn't remember. That's what that acid does to you. Yeah. So here we are. So I want both of you gentlemen to access this and take a look at it. If both of you can see this flow map of Napoleon's invasion. Yeah. Okay, this flow map of Napoleon's invasion, if we take a look at it, you've got this big, thick amount of troops that starts, and you've got this big black line they cross, and you can see how few of them are left after that crossing. It's basically... they just lost all kinds of men to this goddamn river. It is unbelievable. It's something like equivalent to half his army. It was outrageous. Basically, river crossings are a fucking bitch. So they make for incredibly potent dividing boundaries between cultures, not just nations. Cultures can be very different on the other side of the river. So this is an example of, you've got this division between Romania and Moldova, but they're really the same people on the other side of the river. And you've got this, how would I say it, when it comes to the point that I'm making about Croatia and across from Serbia. They're basically ethnically the same people. They're both Slavic. The very name for the former Yugoslavia meant land of the South Slavs. They're all South Slavic, and they were all they're ethnically the same people, but they're culturally as different as night and day. The Serbs are Byzantine Orthodox. Their church is the Serbian Orthodox Church. When it comes to Croatia, they were Catholicized. So they're Roman Catholic, and they were famous for being fanatically Roman Catholic. As a matter of fact, in Dante, his works, which speak of the Inferno, and of course he spoke of heaven and purgatory as well, Dante mentions the Croatians as exemplary of faith. So he was saying, as faithful as a Croatian. So the Croatians had this, matter of fact, it was a Croatian who was sent on a mission to try and bring the Russian Empire back into the Catholic fold. Something that obviously failed. But I have a copy of a book that was, a modern publication of his comparatively ancient by now, his old writings. When it comes to the Croatians, during World War II, they carried out the last major Catholic crusade. So it was against the Serbs. And they had a policy instigated under the Franciscans, the primary Roman Catholic monastic order in Croatia was the Franciscans. St. Francis, whom San Francisco is named after. San Francisco is simply Espanol for St. Francis. And the Franciscans issued the policy of exterminate 1/3 of the Serbians, ethnically cleanse 1/3 of them, and forcibly convert the remaining third to Roman Catholicism. That was the stated military objective. So during World War II, it's important to remember that Croatia was made a kingdom. Its king was the Duco Spoleto from Italy. So the Duco Spoleto never visited his kingdom throughout the war. He felt that he couldn't do the situation justice. So he really didn't participate in administration of Croatia throughout the war, obviously. He stayed in Italy along with the King of Italy and remained part of the court of Italy, the constitutional monarchy, if you will. When it came to who was running Croatia then, it was not their king, but their Führer. Their version of a Führer was basically called a Peglovnik. The Romanian version of the Führer, and for those of you who don't know, Führer simply means leader in the German. Adolf Hitler was Führer of Germany. The Ustaše were the Croatian SS, their Nazi party, if you will. The Ustaši, their Peglovnik, their Führer, was Anton Pavelić. With the Croatians, their Führer was called Conjugator. And basically, so all of these nations had their own Führer system. And in the case of the Romanians, the Führer of Croatia, the Peglovnik, worked very much hand in hand with the Roman Catholic Church. So think of what I'm saying. They had a constitutional monarchy, but the monarch was not in country. He maintained only a presence literally overseas, over the Adriatic Sea, the other side of the Adriatic. The party that ran Croatia was operating hand in hand with the Roman Catholic Church, and the Roman Catholic Church, just to reiterate here, opened the only 2 concentration camps in Europe during World War II exclusively for children. And they were operated by nuns, Roman Catholic nuns, in Duvno and Lovnic. And the Croatian party, the Nazi party of Croatia, the Ustaše, they opened up this enormous concentration camp of their own for adults. This is kind of like theme parks, I guess, right? Theme parks for kids, theme parks for adults. The concentration camp they opened for adults, Jasenovac. Jasenovac is where they killed, just hundreds of thousands. Well, just an incredible amount of people. About 100,000 at least died there. Just so people understand it, the Croatians probably slaughtered around 1 million people during World War II, and the Roman Catholic Church was behind the effort. So this was the last major Roman Catholic crusade, and it happened in World War II, and it was just a mass murder of Serbs. I'm forgetting the name of the... there was an SS officer from Germany who was involved with a massacre. That's a story all its own. It took place at Medjugorje. And so many bodies were buried there that the fumes from the decaying bodies combined with the soil, the nature of the minerals in the soil, mineral content, some subterranean gases, it all combined so that it produced these visions of Medjugorje. And they're considered a miracle by the Roman Catholic Church, and people would make pilgrimages there. So just understand that Croatia the Croatians and the Serbs, they obviously hate each other. So what happened was that during World War II, they were at odds. They were blood enemies. They were united by force under the communists in the second Yugoslavia, the communist republic, under Josip Broz Tito, who was Croatian, Hrvatski himself ethnically. And so when it came to the whole situation, this is kind of the horror, the bifurcation that Nikola Tesla grew up with. Now, when it comes to, say, for instance, a closer example for the West to understand, imagine somebody, there's people who have written songs about this. There was an Irishman, say, for instance, you're born in Ireland during the time of the Troubles, and Northern Ireland was divided from the rest of the Republic of Ireland by the Protestants. It was therefore part of England, the United Kingdom, because the British were protecting the Protestant Irish. So you had the Protestants and the Catholics, and they were divided and at war. And yet you would have cases where somebody would be born with a Protestant parent and the other is a Catholic. And so they've written songs about this, like I think they call it the orange and the green. The orange and the green because the Protestants are represented by the orange color and the Catholics are represented by the green, Irish green. So you had situations like Nikola Tesla in, well, Yugoslavia that was like that. But he was born during the Austro-Hungarian Empire. And so during the time of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, he was born ethnically. Now, there's people who argue this, but this is how I remember it. If I'm not incorrect, he was ethnically Serbian, but born of the Croatian nationality. He was actually, in terms of nationality, Austro-Hungarian. So he was what they would call Austro-Hunnish. But his real ethnicity, that was simply the empire he was born into. It's what you would call his imperial citizenship. So his nationality was really Croatian, but his ethnicity was really Serbian. That's how I understand it. Some people will argue the opposite. In the end, does it really matter? The point was this poor guy grew up loving both nations, hating the fact that they were at war with each other, and very much he escaped it to try and he thought he could do best by both sides by basically leaving the country. And so he came to America, got U.S. citizenship. So what had happened was when the Americans asked him to work on the USS Eldridge, using his technology to teleport the ship, to do all kinds of other things with physics that only his technology seemed to be able to accomplish, he said no. And bear in mind, this is the important thing for people to remember. When it comes to Americans in World War II, all the Axis nations were considered not only an enemy, their populations were considered the enemy. This means that any Italians, Romanians, Croatians in the United States were now enemies on American soil. So, for people who don't know it, Italians were put in concentration camps in America just like Germans and Japanese were. And probably there's people listening now who don't even know Germans were put in concentration camps in America. That Italians were put in concentration camps in America. They know about the Japanese, but they don't know that happened to Germans and Italians, and also Romanians and Bulgarians and Croatians. So what happened was that since Nikola Tesla was by nationality technically a Croatian because the Austro-Hungarian Empire had dissolved and the area he was born in was Croatia, what was Croatia in World War II. Bear in mind, for those of you who don't get it, Croatia expanded immensely in World War II. It expanded deep into Serbia, what today we would call Bosnia. All of Bosnia and Herzegovina, today's Bosnia, was absorbed by Croatia during World War II. And so it was during that period, under the auspices of the Roman Catholic Church, that you had Nikola Tesla, who more likely, I believe, was born in the Bosnian region. He was therefore considered by the Americans to have been born in Croatia simply by dint of its expansion. They said, we're going to revoke your citizenship because you're an enemy alien. And they revoked his citizenship. For those of you who don't believe me, who said, there's no evidence that they revoked his citizenship, there's no documentation of this. You have all the evidence you need in the fact that when he died, the OAP, the Office of Alien Property, the same people who stole everything from the Japanese when they confiscated their property, their fiscal assets, their bank accounts, and shipped them all into concentration camps, the Office of Alien Property is what took charge of their property. That's the office that was dispatched to take all of Nikola Tesla's property. They could not legally do that unless they had revoked his citizenship. So even though you may not find documentation of their revocation of Tesla's citizenship, the fact that the Office of Alien Property was sent to his home to steal everything that he had proves they did. And that's an important point. It's why Tesla killed himself. When Tesla refused to operate in the Montauk Project, the Philadelphia experiment, which was a subsidiary of the Montauk Project, then at that point they revoked his citizenship, he killed himself, then the Americans came in to steal everything. Before he killed himself, because they had revoked his citizenship, he gave everything to his nephew that wasn't nailed down. His nephew took all these blueprints to what was technically Yugoslavia, but that kingdom was now with its king in exile in London, and he basically provided it to Croatia, which had conquered the Bosnian region. And basically that's how the Third Reich acquired Tesla technology. However, everything that was in place in Croatia was subsumed by the communists when the Americans and the British, mainly Churchill and the British, supported the advance of the communists in the Balkans. The Josip Broz Tito swept into Croatia, and he basically confiscated all that property, which is now in the Yugoslav Museum in Serbia. And so because of this, the communists got hold of Tesla technology. So on the American side, whatever Tesla couldn't bring over through his nephew to Europe, the Americans stole. And the engineer they sent to evaluate all of this Tesla technology was Donald Trump's uncle. And his name was John Trump. As a matter of fact, Donald Trump is named after him. His middle name is John. Donald John Trump. So when it comes to this John G. Trump, this American electrical engineer and inventor, basically he told the U.S. government that all of Tesla's technology was shit, that none of it was relevant or utilitarian-wise useful, etc. And then he stole it all himself. That's the source of the Trump fortune. It's based on black market Tesla technology released by John Trump. And that's how Trump's family became multimillionaires. Black market sales of Tesla technology. So it gives you a sense of the the real horror story of what went down. Then later, with the collapse of the Soviet Union, there were all kinds of Russians that converted to the Japanese cult Om Shinrikyo. And they basically smuggled Tesla technology to the Om Shinrikyo cult, putting them on the level of a superpower. And they used it to generate earthquakes in Australia. They had purchased land from the Australian government at Banjawarn Sheep Station. Understand that earthquakes are impossible in Australia. The geography of Australia has no fault lines. It truly is a solid piece of worthless rock.
We only get very small
Thank you.
Earthquakes.
Yeah.
Tremors. Very small.
Yeah. And thank you. Important point. And when it comes to Australia's geography, earthquakes being impossible, except for as described by Nemo, massive earthquakes began to take place in Australia. And they were all traced to a source point, Banjar-Warren Sheep Station, which was owned and operated by the Japanese Aum Shinrikyo cult, where people were reporting extraordinarily mysterious lights in the sky. And these were like beams shooting up from the ground. These were the Tesla rays being tested by Aum Shinrikyo. When they proved that the earthquake technology could work, they threatened Japan and ultimately launched an attack. Aum Shinrikyo predicted on Japanese national television Japan would be attacked, his words, by an earthquake that, as the anti-Buddha, he was the anti-Buddha, he was going to rule Japan. He was going to be Japan's Cromwell. In other words, he intended to execute the emperor and take over Japan himself. Aum Shinrikyo's cult leader was Shoko Asahara, the blind cult leader, blind and fat, and he wanted to be the ruler of Japan. And he basically launched the earthquake attack against Osaka Kobe, which, well, this was his warning attack against Japan. And it was devastating. And his next target was Tokyo. And so the Japanese government had to take him out. Now, when the Twin Towers went down, Colin Powell was convinced it was an attack by the Japanese. He was so convinced because he knew about the KGB selling all the Tesla technology to Aum Shinrikyo cult that he froze all their assets in the United States. He knew they had Tesla technology because the Aum Shinrikyo cult had sent its cult members, its representatives, to the Tesla Museum in the United States and tried to bribe and purchase Tesla blueprints and technology from the Tesla Museum in the United States. They were informed, of course, that the U.S. government had taken everything and put it under high-level security clearance, which would never be released. By the way, a lot of people don't understand the United States will never release that Tesla technology blueprints and all this good shit because they don't have it. It was all stolen by the Trump dynasty, stolen by Dr. John Trump, who then exploited it to make his family multi-billionaires. So this is something that is hopefully put some things into perspective for people about the reality of the technology, the impact that it has had on the world. Think of all the deaths killed with Tesla technology in Japan by the Aum Shinrikyo attack. And if they had attacked Tokyo, as Shoko Asahara was going to follow up with, they would have taken out the world economy. At that point in history, Tokyo was the center of the world economy. If they had taken that out, the stock market would have crashed. And the world as we know it would have changed. All of this is basically a world, again, none of you are aware of. What happens behind the scenes of your world. And exactly why, as an expert on Asia, I'm the only person who can tell you this. The only person who can relate to you the truth of what happened. And I've gone into excruciating detail about this in the past. I don't feel the need to do that right now. But it gives you a real impression of how Tesla suffered. Think about his two native nations, Croatia and Serbia, hating each other. One Catholic, one Byzantine Orthodox, Serbian Orthodox Church. So you get a feel for the tragedy of his life, what he grew up trying to resolve by being a overseas Yugoslav. He considered himself Yugoslav or South Slav, meaning like a transnational. And that's something that is, well, I have that same attitude. I certainly feel myself as someone who represents both Japanese and Chinese cultures, as well as, of course, the white side of myself. I truly do respect the German and Irish side. It's the contempt that I have is for the American anti-culture, which has done everything it could to try and destroy these other cultures. And for those of you who just don't get it, think like, how did they try to destroy? Well, you know what happened with Germany and Japan and what the Americans tried. You might not know about China, but just read the works of Jack London. The short story he wrote, published worldwide through Collier's magazine, titled The Unparalleled Invasion, in which he advocated, as a communist, as a rabid communist, he would sign his correspondence, "Yours till the revolution." Here you have Jack London, and he was advocating the extermination of the Chinese race, of all the Chinese as an ethnos. By the way, again, back to Christine here earlier, she started off her conversation by talking about revolution. And she spoke of, revolutions. They're problematic, but, she started off speaking about revolution. It's a very communist start to the conversation, because her leftism is extreme enough where she's thinking on a, literally revolutionary level. And, that's the point to be made. So, such being said, I take it, now, like I said, our man, Mr. Aristides, he's a materials science engineer, but I take it that he probably knows a bit about Nikola Tesla and may have some impressions about the Montauk experiment, the experiment with the Philadelphia naval shipyards. So with that, I turn it over to our man Aristides for a few minutes at least. Aristides, so what I brought up, has it brought up any memories with you, or your own impression of Tesla technology? I mean, feel free to share.
I think he's asleep.
That's cute. Jesus Christ.
Wait, I'm here.
There you are. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. I was, always very curious about Tesla. It was one of my first, rabbit holes, I didn't quite know all the history of, where the tech went, That's kind of a big mystery, I guess. At least until you explain some of it all. So, yeah, no doubt they would have used some, in the Philadelphia experiment days. But, you're saying that, most of it disappeared, or?
A good deal of it. They obviously used what they had already from Nikola Tesla. Bear in mind, Nikola Tesla, of course, had contracts with the government. Some of these were indeed secret contracts because of national security in time of war. None of these have ever been declassified. So he definitely had technology he had already shared with the U.S. government. Yeah. But when they asked him to participate in what became known as the Philadelphia experiment, was actually part of what was originally Operation Rainbow, what they called Operation, which was, you might say, why Rainbow? That sounds awfully queer. But it basically stood for the military at that time as full spectrum dominance. It's where we get the term full spectrum dominance from. And also based on America's war plan, Operation Rainbow, their war plan colors, where they planned on conquering the world by war with each nation on the basis of a color code system. Japan was War Plan Orange. Their plan for war against Great Britain and their empire was War Plan Red. Their shade of red is crimson, so their plan for their invasion of Canada was War Plan Crimson. All people need to do is look this shit up. I'm not lying. Americans will say, oh, well, these were like hypothetical invasions that America had, cobbled together in terms of concepts, like, like there's some kind of contingency concepts. No, this is what's called conspiracy to wage war that at Nuremberg they condemned the Germans for. So, there's no contingency plan where you're choosing all of the major powers of the world and then conspiring to wage war against them. This is, of course, the act of an aggressor, and that's exactly what the United States was. Before Japan attacked Pearl Harbor, the Americans invaded. Don't take my word for it. You can look it up. They invaded Greenland and occupied it. Invaded. They weren't invited. They invaded Greenland and occupied it and pretty much stayed there after World War II. I mean, this is just outrageous. And nobody in America knows this effectively. It's outrageous. Just aggression. It's called aggression. So when I bring these things up, of course, it's amazing. They'll probably say that, I said something that threatened medical advice or something tonight. And if they decide to pull this episode on the basis of what I just exposed, hopefully that doesn't happen. But, there you have that with yeah. Any other things come to mind before I go to, dithering on about something else? Aristides, and of course Nemo.
It's interesting. So I guess Tesla's stuff kind of got broken up and spread around in a way. It's kind of a balance of power thing. I mean,
yes, thank you. Perfect.
If one bad actor had gotten it all, then they would just run the world. They would just.
Yes. Yeah. It got spread between America, the Nazis, and the communists, the Soviets rather, the private dynasty of Trump, the Om Shinrikyo cult in Japan, and when the Japanese government took them down, it took their Tesla technology. So now the Japanese have it. I think the most potent aspect of this is its scalar weapons. They have demonstrably been deployed by the Om Shinrikyo cult in its attempt to take over Japan against Osaka Kobe. We know it works by that alone. You don't even need the example of the USS Eldridge. By that alone, the scalar weapons work. The USS Eldridge was more of his esoteric technology, dealing with teleportation, the kind of even time travel in a sense, collaterally, and extra-dimensional travel in a sense. This is all something that you wonder why he refused to participate. What made him refuse? And the only thing I can think of was he, of course, ran across some paranormal phenomenon that convinced him the risk was too great. That I would say that probably he was one of those guys who experimented on himself. This is like something no one should be doing. And he probably teleported, went into a different dimension, came back with so frightened by what he had encountered, or that he wouldn't help the government use it. And his refusal led to his being stripped of citizenship and his consequently smuggling what he could out through his nephew and then killing himself. By the way, the nephew took everything. It wasn't like he just took it under his arms, okay? We're talking about the nephew had several people. He was basically an ambassador from Yugoslavia, which was now a government in exile during World War II. And he basically, his nephew, called in a bunch of the embassy cars in New York, the entire fleet of automobiles they had access to. And this was what he loaded all of the documents that he could into that wound up at the Tesla Museum in Yugoslavia. And so we're talking about like a fleet of cars here. Their embassy from Yugoslavia basically had their own fleet of cars, and these were all filled up with the Tesla tech blueprints that they then used to smuggle home. Once it's in an embassy, theoretically you can't, no one can. I mean, like, say for instance, there's a scene of this. There's an actual scene of this in a fictional film simply titled The Soldier, released in 1984 or something like that, the 1980s. One of the worst films in the world. Yet has some redeeming features in that there are pointed elements to it. But one of the things that they have is this pro-Israeli sentiment. Everything made in the 70s, the 80s was pro-Israeli. The Israelis controlled the fucking media at that time. There was no such thing as recourse to free speech. It didn't exist effectively when it came to addressing the Israeli issue. So the Israelis always made themselves look like the good guys, and everything they were doing was justified. But when it came to that movie titled The Soldier, believe it or not, based or inspired by a book written by a former U.S. Army Ranger, this film, it like portrays all sorts of things. A team of Americans that are trained to, take out elements of their own government so that they could, hijack America's nuclear missiles and threaten Russia with them, independently of the chain of command. So you see this enacted out in the film. What's one of the other important points that's in that film? It's it reminds me of everything we've been talking about here. I'll remember it later, but probably after transmission I'll remember what it was that I was thinking of that had to do. Oh yeah, they're all pro-Israeli in that film, of course. But what was the other point about that film that kind of dovetailed into everything we're talking about right now with Tesla and all of that? It's Jesus. Now I don't remember. At any rate, guys, while I just kind of sit here and see if I can remember something for a moment, take the stage. And talking about Tesla's painful history will do that to me. It'll just knock out any sense of fucking memory. We're talking about a guy who actually did actually accomplished something, and did so with a greater deal of impact than Dr. David Lewis Anderson, who, of course, Peter Moon knows him personally, and is obviously... Peter Moon's been impressed by Dr. David Lewis Anderson, but obviously... I haven't seen the kind of results in our world that we saw with Tesla. Tesla had real tangible shit that was demonstrated, demonstrably useful and dangerous. And as he himself said, he was convinced that if he turned on his Scalar weapons, like the kind Aum Shinrikyo used, he was convinced that if he turned it on and just kept it going, that it would ultimately crack open the Earth's crust, compromise the structure of planet Earth itself. In other words, he was a mad scientist who was convinced his technology could destroy the world. And there's no reason to argue with that. It had, as far as I understand it, the potential. We know he tested it in New York City. He made a building, the old stone foundation building, shake to the point where people got on their hands and knees and begged him to stop. This really happened. So he demonstrated that, and by the way, for those of you who don't know, New York City's like Australia. It's physically impossible for earthquakes to happen there. If earthquakes happened in New York City, they never could have built that high. They could never have built that level of congestion and skyscrapers that high, because an earthquake would eventually have taken them down.
Destroyed all.
Yeah. So he demonstrated he could artificially create an earthquake where there was no geographical conditions to render that possible. So when it comes to all these nations, this is the real balance of power in the world that happened, or the way it went down, as opposed to, say, for instance, the stupid idea that we have a nuclear balance of terror. So there you have that. And both you guys take over.
Imagine the tsunamis you could create with that.
I don't even want to think about it. It's like I said, this is the technology that sank Lemuria, or Mu, the continent that is identified with Zealandia. This is what sank it, was this level of technology. Tesla always insisted he had only rediscovered it. So let's take a look at what else we got going in the chat. Where numbers are great. So take over for a second.
Tesla's work, I think, was very broad, and David Anderson's work, I guess I would say it's more narrow. It seems to focus around the topic of like the rotating fields and the effect on time, and maybe the energy that goes into that. But so a lot more focused on that. Like Tesla, researched everything. So I don't know if Anderson's stuff would be a direct analog for what Tesla
did Anderson end up traveling to another dimension and coming out shitting himself?
By the way, I think something similar did happen. That's kind of like what Peter alludes to, right? I mean, Anderson seems very, very reluctant to use his time machine, and it could be. One explanation might be that he's hoaxing and doesn't have anything to use, but another explanation is he's truly concerned about the ramifications of going back in time and fucking things up. But back to Aristides with that.
What about if the multiverse theory factors in with the time travel? Like, if you travel in time, you just go into an alternative timeline, and so you can't really affect the timeline you came from. You're just affecting a different, separate timeline.
I think that's a valid question, but we'll go to Aristides for a minute to see what he intuits about that. But basically, Aristides, you'd agree with me, all we can do is speculate and kind of intuit this out, right?
Yeah. I think, at least according to Peter, Anderson later in his work got things to the point where, a person could go in the field and it was safe enough. And now I don't know if that means... See, like, initially his work supposedly was controlling time within this little, field he made, this device. So now I don't know if that means eventually you could climb inside and it would, and then pop out in the past, or if it's more limited than that as to what, it only goes on inside. I don't know if you can travel.
You mean like freezing time in that space while everything else keeps going ahead, so you can see the future and not age or whatever?
Right. Yeah, supposedly that. But I mean, but the device would still have to exist. Somebody came along and smashed it, then where would you be?
Excuse me.
Oh, hey.
Hey, welcome aboard. Peter Moon has joined us. No doubt he's heard us. So, Peter.
For about an hour and a half, I just finished my Qigong workout, which I usually do upstairs, and so I came down. And I do have some things to say about that, though. It was probably the last time I saw Aristides, maybe. Yeah. When it was David did the presentation at Montauk, and I took him out to breakfast the next morning. And I remember being at the counter, and I said, because I said, well, if they took this technology and turned it into a car, call it the Anderson. like as in the Tesla.
Right. Yeah.
And he says, and he looked kind of wary. He says, that would be really good for my ego. Like, he was very wary of, having I guess and I was just making a joke. But if you look at his YouTubes on harvesting energy with the time reactor, this is a universal solution that will stand up scientifically. The problem, in other words, it solves all the world's energy problems.
Wow.
The technology, the time reactor. The problem is that that he couldn't generate any interest in it from the governments. He said Putin was interested.
That's frightening. That's fucking frightening. Go on.
Yeah. Romania, so it's like, and his friend, my friend in Romania is the head of, now he was promoted from the head of security of nuclear energy in Romania to, he's the head, I think he's the head of this energy commission in Europe. Mm-hmm. He's now working in Vienna. And he one time intimated to me that there might be some, secret backlines negotiations going on, but there is such an unwillingness, a censorship of technology that this would actually solve problems. It's the same thing that Nemo was talking about earlier. The scientists disappear, mm-hmm. and he's too valuable to disappear. His contribution.
Well, wouldn't it be more like my Vox Arca? His time machine.
Yes.
Is his security collateral.
Yes. And so his contributions are occulted. They're occulted. Sort of like the Vox Arca, except for the fact that you make it public.
Right. But that's my deterrence. That's an act of deterrence. It wouldn't work otherwise. But it has got to be intrinsically understood by the U.S. government that this guy has the potential. If his time travel is real, that means that if they tried something against him, he could go back in time and counteract whatever action they took against him. Talk about a get out of jail free pass. Go on.
Well, yeah, and he's also complained of what they do in India. He said they send drones into the past. He said this about 13 years ago, that they send drones into time, maybe into the future.
And he was saying that this had the potential to fuck up the timeline, right?
He says anything. He says even looking at it. Of course, the corollary to that is, if it's so dangerous and all this, what do you have it for?
Well, in his case, it's the collateral that keeps him alive. But go on.
Well, it's like there's great trepidation. Now, there's a lot of patents that he has on it that have not been released. I've shown the one patent application, but there's a whole bunch more that have remained. And it's the information leaks out so, I guess, insipidly, or the information I acquire. It's like, it's like getting, if you're trying to make love to a beautiful girl, or it doesn't have to be so beautiful, you're getting her sweat, and you're collecting her sweat.
Yeah.
You're not really getting too much. But beyond that, so I think that might change. And this next year will bring a lot about. And Douglas, I'm not going to share this publicly, but I had a dream last night.
Okay.
That prompted me to ask you a question.
Sure.
In other words, we won't go into it, but I told you the cacophony I have raised with certain parties. Yeah. And of course, you feel it when you've created a shitstorm.
Yeah.
You feel it, and there is. Let me put it this way: I had a dream that all my books were gone.
Wow! Oh shit!
In the main storage
room. Kind of the opposite of my room. Go on. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. And I was with my ex-wife, and she, where'd these go? And we're looking at the floor. We're thinking, wait, this is not the floor. Because I recognized the floor. There should be books here. Where are all the books? And then she was mystified. I was mystified. And then I went out and I saw that she had all by the door all these packages. I said, "Well, are these returns? Did they come to me or no?" She says, "No, these are packages I'm sending out." I don't know what they were. I was kind of a little weirded out, if not irritated. I wasn't really upset. I said, "Okay, you're sending packages out." It's like, I guess my ex-wife would represent a former ally, but she was mystified by what had happened. But I wanted to ask you, Douglas, when you were leaking stuff about the Presidio, did you ever have dreams or get vibes that, Aquino, if he knew what you were doing, he would have been so pissed off? Did you ever get the impression that, with him?
You mean like the potentials for, say, in a dream, kind of a nightmare effect where he found out? And I know exactly what you're talking about because, let's put it this way. Big fan of mine at the time, guy named, it bears relating. The big fan of mine at the time, he called himself the Clean Doctor, Jeffrey Favell. And Jeffrey Fravel, he called himself the Clean Doctor. He was a window cleaner, basically. And not to denigrate him at all, he basically...
Was it big buildings?
It's funny you say that. It wasn't big buildings because those window cleaners, they obviously stand out. These are like, they got big balls. And he would do dangerous stunts with buildings by climbing on roofs, cleaning, but he did it for residences. That was his specialty. And he did it for, like, the rich. As opposed to skyscrapers, he worked where he got into contact with clientele. This is what happened in one case that it sounds like a completely, like a porno film plot, but it really happened. And in his case, basically, he was washing, like, the windows in the ceiling. In other words, the wealthy on their estates often have sun windows in the various rooms that are directly in the roof so that the sun comes directly in through the roof to various rooms. Now, oftentimes this is the bathroom, so they can enjoy the sunlight while they're bathing. And so he was like washing the window on one of these jobs, and he looks down at some woman comes in the room to start basically either voiding her bowels or her bladder. Beautiful woman, and so like a typical guy, he doesn't go away, he just keeps scrubbing at the window. Anyhow, she sees the shadow of him when she looks up at the window and screams. Of course, she sees him at that point. First, the shadow attracts her attention to the fact that there's somebody. Basically, she came in and he didn't bother to stop scrubbing at the window.
This is like the Frankenstein monster walking in on the family in the book.
Go ahead. Yeah. And anyhow, she looks up at him and screams, but she was the only one in the house at the time. So he dropped down off the roof, tried to knock on the door to reassure her, what he had been contracted to do. And she winds up fucking him. Now, this woman was the Olympic silver medal winner for the United States in ice skating at Sarajevo, the capital of Bosnia. So we had just been talking about Yugoslavia. So
right, I heard.
Yeah, synchronicity. Anyhow, so she was always disappointed she hadn't won the gold.
I feel bad that he couldn't get a gold medalist.
Yeah, she always felt bad, like she had failed the country, that she didn't get a gold medal. She was the silver. Anyhow, just by saying what I said, people can look up who she is. It's the ice skater who won the silver medal at the Olympics held in Sarajevo. That alone gives her identity away. He wound up fucking her for the next 10 years. That was like this romantic liaison while she basically lived with this multi-millionaire or billionaire husband who she was the trophy wife to. And but Jeffrey Fravel, the Clean Doctor, was plugging away at her for about a decade. And one night he called me terrified. He said, "Douglas, I had this dream. I found out," basically he dreamt that he had woken up in the middle of the night surrounded by his family and the family of this wealthy guy and her family. And that they were all surrounding his bed and condemning him for his basically his sin. And I calmed him down. I brought him down. I said, dude, you know, this is irrational guilt. You're not doing anything wrong. As far as I'm concerned, I said, look, these are like old concepts based on Mosaic law. You know, thou shalt not take another man's wife, all that shit. I said, dude, it's like, you know, get over it. You know, just understand that what you're doing is as far as I'm concerned, the woman is willing. You're not, you know, she's not getting any from the husband that satisfies her, and she's getting that from you. And, you know, maybe you could take this as a forewarning to disassociate with her, sever your relationship if you're feeling bad about it, but I don't see why you would. And he was calmed down, but it was around that time he severed his relationship with her. That's how intense this dream was, that her family, the husband's family.
What happens in a case like that,
yeah,
you're encroaching on the boundaries of the agreed upon, you know, agreements. And it's like, you know, it is a signal saying, look at what you're doing. And, you know, it might have been a warning that they were going to get caught.
Right. And that's when he severed and started hanging out with different women until basically, just for fun and trivia here, I'll let everyone know, I had another super fan named Trina Foster. And Trina Foster, she was like someone who leased a mobile home along with her husband, and they came up to see me at my first ever public presentation. The first one ever. And it was out in the middle of, you know, bumfuck nowhere, California, in small town area. There was a extraordinarily strange incident that took place there. I still don't know what to make of it other than the obvious. We all know Lori Ann Fenton was affiliated with Michael Aquino. We all know at this point, since I've shared things in the past several years I haven't shared before, stuff that I actually blocked out of my brain, but just finally found relevant to share. She's a cannibal. We know she's eating babies, human babies. Something Aquino did. We know as well David Schroeder did, because David Schroeder was, in order to implicate him, bind him, Aquino, he roasted an infant on a spit in front of him over a barbecue grill, bit into it, and then forced David Schroeder to partake in that repast. And David Schroeder did so because he was already like subject to Aquino's will and felt completely under his control. That's how he explains it. But he's eaten babies, a number of them, in shared with Aquino, apparently, from what he shared at the time, that Lori Ann Fenton copped to eating babies, then he copped to it too. And that's how I knew, Jesus Christ, this isn't like this isn't like people just talking shit. These people really did this. So when it comes to all that, you know, bear in mind, Trina Foster kind of implicated herself in all of this, but the person, Lori Ann Fenton, what stood out to me was when I conducted my first public presentation, and of course very few people showed up because she didn't distribute information about it. Some of the people who showed up were like some other female fan of mine, and you know, a mature woman came in and just alone, didn't even pay, just walked in and sat down to listen, and Lori Ann Fenton didn't dare to confront her. That said a lot. It was very bizarre. But Lori Ann Fenton, what was interesting was, I don't know how to explain this, because obviously the pattern has been suppression. We know the military-industrial complex wants me suppressed. We also get these kinds of rumors that are very much in the minds of people like Ian West, where there's white hats, or people
I hate that.
I do too. I hate that. But something happened that was very bizarre. Lori Ann Fenton at that place, it was a church, by the way. It was a church. Beaver drove me there, and he said, I said, why don't you come in? You know, come on in. He said, I ain't going in there. He said, it's a fucking church, man. The moment you step in there, the whole place is going to catch on fire and lightning's going to strike. And he said, see that big ass fucking cross that's right behind that podium you're going to be speaking from? He says that's going to collapse right on you. Anyhow, he didn't go in. But while we were prepping, I was in this side, like, I don't know what you call it, like, basically it would be like some side room where they held dances or something. You know, a lot of these churches have social events. And so this was a big enough church in a wealthy enough community where it had a side auditorium where dance hall, really. So it had the side dance hall. And I was in there, and she was setting shit up in there. And this incredibly tall, white, Caucasian man in civilian dress, but looking very sure of himself, almost like a kind of cowboy look, like a tall kind of man who spent rugged. My dad would call him rugged. That was the old military description, like your typical tough guy. You know, what you'd call a craggy face, kind of like weathered face, but your typical white man that you would see as a tough guy in films, but very tall, air of command about him. Obviously, I would stereotype him myself. Obviously, to me, he looked like a former military officer. And so, or a retired one. He was older, so I assumed him to be retired. He marched into that dance hall. And he basically pounded his fist in front of Lorian Ann Fenton. And he said, you didn't advertise this event at all. I mean, he like shouted at her. He pounded his fist on that table in front of her. He said, you didn't advertise this event at all. There's no way I could really emulate it, because when I shout, my shouting is different. Obviously, I can lower my voice. I can, but it just couldn't do it justice. He had this kind of Hollywood tough guy voice that was naturally deep, a very commanding white man, typical authority. He grew up used to authority. He grew up like projecting himself in such a way nobody questioned him. And she did not dare to meet his eyes. She could not look up at him. And she just mumbled and said some excuses. And he said, you're trying to suppress Douglas Dietrich. And you either that or you're so fucking incompetent you shouldn't even be doing what you're doing. And then he turned around and walked out and left. Now, he did all this, and I'm sure he sensed my being there. I was across from her. But he never laid eyes on me once. Just a bizarre... This would be what someone like Ian White would interpret maybe a white hat? It's like...
He was sent by the art elect.
Maybe.
Who knows? I mean, it's a possibility.
Yeah. But, never shared that before, but it happened, and I don't know.
He knew stuff that he wasn't going to share.
Yeah. But definitely, he seemed to be on my side. So that was
definitely for that moment, for sure.
Yeah. So very bizarre. And so that being said, later on, just for shit, grins, and giggles, I'll relate this. Trina Foster, who went all the way up there in that mobile home, one of the few people to attend. There were a number of people, but not many, of course, because she had never advertised it with any effectiveness, as the man confronted her with. But she was terrified of him, would not look up at him. Anyhow, when Trina Foster came up there, she was this mature lady, very sexy, used to be a burlesque girl. I mean, still very attractive, very sexually potent, just dressed to the nines, very seductively. Had the poor old husband who was dressed in a suit, like, you could have shot him and buried him in the same fucking suit. And he was like, you would think thoughts like that around him because he moved like he was half dead. Anyhow, later on, as soon as he died, and she got all the insurance money, she ran off with Jeffrey Fravel. And her and Jeffrey Fravel got married, and she started talking shit against me. Basically saying that she had been enlightened about me by, of all people, Disfo Dick Dolan, Richard Dolan. That Richard Dolan had, quote-unquote, told her the truth about myself. that I could never have been involved in security because I had long hair. Shit like that. Yeah, just crazy shit. Crazy shit. So just this is the shit we're dealing with. So that was the statue of Trina. That was the story of Trina Foster and Jeffrey Fravel. But both fans of mine then turned fucking enemy. You know, got the money from their dead husband, ran off with the insurance money, and bought a house out in Arrowhead, California. I hope they freeze to death in the fucking snow. So all that said, when it comes to what our man Peter Moon had asked about. This is, I know what kind of dream he's talking about. Like, was I ever overwhelmed with that dread, that sense of dread of being discovered? It was, I'm not going to lie, this was extraordinarily, my entire life has been just a story of extraordinarily tense, threatening, stressful situations. But as I've said before, I've never had a dream with a Kino in it. Of course, we know the reason for this.
I don't think I have either.
Yeah.
I might have been alluded to once in a dream, but...
Okay. But it's Maliak Taush. It's basically that peacock angel, which a fragment thereof resides within myself. Aquino can't penetrate that. So he doesn't haunt my dreams. And so I've never had that. Yeah.
That's okay. That's a good answer. It's a very good answer.
Yes, thank you. And so we've got only a few minutes left. I do want people to know that we're going to end the stream in about 7 to 8 minutes. So I want all of you gentlemen to say good morning to everyone, and we'll take our time with this, of course. We've got a good number of people here. I'm amazed we held good numbers throughout the night. We had a great start, and we maintained the numbers in general. And by the way, Nemo, why don't you relate to Peter the story about Jennifer Hawkins didn't join us last night. Hopefully she joins us. Well, she probably won't join us on the night before Thanksgiving, but she's welcome to. Everyone is welcome to join us on the night before Thanksgiving. But obviously after that, I'll be involved with my son at the Estates. But when it comes to what happened tonight was that Victoria joined us along with her friend Christine. So why don't you summarize that for us, Nemo? Tell Peter what happened.
I heard Christine mentioned. Yeah, please do.
Oh, those. Hey guys, but before you do that, I'm just going to say goodbye now because I think it's going to be noisy here in a few minutes. So I'm going to have to stay on mute. So I will stay on, but I probably won't be able to come off of mute. So thanks everybody, and donate to Douglas.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
Please continue. I'll be here, but.
God bless you. I want everyone to know Aristides contributed $100 United States dollars. He helped me purchase my codeine. God bless you, Aristides. We love you. Okay.
You needed your drugs, that's right.
Yes, I needed my drugs. Thank you. Yes.
All right. Go ahead. Continue.
Yeah, we were talking about withdrawal from opiates tonight, as a matter of fact.
Yeah. Well, Nemo, talk before we run out of time.
Yes, Nemo. Yes.
Yeah, Christine, she went on about how her mother did a 23andMe bullshit DNA testing, and she found out she's 0.0001% Sephardic Jewish blood, and then when Doug asked her about the topic of Israel versus Palestine, what are your views on that? And then she went on to go back in history about the Ottoman Empire and fucking Sodom and Gomorrah relating to that. And sorry, my brain's half asleep.
But good for her, but so what?
And then
what's the big deal?
She'd say, oh yeah, fucking Netanyahu's bad, but majority of the Palestinians are terrorists, basically saying all the children being killed deserve it because they're terrorists by the IDF. And she's going on about killing Nazis. She hates Nazis and all this. Sorry,
by the way,
by
the way, a Nazi has given her shelter. She was basically detoxing from her heroin addiction. That's why we were talking about the opiate withdrawals. So we, of course, are willing to factor all that in. She's gone through withdrawals, was compensating for the lack of heroin by drinking, and had, of course, a cocktail of drugs in her to cope with not having the heroin.
Was Victoria's friend?
Yeah, Victoria's friend is coming to Victoria's house to detox, to recover.
Well, you can't take a person who's going through such a thing, at face value. You just, I mean, it's not even really worthy of, evaluating, because you just say, okay.
Well, I think the important thing about